song.
Thank you for being a friend.
Travel down the road and back again.
Your heart is true, you're a pal and a confidant.
Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend.
From your friends at the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance, thank you for helping protect wildlife around the globe. Without you, there's no them. Learn more at sdzwa.org/friend.
Thank you for being a friend.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride. You're on this Monday morning with open phone lines for you at 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Cap, you wake up this morning and you see the Chicago Cubs not only at the top of the National League Central after taking care of Tom Waddle Cincinnati Reds 2 out of 3.
Take that, Tommy.
But also, Cap, you are tied for the best record in the National League. Cap, every time we take a look at some numbers that's put out there by so many that cover this sport, we continue to hear the Cubs have been able to do this. This is the best they've been since 2016. This hitter has been able to do this. We haven't seen this since 2016. It has a kind of rhythm to it, doesn't it? The Cubs are playing this well at 37-22, and people keep talking about 2016 numbers regarding this team.
This team looks really, really, really good. And where would they be if the people that wanted to dump Jameson Taillon last year for prospects, where would they be now? That dude has, over the last 2 seasons, the lowest ERA in his home park of any starter in the game. Mm-hmm. That was what they said this weekend. He was outstanding yesterday. A little penchant for giving up the long ball. Ellie De La Cruz, and our deepest sympathies to him and his family. He lost his sister on Saturday and played on Sunday and hit that home run that still hasn't landed. Holy cow. But Taillon's been magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Now, am I telling you he's Tarek Skubal? No, he's not. He's just a solid, give you a quality start just about every time he goes to the post. And then with that offense, that's all you need. But, man, if they had lost Steele, Imanaga, and had traded away Taillon for some guy down in your minor league system, wouldn't have been real intelligent. And so, fortunately, they have him. Now they go on the road off today, and then they go on a long run of games in Washington, in Philly. They've got their hands full. So we'll see. But, boy, watching them and watching that offense, they just keep on grinding. Michael Busch, big day yesterday. Big. 3-hit day for Nico. 3-hit day for PCA. Then defensively, they're outstanding.
I'll tell you this. It's about the best players that you have on the team, but also it's about the unsung heroes. I'll just pull out Nico Horner, for example, right? With runners in scoring position and a minimum of 500 games played, as far as the Cubs are concerned over the years, going back to 1974, Cap, for the Cubs. You remember this. You're a vendor.
Yep.
You're out there at
Yep.
Wrigley Field.
Yep.
You and Bruce.
Yep.
Back to 1974.
Peanuts.
Cubs.
Peanuts. Who wants peanuts?
With runners in scoring position, minimum 500 games played. Mark Grace hit 315. 315 with runners in scoring position. Aramis Ramirez, 311. Derek Lee, 308. But there is Nico Hoerner at 312. He has a chance to be able to be the best player with runners in scoring position with a minimum of 500 games played since 1974. Think about that.
That's pretty amazing.
That's Nico Hoerner that's down in the lineup, 7th. There's a guy that used to be high in the lineup. He went 3 for 4 yesterday with 2 runs. But you're talking about, we always talk about the Haps and the Suzukis and the Tuckers and Pete Crow, obviously. But here's Nico Hoerner just plowing along, just like, hey, I'm here if you need me. That's when you know you have something special, when others are able to step up.
Yeah, that's a huge shot in the arm. The best offensive players on their team, I mean, without a doubt, are Kyle Tucker, Seiya Suzuki, Pete Crow Armstrong. Can we agree?
Yeah,
Those are the 3 guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think people realize, I went back and looked at the numbers again to make sure I was right. In 2024, a year ago, Seiya Suzuki was 18th in all of baseball in OPS. Like, he doesn't get the credit. Does he strike out maybe a little too much? Absolutely. But he came up with big hits and big spots again over the weekend. He's just a really solid major league hitter. Kyle Tucker is a star. Pete Crow Armstrong is a burgeoning star. Now, let's see where he's at the end of the year. But boy, oh boy, with his speed and his defense and the power he has showed, he looks really, really amazing. And then since April 14, that's a big sample size.
It is.
The Chicago Cubs bullpen has the lowest ERA in all of baseball, number 1. Now, I don't believe that bullpen ERA is the be-all, end-all. For me, it's more, how many are you walking, how many are you striking out, and what's the opponent's batting average. But to have the lowest ERA in the nearly 2-month sample size, pretty good.
A problem early becomes a solution late.
Because there was no patience by Jed.
Yeah.
I loved it. Oh, Luke Little, you're coming up. Oh, you walked a billion guys in 1 appearance. Get out.
I know,
Gone in a day.
I know that every day we're looking at the scoreboard, you and I, to see what the Cubs are going to do. Mm-hmm. The scoreboard that we should also be looking at is the internal scoreboard by Jed Hoyer. Because I'm just telling you, Cap, maybe I'm wrong and maybe that you have a better year on this. I haven't seen a general manager do so many moves, but just quickly, though. Because baseball is a patient sport, is it not?
Yep.
When you're a general manager, it's like, all right, he had a bad outing. Let's see this next one. All right, he had a bad outing. We got to straighten him out. He had a bad outing. All right, we'll send him to the IL or just kind of stash him in, in our minor league system for a while, or, and for him to straighten himself out. Cap, you could tell that there's a sense of urgency, not just what we see on the field, but also in the front office. Jed knows his back is against the wall and realizes, like, hey, man, I don't have the time to wait for Jordan Montgomery or Luke Little or these guys to be able to develop. I don't have time. We're trying to win something here. And so that sense of urgency is different than what I'm used to with the Cubs.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times it's like, well, we might have some guys that we don't like, but what else are we going to do? We're not going to option them, or guys run out of options. No, you know what the Cubs have done is like, you know what? This guy's not getting it done. Don't worry, Craig, I got it. You're out, DFA. Wait a minute. Aren't you going to develop the young man? No. That's the kind of sense of urgency that every Cub fan should take solace in this morning, that Jed Hoyer is saying, if there is a negative on our team, we're removing it.
Yeah.
And we're going to move forward. And there's a plan of attack. Here's where I'll push back at Jed. It's a question I asked him last time we had him on. I asked him, you recall this, we're together, and I said, Jed, what is the Cub way of playing baseball? Oh, it's something that's played out. Then I circled back, and he actually answered my question. He said, oh, there is no Dodger way or Oriole way. There's no Cub way. So you're saying, Jed, that you don't have a thought process, you and Craig, of exactly how you want the Cubs to be able to be operated? Then he answered my question. But the idea that there is a Cub way. The Cub way is to be able to pitch well. That's number one. It starts with the pitching. But also, it's not trying to knock the ball to Sears Tower, this team. They don't do that. They just keep the line moving. That's what I think that should attract any baseball fan that's not just home run or nothing. It's a plan of attack for the Cubs where they're just hitting into the outfield, finding the gaps, on base percentage, and also stealing bases. Still the best in baseball in stealing bases. So when Jed says, oh, we really don't have a plan of attack, we don't have a Cub way. Actually, you do. You're playing great baseball by doing the fundamental things, Cap. The things that we grew up on, stealing bases, hitting the other way, just lining it into the outfield, doubles, on-base percentage. So the Cubs are doing it, not by trying to, beat people 10-0. They're doing it by 1,000 paper cuts. That's good baseball. Is it not?
It is. Outstanding. Very well said by you. In stolen bases, we lost our lead this weekend. The Brewer is number 1. The Brewers 1, the Cub is 2. OPS, the Dodgers 1, the Cubs 2.
Beat the crap out of the Yankees.
On base percentage, Dodgers 1, Cubs 2. Slug, Dodgers 1, Cubs 2. Stolen bases, the Brewers 1, Cubs 2. But my point is, you see them all over the place. How about in taking walks? Dodgers 1, Cubs 2. Huh. And then in runs scored, the Chicago National League Ball Club is now second. The Dodgers put up big numbers against the Yankees. Dodgers have scored 343, Cubs 341. The next closest team in the National League, 296. 296, the Diamondbacks. So
what does that tell you, Cap? Huh?
They get guys on base, and they get them in.
June 2nd, you're one of the top teams in the National League. You're tied with the Mets this morning. And then on those key categories, you're not in the mix. You're in the top 2 or 3 of every key category offensively.
Correct.
That's a fantastic season so far.
And when you look at the pitching numbers, in terms of pitching, you got to remember something now. The Chicago Cubs do not have their number 1 starter, Justin Steele. Mm-hmm. They don't have their number 2 starter. That would be Shota Imanaga. And they're still putting these numbers up. Patchwork in their staff.
That's right.
So,
special season.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Ben Brown turned in his best outing of the season. They used an opener, Drew Pomeranz, perfect first inning. Then they gave the ball to Ben Brown. All right, go get him, big guy. 6 innings of 9 Ks.
Okay, I'm confused by that because when we left Friday, we had the news that Brown would not start. And we were wondering, are you going to – this is a bullpen day, you bringing somebody up, and it ends up being Drew Pomeranz. So why not start Brown in that spot? Why did they do that?
They wanted the first 3 at the top of the order, the Ellie De La Cruzes, the T.J. Friedels, who get on base a lot. They said, well, let Pomeranz get him. You get loose. You've been struggling in the first inning. I think his last 2 starts prior to Saturday's appearance, he would struggle in the first. Then he retired 12 consecutive in one game, 10 consecutive in another game, and then he got lit up again. So they went, we will let Pomeranz open the game, and then we'll give the ball to you. Now go get him. 6 innings, 9 Ks.
1 hit surrendered.
1 hit.
it's pretty damn good.
He was locked in like a man fighting to stay in his spot.
It is, and by the way, the other thing that you like about Cubs baseball, at least from my standpoint, Cap, is it's either a big margin, small margin. When you can win like you won on Saturday, winning 2-0, where, a pitcher's duel, quite frankly. Lodolo, the starter for the Reds, pretty good relief pitching for the Reds. Same thing for the Cubs, and you still win the game 2-0. That says a lot about the Cubs that, again, whether it's a big game offensively or a small game, you're still be able to win these games. So when you're versatile that way, it shows you got a good season going. That's for sure.
They're playing really good baseball, and let's just see what they can continue to do, because now you're 4 games clear of the Cardinals.
Oh. Did you send a text to Chip Carey?
No, I'll do that at the break. Good morning. What does 4 back taste like?
Oh, jeez. Good morning. Go F yourself.
Exactly.
That's what he's going to say to you.
He will.
What is the latest on Kyle Tucker and his injury? We'll hear from Craig Counsell, the fine manager of Chicago Cubs, coming up next. And if you're a Cub fan and you're listening to the show and you saw what the Cubs did against the Reds, you should be calling us this morning, 312-332-ESPN.
Yeah, crow a little.
332-3776 is our phone number.
No pun intended.
As I said, Cap, I told you last week, don't be the Cub fan. Woo, they're coming out of it in September 30th. No. June 2nd.
Yeah, get in now.
Yes. The idea that you're going to be calling us mixed in with the Bears conversation in September. No. If you're a Cub fan and you see the series, you see how well the Cubs are doing this morning, you should be calling us now.
Correct.
This is a passionate sports fan, Cubs fan base. They should be calling and talking about the good of this Cubs team. We bitch a lot about the teams that are not doing well. Well, here's a team that's tied for the best record of the National League. So let's get your thoughts here. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. Craig Counsell and Kyle Tucker next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Let me tell you about the single best personal injury, rideshare injury attorney in Illinois, the award-winning Howard Ankin.
Indeed, Howard Ankin. He's been part of the Kap and J Hood show for years now, and he brings us a sidebar.
That's right, Hoodie. We're proud to spread the word that Ankin Law files more injury cases than any firm in Illinois. More than 80 attorneys and staff to help anyone injured in Chicagoland understand their rights.
It's crazy because countless commercials, hundreds of live reads, and he's a partner for our fan favorite Grip It and Sip It Classic, and it goes on and on and on. He's our guy. He's Howard Ankin.
That's right, at Ankin Law, 312-6 million. Injury law made personal. That's Ankin Law.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. You know, it's important to know what you want, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make applications for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
At Elmhurst University, we make it our mission to ensure our students go far and do well. This means equipping you with the skills you need to excel on campus, and then elevating you into a long-lasting career. Our supportive faculty and far-reaching professional network create an environment that allows you to be at your best, so you can do your best, which means you'll be ready to make your impact on the world from the moment you graduate. A professional powerhouse located just outside Chicago. Elmhurst University. Go far, do well.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Show me the money.
On ESPN Chicago.
Balls, 2 strikes to Kyle Tucker. In the air, right field, way back, it is gone! All hail King Tuck. First homer at Wrigley Field as a Cub, and it's into the bleachers. Cubs add to their lead here in the second. Your official welcome to the city of Chicago moment for Kyle Tucker.
Kyle Tucker, King Tuck, part of the Chicago Cubs team. We're talking about it right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. He's hoping that you're going to have a great week and a great Monday. Yeah, the news on Kyle Tucker. Cap, we saw the game yesterday, and Tucker jamming his finger in the second base.
Yeah, he dove in, and if you watch the replay, he caught his hand underneath him. He, stuck in the wet grass.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, wet dirt.
Yeah.
And as he went into second, his hand bent under him, and he strained a finger, but x-rays negative. So, thank goodness.
We turn now to the fine manager, Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell. Craig, you're 15-5 last 20 games, but you got to talk to us about the Kyle Tucker injury.
Yeah, he just jammed his right ring finger on the slide. Just day to day. Yeah. Not too concerned.
Thank you, Craig.
Wow.
I would prefer a little more eloquence, but I'll take what we can get. We're 37-22. I would prefer he did this.
Oh, God.
That's a hell of a win today. Kyle's fine, but 37-22. I talked last year about building 90-win teams around here, and that's what Jed did, and we just got to keep it moving. One batter, one pitch, one out at a time. Enjoy a day off tomorrow, and then we're in the nation's capital. Let's keep it going.
Marquis is cutting out all this sinus and sniffing.
Are they?
Yeah, I searched the internet like crazy trying to find a clip with him.
What did they do?
Nothing.
They got all crossfades on his videos. It's like a bad YouTuber edit.
They edited him out. It's unreal.
Listen very closely, because we have pointed this out. Again, it was Cap asking Craig's wife to please have him have a little bit more decorum. Let's not know about your nasal cavity at the podium. That's what you said, right, Cap?
I said, Mrs. Counsell, please. He's obviously got an allergy or something going on. I'm on my allergy meds now. Every year, first week of June, I get socked.
Yeah.
So I'm on my Claritin and all that, and I just asked Mrs. Counsell, sinusandSnoringMD.com.
Yeah, he just jammed his right ring finger on the slide. Just day to day.
You heard that?
Yeah.
Not too concerned.
They clipping it.
Yeah, they've had enough. They know it's gross.
They're talking about it on ESPN 1000, Kap and J Hood. We need to edit this. We'll protect him. Yeah.
Here's Kyle Tucker.
Slid. I mean, it kind of happened pretty fast. I don't know if I had to. I mean, this probably looks worse than it is. It's just like a little scrape. But I think my helmet just kind of hit that, and my hand kind of just hit the ground kind of weird and kind of got caught under me. And then just went out there. Kind of felt weird. Hopefully, was just hoping that it went away and try to kind of just grind through the at bats and stuff. But it was kind of hurting and just just kind of took the precautionary route of just coming out of the game, letting Brujon get in there, and when did X-rays and everything, they were fine. So hopefully, rest of today and the off day tomorrow. I mean, it's just hands a little jammed or a little swollen, but hopefully it feels a little bit better once we get to Washington.
All right, that's fine, Craig. Thank you very much. Kyle Tucker, what his thoughts? So, again, the day off helps, and then maybe Tucker's in the lineup against Davey Martinez and his Washington Nationals.
Who are not a bad baseball team, 28-31, third place in the National League East. That is not going to be an easy series. You got to go to the Philadelphia Phillies. I mean, they've got their hands full here now. They've got to go out and just one at a time, man. Just keep playing good baseball.
Big weekend series coming up too, huh?
The Tigers. Yeah, we go to Detroit, take on Scooble. You scratch Scooble. I'm going to the game on Thursday.
You are? I am too.
I am too.
I asked you if you would go to the game with me. You said, I'm going to the lake on Thursdays, kid.
I forgot. I got my daughter-in-law graduates Friday night, so we're not going.
Hoodie, shot or no shot, he ducked my invitation.
That's a shot.
It's a big shot.
I actually did not. I thought we were going to the lake.
Three of us said that you did.
I'm not going to no game with no shape.
I said, Cap, Thursday, Scooble's supposed to pitch. It's his scheduled day in the rotation. You want to go to the game? I got tickets. I go to the lake, kid. Now I'm here on Monday. I'm going to the game on Thursday.
Because my wife said, you know that we're not going up on Thursday. Jenny graduates Friday night from her residency, and we're going to be there. Okay. So I will be here till Saturday. I'll go up for a day.
Okay.
So you had already asked me, and you were already going. So I'm going with some buddies, some other buddies.
Shay's not your buddy?
Shay is my buddy. He's already going. He's spoken for. By the way, why are you wearing an Anaheim Angels hat?
312-332-ESPN is our telephone number. To the phone lines we go.
Broke it out today.
As I go to the phone lines, let's continue to do show here. Instead of just looking at people's wardrobe. How about that? How about Charlie in Lincoln Park is on Kap and J Hood. Charlie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great to call. Second-time caller, long-time listener. How's it going this morning?
Well, good.
Awesome.
We'll be the choice we'll be the judge of whether or not it's a good call. Go ahead, Charlie.
Guys, I just wanted to call the first game I got to go to this year, Bleachers Saturday.
Yeah.
I know you guys are talking about, we're trying to make sure our expectations aren't high, but, that eighth inning, bases loaded, seeing that error by De La Cruz, getting those runs in. And then PCA, the fans are just all over him. We love him so much. Him popping out there was a pretty rough shot, but then to answer it in center field with that catch, I have not heard that place erupt like that in a long time. It was pretty amazing to see.
Charlie, PCA is the number one athlete in Chicago sports right now. He's putting the production out there, the stolen bases. He's everything that you love about a baseball player because it's not just one-dimensional home runs. He's doing it all right now for the Cubs.
He really is, and he's just something special to watch. And I mean, the broadcasters bring it up every time. They love to see him run, and he's just his smarts on the base running and everything, a whole complete game, and also a great teammate. It's just really cool to see. Glad Chicago's got a superstar. I'll leave you guys there with that. Wearing the Cubs hat on the commute this morning.
There you go.
Have a great day.
Enjoy it. Fly it proudly.
He's doing it on June 2nd. He's not helicoptering in late September. Oh, we're good. Woo, Cubbies. F off. If you're not on the bandwagon now, Cap, you shouldn't allow anyone on. Seriously. Late to the game? No shot.
Hoodie, I learned that you fan how you want to fan. You want to parachute in? You have to look in the mirror. The man in the glass will never lie to you, or the woman in the glass will never lie to you. And so if you want to helicopter in September 17th when they're 9 games up or something, you got to look in the glass and know you weren't all in.
Right.
Those of us that are all in every day, we treasured 2016 for all the crappy years we dealt with. We were there every day. You helicopters, look in the mirror. You know the truth.
No, you stay out of it, Dansby. We know it's June, but you're 37-22. We understand. It's Cap. It all depends on what other moves the Cubs make. I'm just talking about as is. It's pretty solid, but as you well know, you're going to need a couple other moves here to solidify yourself in the National League Central, let alone the National League, because the question coming in was, well, who's going to catch you? All right. Will Milwaukee be able to have a run? They've won 7 straight somehow, but still 5.5 games behind the Brewers. So, Murphy's team, it's a hard scrabble, hard effort team, but actually difference makers are the ones that's going to keep you up top. Milwaukee's always going to be scrappy now. Murphy's a good manager.
He is.
But it's going to be the difference makers, the PCAs, the Tuckers, the Ian Happs, the Suzukis, strong pitching, and maybe you found a closer here too. That's going to make the difference.
Daniel Palencia has done a really, really good job. I'm not ready to anoint him the guy that, bottom of the 9th in L.A. in Game 6 or 7 of the NLCS. I'm not ready to go, I got nothing to worry about. I may get there. But when I watched him the other day strike out the last batter at 102, quite impressive. Just keep it going.
If you're on hold, you will be on the air. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. Bartman 2, Electric Boogaloo. Find out next on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Welcome to the Chicago White Sox newest affiliate, Vatican City. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox, celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV.
Basketball and hockey are winding down. Baseball is heating up. Football is right around the corner, so don't miss a second with Vivid Seats. With a game-changing awards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every exciting moment live and in person from your favorite seat. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. More on the Cubs next on Kap and J Hood.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Have I told you about Seven Bridges Golf Club? Yes, Seven Bridges. Golf season is back, and the weather is finally shaping up. Seven Bridges Golf Club is open for daily play with a private course field. Just 30 minutes from Chicago. Enjoy lush fairways, GPS-equipped carts, and a perfect 19th hole at the Dock Bar and Grill. Book now at sevenbridgesgolfclub.com or call 630-964-GOLF. Jay Moore.
Now back to Kap and J Hood
When I tell you he's got his own money, I mean the boy has got his own money.
On ESPN Chicago.
That's right. Kap says you gotta look at the man in the mirror, Cub fans. That's exactly right. As Michael Jackson once sang, the man in the mirror.
That's it. Are you in? Are you all in? You fan how you want to fan, man. I just know I'm all in every day. Every day, even when they stink.
Hoodie, fan how you want to fan. But if you fan this way, you shouldn't be able to sleep at night.
I didn't say that.
Who said they can't look themselves in the mirror?
I didn't say that either. I simply said, when you look in the mirror, you'll know.
That's right.
Were you all in, or did you parachute in September? And if you're cool with that, God bless you. You fan how you want to fan. I would not be a guy who's a Patriots fan throughout my life, and then when the Lions get good, I parachute in there. You want to be that person. I don't know who, somebody like that maybe. But when you got Brady, you're a Patriot fan, and when you get the Lions rolling, you're back to the Lions. And then you're a whoever fan until Scooble shows up. I don't know anybody like that.
Oh, my God.
But whatever.
We've got Shot or No Shot coming up at 8 o'clock, and your phone calls.
Baseball part of that is unfair.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. Indeed, Cub fans, man, woman, look at yourself in the mirror. Take a look.
Be on board. You want.
No, Kap. We can't have them helicoptering in on our Bears conversation in September. Be on it now, right?
Go.
It's the best.
Get in.
How often do you and I talk about teams that are playing well at a top level? First place? When do we talk about that around here?
It's so much fun.
Yeah. Speaking of first place, we'll talk about the White Sox in a couple of minutes as well, right here on Kap and J Hood. That's, of course, if you turn the newspaper upside down.
Or first place in a two-team division with the Rockies.
Let's turn the paper upside down. Oh, first place.
Colorado's 9-50.
Yeah.
9-50.
Yep. Make the Sox look like the 27 Yankees, don't they? Wow. Dan in Des Plaines on Kap and J Hood. Dan, good morning.
Good morning, fellas. Kap, this call's for you. You were tweeting at me last night, and I just wanted to call in and apologize and say I'm sorry. I'm eating crow, and I'm falling on my sword, and I need to stop being all doom and gloom and just enjoy the ride. Like my friend said, you were right that my take was ridiculous, and I just need to be all in every day. I'm a diehard Cubs fan my entire life, and I just got to stop being so negative and just enjoy every second of it.
That was my point to you, Daniel, is Dan is a diehard, listens every day, and he's like, scoring 2 runs or less the rest of the year is not going to get it done, but I'm being too negative and all doom and gloom, expecting my favorite team to actually have to score runs. I should pick another sport, and I'm going to be negative all the time. I said, dude, they scored 7 today. They're 2 runs from being the highest scoring team in baseball. They have the best record in the National League with the Mets. Just enjoy it. There are going to be 4-game losing streaks. I can promise you that, because that's what happens in baseball in 162. There's going to be a series where you're like, wow, they look horrible today.
That's right, Dan.
I just got to stop being negative. You're right. All right. Thanks, Cap. Love you guys.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, this is not the 17 or 18 Cubs that can only score 2 or 3 runs at a time. Those teams are horrible. Could not score.
Right.
And as famously, the great president of the Chicago Cubs once said,
our offense is broken.
Yeah, that's what he said.
He did.
And
I appreciated the honesty.
It's true. Cap, there's something that has to be pointed out here, and that is the overzealous fan. We love our fans, but here's the thing. That fan with the Anthony Rizzo jersey on the right field side in foul territory, reaching over to interrupt an opportunity for Tucker to catch the ball in right field?
Correct.
Cap, there was no reason for that guy to reach over to get that foul ball. Do you not know, if you're a Cubs fan, clearly you're wearing a Cubs jersey, you have to let Tucker get that ball. You don't reach over. And by the way, to me, way more egregious than Bartman. To me. Bartman's there listening to the radio broadcast in his little green turtleneck, and he's in the stands. And people reacted to Moises Alou being upset. People blame Bartman. But that thing over the weekend, him reaching over the wall to try to catch that ball, interrupting the opportunity for Tucker to catch that ball, he should have been thrown out of the game.
I completely agree with you, and I would love to know who that moron is. Because I would like to have some speaks with him, as the late Steve McMichael said. What are we doing? Like, if you're a Cubs fan, and he obviously is, he's wearing his Anthony Rizzo jersey, what are you doing reaching over the wall? You should be in that situation, and this is a memo to every Cubs fan, and I am going to tell you how to fan here. If you are sitting in the first row where somebody can lean in, because there's netting around home plate and down the line a little bit, if you are there and somebody is coming over to make a play on our team, you put your arms out. Get back, everybody back, and let him have room. You, sir, in the Anthony Rizzo jersey are stupid. You are an absolutely horrible fan. What the F are you doing reaching out on the field? And if you weren't ejected, you should have been ejected. Out. Gone. No. I was sickened when I saw that. Didn't cost him a ball game, fortunately.
Yeah.
But that guy had to be sitting there going, oh, God, what did I do? Sir, think before you react. If you are sitting in first row seats where a player on our team, you want to mess up somebody on the other team, have at it. You may get kicked out. Stay out of their way, idiot.
I can't believe that. I couldn't believe that. Like, we've seen overzealous fans before, Cap, but you're clearly a fan of the Chicago Cubs when you put on a Rizzo jersey. So you know that the Cubs are on defense. So you sit back. Do you need a ball that badly? And then he just sat back in his seat and was shaking his head like he was mad that he messed up the play. He's mad that he didn't catch the ball. Well, immediately there should have been security to usher him out. Out.
I will tell you this. If I was running the Cubs, whether it's Crane on the business side, would probably be him on the business side. They should have a video play before the game starts. Here's a message from, and you have certain players.
Yes.
Kyle Tucker, or Ian Happ, or the first baseman Michael Bush, or Matt Shaw, whoever you use. Stay away from interfering with a foul ball in case you need a reminder. We love all you Cubs fans. If we come near the stands to make a play, get out of our way.
Yeah.
That should play at every game.
I agree with you. I was surprised at them, like, not at Wrigley Field. That's just weird.
I'm serious. The Cubs need to do that. They absolutely need on the big video board. Here's a message from the team before first pitch. If we come near the foul line and we try to, or the stands, and we try to make a play, do not interfere with us. Jackass.
Yeah.
Guy in the Rizzo jersey. Anyone knows who that is? I'd like to have some speaks with him. Just a nice civil conversation. Sir, what are you doing? And if you got those seats this time, are you going to get them again? I got to know you're not going to screw us over. So if you know who he is, call the show. 312-332-3776.
Are you a diehard? Did someone just loan you the jersey? Do you know who Anthony Rizzo is? Do you know that you're at Wrigley Field? Right. He didn't look overserved. He just looked like a moron.
Just a moron.
That's like, and the foul ball, Cap, even if he would have caught it, he didn't seem like the guy that would hand it to a kid. Didn't seem like it. I'm just telling you, just like anyone that does that, clearly you still are a child.
Yes.
Come on, man. Be an adult. Move out of the way. Don't you want the Cubs to win? Clearly you do, because you got to have a Cubs jersey on. Coming up next, I've got a recommendation for a Chicago sports player to possibly get LASIK surgery. That's next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped another one-run game, 3-2 in Baltimore on Sunday to end a 1-5 road trip. Adrian Hauser pitched very well again, his third quality start in his many outings with the White Sox. But the Orioles starting staff stymied the Sox throughout the weekend. Now the Sox are back home and back in the division. They host the first-place Detroit Tigers tonight at 6:40 Central to open a 4-game series. Take advantage of savings all summer long with our summer savings section. Enjoy select lower-level tickets for $20 on all weekday games and $25 on all weekend games while supplies last. Some exclusions apply. The summer savings section is presented by Wintrust. Different approach, better results. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
It is time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows, binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Visit 5hourenergy.com for full details and rules and enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025. J-Mo.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
57 degrees in Chicago, getting up to 85 today. Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you until 10 o'clock. And then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. Waddle Silvy at 2:30. And then White Sox baseball to take on the Detroit Tigers. Is that today?
That would be a 6:40 first pitch tonight. Shay's going at all 4 games.
Right here on...
That is not correct. I'm going tomorrow and Thursday.
On the home of the...
You were going all 4. Home of the White Sox. ESPN 1000.
Would you like to continue?
Will you be going at all?
Yes, I will be. Going with some buddies.
It'll be fun.
Some thoughts here about... Speaking of the White Sox, Cap, I got to mention this. And then we'll talk to Jesse coming at 8:30. Cap, Kim, just tell you something. You had a great weekend. Me, on the other hand, I had a good weekend. It could have been great if the White Sox could have been able to salvage one game in the series against the Baltimore Orioles. The bumbling Baltimore Orioles. A team that's not the Orioles from last few years where the window's open. The window's clearly closed right now after firing Brandon Hyde, their manager. Chicago White Sox are on pace to go 49-113 and on pace for 552 runs this season. Luis Robert in the lineup. To be fair, Cap, what was it, 7th in the lineup yesterday?
Correct.
He is the immovable object at this point to trade. The immovable object. You can't move Luis Robert if he's sinking in the lineup. And this is so frustrating, especially yesterday, because he thought, okay, you can get Sunday. You know why? Because they were throwing 72-year-old Charlie Morton out there with a 7 ERA. And they couldn't beat Charlie Morton. The Sox allowed 9 runs in the series and still lost and got swept. I want you to just think about that. Just understand what I'm telling you. The Sox allowed 9 runs, pitching solid enough to win a game, and they still lost the series. Swept. So you couldn't beat a 72-year-old Charlie Morton. So where's the ball club, Cap? Where are they going? If you can't win a game against a Orioles team that's down, and you still can't scratch. On Saturday, the Sox left runners on at every inning. They left 12 on base on Saturday and still couldn't win the ball game. I mean, you left a small island on the base paths and still couldn't win. I understand what the season is. I know that we're bad. We're not Rockies bad, but we're bad. But my God, man, are you going to break through at any point and salvage any series? Look, I know we're not the Rockies. The Rockies have lost. They got swept in 10 straight series. I understand that. They've been swept 10 times this season already. But, Cap, you know how frustrating that is? To sit there all weekend and the team can't even scratch up enough runs to get over a Charlie Morton, the Sox pitching did the job, and the offense just lacked. You can't trade Luis Robert for a bag of balls right now.
They are 5-23 in games decided by 1 or 2 runs.
That's correct.
5-23. And I watched Luis Robert Jr., and I really mean this. He needs to sit for a bit. He needs a break. He has no confidence at the plate, and I'm watching him take strike 3, swinging at pitches first before that are diving in down at his feet, and he just waves through them. It doesn't even look like he's got a decent approach at the plate. And this guy was a star. He was a star. I've not seen a fall like this. I mean, there's something mentally going on there. You remember there were people going, that guy could win an MVP. And now he literally looks like he's a double-A player.
You haven't seen a fall like this since Eloy.
Yeah, that's enough. But
Tim
Eloy was never as good as this guy.
Or Tim Anderson. Or Yoel Moncada.
Like what?
The whole group.
Like, how did this happen?
Cap, when we're doing the show in 2031 or so, the turn will happen. That'll turn for the team. It's incredible. Luis Robert is 7th. That's a guy that you want to try to get minor league talent for. You can't get anything for him right now. Now, some team could take a flyer and like, you know what? With our system, with our winning ways, we could turn Luis Robert around. Possibly. But, I mean, who would trade anything for Luis Robert now?
Nobody. Not anything worth value.
I said to you, Lasix.com. Lasix.com is in on the joke because there's White Sox fans that are saying that he thinks, one guy says, I think that Luis Robert needs glasses or LASIK procedure. And LASIK.com on Twitter says, who wants a rec spec when you can get modern LASIK? They're willing to help Luis Robert with his eyesight. They're willing to jump in. You saw it.
Yeah, you're talking about Shy Sox fan Mike, who I follow. I think he's a really fun follow.
Yeah.
Shy Sox fan Mike. Robert about to get a free pair of glasses. You said this. LASIK.com. Who wants rec spec when you get modern LASIK? I think Luis Robert Jr. needs the procedure. I need you to get in contact expeditiously, as you said.
We don't see that. We don't talk about this very often, but there's been times I've heard you on the air say it over the years about certain guys that go into a deep slump and you go, that guy can't see the ball. Maybe he needs glasses. Like, not even as a joke. You're like, maybe there's something wrong with his eyesight.
That Major League?
Yeah.
Charlie Sheen, they gave him glasses.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he's throwing 99 heaters down the middle. He could finally throw strikes.
I mean, seriously. It's for him to be that talented and to have a slash line of 180, 270, and 291. That's just it's unbelievable. And I listen to Len and DJ every day. I can't see how Len could just keep his seatbelt on during that broadcast. Oh my God! If I'm doing pre and post in there in that next room across from us, oh my God! Every night I'm just giving it to him because I understand that there's not enough talent, Cap. There's not enough talent to win. But you can't keep beating yourself, though. That's the thing I can't stand in sports. I can't, you're going to be outmatched more times than not. But when you beat yourself, and it's throw the first base, and the first baseman doesn't have his foot on the bag, Lenine Sosa. The plays like that, oh, my God.
Brutal.
That's why I watch the kids and just see how the kids develop.
But I would give Chris Getz a lot of credit. He gets Adrian Hauser, who was on the scrap heap.
Yes.
That dude's had, what did he go, 14 consecutive shutout innings, his first 3 starts, something like that.
That's right.
And he gave you a quality start again over the weekend. They don't support him with any runs. What did they score, 5 runs in 3 games?
Something like, yeah.
The pitching has not been horrible. It is not. Shane Smith, a Rule 5 pickup, Adrian Hauser. We've seen some solid starting outings. And guess what? That offense is horrible.
But it's okay. The Sox are going to take on the Tigers next.
Uh-oh. Jay, are you expecting a sweep? Do you come into this as a Tiger fan thinking you're getting all 4?
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to say that in baseball. 4-game series, anything can happen once. But, yeah, if the Tigers are who they've looked like, should be 4-0.
So if the Detroit Tigers took 2 of the games, you think that's a horrible week for them.
It should be better than that, right? You're better than that.
Yeah. I'd be disappointed.
Even with good Sox pitching and good relative to a bad team, they've been good enough at hanging in there, but the offense is just anemic.
I tell you, the Sox are fortunate that Skubal got bumped off on Thursday.
Yep. I was looking forward to that.
That they're saving him because that would have been ugly.
We don't need Skubal. We got Mize. Yes.
He's been good, too.
We got Shot or No Shot. That's in 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine.
Yeah.
Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
This is Smokey Robinson.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I say, hey man, nice shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I say, hey man, nice shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. Still to come, Jesse Rogers with the latest on baseball, Cubs, Sox, and everything else MLB, including a pretty good series with the Yankees and the Dodgers over the weekend. But first, shot or no shot, here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys, on a Monday. How we feeling?
We're good, man. Good to be back in here with you guys and ready to crank out a great week.
Yes.
How about you guys?
I feel great.
Keep it that way.
I feel great. Even though, again, Tracy Butler. Are we going to have Tracy this week? Is she back from Dollywood?
I will reach out, but I imagine we will have Tracy this week.
ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Weather's finally getting nice, so she decides to show up.
I know. When it was crisp and cool, she went to Dollywood.
Yeah,
and just
well, guess
escaped.
what? Look at the forecast. We get 90 today or 89, 88, whatever it is, and tomorrow. And then it's in the 60s on Wednesday.
Yes, I see this here.
69.
82 the high today, by the way.
Oh, my God.
That's all?
Yeah, it came down. Well, it was supposed to be nice all weekend, and then it was 55 the entire weekend.
Yeah, it was chilly.
But that's okay, though, because you know what? We're surviving. We're going to be okay. All right, we turn now to the Monday edition of Shot or No Shot, Shay.
All right, it is that time of year where we will see some NFL trades because we've passed the critical June 1 date where all of the dead cap had to be applied to 2025 for a lot of players. Now you can spread it out. One of those players that Mike Florio is rumoring could be moved and maybe somebody will call about, Tyreek Hill. And Mike Florio floated the Chicago Bears as an option to trade for Tyreek Hill with the presence of former Chiefs coordinator Eric Bieniemy as the running backs coach, familiarity, and Florio floated that the Bears could send DJ Moore to Miami in a package to receive Tyreek Hill. Shot or no shot? The Bears should trade DJ Moore for Tyreek Hill.
Well, what's the package? What am I giving up? A first-round pick with it?
Just imagine it's that. No, you're not giving a first for Tyreek Hill. No.
I'm just asking. You said a package. What's the package?
It would be probably 1-for-1 in my mind. DJ Moore for Tyreek Hill.
We got Devin Duvernay. Yes.
I'm actually surprised, Hoodie, he's even entertaining it in his mind, that he has to think about it, because I thought it was going to be an automatic no shot.
Because of the off-the-field issues.
Yeah, I don't think I want that guy.
Well, that's a no shot then.
Yeah, I'm looking up one thing.
Stats.
Where are they in terms of salary? He's on a 3-year, $90 million extension. So it's not a major different salaries because DJ's making $27.5, I think. So I could afford it. I would probably not do that because he's got too many issues every flipping week. It's, can I get traded out of here? All right, I'll come back. I got this, I got that. Whatever it is, he's always got trouble. Yeah, I'm going to say no shot.
I just think from a talent standpoint, I mean, you love Tyreek Hill. I wish he could just leave everything else behind him, though, Shay. That's the whole thing. The trouble, you like to leave that behind him. I like for him to be able to be just the football player, the cheetah that he is, a guy that is just, so quick and so fast. I'd love for him to be on the Bears. I just think as is, the Bears are good. So I would say that's a no shot for me.
If he didn't have any baggage, oh, yeah, I'd love the speed. Absolutely. But with all the baggage he brings, yeah, I'll pass.
We're on a run, by the way, Cap. And we've seen some bad teams, obviously, especially last year with the Bears losing 10 straight. It's been a long time. How long has it been since we had like a issue with a bear, with the law?
Tank Johnson?
It's been a while.
It has.
Was it Byron Pringle was doing donuts in his car?
A couple
years ago?
Yeah. But like gun in the car or like the cops going after him or your car crashed to the side of the road. I haven't had that in a while.
Were you with me? Well, I'm trying to think if it was you or someone else. I think it was you and I were already together.
Lance Briggs?
No.
Oh.
Who was the little Tariq Cohen? Remember when he was flying around training camp like speeding through the campus and he went right by me?
No, I don't remember that.
And then my cell phone rang and it was the front office. Hey, did you see Tariq Cohen go blasting by you? I don't want to get anybody in trouble. I'm like, let's just say he needs to obey the speed limit.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yes. Yeah, so I haven't seen that. So for me, that's a no shot. I like the Bears as is.
In a vacuum, would you be okay with moving on from DJ Moore if they decided to do it? I'm not saying that I think that they will. I'm just asking you sports opinion.
Yes, it's something I think I said at the end of last season that I could, if DJ Moore was going to a different team, I would not blink an eye. I just thought that the rapport that he had with Caleb Williams, and this is why it was brought up to Ben Johnson about the body language thing about DJ Moore. Is DJ Moore all in with Caleb Williams? I know there's frustration there because if you're DJ Moore from Carolina to the Bears, there's been a lot of frustration of not being able to excel. That's a selfish position, Cap. It is. The wide receiver spot. You think you can catch every football. You think everything's got to be perfect for you. Everything's got to be parachuted right perfect for you. And I just said that at the end of last year, after my frustration, I told you, I said, if DJ Moore parted, I can understand why. I'd be okay with that. But the thing I would wonder about is the room, Cap. So if without DJ Moore, now you got a bunch of youngins in there. Can the offense handle that without having a veteran presence in the wide receiver room? I'm just saying, like, Roma Dunze, Luther Burden.
The kid from Washington.
Who's that? Zacchaeus?
Yeah.
Yeah. Could you? I mean, that's the question.
Yeah, I probably would not move on from him. Not for Tyreek Hill, simply because of the off-field baggage.
Yeah. So I would say that's a no shot. Shay?
All right, the Bears posted their latest 1920 football drive on YouTube. Ryan Poles had a little interview in here detailing expectations for second-round offensive tackle Ozzie Trapillo. Just a quick cut from that.
And we just knew that he was dependable, he was smart, he was tough. Someone that's going to compete for a starting tackle job, regardless if it's the right or the left.
Going to compete for a starting tackle job, regardless if it's the right or the left. Which begs the question, shot or no shot, Darnell Wright's job is not promised.
That's a no shot. He's a starter.
So what's he saying there?
Well, first of all, when did they film this? Because last week, Ben Johnson said he's at right tackle.
February. I don't know when they did that.
That was probably filmed right after the draft.
But it gets to a conversation about Ben Johnson's thoughts on the offensive line and Ryan Poles' thoughts on the offensive line. As you recall, I asked Ryan Poles when he was on this show his thoughts about, Darnell Wright moving to left tackle. He opened that door. We didn't open the door. He suggested it to the press. And that's why we asked the question, what are you going to do about, left tackle, right tackle, and the versatility of Darnell Wright? He said that Darnell could move to left tackle. Did he not say that?
He said everything's open.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would say, Cap, that instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, the battle should be for left tackle for the future. And that's Emagaje versus Trapillo.
Until Braxton Jones is back. I would bet a lot of money that it will go Darnell Wright, Jonah Jackson, Drew Dahlman, Joe Tooney, Braxton Jones on opening day.
When Braxton Jones is healthy, when he's ready to go.
Correct.
So to me, it is a confusion in the conversation. Ben Johnson, remember we played that soundbite, was it last week? He talked, or a couple weeks ago, Ben Johnson's like, Darnell Wright at right tackle.
That was last week.
Yeah. Last week he said that, did he not?
Correct.
So who wins in that spot? We got two different answers about the offensive line. We did. So I'm just going to guess, Cap, that Darnell Wright is going to stay at right tackle, and there's going to be a battle for left tackle. If Braxton Jones is ineffective or if he's injured, it's going to be Ozzie Trapillo against Emagaje.
If Braxton can't go. Yeah, that's fair. By the way, one criminal that we forgot about, Sam Hurd moving coke at Gibson's in Rosemont.
When was that, though? 2020? 2019?
No, it's got to be earlier than that.
2014, maybe? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The comment I made to Cap is I don't recall something totally egregious with the Chicago Bear lately. You didn't get this in the Eberflus regime.
You did not have any real issues in the Eberflus regime.
Did you get that under Nagy? That's what I'm saying.
He was arrested December 14, 2011.
Yeah, okay. Well,
so that was still Jerry Angelo.
Yeah, so that's, I said lately.
Yeah.
It's 2025.
He was released on January 31, 2023.
We appreciate the submission, nonetheless.
There you go.
Shay, let's put a little bit of a pin in that question. That's going to come back again in a month. There's a difference between what Ben Johnson said and what Ryan Poles said. It is.
Just wait till training camp starts and Darnell Wright's taking snaps on the left side.
Just saying.
I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll see.
But the coach and the general manager have to be on the same page with this, though. That's what I'm saying. We got two different answers with that.
Yeah, I think Ryan's deal was way before Ben ever said that. So I don't read anything into it.
Shay?
Don't look now, but the Cubs might be feeling like they have solved their arguably biggest flaw. Kat mentioned first hour since April 18th, the Cubs bullpen quietly leads baseball in ERA, and it has been buoyed on the back end by one Daniel Palencia, who has notched 5 consecutive saves in 5 consecutive save opportunities. His ERA now 1.74, and over the weekend shut down the Reds in style with a 101-mile-per-hour heater on his final pitch to save the game. Shot or no shot, the Cubs have finally found their closer.
That's a shot. Tell you one thing, he's better than blue suede shoes in there.
Well, it's 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to get ready. Now go, cat, go, but don't you.
Presley.
I watched Presley yesterday. 3 batters, 3 strikeouts. And if you take that one bad extra inning performance away, just that one, Ryan Presley hasn't allowed an earned run in a long, long time. He's been really good. But he's not used as the closer. He's been used in the 8th inning.
I like the young 25-year-old Placenta. He's doing a great job as the closer for the team.
Palencia.
I think he's doing a fine job. That's what I think.
Palencia.
Huh?
Daniel Palencia.
That's what I just said.
It's like a Valencia orange with a P.
Why would an orange need to take a P? That's strange.
Wow.
We turn now to a.
You're something.
I don't understand what you mean, Cap. It's Placenta. That's the closer for the Cub.
Palencia.
That's what I
love him. I can't tell you that Craig's not going to anoint him. Yep, it's his gig. He's going to keep running him out there, and let's see what happens. That's what I think. Right now, he looks awesome. Keep it going.
Shay, can you sneak in one more, sir?
Yeah, the NBA Finals are set. It is a small market bonanza between the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Indiana Pacers. And shot or no shot, Adam Silver is disappointed with the NBA Finals matchup.
I would say that is a shot from his standpoint because he learned at the knee of David Stern. Stern would have made that Knicks series 7 games. Somehow, some way, we feel like they're struggling. Let's see if we can get the Knicks in for a 7 game.
Yeah, Scott Foster there. Yeah. Scott, I'm going to need you to work another game this series.
Stern would have found a way to suspend Tyrese Halliburton in Game 6.
You know what your dad did back in the Giannis series? I'm going to suspend you for that.
I know that I'm in the minority because I enjoy basketball. I think a lot of people enjoy basketball. Some people look at market size. I think that's something that's passé when it comes to sports today. I mean, I look at Indiana and Oklahoma City as 2 strong teams. I think it's going to be a fun series. I know that it's in the past, it only had to be Chicago, L.A., New York, Philadelphia, Boston, Dallas. You want to have bigger markets. To me, it's just about star power. People enjoy SGA because he's the MVP. Tyrese Halliburton, his dad, is a story. And so it's going to be a good basketball game, Cap. But I think from the New York office, I'm sure they would love to see the Knicks in that spot. But Knicks can't get out of their own way. We'll talk about it later.
I will just tell you this. Can we please get the series started? And then when they play Thursday, I don't need to wait till Sunday. I mean, it is the stupidest scheduling. We're into June, and that thing could go to June 22nd if it goes 7 games. It's too long. It's too long. Why can't you play Thursday and then Saturday, 2 days later? And then Sunday's a travel day and you play Monday. Why can't we do that?
Absence makes the heart grow fonder. And I didn't mind those times when the Bulls were playing for championships.
Yeah,
when it was Wednesday, Sunday.
It's too much.
Didn't bother me then. I couldn't wait. Like, here we go, Sunday. Just move the schedule. Make sure they were ready for 2:30 on Sunday. Here comes Jordan and the Bulls. They're about to win another championship. Ice on the knees in the 3rd quarter. Take that, huh?
It's too much. Too many days off.
We go around the NFL. Jesse Rogers, 8:35. Kap and J Hood. Weekday mornings, 7 to 10.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
I ate her placenta, though.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Shut your mouth.
What?
I have a final twosome to give away. What's up? It's J Hood. Come to Legends Grill and Bar in Woodridge Wednesday night from 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or 2. You can qualify to win a spot on Team Kap and J Hood, sponsored by Republic Bank. And at the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Legends in Woodridge this Wednesday. And please enjoy responsibly.
App, your number 1 destination for the home, is helping you make the most of the season with the latest LG tech. Experience the sights and sounds of summer like never before. From LG's brightest OLED G5 Series TV, powered by AI, the lightweight Gram AI laptops, to the portable, powerful sound of the new X-Boom Bounce speaker. Gamers can dive into the action with the world's first 5K, 2K OLED gaming monitor for an ultra-immersive experience. For free and home delivery, professional installation, complete satisfaction. Shop where I shop. My favorite store in the world is App. A BT, at Pleasing People, since 1936.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals, to kitchens full of inspiration, to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today, or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BODY to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BODY to 321-321. That's BODY to 321-321.
The Schaumburg Boomers are back for Father's Day weekend, June 13th through the 15th. Fireworks both Friday and Saturday night. Sunday is a special game for Father's Day with a Boomers cap giveaway for the first 1,500 fans. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom. Jay Moore.
If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
Time to go around the NFL with Shay Norling. Shay?
All right, I'm going to do some power rankings. And, Hoodie, I think I might do this throughout the rest of the offseason, just on Mondays. Power rank things in the NFL. And today I have the top 10 coaches in a single game must-win situation. Ranking the top 10 coaches when I need to win just one game. Who would I want?
All right. Got a fresh sheet of paper. Ready to write this down, Cap.
Bring it on.
I will get to the notable absentees after I do the top 10. At 10, a man who I thought would not make the list, but I simply couldn't justify putting anyone else in front of him because he does have a ring, albeit something like 20 years ago. Mike Tomlin.
Mike Tomlin.
Who, again, only makes this list because I couldn't justify certain other names going in front of him. The last decade of single-game elimination football for the Steelers has sucked. They've lost 5 consecutive playoff games. They've been outscored in those games by 63 points, 9 touchdowns. It's been bad. Tomlin has tumbled down this list.
Okay. Mike Tomlin is a guy who has been put in a tough spot. He has not had a quarterback since Primo Roethlisberger.
That's correct.
And here you go, Mike. Good luck. We'll pay you well. Whatever, he's getting $15 million a year. Good luck. There's Mason Rudolph, and there's Kenny Pickett, and there's Mitch Trubisky. Not going to be very good.
Mason Rudolph, a big fan of Cap watches over the weekend. You see that?
I did see that. Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Google.com.
Yeah, Google Mason Rudolph real quick. See where he decided to show up over the weekend.
Cap watches. Here's a guy. I like him. The little dome moves around on the head of the watch. Cap watches. Number 9.
And Hoodie, you know when he gets inevitably asked about this at training camp by the media or at mandatory minicamp, the answer will be, we're not going to talk about that.
Right. And you know what? Let it be about football and trying to win games if he is the guy. Number 9.
Number 9, I have Pete Carroll, a guy who I don't totally love, but you have to be real. In a single game, we're talking about one of only 3 coaches in history to win both a national title and a Super Bowl. And little long in the tooth, voice ran out in Seattle, but his teams always are a pain in the ass to play against. He's got his guys ready.
It's a player's coach, man. Like, there might be, at his age, I think he can get them to a certain level, and then he'll hand it off to someone else. It's an A to B coach right now in his career, late in life. I like Pete Carroll.
He's a solid football coach. He always has a great culture around his teams. Again, he hasn't had great teams the last few years in Seattle. He's been okay.
Yep.
So, yeah, he's fine.
Good theater man. Song and dance.
Dick Van Dyke.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Shay.
8.
Sean Payton. I am a renewed believer in Sean Payton after watching last season, what he did last year with Bo Nix. No playmakers to speak of on what was kind of a bad roster, rough salary cap situation. All they did was win, make the playoffs. Could they handle Buffalo on the road in the playoffs? No. But Sean Payton proved again he's an elite head coach.
He knows how to coach, man. He didn't forget, Cap. Sean Payton didn't forget how to coach now.
No, that guy's a great coach. I never had any doubts about him. He's a great football coach, and he keeps proving it.
Now, here's the thing. For him, he likes to work with the young quarterback and not an established guy that's hard at it that wanted to have his own office. Russ, can I see you? Yeah, I'm in my office. You're in your what? Office? Yeah, you're going to be with the rest of the team. That's not happening. What are you doing? Yeah, you're not going to have your own office. Get down there with the team. Learn about your teammates.
Yep, get out.
But working with a young guy like Bo Ricks, absolutely.
Fair.
7?
7, I have Mike Vrabel. This is where things might get a little controversial. Vrabel, as a long-term guy, I do have questions about the longevity and his coaching style, and things seem to run out of gas in Tennessee. But in a single game, he could be arguably the biggest pain in the ass, scheme style. What he was able to do with Ryan Tannehill in Tennessee, show up to Baltimore against the number 1 seed in the playoffs and blow them out in their own building.
Yeah.
People forget he ended the Brady-Belichick era in New England by rulebook loopholes against Bill Belichick, running the clock twice with a false start penalty. Single game, Vrabel's great.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a big Mike Vrabel guy anyway, and that franchise in Tennessee, they had this really good dynamic between him and the GM, and then the owner, the lady, fired the GM, and Vrabel and her went to war, and that ended Vrabel out there. So I like Vrabel.
Like I said, long-term, like full
One
season, regular season, or like if I'm building a program, Vrabel would probably not be my choice. But just to win one game, he's proven pretty brilliant in those spots.
Number 6.
John Harbaugh, who I had a hard time here. I wanted to make him lower because the big game performance lately has been so bad. But he just wakes up and wins his division. Even when they feels like they should have a down year, they just win the North.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a ceiling in their success, though, Cap. That's the thing. And you're waiting for Lamar Jackson, who's had all these awards and all this acclaim, to finally break through. It makes you wonder, will it ever happen with Harbaugh and Jackson together?
Yeah, I'm not sure they're ever going to get over the top. But I love John Harbaugh. That guy's a Hall of Famer, and he is a phenomenal football coach.
He gets you there, but now can you get over the hump? I don't know.
I also probably take it easier on John Harbaugh than another coach in the AFC because I think Harbaugh's gotten some bad quarterback play in the biggest spots from Lamar Jackson, rough interceptions, especially in those playoff games. Maybe I'm taking it easy. Andy has a ring.
And number 5.
Now, this one is going to be controversial because of his inability to win the big game. But I have Kyle Shanahan. There is so much evidence that this guy can win with pretty much anybody at quarterback and win in bunches and win big games and get to the big game. It's just really loud examples in the big game where you had a fourth quarter lead and lost both times, not even counting what he did as a coordinator with Atlanta.
Yeah, the 28-3 debacle.
Yes.
Yeah, until he wins one, he has to be able to get that off his back. Until he wins one, it's fair, but he's a hell of a football coach.
So right now, Kansas City and the Eagles are just kind of like 1 and 1A that's holding San Francisco down. Like, does that gets better this year, but by how much? It's not about Brock Purdy and his contract. It's about the personnel. Yes, he is very good offensively. We've seen it. But now, what does that look like for the next few years? Purdy's paid, but now what about the rest of it?
Right. They got rid of Debo Samuel. They've lost a lot from that team.
Let me just say, Shay, like Shanahan might deserve 5, and he does have the magic when it comes to trying to work with every quarterback. It doesn't mean that that's a lot of winning, though. Doesn't mean that's a lot of playoff winning. It means that you're good, but I think there's a ceiling on the success there for them as well.
It's also, if I had one guy that I could pick to scheme up just one game for my offense, Shanahan's in that conversation. He's in that
That's
photo.
Fair. That's fair. And you love a coach that's versatile enough to be work with anybody and get an offense started.
He's a hell of a football coach. Yeah. You can't deny that fact. He just hasn't won the big one.
Number 4, Shay.
This is really going to be controversial, I think, but it's what it is for me. Jim Harbaugh.
All right, that'll be fine.
He made me a full-on believer, Hoodie. I didn't think the Chargers had the horses to do what they did last year and win as much as they did last year. He's just proven. You hire him in the NFL, he will win immediately. And if the lights hadn't got shut off on him in the Super Bowl, he would have beaten his brother, too.
the shady controversy of that. You recall that, Cap.
I do.
Lights go out.
I do. But, again, he's got to go win a Super Bowl, and then you'll have won one there and in college. Yeah.
There's layers to this, man.
There's layers.
Give the Chargers credit for 11-6. Only problem is Chiefs are in that same division. And here come the Broncos at 10-7 last year. So, good, not great. So who they are. Meat and potatoes. Got his quarterback, runs the football, good defense.
2 good tackles. Game on.
Good team. Number 3.
This is recency bias, and I know it, but it's what it is. Nick Sirianni. When you go to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years and you win one of them, and the second one is the championship, and it comes off a year where your defense quit on you, and it felt like you lost the locker room, and you went and proved the haters wrong and shaved your head and did all that stuff, rah-rah, and then you win the Super Bowl, you get the credit for it.
You do. I didn't think much of him when he was hired. I just thought that was kind of a transition hire. But you know what? Also give that front office a lot of credit, Cap. That Philadelphia Eagles front office, Howie Roseman and that group do a great job of supplying him with talent.
They do, but you have to give him credit. That dude wins and wins big. 2 Super Bowls in 3 years? Come on.
I was a hater, and now I'm not. Respect.
Yeah, well, you had to see the championships first, right? You had to see the proof.
You talked about him getting fired in season last year.
I wasn't the only one. All of Philly was talking about it after the Atlanta game.
And the owner laughed at it. The owner went, fire who? Sirianni? That's stupid.
Number 2?
Number 2 is Sean McVay, mastermind of the offensive game. Look, I know that he hasn't won it since 2022. It's been 4 seasons since they won the Super Bowl. But he had a far inferior team go to Detroit 2 years ago in the playoffs, and were a pass interference no call away from beating the Lions in that building. Last year, far inferior team to the Eagles. They were a play away from beating the Super Bowl champions in their own building in the snow. They are always one of the most difficult opponents to play, no matter who they have on their offensive line. And I credit McVay for that.
Yes.
I love Sean McVay. He is a great coach. And when I heard Les Snead do an interview and he said, was he ready to be the head coach of the Rams when I hired him? No. But I knew that if I didn't hire him then, and I hired someone else who was more ready, I would never be able to hire him because he'd be gone off the market a year later. So I took the shot, and it worked out.
And number 1, Dan Quinn.
Andy
All right,
Reid.
we will turn to
Andy Reid, actually.
Who is it?
Andy Reid, yeah.
Oh, he didn't take Dan Quinn.
He did not.
Oh.
Yeah, actually, notable absentees: Dan Campbell, Dan Quinn, Kevin O'Connell, Matt LaFleur, and one, Sean McDermott.
How about that? McDermott not in the top 10. How about that?
Yeah, that's silly. But
He's got the best postseason quarterback in all of football over the last half decade and can't win a big game.
Oh, stop. He lost to Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, and he got screwed on a bad call. He had the first down. Stop.
Can't win big games. Not with that defense.
Oh, you hear that?
So bad.
How about that glaring omission, huh?
Yeah, it's horrible.
But you only had to have 10, though. You couldn't get – it's at 11.
I was going to press him on it, but I'd rather talk to Jesse and get baseball.
Okay, well, we got Jesse coming up next right here on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Ankin.
Hey, what's wrong, Cap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt. Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Cap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap and J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop, Master, and Goldie is not dinner. Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions. Like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures. Until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 4 free windows with a purchase of 4 windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments till 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
And now, it's time for Jesse Rogers here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. And Jesse is brought to you by...
That would be my friends at Automatic. They make people comfortable since 1945. Steve and the crew over at Automatic are the best in the business. Automatic.com.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Jesse's on the Yingling hotline. He joins us here on Kap and J Hood. Jesse, good morning. How are you?
I am good, boys. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. What's happening?
So, you know what's happening.
Yeah, Jess, we're rolling, baby. 37-22. Shea came in with one of his first take questions today. Is it World Series or bust for the Cubs? And I said, no. Can we just slow down? It's, what, June the 2nd? June the 3rd? 2nd.
Yeah, and they haven't made the playoffs in a bunch of years. I mean, let's crawl before we can walk and then walk before we can run. But you're not wrong. They are rolling. I really, really like this homestand. I know some people are like, oh, they didn't score enough against the Rockies. Folks, go out there. The wind blew in every single day. It's 50 degrees. If it's 60 where you are, trust me, it's 50 at Wrigley Field. It was cold, wind blowing in. Actually, the Rockies have played a little bit better, but they did sweep them. And then they win 2 out of 3 against the Reds. I mean, they are playing really good baseball. Every single opponent that comes in here has made a defensive miscue because of the wind and the sun. Not the Cubs. They played great defense. They're running the bases. There's so many individual good stories. Shaw at defense, Dansby fixing his season, of course, PCA and Tucker doing their thing. How about the bullpen, guys? Drew Pomerantz hasn't pitched in the big league since 21, has a 0 ERA. Palencia, Brad Keller. Who else can we look at this? Presley. How about what they did Saturday? The opener worked out perfectly. Ben Brown was dominant after Drew Pomerantz opened the game. There's a lot of good things going on there. And I like the fact that with the wind blowing in and cold, they won 5 out of 6 games because they won it in different manners.
I know you got a chance to talk to Kyle Tucker about his injury, jamming his thumb into second base.
Yeah, weird slide. I had a little bit of a bandage on it, not a splint or anything major like that. So it doesn't sound like it's a major injury. Let's hear from Kyle Tucker right now on it.
Hit the ground kind of weird and kind of got caught under me, like a little straight. But I think my helmet just kind of hit that. And my hand kind of just hit the ground kind of weird and kind of got caught under me. And then just went out there. Kind of felt weird. Hopefully, was just hoping that it went away and try to kind of just grind through the at-bats and stuff. But it was kind of hurting and just kind of took a precautionary route of just coming out of the game, letting Rockies get in there. And when did x-rays and everything, they were fine. So hopefully, rest of today and off day tomorrow.
So we'll see. The big thing having the off day today is huge. But look, if he misses a couple games, they've had a different hero every night. I mean, Michael Busch has been quiet, and boom, he hits a homer into the win yesterday. So you don't sweat when a guy might miss a game or two, even if it's a Kyle Tucker. They're just rolling, and it sounds like he'll be okay.
Jess, in terms of where they are at with the starting pitching, there were people loud on social media a year ago. Got to trade Tyone, get him out of here. Where would they be without this dude? He's had, 7 of his last 8 are quality starts, and I believe I saw this stat from Marquee. Jameson Taillon has the lowest ERA in his home ballpark the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, I mean, the weather has really helped him out at Wrigley these last 2 seasons. It's blown in more than out. We know he's a fly ball pitcher. He's a home run pitcher in a sense, but that's all he gives up. It's not like he gives up 10 hits a game. He'll give up several that leave the park like De La Cruz did yesterday, but it was 5-0. He challenged him, which is the right thing to do with a 5-0 lead, and he hit it out. I hope he pitches, they haven't said it yet, on Friday or Saturday or Sunday in Comerica. Big ballpark. So if in the right conditions, he's even better than he is. In the wrong conditions, he could be worse, wind blowing out and stuff like that. But I think he's been great at home because more often than not, the wind has been blowing in. He's still learning who to challenge and who to not, but there's a lot to like about Jameson Taillon's game, especially lately, where he's figured out some things, I think, about using the weather to his advantage and who to challenge and who not. And again, he got beat on one guy yesterday, but he didn't let the rest of the lineup beat him.
Jesse, it was a really good baseball weekend, but what did you do specifically on Saturday?
Well, I did the same thing Kap did a couple weeks ago. Went and watched my alma mater, Glenbrook North High School, beat its rival in the state playoffs. They advanced to the next round against New Trier. Watched Ethan Bass, one of the top-ranked players in the state. Kap, I know you were there as well.
I saw.
Not Kevin Bass's kid, J Hood, Alan Bass's kid.
That's
his dad came up to me and said, tell J Hood it's not Kevin Bass, it's Alan Bass.
That's so funny.
The old Astro.
Yeah.
I like the Kevin Bass. He was fast.
Yeah, so he's one of the top-ranked players. He had a double. He helped win the game with his wheels, heads-up base running, scoring from second on an infield hit. In fact, Kap, I don't think I told you this, I coached Ethan Bass when he was 9 years old. I helped coach him on a travel team. And what's funny, guys, is this guy's probably going to be drafted. He's already going to Wake Forest in a year. He's still a junior. But at 9, you could tell his skill set. You could tell he was something special, even at 9. Not to know he'd be a Division I player, but there was just something different about him. So he's leading Glenbrook North in the next round. So I want to give a shout-out. They have back-to-back shutouts in the playoffs, so we'll see how far they can go.
Yeah, when I talked to the dad and the young man at length, they said we are just now overcoming the 9-year-old setback we had with the coaching.
Very true. Very true. But
no, I've never met him, but I went out to watch him, and he hit a grand slam that day. And let me just tell you, the ball just sounds different off his bat. So hopefully he is a draft kid. We'll see.
Yeah, and then the big decision: do you go to Wake Forest or you go into the pro ball? It depends on what round. But he had a double, diving play at short. It's just different. You could see it's different with him. It was fun. Justin Weiners, the head coach at Glenbrook North, used to be in our business.
Yes, he was my intern.
Yeah, he used to be in our business. So congrats to them. And anyway, that was my Saturday. So I might sneak over to the playoff game on Wednesday. We'll see.
All right, now that we're done with the North Shore Times, let's get back to the Los Angeles. I mean, oh my God.
Sorry, J Hood.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. I want to ask you about the series of the weekend with the Dodgers and the Yankees. I want to know from your perspective how much that resonates with, New York, Major League Baseball, knowing that when you get those two together, that you can get magic. I thought it was a really good series. I watched all 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, the Dodgers offense, when it feels like when they want to perform, they can just do it whenever they want. They can sleepwalk through a series here and there once in a while, but when it's the stage like against the Yankees, they show up. Well, here's the answer. I believe Friday was on Apple TV. J Hood, you probably know better than I do. I had the sound down, yeah. Apple TV, then Fox TV, then ESPN last night. Yeah. That tells you everything. I don't think I've seen a series on all 3 since Apple started picking up games. So I think that tells you everything you need to know. They would love a rematch come October. It was a great series. Ohtani is still the front runner for the MVP as much as we all love PCA. And the Dodgers offense is just amazing. And I picked them to repeat. And I don't normally do that with teams, but I picked them to repeat. So it was a great series.
Well, how much does baseball need that series, though? You know what I'm asking? Because, when a long season, you want to have a marquee matchup. NBA needs that when they get Golden State and the Lakers because it's LeBron and Steph. So certain sports need that. So how much does the sport need that matchup?
It's really one of the reasons they went to the schedule that they went to, that everybody plays everybody every season. Now, they would say things like, we want Mike Trout going to places he doesn't normally go. But I also think it's this. They want these matchups. They don't want 19 games against, Milwaukee versus, Pittsburgh or whatever, right? They want to spread it out a little bit, bring the Yankees to the smaller markets, and then also have those big matchups. So I think it's one of the reasons they went to the schedule that they did.
Any trade talks out there that you've heard, whether it's Cubs or somebody else? Because
Sox.
The Sox, I think, are going to hold their chips until mid to late July. They'll have a few guys people will want.
Pitching, yeah.
Yeah, just may not be Luis Robert. This might not be Luis Robert. He looks awful. I mean, he looks worse than last year, and that was hard to do. And remember, he's a free agent at the end of this year with team options for 26 and 27, which at $20 million looked like a steal a couple years ago. Now, who's going to pay him $20 million? So you're going to have to probably give him away come July. That's Luis Robert. But to get to your question, which is different, I have a different answer than I would have last week, because I truly think there's going to be a new player in the seller's market, one I would have never predicted, and that is the Arizona Diamondbacks. Now Corbin Burns is out. Looks like he could be down for a while with an elbow injury.
He said, quote to the trainer, "My elbow's dead."
They have a horrendous bullpen. Corbin Burns might be out. That team is already 10 out of first. They're well out of the wild card race and falling and going backwards. Think about this. Zach Allen and Merrill Kelly are free agents, both at the end of this year. How would one of those guys look in a Cubs uniform? So this is a huge developing story in my mind when it comes to the trade deadline. It's not like Arizona can just afford to keep everybody and, have a losing season. Like, they're both free agents. The Diamondbacks don't have a ton of money. It's not like the Yankees. So they absolutely would move on from guys that are going to be free agents at the end of this year. I think Gallen and Kelly are both going to be on the market. That's my prediction today. I have no inside information just yet.
One of the weird anomalies in baseball is the Kansas City Royals, how they have a good enough pitching, but the offense is just like second up in the bottom down there with the Rockies. That's strange. Good pitching, but really anemic offense. So here comes Caglione, the kid from Florida that's going to come up. And listen, Jesse, I saw him in college. He is a monster. I don't know what he looks like on the next level, but I know in college he was a monster. What does that do for Kansas City's anemic offense?
Surprised it took this long, but there's a process to these things. But he's going to give him a boost. He's going to give him a boost unless he looks overmatched. Now, I don't know if it's enough. They're like last in home runs. They're last in a lot of offensive categories. But Bobby Witt needs a Robin to his Batman, Mm-hmm. And if Caglione is it, great. You put him behind Bobby Witt not right away, but eventually that could be a great 1-2 combination. He looks like the real deal. And go back to the tape. Last July, I think the day after the draft, I was on with you guys, and I wanted the White Sox to take this guy. He's up in the majors. While Hagen Smith had some elbow problems, he was taken one pick after Smith. The White Sox had a choice, offense or back to the well with pitching. They went with Hagen Smith, and Hagen now is not shut down. They're trying to figure out about his motion, and I don't think he's having major elbow issues, but they got to figure some things out, and he's stuck at Double-A while Caglione is already in the majors. I hope Hagen Smith can have the career that Caglione might be having starting today, because otherwise that's another bad pick by the White Sox. So we'll see. But Caglione looks like the real deal. You talk to anybody that's watched him, they say the same thing.
2032, Cap.
You should see the facial expressions on my partner.
I'm sorry, Hoodie.
But it's just what it is.
Such a diehard fan.
I like Smith out of Arkansas. because he's got a strong arm. You're trying to get like the next, Sale hopefully in that spot. But again, now you got Caglione, who I know was a great hitter at Florida, and the Sox passed him for pitching. See?
Yeah.
See?
And they're wide open at first base now that Vaughn is the bad Vaughn. They're wide open. He could be playing first base for them right now. And look, they've gone the route. We're going to draft pitching and find hitting elsewhere, like they did with Miguel Vargas, I guess. But I don't know. I wouldn't have passed this guy up.
Maybe the Sox could sign Josh Naylor in the offseason. He's a free agent. That guy can
Josh Naylor.
rake. He can rake. Give you a veteran bat, lefty, who can hit. Got to spend some money, Jerry.
Yeah, you're going to have to spend a few bucks for sure.
Is Palencia officially locked in as the closer?
I mean, they never like to give labels, but I'd say yes till further notice. I'd say yes. Stuff looks great. He's getting the experience. Going to be a tough little road swing here, 9 in a row, 26 out of 27. They have to play 3 cities here, no off day. This will be a good test, and Palencia will probably have to pitch in some close games. I mean, they haven't had that many save opportunities. The ones they've had recently, he's come through on. A little bit step up in class. Washington is not bad. They're just a few games under 500. And then it's Detroit, first place, Scooble on Friday. That'll be fun. Phillies after that. Brewers soon after that. So the Pirates are mixed in there. Schedule get a little bit tougher, but they've developed a little cushion here. And so let's see. Let's roll with it here and see what kind of road swing they have. But, yeah, I think Palencia is the guy for the moment.
As always, Jesse, we appreciate the time.
All right, boys, have a great week. I'll be on the south side with Javi Baez.
Tell him I said hi.
You got it, boys. Take care.
2,000 words coming on Baez, a former Cub.
Jesse
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Brought to you by Atomatic. Atomatic.com.
This hour of the Kap and J Hood Morning Show is brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook, the best place for you to elevate your future of your business. Go to bebolingbrook.com today. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing, though. Gave her the buyout in 1991. And then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create an increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to win the new White Sox City Connect swag package. This month's winner will receive a collection of exclusive City Connect merchandise, including a custom jersey, hat, and more. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Picture this. You're staying at a hotel about to take an important video call, but the Wi-Fi is slower than 1997 dial-up. You struggle with your phone's hotspot as clients complain about your connection. These stressful situations don't have to happen. When you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you get free high-speed Wi-Fi to handle critical emails, join meetings on time, and even unwind with your favorite shows. No more worrying about spotty connections. Enjoy stress-free stays with reliable Wi-Fi. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight. This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers are back home for Father's Day weekend, June 13th through 15th. Friday night is Princess Night, topped off with post-game fireworks. Saturday is Alzheimer's Awareness Night, plus another dazzling fireworks show. Then celebrate Father's Day with a 1 p.m. Sunday game, featuring a Boomers baseball cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom on Father's Day weekend.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Ships of an alien source are approaching from the sky. Radio contact has been attempted but cannot be established. Instructions are to prepare for an attack by an unknown enemy.
What's up? And welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you on this Back to Work Monday. We hope that you're going to have a great week. Open phone lines for you at 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago, also on Twitch. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Coming up this hour, we'll have the Rockies game. That comes your way at 9:35 right here on Kap J Hood. Kap, you and I are not privy to the Rockies game, but we see it on our rundown here. But we have the Rockies game at 9:35, it says here.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what creativity Shay has come up with again. He's a very creative cat.
I have a true or false game regarding what may end up being the worst team in American professional sports history.
On the ESPN 1000 Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network.
In fact, Hoodie, I will call it. In the Steve Kornacki type, I've seen enough. The Colorado Rockies will be the worst team in American professional sports history.
It's incredible. And again, I just lived through that nightmare last year. But this is a different level. Same level, but different level at the same time.
Like when they came into Wrigley and they played well. They lost all 3.
Yeah.
The weather was not great. My sister-in-law went. She's like, it was freezing out there. Wind howling in. Yeah. But wake up, grab a cup of coffee, and find a way to win a damn baseball game. That's all we did.
That's what the Cubs have been doing. They are tied this morning for first place in the National League with the New York Metropolitans. 37-22 are the Cubs right now. 4 games ahead of St. Louis, 5.5 ahead of Milwaukee. Usually, Cap, we don't look at the standings until around Memorial Day. However, but you just want to see how much distance you have between St. Louis, Milwaukee, Cincinnati, and the Cubs. And Kyle Tucker has been very good for the Chicago Cubs. I know we've talked a lot about PCA, and rightfully so. Pete Crow-Armstrong has been a catalyst for this team, but Tucker was thrown out trying to steal. It was his first time as a Cub being thrown out. He's now 16 for 17 in those situations. He has 12 homers and 39 RBIs, 44 runs scored, and a .918 OPS. He's played in all 59 games this season, but here's the thing. That jamming of the thumb, that's a tough break. We'll see whether or not he plays in the first game against the Nationals, but even if he doesn't, the Cubs can make do until Tucker's healthy enough to play.
Yeah, they'll put Suzuki over in right, or he's played really well in left when Happ was on the IL. Do you keep him over there and put Happ in right? I don't know. Craig will figure something. Probably Suzuki would go to right, I would think.
Sure.
But it does not sound like it's a major, major issue. So they dodged a bullet there.
Yes, Craig Counsell thinks it's going to be okay.
Yeah, he just jammed his right ring finger on the slide. Just day to day. Yeah. Not too concerned.
Thank you, Craig.
All right, there it is. Not too concerned about Kyle Tucker. But as I was telling you in the 7 o'clock hour, Cap, you are correct that you should fan how you want to fan. Mm-hmm. However, when you have something positive in Chicago sports, and if you are a Cub fan, you should be able to lock in at this point in time. I told you that it's one thing to say, I hear the Cubs are playing well, versus, all right, it is destination programming. I've got to be able to sit down and watch the Cubs and find out why they're 37-22. It's one thing to hear from a coworker, hey, the Cubs are good. You want to go to the game? Nah, it's the Cubs. Versus being able to watch a genuine article, the actual product, and say, wow, they're playing at a high level. You should be watching now. It should be must-see programming, because it is. There's some teams like, all right, I'll be in and out. I'll check it out on the radio. I'll check the box score.
You want to watch the Cubs.
You actually want to watch the Cubs.
You do.
Because it's not just a Chicago story. It's a national story. People are saying, wait, you gave up Cam Smith and Isaac Paredes and Hayden Wisniewski, and wait, you got Kyle Tucker. Well, what's that going to look like? Well, it looks just fine. Looks like a winning trade for the Cubs. That's what it looks like.
It does.
And the team is more than Tucker. It's a question I asked you in March. I said, Cap, what are the Cubs besides Kyle Tucker? Because he comes in as a top 10 player in Major League Baseball. And now you see the rest of this team. I gave you the stat earlier of how Nico Horner is one of the best players in the history of the Cubs going back to 1974 with runners in scoring position. And he hits 7th. 7th. So it's not just a cleanup hitter. It's just not the leadoff hitter. It's not number 2 or 3. The guy that's down the order is giving you quality. So it just shows you that that's emerging as a special season for the Cubs at this point.
And the kid that they traded, Cam Smith, he is hitting .255 right now in 46 games for the Houston Astros, and he is not playing third base because Paredes is there. They've got him in right field. So, again, hitting .255, 3 home runs, 17 RBIs, and 17 walks to 49 strikeouts and 2 steals.
Yeah. And hanging in there pretty well, the Astros.
He's a solid player. He's a prospect. He's a kid.
Yes.
What is he, 22? Yeah, he's 20. Just turned 22 in February.
So let's go out with your wish list, my friend. Mm-hmm. When you look at this Cubs team, because it's funny how a season just unfurls, right? You say at the beginning of the season, okay, who's going to be the closer? Who's going to be the guys 7th, 8th, and 9th that you can depend on to be able to win ball games? And then you say, besides Kyle Tucker and Suzuki and Ian Happ, who's going to be able to give it to you offensively? So at this point in time, we've still got a full month plus before we get to the deadline. I'm just wondering what you need immediately, because you don't necessarily have your big guns as in the starting rotations, yet you're still winning ball games.
Well, I think you absolutely need to add to your bullpen, 100%. You've got to go out and get more bullpen help. They're trying. They went and got Genesis Cabrera. He came in and threw okay in his first appearance.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Palencia has now, been very good as a closer. 5 saves. He's been excellent. But you still need some elite guy you go get in July where all right, here's a good prospect. Give me that guy. Like Andrew Miller went to the Guardians, then Indians. Chapman came to the Cubs. If there's a guy like that, and then I got to go get a number 1 starter. Like I watched Jacob deGrom yesterday. Now, I'm not telling you he's available. He's got a no-trade clause. But if indeed the Rangers are out of the race in July, would Tom greenlight that type of spend? I don't know. Nathan Eovaldi, and again, he has a full no-trade. He may go, I signed here, I'm not leaving. Nathan Eovaldi. There are other guys. Dylan Cease. The Padres are having all sorts of issues.
All right.
Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen from Arizona with Corbin Burns possibly done for the year. That team's up to track 10 games. Tomorrow's promised to no one, and when you have a chance to put the hammer down and you might wake up and go, we're in the World Series? What? Got to do it.
I like that there's no stone unturned with Jed Hoyer. It's more aggressive than I've ever seen him in that position to make as many moves as he has. I know that they're not like these big blockbuster moves. The point is, though, is that if someone is underachieving, that'll be all. He understands, like, we've been away from the playoffs way too long, and I'll do what it takes to be able to convince ownership, look what we've done, look at our first-place status, we need more. You want to see another World Series? You want another 16? Because a lot of these numbers, he could give him a spreadsheet. There you go, Tom. Here's a spreadsheet of all of these numbers for the team so far that remind you of 2016. The trajectory is towards 16. You gave the numbers earlier about where the Cubs are with a lot of key major categories offensively, where they're either 1, 2, or 3. That says a lot for where they are right now. Long season, sure, but you'd rather be them than some middling team. Right?
37-22. Just keep grinding. Enjoy the day off, and then you got a long run coming. Got to go to Washington. You got to go to Detroit. You got to go to Philly. It's a tough month, man. And you got a 4-gamer in St. Louis.
Can I just say something that you mentioned a moment ago? I think that we become smarter as a people when it comes to sports, that we are just not assuming the name of the Latino ball player. For many years, there would be a mispronunciation of the ball player. Like Harry would just read whatever on the sheet. Maybe the Latino ball player didn't want to say anything or just didn't want to upset hey, my name is actually this. But you just remember back in the day just how the announcers just butcher the names, right?
All the time.
I mean, even though there might – now, you tell me, back in that day, wasn't there a pronunciation key in the sheet there?
In the media guide?
Wasn't it?
There usually was.
Okay. So, obviously, when you first see the name of the new Cub, here he comes now out of the bullpen, Genesis Cabrera. Here he comes, Genesis. Here he comes.
It's Genesis.
Like, who's correcting Harry?
Right.
During that time, right? The names that he would just butcher, even though, like you said, like the pronunciation, it would be in the guide, right?
Right.
There's certain names, Cap, back in the day in baseball, where it's like, no, it's actually this. But it's like, it's just like, no, I'm just reading it because it's Americanized. It's spelled Gnesis.
He's Cincinnati, spelled backwards.
I just think we've come a long way from just assuming the Latino ball player name or just anybody from not America. It's like, let's a little homework.
Right.
Find out the origin of where the man's from. Find out. All right, here he comes, Cabrera. Genesis Cabrera. Right now, he's got a 3 ERA. Harry? Yeah. It's Genesis.
Correct.
It's what? Get out!
His name is George Bell, not Jorge.
That's right. Oh, we do that. They do that all the time. Right?
Correct.
Here's George Bell. His name's Jorge. It's what? Get out of my booth, you son of a bitch. I'm the announcer here. Harry?
The best.
Right? But don't you think we've come a long way, Cap?
Yeah. We have.
We're getting the right pronunciation now.
We're getting better.
We got much better as a broadcast. Just reading it,
Genesis Cabrera. Oh, pretty good.
Here's George Bell. It's Jorge. It's Jorge Orta. Here's George Orta.
Right.
Here he comes. His name's Jorge Harry.
Correct.
What?
Never mind the Japanese ball players.
Oh, my God. Could you imagine?
Harry.
It's Aesop Joy Harry.
Correct.
What's that?
And he's Korean Harry.
Oh, all right. Well.
He would never have made it.
No, absolutely not. Today?
Oh, God.
Cap. You just read it what's on the sheet. There was no homework. And you call 162 ball games, you would think the younger broadcaster who has pride in it is more sensitive to it.
Correct.
The old broadcaster? Here's George Bell. Here's Georgie. Jorge. Huh?
And he was bigger than the team.
Yes! That's how it worked.
Harry was bigger than the team.
So crazy.
Yeah.
Not just hit like, Jack Buck, all those guys. They didn't have time, Cap, to learn. They're just calling the game.
That was it.
I just think that we're better now. All right, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number.
They start the NBA Finals yet, or are we off for another month?
Well, first, the Knicks in Game 7 have to start first, doesn't it? What time is that?
They're out.
Oh, are they? Oh, I didn't see that happen. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey, guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Got me feeling lucky. I'm putting everything on black.
ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you till 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. Waddle and Silvy at 2:30. White Sox baseball to take on the Tigers. Black and Abdallah on their YouTube channel, youtube.com. Look for Black and Abdallah right there. Kap, what is the latest with the Bears Stadium? What is going on here? What about the new legislation that's supposed to be in? Shovels should be in the ground, right? Let's go.
Yeah, I've got a T-shirt. It says "Shovels in the ground" in 2025. Is a buddy of mine texted me. Yeah, a friend of mine said, "Hey, I'm getting a T-shirt made. Shovels in the ground in 2025," and on the back it says "Cranes in the sky."
Guess not.
Not this year. Not gonna happen.
Was that in the Tribune I saw over the weekend? Illinois' spring legislative session came and went without any new legislation for the Bears' new stadium, with legislators telling the Tribune they simply ran out of time?
Correct. They had to get it done before the summer recess.
Kap, that's not on the front burner, at least the middle burner?
No.
Really? Oh, a new stadium.
There's a lot more important issues for the state than the new stadium for the Bears.
How long was the legislation at the time? Was it 30 minutes? I mean, you got all day. I'm sure it's a 9 to 5-er, isn't it? Or you don't have to spend all 8 hours trying to get through all the issues of the day?
They're trying to get through, should we fund this program to help the indigent? Should we have this program to help special needs kids? And should we have this program to do that? And how are we going to fund this? Yeah.
How about 8 or 9 on the list and try to get it in? How about a little conversation?
Folks, yeah. Chris Welch here.
Oh, God.
He's one of the head politicians.
Yes.
Yeah, before we get to the other stuff that we have to take care of, number one on the agenda. What are we doing on the Bears?
Bear down. There you go. We'd spend time on it. What if we were in Springfield? That would be number one on our agenda.
We would sit down at Manny's Deli and have this thing knocked out in about 15 minutes.
Come on, Shay. I don't know how long that goes. I would imagine if you're trying to get the whole session in, 6, 7, 8 hours? That's got to be able to be maybe at the bottom of the All right, and lastly, the funding for the new stadium. I mean, I know it's a longer conversation, but at least get it on the docket, for God's sake.
Can't, one of the top politicians, whoever, Pritzker, whoever it is, Chris Welch, go, stop the clock over there. We got to get this Bears thing done.
No shovel in the ground in 2025? So Ben Johnson won't make it to Arlington Heights. Shot or no shot?
Well, I was going to say, I asked a week ago, shot or no shot, they'll have a new stadium by 2030. We still feeling good about that?
Well, I mean, I thought that toward the fall or the winter of this year, we'd get the shovels going. We get
it going, it's going to flow, and it will flow.
Oh, it will flow. Oh, it will flow. Let me tell you that.
Lee,
tell you, Lee, it's going to flow.
It's going to flow, Shay. When it happens, it's going to flow.
Kap, Shay, that should be happening with the mild winters we have around here. This should be going now, at least maybe in the fall or winter. They still haven't broken ground yet, huh?
Nope. I don't think they will this year.
So let's kind of plan it out here, Shay. 2025 season for Ben Johnson. In 5 years, I'd like for the Bears to win the Super Bowl. if they fall short of their goal and they're just a middling team, sometimes at the top, sometimes not, maybe Ben Johnson is still around. But as far as like him coaching in the new stadium, if they don't reach their goal in 5 years, you know what happens. It's sports, after all. I'm not trying to push him out the door. I'm just saying, like, can he make the new stadium?
Yeah, but if they're at least good,
Yeah.
they don't have to win a Super Bowl to keep his job. Look at Sean McDermott. That's proof.
Yeah. It's Chicago, though. I want to see something. I want to see some gold around here. That's
yeah,
what
we
I
all
want.
do. But, yeah, I think Ben Johnson will coach at Arlington Heights, even if the building opens in 2031. I'm pretty confident this is going to work out okay.
I hope so.
That they'll at least be good.
Well, let's let the jury's still out on that. Let's see what Caleb Williams is. We got to win this Caleb Williams side of things, too, just because of Chris Canty.
Listen, they could kick the ball off. Anything could happen, Hoodie. They could kick the ball off and go 0-17, and we'll all go, let's get this clown out of here.
Mm-hmm.
But where I'm sitting right now today, I don't think that's going to happen. And I think Ben Johnson will make it to Arlington Heights.
We will have to – that will be the case if the quarterback is any good. If the quarterback is on the same page as Ben Johnson, the offense and all the weapons, then, yeah, I could co-sign with that.
How about what's more likely, new coach by 2030 or new stadium by 2030?
New stadium. I think, again, if I was a betting man, Ben's going to be here quite a while.
New quarterback by 2030, a new stadium by 2030.
Oh, wow.
What's more likely?
All I'm saying is that in his second year where he's got to be torn down and he's got to learn new things, you would think, Cap, with all the weapons he has, that Caleb Williams would be, the light will turn on in his helmet, that he'll be the quarterback that we think he can be. That's the hope. Will he be the quarterback, though, when they open the new stadium? Or will they find that veteran, that B2C guy? It's like, yeah, we're good, but you know what? We got somebody else, and that guy gets him over the hump.
Yeah, Case Keenum's.
You know what I mean. I'm just painting scenarios.
Maybe Rodgers is making a comeback.
Not at that age. He will not. I don't want him in a Bear uniform, and he doesn't want to be here. I don't want anyone that doesn't want to be here. So no shot. So if this is the new Brady who? From Fox? That guy?
Yeah, that guy.
From Fox College?
Skinny guy on Fox TV.
Wayne Brady.
Brady Queen?
That's it.
Don't let me have to slap a bitch. let's not do that. Let's not do that with Brady. Let's not do that. Sidebar, may I approach?
Brought to you by
gosh,
Ankin Law, 312-6 million for the best personal injury attorney in Illinois, our friend Howard Ankin.
Sign my ball. Sir, I'd like to just point out that the Oklahoma City Thunder is a minus 700 favorite against the Indiana Pacers.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just give you a little insight here about your Knicks as you were bellowing last week. My Knicks, my Knicks. Cap?
I just said I was rooting for Tibbs.
You said my Knicks.
I did.
Cap? He's not going to win in New York. Not to the extent where you
Unless
think he
they can make a trade to get a star, like a Giannis. I was watching Becky Hammon doing TV yesterday.
Yeah.
She said, I've been around this league too long. If you don't have a dude, and he cannot be a guard, the dude has to be outstanding to have a championship club. Now, Oklahoma City is, they're loaded, but their best player is a guard.
No question.
And I would say probably the same thing about Indiana. Do you realize this is the first time since 2002 neither team in the finals paid $1 into luxury tax? Neither one.
That says a lot, doesn't it? Because the super team is a thing of the past.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons.
Correct.
They're not paying through the nose for a bunch of superstars for them not to be able to be on the same page and get bounced out early. It's not worth it financially to a team.
That's correct.
Let me just tell you something, and Bulls fans, listen very closely. And I know that some Bulls fans delight in the fact that the Knicks were bounced out. I think that the Knicks fan is just out of line and crazy. No one celebrates a win in the playoffs like the New York Knicks. That would never happen around here. You know why? Because we have couth and class. You know, when we celebrate, when we win championships, like the Blackhawks and the Bulls, celebrating on the West Side and taking over the streets after winning a series or a game is just is incredible. It shows you a team's been thirsty since 1973. That's the Knicks.
It even got to the point where Busta Rhymes released a new version of his New York song.
Yes.
With remix, and it was about the New York Knicks.
Well, just how about winning like the championship first before you do that? How about that? They're so thirsty for a championship.
Oh man!
But here's the question: like for the Knicks, and they're bounced out, and it's too bad they're not in a Game 7. But Cap, these teams run out of gas.
They do.
Jalen Brunson can only do so much. Karl-Anthony Towns can only do so much. But they can't play together defensively, and that's a problem.
Karl-Anthony Towns doesn't guard anybody.
Well,
horrible defensively.
But he gave you quality offense, though. He's better than I thought he was. Actually, better Nick than when he was in Minnesota. He just can't guard anybody. And neither can Brunson, by the way, one-on-one. He can't. Tibbs is not going to win there until you get some heart and muscle on that team. How is it that you're about defense, but you give up so much? You know how the Knicks stayed in the series is because they surrendered like 110 points or less. When you can get a team in the 100 to 105, then the Knicks have a chance. But if you are not going to guard, they're not going to win. They don't have enough firepower to win. That's why they lost the series. Look back at those games that they played against the Pacers. When it was around 100, 105, like that's what we saw with the Bulls. When the Bulls gave up 100 or more points, it was a surprise. You remember this.
Yep.
Keeping teams 89, 95, like, wow, that's a strong defensive effort.
Locked in.
But they can't win that way. The Knicks can't win with that. Like those Bulls teams, there was a ceiling on their success because of LeBron. They only had so much. But if you can't score enough, Towns and Brunson, and Bridges is good, and Anunoby's good. Josh Hart's a 20-80 player, 20% good sometimes, 80% not so good. Cap, you got to do more than that. They're just – so this is why Indiana and Oklahoma City is in the finals. They just don't have enough. If they can't score enough, you can't win.
What's a more entertaining final? Edmonton and Florida in hockey, Oklahoma City and Indiana in basketball.
Well, for me, even as a basketball fan, it's a Stanley Cup final because it's a rematch. What you have in that matchup is fire and ice. You have the Oilers that can score a ton, and Florida's very good defensively. They got their share of scores. Marchand, the old Bruin on the team.
3 straight years in the final for them.
Just think about that. So I think it's going to be very entertaining. I think that thing can go 7.
It could be great.
I think because it was good. It was great last year.
And it starts Wednesday night with the great Edzo on the call.
Ice Cats in Sunrise, Florida, will win the championship again.
Panther.
Yep. They're going to win it.
Take that, Canadians.
It's just a good matchup.
When's the last time Canada won a championship? I don't mean the Raptor. I'm talking about in hockey.
93, I want to say. Mid-90s. Montreal.
I think
it was Montreal in 1993.
Yeah.
There you go.
I have a basketball question for you, too.
Bring it on.
Since the Knicks, not the Knicks, but the Knicks and the Timberwolves, they both underperformed in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
Who did the trade work out for the most between them two teams with Cat?
What did they give up for Cat? Randall,
yeah.
But there was more.
I think DiVincenzo, what's his name? That guy?
Dante DiVincenzo.
Yeah, he got traded too.
Yeah.
You know, I would say that the Knicks have the leg up because I just think that Brunson need to have someone else to play with, and he got Karl-Anthony Towns. Minnesota with Ant to have, and I think it's the best basketball I've seen from Josh Hart, from the guy we just mentioned, the former Knick.
Dante DiVincenzo?
The big.
Julius Randle?
It's the best basketball I've seen from Randle, actually, playing with that team. I would say the Knicks have the better of the deal. Karl-Anthony Towns is better than I thought he was going to be. If Cap's got his old scouting glasses on, he'd have the yellow pad out there. It's like, all right, big guy, clumsy, can get to the basket, high-waisted, can shoot from the outside. Good player, above-average player that is more than serviceable in transition.
Doesn't guard, though.
Doesn't guard. That's the other side of your Scouting report. The Winning City Round Ball review. That's what you would have.
Can't guard his lunch.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
I mean, that's a huge problem.
There was an article this weekend in the New York Times.
Yeah.
They own The Athletic. So a collab where they said there are multiple players-only meetings where they confronted him about his defense and that they had serious concerns about his ability to guard somebody.
That's who he is, Cap.
I would trade him.
He could score.
I would move him.
And you got to find someone with some muscle then, because that's the problem with
Trade
that
him
team.
to the Buck for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
They're not doing that.
Well, if the Bucks put it this way, if you don't think he can guard, what do you think the Bucks think? And then working with Doc too?
Right, but if Giannis says I'm out and I want to go there, they don't have a lot of options.
I'm just saying, like, if you can see he can't guard, the rest of the league can see it. And that's really the problem one of the problems with the Bucks. You're just trying to help your boy Tibbs, and that's great. But even Giannis with the Knicks, that still would be a problem.
It would?
Because Giannis will never work so hard. And then he'll blow a piston out there working so hard in practice. Oh, there it is. Homer Simpson. There he is. Homer Simpson, Tom Thibodeau, falling short again in the playoffs. You know, what are they, 6-14 in closeout games? They've had home court advantage the last 3 seasons and can't get it done. 3 seasons. Madison Square Garden, Timothy Chalamet. Look at him. Look at all those stars. Chris Rock. You've had home court advantage and can't close it out? 3 straight seasons.
Who knocked them out last year?
Look it up. Don't know.
I think it was the Celtics.
Yeah, they didn't have home court advantage over the Celtics, did they?
They have. Yep.
No, they didn't. No.
Yes.
Last year?
Was it the Celtics last year?
Yeah, and no, the Knicks did not have home court.
Home court the last 3 seasons in series that they played. So there you have it, Cap.
Yeah, I think that
Tom's a good coach. He just needs more players.
He doesn't have enough talent there.
Oh, no, you're right. The Pacers knocked them out last year because it was Pacers-Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals. Yeah, the Knicks lost with home court to the Pacers in 7.
Look it up.
There you go.
They got blown out on their home floor in Game 7.
That's right.
Yeah, they beat you're right. They beat the Sixers and lost in Game 7 as a 2 seed to the 6.
See,
Boston was the 1.
Here's the thing. Right up here, steel trap. Steel trap. Where am I?
Steel trap.
How about that, Jay Moore? Steel trap.
And Boston swept the Pacer last year.
Steel trap. Cap watch it.
And who beat Dallas beat the Thunder 4-2 last year as the 5 over the 1.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Steel trap, Cap.
That's it.
Yeah, now you got to show me where the door is after this. I have no idea where
I'll help you there. By the way, a different sport. Did you see the power rankings just dropped this morning from MLB? Who's the number 1 team in baseball?
Tigers.
Number 1. They were 3. Now they're 1. Dodgers 2. Chicago Cubs 3. 3.
How about that, Shay?
It's a beautiful thing.
See?
Phillies go from 1 to 4.
Look at the
Mets
smile.
go from 6 to 5.
He's got a side smile. He's not all in yet, but he's got a smile.
What are you talking? I've got my Cubs-Tigers exact World Series matchup ticket.
Still not even a full smile from me, though. Side smile.
White Sox
He's
are
happy.
29.
See?
The smile just left.
Yeah, well, not a surprise.
And the Rocky are 30.
All right. You want to keep reading or?
No, I'm out of teams.
Okay. All right. Speaking of Rockies, we've got the Rocky game coming up. Shay's got to prepare. Shay, is it ready?
It's ready.
Oh, it's ready to go. Look at that. It's fresh out the oven, the Rocky game.
Let's do it.
All right, that's next on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Stick yourself!
Welcome to the Chicago White Sox newest affiliate, Vatican City. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox, celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV.
One. That's right. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when 1 is a collection of many, 1 could stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. One company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
Motorola Mobility has a long history of using sports to promote its phone brand. Now the Motorola company that makes police radios is getting into the game. Motorola Solutions has signed on as the official safety technology supplier of the 2025 and 2027 Ryder Cup events. Its well-known Batwing logo will be displayed on the radio devices team captains use as they walk the course. It's the first ever sports sponsorship deal for the company, which also makes video security technology but doesn't market to consumers. The idea is to use the global reach of the Ryder Cup to raise its profile among investors and other potential event partners across sports. The 2025 event is in September at the Bethpage Black Course in New York, while the 2027 Cup is in Limerick, Ireland, not far from where Motorola recently opened a new research center. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
All power, zero compromise. Eagle cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From mowers and trimmers to blowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
On ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe everything we do on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. We appreciate your patronage. We turn now to Shay Norling for the Rockies game. Get it? Rockies game. Shay?
Bring it on, Shay, man.
All right. I want to draw more attention to how abhorrent the Colorado Rockies are. I believe they are on pace to be the worst. Well, they are factually on pace to be the worst professional sports team in American sports history.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're abhorrent. And on top of that, they're pretty bad.
They are on pace, Hoodie, to lose 136 games. It would be the most losses in the history of Major League Baseball ever, period. End of story. It would be more than the late 1800s Cleveland Spiders, who lost 134 games.
Here we go. More Cleveland Spiders talk.
That was gone last year.
I know. You know what? Shay, I need that jersey, or I need that T-shirt. Whatever that design was in 1800s, I need that Cleveland Spiders. Whatever that was, I want that logo or a hat.
All right, so let's go. Let's embark on a journey of haplessness, true or false.
All right.
The Rockies are the worst runs per game team in all of baseball. True or false?
Worst runs per game team in all of baseball. I'm going to say that's false.
That can't be true. It had to be a team from the past.
I should say false. This is active teams currently in Major League Baseball in 2025.
True.
I'm going to say false.
It is true. But this is a new addendum after this past weekend. Going into the weekend, the Pittsburgh Pirates were the worst runs per game team. Now it is solely the Colorado Rockies.
That's unbelievable.
True or false, the Rockies are on pace to score the fewest runs in a 162-game season in MLB history.
I'm going to say that's false.
I mean, Cap, what are they, 2 runs a game? 3 runs a game?
Just over 3.
That has to be it, right?
I'm going to say it's false.
Oh, you got the Sox down there? What do you think, the Sox are in that category?
No, of all time.
Yeah, okay.
It's got to be some Washington Senators team back in the past.
Oh, no.
Okay, that's false then.
It is false. The Rockies are on pace to score 505 runs. That would be more than the all-time low of 472 in a 162-game season.
How many are the White Sox on pace to score this year?
I mentioned early in the show. I know you don't listen to me. 552.
552. And they're how many?
505. 505 is
I thought you had the Sox just ahead of them.
For the record, 505 is an unbelievably low number. Last year, the White Sox scored 507.
Oh, boy.
The lowest ever was 472. It was the 1968 St. Louis Cardinals.
Your era. How could they be that bad, the Cardinals?
In my era.
68.
68? They went to the World Series.
Maybe I was off a year. 67, perhaps.
I think they went to the World Series that year, too. They played the Red Sox one year, and they played Denny McClain and the Tigers the other year.
472, and it's the St. Louis Cardinals, according to StatMuse. But I will double-check.
And what was the year?
60. He says 68 at first, then a 67.
They went to the World Series 2 straight years.
Denny McClain.
Denny McClain and the Tigers. I was there, and I was there for the Jim Lonborg and the Boston Red Sox. And you remember what happened to him? He was a great pitcher. He blew his knee out skiing.
Mm-hmm.
That ended up going into contracts. You weren't allowed to ski.
Adjustment. 1968 Chicago White Sox. My apologies.
Oh, that sounds better.
I like it.
That's more like it. 68 Sox, yeah.
There you go.
The Rockies have the worst team wins above replacement in baseball, but true or false, the Rockies have 5 qualified position players with positive WAR seasons. Right now, having a positive WAR season. 5 position players. True or false?
That's false.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's false.
Like McMahon would be one of them, right?
Yep. Ryan McMahon. Wow.
It's got to be
5. I'm going to say that's false.
It's got to be less than 5.
It is false. It's 4 qualified position players having positive WAR seasons. Their current team wins above replacement is negative 3.3, which implies that a AAA team would be 3 wins better than the current Colorado Rockies.
They couldn't beat the Bananas of Savannah.
Horrible.
Could not.
horrible.
Only 2 positions on the diamond are generating positive wins above replacement. Third base, Ryan McMahon, and left field.
No name.
Every other position on the diamond is a negative wins above replacement.
Just whoever plays left field, right? Either McMahon and left field.
Yep.
Whoever plays left.
True or false, the Rockies have been swept in more than half of the series they have played this season.
What did I say? I spit out the stat earlier. They've been swept, I believe, 10 times this year.
Well, they're 9-50. 9-50.
They have been swept in more than half of the series they've played this season.
I'm going to say they've been swept in exactly half, so it's a falsehood.
Okay, we'll roll with that. I know. I think it's 9 or 10 at this point. So I'm going to say I will ride with you. It's a false.
This is a truism. They've been swept in 10 of their 19 series.
Oh, that would be.
Oh, that's it.
So you know what? It screwed me up. The math. I said 10.
More than half.
Said
10 of 19.
That's good. That's a good work by you. Yeah.
True or false, the Rockies have lost the most consecutive series in MLB history.
I don't know if that's true.
The Rockies could lose the most.
Have lost the most consecutive series in MLB history.
That is true.
Yeah, I would say that's true.
It is true. Dating back to last season, they have lost 22 consecutive series, outpacing the White Sox, who lost 21 consecutive series last year.
That's insane.
That's when the commissioner has to step in.
But that'll be all.
He's coming in, just like, what are you guys doing? What is this? Come on. Seriously.
True or false, the Rockies own the longest losing streak of the 2025 season.
I will say no.
Yeah, I'm going to ride with Hoodie.
I'm
That's false.
I'll say that's false. It's not the White Sox, but it's not the Rockies. So I'll say no.
It is false. ATH owns the longest losing streak of the season with an 11-game losing streak. However, the Rockies have lost 8 consecutive games currently, and it is their third 8-game losing streak already this season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Athletics went something like 3-17 over 20 games at one point, one stretch, like recently. So they've been pretty bad, the Sacramento A's.
And an over-under question for you, just to show how morbid ownership is. Over-under $50 million spent in free agency in the last 3 offseasons since signing Chris Bryant to a 7-year deal for the Colorado Rockies. Over or under $50 million spent in free agency.
Oh, wow. I'm going to say under.
It's got to be under.
It is under. In 3 seasons since signing Chris Bryant to a 7-year, $180 million deal, the Colorado Rockies have spent $30.5 million on 10 players in free agency, averaging just over $10 million spent per offseason.
Damn. Yeah, come on in. Yeah, Mr. Owner, can I get the checkbook? I've got a player that wants to come. How much does he make? It's going to be a 3-year deal for $60 million. Nope. Get out.
Nah. I'm the commissioner. I'm stepping in. Okay, that'll be all. What are you guys doing? Let me see your books. You guys are horrible. Here, let me make a couple of calls for you. It's kind of like the head of your corporate stepping in doing sales.
Right.
I'll get on the phone. So.
Let me
seriously
tell you right now how we're going to handle
That's it. Seriously. And then make a stop at Chicago. Jerry, get out. Retire. Seriously. You got to do what's best for baseball. Can I tell you something? Roger Goodell would not allow that. Tell you that. He'd stick his beak in there.
He would absolutely stick his beak in
What are you guys doing here? You're an embarrassment. Look at this. Look at all these empty seats. Look at this. What are you guys doing?
Imagine what Pete Rozelle would have done.
Yeah. Come in, Pete. You guys are shuttered.
I'm done with you.
We're bringing our people in. You're going to be competitive again.
We're going to run it.
So, hey, Stern did that.
Really?
For basketball reasons, you will not trade for Chris Poole.
Yeah, exactly.
If ever there were a time for a league to take ownership of a team, it's right now with the Colorado Rockies.
These Kap and J Hood Cut of the Day is next on Chicago's Home for Sports.
This is your morning routine.
Yeah.
Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Hello, friends. Tom Waddle here.
And this is Silvy. We're excited for the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It golf event.
If you're selected to be part of Team Waddle and Silvy, our sponsor, Great Clips, is providing well-styled fairways and sharp-looking greens at Seven Bridges Golf Club.
But does that guarantee a win?
Hell yeah. We're gonna be great.
Grip It and Sip It, June 11th, presented by Yingling Flight.
Temperatures are finally rising in Chicagoland when it comes to make your home or business a comfortable temperature this summer. I recommend you go with Automatic. Their motto is, we make people comfortable. Yes, every HVAC company strives to make people comfortable, but they take it a step further. Make sure their clients are comfortable throughout the entire process. They offer fair, upfront pricing, no gimmicks, including courteous technicians who are not pushing sales, just real solutions. I ran into Adon the other morning coming into work. Adon with a big smile on his face, proud to work at Automatic for Steve Stahorek and the crew. Trust me, Automatic gets it right. Visit Automatic.com. I promise they'll make you comfortable too. That is Automatic.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, the most experienced FUE hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest. My patients are men, women, young and old with all hair types. I lost my hair in my 20s. I tried everything. I know what works for each individual, and when you see me, you will have exceptional natural results. I know you have many choices, but go where all the doctors go for hair restoration, where experience and expertise matters, not just the bottom line. Visit DrYatesHairScience.com.
Hey, it's Pat the Designer. If you're looking for your next car, make it easy. Make it Madison. Just 30 miles southwest of downtown Chicago, the Madison Auto Mall has thousands of new and used vehicles, all in one convenient spot. Whether it's shopping for your first ride or your next upgrade, you'll find the right fit at the right price. So why drive all over? Visit Madison Auto Mall for yourself at the intersection of Lincoln Highway and Central. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing. So many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose. Big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself, you cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale. Bring the fun home.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app.
And this segment brought to you by our great partners at Chicago Cut Steakhouse on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. Gorgeous day today. Sit on the patio. I promise it'll be the time of year.
We thank you for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. Our thanks to you for listening and watching. Our thanks to Jay Moore and Shay on the other side of the glass on this National Rotisserie Chicken Day.
My wife loves the rotisserie chicken.
It's a Costco.
Yeah, it really is.
And let me just give you a tip. You put it in a large Ziploc, seal it. You pull it apart in there. You pull the bones out. You got all the meat left. It's a phenomenal hack.
We'll pull the bones out tomorrow at 7. So long, everybody.
Take that
from Chicago.
Well, see you later.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers are back home for Father's Day weekend, June 13th through 15th. Friday night is Princess Night, topped off with post-game fireworks. Saturday is Alzheimer's Awareness Night, plus another dazzling fireworks show. Then celebrate Father's Day with a 1 p.m. Sunday game, featuring a Boomers baseball cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom on Father's Day weekend.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, or are they just going on the term tush push? That doesn't sound very posh.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
Kap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Clear as a bell.
Clint Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
Studio 5 at LA Live. This is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Monday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and on the Watch ESPN app. If you are tuned in, you can see I am wearing my camo pants today. Devin is at the con. James Steele is on the board. Yesterday was just another Sunday as we do planning this program. We were in deep, intensive thoughts about where the show was going to go today and how we're going to do things. And suddenly, this text popped up onto the screen in the group chat. Club Supreme, or whatever it's called, bacon emoji, lettuce emoji, tomato emoji, and mayo. I said, God, I hope this was intended for the different chat. And Mr. Steele, well, he provided the group with what his Jersey Mike's order is that was supposed to go, presumably to your wife, as what she might pick up on the way back to get sandwiches. James, please let us know how this went.
Yeah, clearly a mistake on my part. I was at work yesterday. I produced Sunday morning on ESPN Radio, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Sundays.
Nice.
Thank you. And I was about ready to come home, and everyone wanted dinner, and they requested Jersey Mike's. And I said, sure, order it, and I'll pick it up on my way home. Because I'm a great husband and father, I think. and my wife asked me what I wanted, and like you said, things were being sent back and forth at that time in the group chat also. I got some wires mixed up, wasn't paying attention, texted her my what I wanted, and sent it to you guys instead.
So where this gets good, Devin, is, of course, in breaking down the actual usage of emojis. The fact that you went all out, I don't get that deep in my bag where I get to condiment or sandwich topping emojis personally. But maybe that's just because I'm lazy. I don't know.
I thought you could have gone just BLT and mayo and just shorten it up. You went the other way.
Yeah, so there's my wife admittedly sometimes messes up orders, so I try to be as thorough and clear. Listen, she'll tell you. This isn't a secret
that's
to her.
Totally fair. Yeah.
So I just try to be as clear and concise as possible, and so instead of just all words, I use some little emojis, and I feel like it works.
Well, the best part about it is that James snatched a win because his wife's reply was, at least it wasn't something that you shouldn't say, is like how we'll put it. And that, my friends, is what we call a good partnership. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive protects your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, and RV, and can save you money. Visit Progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines,
Extra, extra, read all about it.
or saving the best for later.
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
The NBA Finals are set. The Indiana Pacers will take on the Oklahoma City Thunder, a matchup that I'm sure NBA Commissioner Adam Silver is thrilled about, but it's certainly the one that we're going to get. Tale of two Midwestern teams, a tale of one team that was somewhat overlooked, that being the Pacers, and another team in the Thunder that basically were on a blistering pace the entirety of the season. We talked at the beginning of the conference finals how these four stars who represented each team were all under 30 and looked very much like what the new generation of the NBA is going to be. And now we certainly have that. It means we're promised that one of these teams is going to win their first ever NBA title. And it also means that somebody is going to move up to a new level of critical analysis, whether we like it or not. Be that Tyrese Halliburton, be that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, somebody is going to have their status elevated, perhaps even both, after this finals. Now, there is a question about how this sort of trend, for lack of a better term, regarding these two teams is going to affect what we'll just call the popularity of the league. The NBA Finals are their crowning moment. outside of the two guys I just named, I don't know that anybody else on either of these teams, if you're not a serious basketball head, would be considered a star. Not at all. And that's not just because of where they play. The way that these two teams are built, there are not a ton of household names once the ball tips off for game one of the finals for your average American basketball fan. Now, is your average American basketball fan who you want to market to, who you're most concerned with in terms of eyeballs, time spent, impressions, and ultimately dollars? Maybe not. But you're testing what you got when you've got Indiana and Oklahoma playing off in the finals. Now, the Thunder are favored to win this series by quite a bit. Doesn't surprise me at all. OKC is the second largest favorite for a team in the NBA Finals in the last 20 seasons, behind the 2018 Warriors, who were big favorites over the Cavs. I like this matchup for obvious reasons, and the obvious reasons are basketball. You're not going to have any of these goofballs out here talking about how the NBA is engineering a title for X and Y player or, Y and Z team or whatever city in America. You can't tell me that there's some operative favoritism going into this in the way that a lot of conspiracy theorists like to address. For me, this is about as basketball gets for these two teams. Neither squad was in the luxury tax this season. That's the first time that's happened in the NBA Finals since the tax was instituted, period, 25 years ago, which is wild to think about as well. I hate to use this word, Devin, and say they did it the right way, but I do think the idea that the way that you build a team now is different than you built a team later is absolutely valid and germane. Let's hear what Miles Turner, the Pacers center, had to say about that.
I think it's a new blueprint for the league, man. I just, I think the years of the super teams and, stacking is just not, it's not as effective as it once was. You know what I mean? The new trend now is just kind of what we're doing. OKC does the same thing. Young guys get out and run, defend, and, use the power of friendship is how they call it.
That's adorable. The power of friendship. Come on, guys. Let's hold hands all the way to the Larry O'Brien Trophy. Over the river and through the woods. To NBA Finals we go. I mean, it sounds corny, but I respect the fact that he's willing to be honest about that. The idea, we just got grown man hoopers in here. We some killers. We gonna do this. We gonna do that. Look out. No. Newer generations aren't adapting to that. You got to have a cohesive unit in body and mind at this point, as evidenced by the two teams there. Let's hear what Mark Zitto had to say on Amber and Ian about this whole idea that the super team era might be dead.
We're going to look at this team. If they win this thing, we are going to look at this team and go, this was the death of the super teams right here. Because they've done it with depth. They've done it with youth. They've done it with not a lot of other superstars. They got one guy. I would challenge the average basketball fan to name the starting five for the Oklahoma City Thunder. They probably couldn't get three of them. They have done it with a very complete team, not a super team. They have sort of given us a at least guided blueprint of the rebuild process in the NBA. Because everybody tries to throw money at the problems in the NBA, and guess what? Everybody throws money in the trash because it doesn't work. They did it the right way. I mean, they stockpiled draft picks, right? I know Shea Gill just came in a trade, and things of that nature, but they really did the rebuild the right way, and they've been able to capitalize on it all.
Well, I don't buy that there's a right way versus a wrong way. I do buy that the level of effectiveness of team building this way is harder than the other way. Franchises like the Lakers come to mind. Get a big star, get a secondary player, constantly change the people around them till you find the right blend, and when you get it, maybe change it again. That's another story. But that method of trying to be both the cake and the icing, if you will, to use an old SVP term, I don't know that that's going to be what gets you to the promised land anymore. Might sell you tickets, Might get butts in the seats. But will it get you to June is a real question. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. And I, for one, am happy about this for a couple of different reasons. Number one is that there's more talent than ever in the NBA. And this idea that the stratification between the best guy and the next best guy is more important than the idea of what you can put together, I think has genuinely hurt a lot of what makes the league fun. Never mind the fact that we can now get rid of this whole idea of people arguing about super teams and whether or not this guy should go there or that guy should go there or whether or not that team really was anything because they had stacked this and stacked that. Like, those arguments were so annoying on a lot of levels. Talking about who deserves what and who deserves that because this, that, and the third roster move. Oh, my goodness. If the farther away we get from that, the better. That is for sure. But I do wonder how this is going to play with our favorite listener of all, Joe Blow from Kokomo, who doesn't exactly exist, but we use all the time as a relative straw man. Is this moving the needle? Is Indiana basketball and Thunder up? Still not quite sure what that means. Is that going to be what the basic basketball fan in America wants to watch? I, for one, am going to love it. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Let's hear what Pascal Siakam had to say about what it was like winning the Eastern Conference Championship MVP award.
I didn't know they had a trophy for that, but I'm excited. I mean, I'm happy. I'm blessed, man. It's been a crazy journey, a lot of ups and downs, and I know, I'm not the the guy that everyone's going to talk about a lot and all that stuff, and I really don't care about it. I'm just a young kid from Cameroon that's moved to the U.S. when he was 18 years old and gave everything to the game of basketball. And I just work every single day. I don't cheat the work. No matter good games, bad games, I'm in the gym. I care about the game of basketball, and I want to be as great as I can. And to me, that's all that matters, man. Like, all the other stuff don't really matter. And it's cool. It's pretty cool though. But the work continues.
Very heartwarming answer from Pascal, talking about his basketball journey and his basketball life. Also made much funnier by the fact that Tyrese Halliburton absolutely thought he was going to win this, and Siakam did not even know the award existed. Awkward! I was like, oh, my man. Oh, no, not me. Never mind. Let me walk that back. That's got to be a weird feeling, Devin.
Yeah, he the good thing is at least Tyrese Halliburton didn't do the full walkout. He kind of creeped up there and he caught himself. But if he did the full walk up, started waving to the crowd, and then they said, Pascal Siakam, that would have been rough.
888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. How much are you looking forward to this NBA Finals matchup? As the week continues, we'll break down different things about these games. We'll get into some different storylines leading up to Game 1. But right now, Monday morning, how you feeling? 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Coming up, Indiana basketball. Time to take your victory lap. We've had your back for the past month, and now we want to hear from you. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776.
Spreading the mayonnaise.
After I tell you about Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, kiddos.
Today on SC Plus, exclusively on Disney Plus. The Yankees silence Shohei Ohtani and avoid the sweep in LA. A wild ending at the Women's College World Series that you have to see.
Walk it off to the bottom of the ninth.
In the weirdest moments from the weekend, we hope Scotty knows how to change the diapers. We will provide all of the context today on SC Plus.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Join us at the ballpark Saturday, June 7th, as the Chicago White Sox take on the Kansas City Royals at 3:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl Taste of the Sox, presented by Blue Moon, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with food and drink specials, a sneak peek of new unique offerings, former pitcher Jack McDowell autograph signings, entertainment, and more. Plus, receive a 1993 Division Champs Rope Hat presented by Wintrust. To purchase tickets, visit whitesocks.com/SoxCrawl.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app. Clinton and Friends.
Bill, did you go to a cookout yesterday? Or a barbecue, whatever you call them? Or a potluck, as one guy called it, too?
I did, and the host of the event turned me on to something that was really good for ribs. But what this guy did is he took a slab of ribs, and he spread mayonnaise all over it. Just Hellman's mayonnaise. And he put it in the refrigerator and let it marinate overnight, and it was fantastic. So,
all right,
Pacers are going to be spreading the mayonnaise tonight.
Whoa. Oh, God.
Is that on drum for
You
the
gonna dump
Pacers?
that?
That's it. We did it.
The Pacers are spreading the mayonnaise, baby.
He did it.
That perfectly encapsulates Pacers basketball.
Indiana is not beating the allegations.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Clinton and Friends here on a Monday, talking about the NBA and the finals matchup that is. Fun fact, the shortest distance between two NBA finals cities in history is 641.6 miles. And that happened when? During the 1971 finals between the Milwaukee Bucks and the Baltimore Bullets. The 2025 NBA finals are the second shortest distance between two cities playing at 688.4. It's the shortest since 1971, obviously, and the closest in the modern 30-team era. The hypothetical shortest possible finals matchup would be Minnesota and Milwaukee, which is approximately 336 miles, but that has never happened. So just a little potpourri of knowledge to sprinkle out there for your summer holiday display. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. What we're talking about here, though, is something more foundational in terms of how both of these teams have built themselves. Now, that could potentially have a trajectory across the rest of the NBA. Neither team is over the luxury cap. Luxury tax, excuse me. Neither team has necessarily a super big star in the way that we consider that typically in this country. And it's working, to quote my man Anakin Skywalker. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mardi Gras Bob in New Orleans, the notorious MGB. How are you today?
Great, gentlemen. Pleasure to visit with you. Doing well. No cars on the neutral ground. That's the median, so it's a good day.
Okay. Very well.
I think the way both of the finals teams were built are market dependent. I think the Pacers fans or the Oklahoma City fans understand where they live, and not to denigrate them in any way, but they're not New York. New Orleans is the same way. The Pelicans would do well to try to build this way rather than continue to keep Zion on the Nutrisystem or whatever they keep trying with him, although he lives next to a Popeyes and Antoine's, and it's hopeless for this guy. But the market drives how you do it. I don't think the Lakers or the Knicks would build this way and survive getting into their offices without getting whapped upside the head as they go into their offices by the rabid fans.
Thanks for the phone call, Bob. It's an interesting point. It's one I talk about quite a bit here in Los Angeles, which is, can a franchise actually adjust the temperature of their fan base with their own expertise, or is it always the other way around? Can you train your fans patience? Teach them patience, training them to be the type of fan base that says, we believe you, we trust you. As an ownership or governor group, whatever they're calling them now. Do you have the ability to stay focused on the task at hand? Or do you even care about winning enough to do so? It's a great question. I do think there's a lot of validity to that. I know it wouldn't work here in L.A. because fans wouldn't want it to work that way. Some fans need a certain amount of, like I said, cake and icing to feel like they matter. And that's reflected in their ownership as well. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Tony in Indianapolis, welcome to the show.
Good morning. Obviously, I want to talk about the Pacers, the way the team is built. We didn't go out and buy a championship, buying a lot of superstars, bring them all in, trying to get these flashy guys playing together. We play team basketball, and the whole town is still rocking. I'm loving it because a couple months ago I put down a futures bet on the Pacers winning the East, and that paid off well for me.
Nice.
So, we were underdogs against the Bucks. We were underdogs against Cavaliers. We were underdogs against the Knicks. We're underdogs against the Thunder. Hey, just keep on playing.
Thanks for the phone call. No problem. He touched on a couple different things there, and it's easy to kind of get into that hamster wheel of they don't buy players, they play for each other, they do it the right way, which kind of moralizes and proselytizes more than it needs to, beyond the simple fact that going after stars is just maybe not as effective because you just might miss. That's the other part here. We don't have to, and I'm not saying this necessarily about that last caller. He made a good point, but I'm saying writ large. We don't have to fold in the judgment in order to understand the analysis. Like the star-driven model, multi-star-driven model, for some people, just doesn't work as well. Never mind whether or not it's considered right or wrong. And I think that's where, to be quite honest, Devin, Indiana basketball really does matter because people understand what it's about. And they're not just there to show off to their friends or something to have a client, to have a client to take to an entertainment option. They don't have owners that are sitting up there trying to be the stars of the show. It's still crazy to me that a number one pick has literally never, ever played for the Pacers. That continues to be the most mind-boggling stat of all, out of all this, Devin. But that's another matter. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Keith in Indianapolis, what's up?
I want to let you know that this is the basketball state. I want to know where Oklahoma City was while we were getting our butts kicked by Boston. And all of a sudden, they're in the finals. I ain't buying it. The basketball state.
Thanks for the phone call. That was weird.
What? It sounded like he was talking to somebody else and just we got him mid-conversation.
I think so, too. He was having a conversation with an entirely different person at an entirely different time. Where was Oklahoma City when you guys were getting your butts kicked by the Celtics? What does that even mean? They were waiting to get good, and now they are good. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Dave in Alabama, what's up?
What's going on, brother? So I'm not from Alabama. I'm actually originally from New York, went to South Florida. I'm in Alabama for work.
Okay.
But I want to relate what you were talking about before the break about guys just wanting to play together versus trying to build a big three or something like that. And I think I can relate that to what's going on with the Florida Panthers. I mean, they've got just a bunch of dudes who just like playing together and are willing to sacrifice whatever. I mean, you see they brought in Brad Marchand from Boston, and at the end of the games, whenever they win at home and they're throwing rats on the ice, they're shooting them at him, and it's just become a running joke, like everybody's just having a good time. So I think when you build that kind of chemistry, it goes a lot farther than trying to build something, out of the woodworks that's just you're trying to make work. So sorry to go off the NBA title, but
no, you're good.
I'm excited about the Panthers, man. I'm actually grew up an Islanders fan, but I'm watching the Panthers, and they're just fun to watch. And it's just, I was thinking about the NBA Finals coming up. I'm like, well, there's nobody really big that you want to watch. But at the end of the day, like you said before, it's probably going to be really great basketball to watch. So that's where I'm at. Just wanted to kind of correlate the two.
Thanks for the phone call. Took a little left turn to the rink there Nothing wrong with that. I think his point is correct. Where I differ in it is it's not a matter of judgment, as in the right way or the wrong way. It's a matter of what's more effective and what one prefers. And for me, I can understand why a lot of fan bases, a lot of cities, and a lot of owners would say, you know what? I'd rather do it this way than the other way around. What to Watch For is brought to you by Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Get great deals on the hottest tickets. Experience it live.
This is the NBA Finals.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander lifts for three and buries it. Bang! Got it. What a shot by Halliburton.
The Finals. Coverage of Game 1 begins Thursday at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ABC. Presented by Indeed.
Joining us now on the program, longtime NBA mind, and you can find him on Sirius XM. Frank Isola joins the program. Francis, I appreciate you being here with us today. Let me ask you this to start things off. If I had told you at the beginning of the season that this is where the Knickerbockers' run would end in the playoffs, what do you think you would have said in terms of them achieving their goals in terms of the entirety of the campaign?
That's how you open an interview from the Clintonian Institute. What's up? If I'm, last year they made it to the second round. Disappointing. Guys were banged up. They lose to Indiana at home in a Game 7. I get the disappointment of losing to the Pacers in a conference finals. But for me, the season is a success because, A, you made it to a conference finals. You haven't been there in 25 years. You knocked off the defending champion Boston Celtics. And it's, for me, I think it's something for the Knicks to learn from, grow from, get a little bit better. The one thing about Indiana, a lot of these Knicks fans here, Clint, they should have beaten Indiana. Indiana was 10-15 at one point this year, or maybe it was 10-6. I think it was 10-15. So they went 40-16 the rest of the season. They actually did really well over the final couple of months of the year, and they did win 50 games. The Knicks only won one more game than Indiana did. It's like this idea that somehow the Knicks are without question, the better team than Indiana. How dare they lose to them? It all goes back to Game 1. Halliburton, that's probably the biggest shot of the playoffs thus far. The Knicks never recovered from that Game 1 loss, just like Cleveland never recovered from the Game 2 loss that they had to Indiana, just like the Celtics never recovered from the Game 2 loss that they had to the Knicks. You lose games that you should win, especially home games, it kills you. You chase the series the entire time, and in the case of the Knicks, they never caught up to Indiana.
That said, what is it, in your opinion, that the Knicks did not do as well as they could have? It's one thing to say that they just lost to a better team, but when you actually break it down and look at what they managed to get done and what they were effective at and what they weren't, do you think there was a particular place where the Knicks just fell short?
I think, for them, and especially in Game 6, the transition defense wasn't good enough. Indiana gets the ball, even after makes, they get the ball out, and, they're converting layups at the other end. I think a big part of it is defense, and the biggest issue that the Knicks had going into the season, a question mark, was, their two best players are Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns. Both were All-NBA this season. Both made the All-Star team. Jalen Brunson got MVP votes again. Can you win when your two best players are not two-way players? Can you really win? Now, what I mean winning, obviously they won this year, but can you win the championship with that? And I think there were times in this series where Tom Thibodeau was staggering the minutes between the two because they just weren't effective enough together on the court because of what was going on defensively. That's why you saw more guys play off the bench. So that's going to be the big issue going into the offseason. I think the criticism of Karl Anthony Towns has been a little over the top. I think he's probably taking way too much of the blame. His plus-minus, he had the best plus-minus among the starters in the playoffs, and he was the only Knicks starter in this series to have that had the best plus-minus. So he seems to be the guy that's facing most of the abuse. He is the first Knicks center since Ewing to play in the conference finals, and he did have some good moments during the playoffs, including Game 3 against Indiana, where he scored 20 points in the fourth quarter to basically save their season at that point. So I get, we all know what Karl is about. He's not a great defensive player. I just think he's getting a little too much of the blame.
Frank Isola joins us here on Clinton and Friends, and you touched on it a little bit, and it went a different direction than I thought. But couple years back, Becky Hammond mentioned the fact that if you've got a guy who's your best player who was literally as short as Jalen Brunson is, your ceiling is capped. You mentioned the possibility that if you don't have two-way players, then you can't win anything. Do you lend any credence to this notion that if your smallest guy is your best guy, your chances to get to the end are much, much lower?
Yeah, I think it's hard. You you look at Allen Iverson, he made it to a finals but didn't win as an undersized guard. The best example would be Isaiah Thomas, because Isaiah Thomas was he was the franchise player on that Detroit Piston team, which made it to 3 finals and won back-to-back titles. So it certainly could be done. But for me, Isaiah Thomas, when you talk about underrated all-time greats, I would kind of put him near the top. I think it is possible. I think the Knicks have done a really good job putting the right players around Jalen Brunson. My radio partner in the morning, Brian Scalabrine, who played for Tom Thibodeau, his big thing is if you look at players, their second year with Tom, they even do a lot better. So that's why he is still willing to give both Karl Anthony Towns and Mikal Bridges a chance, because if you look at OG Anunoby, this was his second year under Tom. Look at the impact that he had. Jalen Brunson in his second year under Tom was much better than he was his first year. He eventually became an MVP candidate. Same thing with Julius Randle. I know the most boring thing to say is run it back, but Indiana kind of ran it back, and look where they went. They went from being a team that got swept last year in the conference finals to a team that's made the NBA finals. So, obviously there are some adjustments that could be made, and if you can go out and get Giannis Antetokounmpo, I would do that. I can't imagine why would Milwaukee trade Giannis for a deal that includes Karl Anthony Towns. That wouldn't make much sense for Milwaukee, but I don't think necessarily running it back is the worst thing, and maybe adding a shooter off the bench, and maybe that could put you over the top.
I don't disagree. I think oftentimes perhaps this is poison the well because LA does this too much. Sometimes you just got to get better. Just plain learn to be a better team together as a unit, as opposed to swapping parts in and out of the car and seeing if it can still run. But that's another discussion. I do want to ask you this, though, about this matchup. There's always a lot of talk about big markets this and TV ratings that. But a perhaps more interesting element to this is the fact that the Pacers and the Thunder are not luxury tax teams. There's a legitimate change in how these rosters have been constructed versus some of the super teams we've seen in the past. Does this trend bode well for you, Francis?
I think it does, and I think if you look, the biggest move that Oklahoma City made, which could go down to be one of the greatest trades ever, was the trade to acquire Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So even though they've historically done a great job in the draft, they drafted Durant and Westbrook, who became MVP winners. Harden, they drafted him; he was an MVP winner with a different team. So they've done a great job drafting. But the trade for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is what got Oklahoma City off and running. And then if you look at Indiana, trading for Tyrese Halliburton was big, trading Sabonis for him. And then they made a trade last year, which in some ways kind of floated under the radar, the trade for Siakam. And now you start looking at Siakam's career. He was the second best player on a Toronto team that won a championship. He made it to a conference finals last year. He was the conference finals MVP this year on a team that made it to the finals. So they made some really smart moves. I think that, and you know this from, especially now that you've been in LA for a while, everyone thinks it always has to be the major free agent. Well, only like a handful of teams get that. These other teams have to be smart in the way that they approach it. And, Oklahoma City has a great culture. We hear all the time about Miami. The Celtics are a great organization. Indiana, they'll have their peaks and valleys. But when you look at ownership, management there, coaching, they've always kind of been a pretty steady ship in the way that they do things. So, they've made a bunch of conference finals over the years, couldn't get over the hump, but here they are, and it's by making smart moves. There are these small market teams that just aren't going to throw money at players and get them. They have to be smart. They have to be creative, and in the case of OKC and Indiana, that's certainly the case.
Last thing I'll ask you, Frank, you got a pick for this? I mean, OKC is very heavily favored, but the Pacers look like they can handle just about anybody if they're doing everything right.
Yeah, I love the fact that it's going to be a first-time champion. I understand Oklahoma City used to be Seattle, but it's really a first-time champion. The fact that Indiana was an ABA team, I'm going to find myself pulling for them. I really don't have a dog in the fight. I'll be happy if either one wins, but I could feel myself pulling for Indiana. But it's just hard when you look at the way that OKC plays, how good they are defensively. And I think I said it to you last time I was on. That Game 4 against Denver, I think that's the game which changed everything for Oklahoma City. They trailed going into the fourth quarter. They lose that game. They're down 3-1 in the series. Maybe they don't win that series. I think that win that they had on the road has really changed things for that team, and I just think they're going to find a way to get 4 more wins and be the champ.
He's Frank Isola. He's the king of Montclair, New Jersey, and you can hear him in the mornings with the White Mamba on Sirius XM. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Clint, you're the best. Thanks, man.
No problem. All right. I like talking to Frank. Frank, the nuggets that we get from Frank are the kind of nuggets that I like. They're not always super statistically related, but they have to do with trends and things that are the kind of stuff that you're not necessarily thinking about all the time. And when he said that Scal, his radio partner, is always talking about what guys are like that second year under Tibbs, that's the kind of analysis and critical thinking we're looking for. Coming up, we'll continue to take your calls. Indiana basketball. A lot of people are rooting for you. A lot of people don't think you're going to win. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Sunday on ESPN Radio. Matt and Myron will be live at CMA Fest in Nashville.
Are you getting excited about it? Yeah, it'll be different, you know.
It all starts Sunday morning at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
It's a huge thing. This is Nashville at its best.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-212-2828. 800-212-2828. That's 800-212-2828.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Carmen and Jurko. Weekdays, now noon to 3 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Clinton and Friends with Clint Yates.
You can enjoy it in the tub, in bed, in your car, on your bicycle, your motorcycle, or on the backyard swing if you want. I'm talking about
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance.
I wake up every evening.
Got a big smile on my face right now. So this weekend, show behind the show, having a lot of fun today, by the way. So we talked about at the top of the show, James's Jimmy John order. So what I did this weekend, separately.
Jersey Mike's.
Jersey Mike's, excuse me. Well, I said Jimmy John's because there was a Jimmy John's ad on the screen. My bad. Jimmy John's is good too. Let's not sleep on Jimmy John's. We got into a whole discussion about Subway chains. And I went to Jersey Mike's before I did something else this weekend, which is before I went to a college baseball game. UCLA Regional, Arizona State was there, UCLA was there, Irvine and Fresno State. Watched that first game. Shout outs to Xavier Scruggs and Danny Wexelman, who were on that call for that regional. And I got me some Jersey Mike's before the game. Absolutely. But that's not the point here. The point here is that the softball and the baseball at the collegiate level this weekend were off the charts. Vandy, Dunzo, Texas, goners. In the softball, Tennessee and UCLA played one of the craziest games I'd ever seen. Girl misses the plate on a home run, and they just said, guess what? We don't care. That was one of the most intense replays I'd ever seen. Tennessee went on to win the game anyway. But man, was that wild. I like this part of the summer, y'all. It was hot out there at UCLA, man. But those kids were getting after it. They got a nice little win. Overall, though, Oklahoma State beat Georgia as well. Clemson lost a game. Several 4 seeds are making runs. This affects Omaha in ways that I cannot explain right now. For Vanderbilt and Texas to not be there, anybody can win it. Anybody can win it now. Did you get a chance, Devin, to tune into any of the action on the diamond on the collegiate level, softball or baseball?
I wasn't fully locked in. It was in the periphery just because I know, how much we're going to be doing it on the show, and I need a team to root for, and I don't want to root for the top teams. Obviously, can you give me a fun team that I can root for?
So the reason why Wright State is fun, not only because they took down Vanderbilt, and by the way, we're going to get to your NBA phone calls here in a little bit. Just hang on the line. We're going to get there. I got to get my yaps off about college baseball. So Wright State, in the previous game to beating Vanderbilt, found themselves in one hell of a conundrum. So a kid started that game. He throws like 70 pitches or whatever. I could have the numbers off wrong. He's around 70 through 5. He's throwing a no-hitter against Vanderbilt. They pulled him with that few pitches and that little production from Vanderbilt, because he had not gone that far this far into the season. He had not gone that far in a game to this point in the season, and it was their third time through facing the vaunted Vanderbilt Commodores. They pulled him.
No.
Vandy won the game.
No.
They came back and beat him and eliminated him anyway. Can you believe that?
Listen, this is a larger discussion, but I'm not a fan of this in baseball in general when they do this. When you pull, and I know it's a hot topic, let the person go for history. I don't care. I don't care.
I tend to agree. And in that particular case, it wasn't just going for history. I thought it was a smart baseball play as well. That guy's hitting the best team in the country. Are we serious? You're pulling him? No chance. No chance. You let that guy lose that game, in my opinion. But it worked out. So, yeah, Wright State is who you want to root for on that level.
I'm in.
Little Rock is also doing well. Murray State, home of the Racers, not to be confused with the Pacers. John Morant, being alum there, also doing well. But the softball was out of control. They literally replayed they replayed her stepping on the plate or stepping over it. I mean, it might have been 100 times. I could not believe that it got down that far. And then they just said, you know what? We can't have this game ending on a replay. And they just said, screw it. Give her the run. Technically, the rule is that you are not allowed to be aided and abetted by any teammates as you are rounding the bags. I think that's a stupid rule, to be quite honest. A lot of stupid rules at this stage of the game in NCAA softball. Maybe not a lot, but there's a couple. I've been trying to tell y'all, though, the college baseball, the college softball is as exciting as it gets in sports. The laundry might not move you. You might not be as connected to the players in the same way, but the competition is top-notch. I just want to shout out everybody out there at all the regionals, on all the telecasts, all doing all the work, really making those productions shine and sing. College baseball, man. College softball. Nothing like it. Coming up, what are the Knicks going to do to get over the hump? And we'll take more of your phone calls. Clinton and Friends on ESPN.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. and he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
At Elmhurst University, we make it our mission to ensure our students go far and do well. This means equipping you with the skills you need to excel on campus, and then elevating you into a long-lasting career. Our supportive faculty and far-reaching professional network create an environment that allows you to be at your best, so you can do your best, which means you'll be ready to make your impact on the world from the moment you graduate. A professional powerhouse located just outside Chicago. Elmhurst University. Go far, do well.
White Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here. The bold design unites the legacy of two legendary Chicago teams, the White Sox and the Bulls, and celebrates the city's impact on both the diamond and the court. Every Friday night this season, the team will take the field in these iconic uniforms. Don't miss out. Grab your tickets now and check out the full City Connect collection, available at the White Sox team store. For all the details, visit whitesox.com/city.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for going to Great Clips for a haircut." The skilled stylists at Great Clip salons do millions of haircuts a year. But with Clip Notes, they save every detail of your hair, including the secret to taming that cowlick. Oh, and if your wallet could talk, it'd say the price looks pretty great too. Isn't it nice when everyone's happy? For the haircut you love for less, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, or they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very posh.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie! I haven't done that. Ouchie!
Kap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Transmitter is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clint Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
Let's go.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates! Clinton Yates, incredible job today. Our pal Clinton Yates.
People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Monday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and on the Watch ESPN app. You can see Devin Kane at the con, James Steele on the board. Devin was just showing me something on his screen. We got the update and saw that Coco Gauff is through. One of my favorite tennis players as an American in the French Open. And by God, Devin asked me, he says, have you seen the croissants at Roland Garros, if you will? And I was like, no. He says, let's look at my screen. And there's this guy with like a cartoonishly large croissant, like AI level cartooning. If I would just look at that still image, I'd be like, oh, that's not even real. That thing could feed a family of 4. By God, that was big. I did not know they were rolling like that.
I am actually going to France in August.
Ah bon?
I have never had a croissant from France. Have you? I'm sure you have. You
definitely. Bien sûr. I've had tons of croissants in France. There's
none of
those large. Where are you going in France?
So we're doing like a little. We're going to Paris. We're going to hit Normandy. Where else are we going? I need to look at the itinerary, but it's kind of like just across.
Yeah. Are you gonna go to Bordeaux?
I don't think so. We're going to go to Versailles.
You're going to go to Versailles. Okay. All right. Now, remember this. Remember this about Versailles. Everything there literally cost an arm and a leg. The way that the reasons why that thing is built that eventually ended up costing those humans their arms and legs, they are still charging you for while you get there. Just for a quick historical lesson on that.
Listen, I'm gonna have to offline you here, and
that's
fine. You have to tell me the best spots.
That'll be a full takeout that we can do. Bien sûr. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Get a business insurance quote online in as little as 7 minutes. Visit progressivecommercial.com.
The Indiana Pacers are champions of the Eastern Conference.
We finished in the top 3, but we're falling short of the ultimate goal.
Proud of how we kind of stayed the course. Like you said, not winning tonight and then being knocked out. Just proud of our guys. Simple as that.
So we talked to Frank Isola earlier in the program. And while we have the matchup of the Pacers and the Thunder, the battle of the Midwestern neighbors, if you will, big market Knickerbockers are out of the competition. It's an interesting thought exercise in terms of what can you do? What do you do when you lose a game like Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals? How do you recover? Well, they didn't. They were unable to recover. And we saw, I think, how difficult it is to not only put together a team that wants to play with each other, put together a team that's talented enough to make it that far, and 3, put together a team that can actually do it is very difficult. Let's hear what Jalen Brunson had to say about what this group can do to take the next step.
Jalen, in terms of what Kat just said, you make the moves to win. There were obviously a lot of big moves this offseason. How confident are you that this group has enough to take that next step?
The most confidence, overconfident. Seriously, there's not an ounce of any type of doubt that I'm not confident with this group.
That's the answer I'd expect from a team leader of his like. But Frank brought up an interesting point about how, forget about height for a moment. Can you win when your two best players are basically non-defensive minded guys? I think that's a fascinating thought. I mean, the stories they rolled out about Karl Anthony Towns almost to the minute after that series ended, people were waiting to spill the tea on the fact that a lot of folks think his defense is subpar in and around the team. Couldn't wait to let that cat out of the bag. But the issue of two guys effectively being offensive specialists, can you win in today's NBA at the highest level with that? I happen to think that what Becky Hammon said 2 solid seasons ago that we're about to hear right now is more pertinent. Let's hit it.
At the end of the day, they don't have a dude. You got to have a dude. You got to have a 1A dude. And they're missing that at the end of the day if we're just getting down to brass taxes.
I didn't want to disagree with Becky today, but they do have that dude.
Who?
Jalen Brunson.
No, he's too small.
But here's the thing, and that's
Didn't they say about you?
But you know what?
They say that about you. You're a Hall of Famer. I got a philosophy. Can I say my philosophy?
Go ahead.
If your best player is small, you're not winning. John Stockton, Allen Iverson, Steve Nash. You could go down the list. Steph Curry is the only dude.
But he's not that small. He's not that small. He's like 6'3".
But also, though, I mean, he's the greatest shooter to ever walk the planet. He's in an outlier class.
Okay. She is right. History says she is right.
She was excoriated for that take back then, Devin. People were giving her the business as if she had no clue remotely what she was talking about, even though she laid out her argument, even though Wardell Stephen Curry being the exception that makes that rule was a part of it. She is right. I think that's a bigger deal than the two-way element. And I hate to say that. Because the fact of the matter is that it's just too hard unless you've got literally one of the best players to ever play. With all due respect to Jalen Brunson, he's not Allen Iverson. With all due respect to Jalen Brunson, he's not Zeke. And with all due respect to Jalen Brunson, he's absolutely not Wardell Stephen Curry. It's going to be tough. I don't think it can't happen, but I do think that they got to find a way to get better. And it can't be by breaking things up because they don't have those options. OG's got to get better. Mikhail's got to be better. If your smallest player is your best player, it's awfully difficult to win an NBA title. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Bill in Indianapolis, you must have had a good weekend, brother.
Man, I had a fantastic weekend, and this day is starting off even better. First of all, I knew the Knicks were cooked when Jalen Brunson headbutted Nembhard. That Nembhard made him so frustrated and bodied him so much that he headbutted him right in front of the referee. Of course, no call, but that's just kind of the way it goes. And I want to give a shout-out to Steve Kerr, too. You had Tyrese Halliburton on the Warriors, shipped him off to Sacramento, had him on the Olympic team. I don't think he saw the floor the entire time. You can't keep on poking the bear and expecting not to get bit. And as far as Oklahoma City goes, nice team. I don't see how Holmgren and Hartenstein are going to be able to defend the high pick and roll, which the Pacers are probably going to run that play several times, and then they'll be looking around, and all of a sudden, boom, Thomas Bryant sitting in the corner draining three-pointers. You just don't know where it's coming from with this team. It can be anybody. It could be somebody that hadn't even really played that much in the series and everything, and they're ready to step up. And as far as the swarming defense, well, riddly, you can't swarm what you can't see.
Back to the phone call, Bill. OKC ain't seen Indiana basketball. They don't know nothing about it.
They have no idea what's coming to Oklahoma City.
He said, nice team. Nice team.
Nice team. The level of passing and fluidity and screening and just communication on the court, Oklahoma City, they're going to this is my prediction. They're going to level off, but the first 10 minutes of that game, the first quarter maybe, I think the Pacers might blitz the Thunder because they're not going to expect what's going to come to that court.
888 ESPN. 888-729-3776. Dylan in South Dakota, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, you. That's perfect timing. Bill, settle down, man. That's Mayo overload. That we're at a point where we're pulling for Thomas Bryant sneaking a three. That was a once-in-a-lifetime game you saw. That's not going to happen again. So many good things today. Real quick, DK, Beaver Believer, 4 bunts, 4 earned runs. Jump on board of Oregon State. You're welcome on that team. When you get over to France, chocolate croissant for sure. If you can time it for the Tour of France, you should do that. And then I just say, let's pump the brakes a little bit on a big change in the NBA. If you look at past champions with the Nuggets and also with Boston, they made small marginal trades to kind of get better, and that's what we see this year as well. Shea was a trade. Remember that. They just got lucky. Indiana basketball that keeps pumping their chest about we built this homegrown. You traded for Halliburton. You traded for Siakam, and those were good hits. That's the game. It's both smarts and luck. The reason Notorious MGB doesn't have luck down there is they missed on the unibrow and they've missed on Zion. That's not their fault. Those were good picks. They just haven't panned out. So that's the beauty of this game. You can have all the cards, but the way you play them, it is skill, but it's also luck. That's the beauty of basketball. And last thing, Bill, I guess you're my new guy. Freestyle Friday. If you're pumping your chest about Thomas Bryant and Chet Holmgren and Hardenstein not being able to defend that, you've got another thing coming, my man. There is no chance that those dudes allow him to get off. The Oklahoma City Thunder defense is going to destroy your Indiana basketball perfect passing, period. You guys have a great day.
Thanks for the phone call, Dylan.
Listen, Thomas Bryant, what makes him so effective is he can come on at any point. He's on the bench and he's cheering on his teammate like Indiana basketball does. So Thomas Bryant came in his moment and he was effective. What are we talking about?
Next man up always.
You know how Thomas Bryant is called in my household? Wizards legend. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mitch in New Jersey, what's up?
What's popping, guys? Good show.
Nothing much. How are you?
Guys, great week. Oh, it's a good weekend. First of all, Brunson has something in common with Luka. Great players. Luka's a little better, but they don't play defense at all. One can't help him. You're right. He's too short, and if Towns can't be a star himself, he's so kind of inconsistent at times. The Knicks gonna have to add something to that team. But these two teams, Thunder, I don't know why they can't start it tonight. They got to wait till Thursday. Come on. They should start tonight, I wish. But these two teams, both of them are known for the one great trade that's really put them over the top. And it just keeps the Thunder trade for SGA just keeps paying off. 5 first-round picks. I mean, they got more than just SGA. They've been drafting quite wisely. So those two teams are going to be kicking themselves for a long time, Kings and Clippers. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for the phone call. Should have waited for midweek. Should have waited for midweek, Steele.
I don't know. We got a what's poppin'.
We got a what's poppin'.
Yeah.
We got a what's poppin'. But I feel like midweek is where Mitch really, really shines.
Not Monday, Mitch?
Not Monday, Mitch. Midweek, Mitch. We're sticking with that. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Carlos in Tampa. Welcome to the program.
Dígame qué pasa. Yes. I told the screener there. Well, long-time Knicks fan, long-time suffering Knicks fan. And my dad liked the Celtics.
Okay. Hello, we're here.
Yes. I was telling how the Knicks need to do what the Yankees did with Reggie Jackson years ago and pull out all the stops and bring Giannis to New York, sell the city of New York. You're the best player. You need to be on the biggest stage.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, you're here. Thanks for the phone call. Appreciate it. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. You guys are allowed to just talk. I'm not going to interject every 2 seconds when you call the program. I might say something, but I don't need you to stop talking. Feel free to complete your thoughts. Devin, you were... making me mad. Feel free to complete your thoughts till the end of the phone call. That said, I don't think it's the worst idea, but it's not what I would do. I would not blow it up. I can't believe I'm saying this. I don't know, though, man. Like, how much do you have to give up to get Giannis? Why would Milwaukee even do that? 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Arturo in Cali, what's up?
Hey, what up, Clinton? First, I want to clarify. I'm not sure if I misspoke or what, but I don't teach drama. If you can hear, my kids I teach third grade. Next year, I'll be teaching fifth. Shout out, summer school's coming pretty soon. But anyway, I just wanted to and then I also had a question. Did the caller before Frank, I think he said, like, throwing rats? For the
that's a thing they do in Florida. Is they throw fake rats on the ice, sort of like how in Detroit they throw squid, and sort of like how in Nashville they throw catfish. Yes.
I have so many logistical questions about getting the rat to the.
They're not real. That's the number one answer. But go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Cool. That's good to know. I did have a question though. I wanted to know if you agreed that. That the Eastern Conference champions should have been crowned, or not champions, but Eastern Conference MVP should have been Pascal Siakam, seeing as how Halliburton had the series that he had. And also, what are your thoughts on Paul George trade talks as far as him affecting both teams, Indiana and Oklahoma City? That's all I had. Thank you.
No problem. A little clarification there. I thought he said he was a drama teacher, which is why we thought that. I was clear that he was an educator, but even better, elementary school educator, people we need. No, the reason why I don't think they got it wrong is very simple. I trust the people there as much as I trust my own eyeballs when it comes to covering series. Siakam won by one vote. Exactly one. And you know who one of those people were? Our guy Tim Bontemps. So I am going with him. Coming up, it's time for a Weekend Rewind after I tell you about Vivid Seats. Basketball and hockey are winding down. Baseball is heating up. Football's right around the corner, so don't miss a second with Vivid Seats. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every exciting moment live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
It would be wise for you to put the weapon down.
Hold up! Is this?
Please refrain from using any further obscenities in the presence of these people.
What?
I've warned you. I'll be forced to thrash you.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
One moment, life is moving forward. The next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills pile up, work is put on hold, and the insurance companies start making excuses. It's frustrating, overwhelming, and unfair. That's where Postman Law steps in. They have recovered over $3 billion for injury victims, delivering speed, ease, and results when you need them most. Hurt in a crash? Injured on the job? Sidelined by a serious fall? No matter how it happened, they fight to get you the compensation you deserve so you can focus on healing while Postman Law handles the rest. No upfront fees, no red tape, just real results. Insurance companies have teams of lawyers looking out for them. You need a team looking out for you. At Postman Law, they take on the fight so you don't have to, guiding you through every step of the process and making sure your case gets the attention it deserves. Don't let someone else dictate your future. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Hey, this is David Kaplan for Apt, your #1 destination for the home. Get ready for summer's high heat. There's no better way to prepare for soaring temperatures than with a new air conditioner from Apt. Explore their collection of window ACs, wall units, portable and whole house central air units, or even ceiling fans that help to circulate air. Whatever the size, discover the right air conditioner for your space with help from Apt specialists. For free delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop Apt, ABT.com. Pleasing people since 1936.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installation with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. See what we're up to. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
Clinton and Friends.
All right, Mitch, what's up?
Hey, what's cracking, guys? I hope you guys, Devin, you, had a good weekend.
Did you notice that Mitch dropped a what's cracking coming out of the gate on that?
Sure did.
That was incredible.
It's not even midweek either. What's cracking? I like it, Mitch.
I was not ready. Gordon in Indiana, what's up?
What's cracking lacking, fellas?
Nothing much, dude.
I had to throw that in there.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Here on a Monday, NBA Finals are set. We have been discussing the matter. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Take a quick phone call here. Ryan in South Carolina, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys, how we doing today?
Pretty good. What's up?
I just want to say that I am a huge Knicks fan, and I got a lot of respect for the Indiana Pacers. They've been giving me heart attacks my entire adult life. And I will say this, that my favorite basketball player of all time, even as a Knicks fan, is Reggie Miller.
Oh, okay.
But I have to say that the Knicks are in year one of this experiment. Just like last year with Indiana. Indiana was in year one with Siakam and Toppin and Halliburton. And I feel like next year you're going to see the Knicks take a step. They just need to get someone that's just like a Rodman almost, that's going to come out there, be their tough guy, defend all the non-defensive dudes, if you will. And just be that guy for them. And I think next year we're going to see the Knicks take that big step. They'll be in the finals next year. Bing bong, we're coming.
Thanks for the phone call. In theory, that makes sense. In practice, whenever people start naming player types and what they need from a personnel standpoint, my question remains the same. Name the guy. Who is the player? That's all I'm saying. Name the player that the Knicks need, and I'm much more likely to be convinced that that can be a thing, Devin.
Bing bong.
Yeah, and they're going to go one of two ways, I think. They're either going to continue with the current core they got and continue to build, like Ryan just said, or they're going to take a swing and get Giannis and then probably have to trade Cat and other guys away.
Then your whole team is different at that point.
100%. But, as we talked about how you build a championship roster, is New York willing to wait?
Hard to justify whatever they're going to pick up or whatever they're going to give away for Giannis when they already traded away 4 draft picks for Mikal Bridges, for God's sake.
That's true.
That's a problem.
But if Giannis says, I want to come to the Knicks, do the Knicks say, no, sorry, we'll pass? I don't see that either.
That's not happening. No, that would make no sense. But then again, that would again change the timeline of the experiment. Anyway, what do we got? What happened over the weekend, Devin? Let me know.
The weekend's a blur.
Fine weekend. Yeah, good weekend.
We've got you covered. Time to rewind.
Rewind. How do you rewind?
And catch up on everything you missed.
Guess I missed an awful lot.
This is Weekend Rewind on Clinton and Friends.
All right, first up, Juan Soto to the Mets. He ended his 17-game home run drought with a 404-foot homer in the 4th inning, helping the Mets secure an 8-2 victory over the Colorado Rockies, which really isn't saying much. Sorry, Rockies fans. His first homer since May 9th had a 109-mile-per-hour exit velocity. Did the Soto concern, Clint, ever turn into genuine worry? Maybe there still is some genuine worry. What are your thoughts on this?
Quick sidebar. The Rockies are 40 games under 500. 4-0, which is completely insane. Secondly, yeah, there are concerns. I mean, things got really, really weird there for a while where he was just in protest, not swinging at pitches. Like, I don't know what that's about, nor do I care to know. But I do know that this idea that he's a diva is spreading very quickly. And not just because he's actually kind of a fun player on the field, does the shuffle, this, that, and the third. But, people notice stuff like when you're the last out on the field for warm-ups every single time. People pay attention to things like that. But you also got to remember that kid is a World Series champion. How do we remember? We were there. He won with the Nationals. He's legitimately got something that not a lot of people have, never mind those on that franchise. I'm going to go see him play this week. They're in town. They're just going to have to wear it with Soto. He's the star. Whatever he says is going to have to work because he's got all the money. What's next?
Dallas Wings rookie point guard Paige Beckers has been placed in the WNBA's concussion protocol and is going to be reevaluated after the Wings game against the Storm tomorrow night. Beckers is averaging 14.7 points, 6.7 assists, 4.7 rebounds, and 2 steals per game, leading the team in minutes. How would you evaluate Beckers' rookie season so far?
Pretty solid. I like what you guys know that I'm a huge Paige Beckers fan. Anybody listening to this program knows that by now, and I have been a huge Paige Beckers fan for a long time. I will say this. I'm glad they're taking this seriously on a plain level of, hey, look, something goes wrong. We can't have you in a situation just because people know your name that we're trotting you out there in a dangerous space. I know that sounds kind of ridiculous to say, but honestly, the way the WNBA handles a lot of things, safety first is a huge element for me as far as that goes. Now, whether or not Dallas is going to be able to sort of really turn things around this first year, I don't know. But I like that I like that pairing of her and Enrique. And I really just am glad that they're taking this slowly and not just forcing her to kind of, be out there just because she's the big draw.
And last but not least, Los Angeles LAFC secured a spot in the 2025 FIBA Club World Cup by defeating Club America 2-1 in extra time in a playoff match. With this victory, LAFC joins the Seattle Sounders and Inter Miami as MLS representatives in the expanded Club World Cup and earns nearly $10 million in prize money with the chance for more based on tournament performance. I know you frequented some LAFC matchups in your time. Thoughts on this accomplishment?
I listen, good for LAFC. LAFC. Shout out to my man Mario Ruiz, who does LAFC coverage here at ESPN 710 Los Angeles. And I'm glad for the club. Absolutely. I think this team deserves everything that they want. I don't know that we need the FIFA Club World Cup as a general matter, of course, as a competition. We got so many different club comps that these players, this is a real concern out here, by the way. I'm not just making this up. Being overplayed is a real problem. Like, you see these teams, they don't have any weeks off. They're playing midweek tournaments here. They're playing league schedules in the weekend there. Like, this is getting to a point where there's a real concern for me. These are not tournaments that existed 10 or 15 years ago. The wear and tear on the human soccer body is simply a different matter. But this is also the reason why I got to see Messi live with my eyeballs. And I'm never going to turn down an opportunity to see Lionel Messi, arguably the greatest to ever do it, play soccer. But overall, good for LAFC. Don't necessarily know how necessary the FIFA Club World Cup is for the greater good of the game. Weekend Rewind is brought to you by Grainger. Game plan with Grainger to gain a competitive advantage. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by for the supplies and solutions to help keep your business moving forward.
The Los Angeles Dodgers take care of the Yankees in a blowout.
Really good all around. I thought we did a good job of keeping the line moving.
They're tough, and obviously they've swung it here good against us the last two nights, and we have another opportunity to go out there and try and hold them down a little bit.
Used to treat my mattress like the ATM.
Joining us now, my man Hunter Grand, Yahoo National MLB Insider. You can find him on the internet at Russ_Dorsey. One is one Russell Dorsey. Russ, I got to see you at the park this weekend for Yankees Dodgers. What'd you take from that series overall when a Yankees team that was saying they wanted to show that they weren't the same squad kicking the ball all around like they were last October?
What's going on, Clinton? I think a lot of people were very excited about the World Series matchup. Yankees, Dodgers, East Coast versus West Coast, like 90s rap beef. And we saw the Dodgers come out and play like the team we thought they were, right? Game one, great theater for the sport. Like, when you have Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, the two reigning AL and NL MVPs, first at bat, Judge says, I'm going to homer. And then Ohtani says, no, I'm going to homer. And then hits a second one. I think that was the perfect culmination of just how good these two dudes are. Yeah. And so that was a great watch. And then game two, the Dodgers say, yeah, we're just going to score 1 million runs. No Mookie. Shohei's not even going to homer. Here's 18 runs on your head top. And then the Yankees get one, in game three yesterday. But I thought, for the most part, it was a really entertaining series. A lot of fun to watch if you were a baseball fan. This is probably everything that you want. But, yeah, I think I look at it from a perspective of, I think this series probably meant more to the Yankees. And I say that because there was a lot of conversation about smack talk after the World Series. Right. And the Yankees were not fans of that. And I think the Dodgers looked at it and said, it's another series for us. So I think in the grand scheme, if you pin somebody down and ask them, like, did this series mean more to you than them, they would probably say no. But a lot of that conversation leading up to the series about how the Dodgers didn't, have class and didn't talk about it with class after winning the World Series, I think they cared a little bit more.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I find interesting about this Dodgers team, this particular series notwithstanding, they got the Mets coming up, is that they are really the walking wounded as far as their pitching staff is concerned. Now that Mookie's gone down as well, what is the sustainability in your eyes? I mean, I see this every night, so I know that their bats can explode at any given moment. But as you see it, how are they going to be able to maintain this all the way through October, never mind trying to win a World Series?
It's tough, man. And it's the one thing I know Dodgers fans are probably tired of it because you look up every year and on paper, you're just like, okay, we got all these dudes and they're talented. And then you get to June 2nd, which we're at today, and it's like you don't have Tyler Glasnow. You don't have Blake Snell, who you brought in this offseason to be the ace in your rotation. You don't have Roki Sasaki, who was supposed to be a dude in your rotation. So you really have Yoshinobu Yamamoto. You got throwing bullpen games out there in June. Not exactly what you want if you're a Dodgers fan. It's to the point where Clayton Kershaw, you're looking for him to give you quality innings at this point in his career. And I think for the Dodgers, you're just hoping you can get to October and have enough viable arms to make a run. And I know that's not something that people like to hear, but that's where we're at. You know what I mean? Like, we're almost halfway through the season. We're going to be at the All-Star break here in a month, and you're going to look around at the Dodgers rotation, and they haven't had a full week, 2 weeks, where they've had 4 of their 5 best starters on the mound. So if you could get to September and have Snell, Sasaki, Glasnow, and then whatever happens with Shohei Ohtani, that would probably make you feel really good if you're the Dodgers. But the reality is pitching doesn't work that way. Arms in this day and age don't work that way. And they're probably just going to have the best situation, whatever that may be, and then use some of that depth that they have down there in AAA.
Russell Dorsey joins us here on the program. I mean, I'm not just going to say whatever happens with Shohei Ohtani. He's only the best player in the bigs and the most popular as well. I happen to think that rushing him back to potentially make a playoff appearance would be a little bit overbearing. However, he throws a simulated game, and both teams come out to watch it because they're that intrigued by what his stuff is. How do you feel about the Dodgers' plan as to what they're legitimately going to try to do with Ohtani and his arm?
I think it's a moving target, right? Like, I don't think they're rushing. I actually think they've been slow playing it for the simple fact that it's unprecedented. You have a guy who might be the best hitter in the sport and is also one of its best pitchers, but you can't send him down to AAA Oklahoma City on a rehab assignment. So you got to do these sim games, these live BPs, where he throws against guys from Rancho Cucamonga and blowing smoke, even though, Doc Roberts says that and you could see a little bit that the command wasn't exactly there. But I think the fact that he threw the full arsenal, fastball, sweepers, splitties, that's a good sign, right? Like, it's just fastballs for a long time, and then you start to throw some of the breaking balls in there. So the fact that he has thrown the full arsenal is a good sign of the progression. But you talk about 2 up-downs, right? That's 2 simulated innings. You're going to want him to get to 5 or 6. Who knows how long that could take? And, just because you're doing those live BPs doesn't exactly mean it's a perfect simulation of what he's going to do. My man Jack Harris from the LA Times asked a question to Dave Roberts the other day that I thought was a really great point. Like, at what point do you do one of those up-downs and then have him simulate taking it at bat?
Yeah.
Also in there, because that's what he's going to be doing. Like, he's going to be pitching and hitting in the leadoff spot for you when he comes back. So there's a lot of things that we've never seen before in terms of a rehab assignment that Shohei and the Dodgers are trying to do right now. And so I think this is one of those things that you're just going to have to play it by ear, and we're going to see. So I don't think it's rushing him. I actually think they're going to take as much of their time as we need. Like, I don't know if Shohei pitches until late August or September, to be honest with you. Like, I would be shocked if he pitches before then.
I told you my theory, right, Russ? I think he's going to hit for the cycle in a game that he pitches, and he'll be the pitcher of record.
Of course he will, because it's like he knows when the world is watching, it's like, all right, let me stretch out and give the people what they want.
Last thing I'll ask you here, the Detroit Tigers, I mean, they came on last year a little bit. They're still streaking this year. They just called up my man Dylan Smith on the mound, pitcher from Alabama back in the day. Can you tell the folks what they're doing so well, and should I be that worried about Detroit baseball coming back to prominence and potentially making a run in the fall?
The Detroit Tigers are the best team in the American League. I've been saying it for a while. Last year, they were the cute story. They're not a cute story anymore. They are 100% real. And I look at them and I say, we know what their pitching is, right? They have a great pitching infrastructure. Tarek Skubal is the best pitcher in all of Major League Baseball. And I don't think there's any questioning that. You have Casey Mize, former #1 overall pick, pitching really good innings for you. Jack Flaherty saying, you know what? I didn't really like it over there. I'm going to go back. They're getting quality pitching from their starting rotation and their bullpen. Last time I checked, they were 3rd in starter ERA. They were 4th in bullpen ERA. And then in their lineup, Kerry Carpenter, one of the best left-handed hitters in the American League. Riley Green, same thing. You're getting a lot out of Spencer Torkelson, former #1 overall pick who was on his last chance. Javi Baez has had a renaissance there in Detroit after years of not knowing if they would get anything out of that contract. I think that this is a really talented team. And I now look at it and I say, if they were able to sign Alex Bregman, it would be them as the best team in the American League, and it's not even close. So that's the area where I look and I say, okay, the Tigers add a third baseman between now and the trade deadline, and I think they're going to make a very deep postseason run. I think the people in Detroit should be very happy right now.
He's Russell Dorsey. He's the Yahoo National MLB Insider. We're going to have lunch this week or what? What's going on, brother? How busy are you?
Clint, you know how it gets when you get into one of those cities where everybody call you.
Oh,
and it's
Mr. Popular.
hey, man, are you in town? How long you in town? Lunch, dinner? And it's like, all right, I've booked this. I have to meet this person. Oh, I also got to get to the ballpark. And so I'm glad I got to see you the other day. And we were able to have long dialogue because, when I get out here to L.A., man, it's just the schedule book up quick, man.
Goodbye, Russell. I'll talk to you. Russ Dorsey, tremendous journalist, funny dude, and even better friend. Coming up, actually, first, the 2025 NBA Finals are on ESPN Radio. Catch Game 1 Thursday as the Thunder host the Pacers. Coverage begins at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Coming up, we're going to the watering hole, but we got one phone call we got to get to. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is the NBA Finals.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander lifts for three and buries it. Bang! Got it. What a shot by Halliburton.
The Finals. Coverage of Game 1 begins Thursday at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ABC. Presented by Indeed.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
White Sox fans, don't miss out on our 125-year anniversary promotions in June. Between the 1993 Division Champs Rope Hat, presented by Wintrust on June 7th, Southside legend Ray Durham bobblehead presented by United on June 8th, and Southside legend Louis Aparicio bobblehead presented by United on June 29th, there's something for everyone. To purchase tickets and for the entire promotional schedule, visit whitesox.com/promos.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Jewelry is a gift that says more than any other. It tells the recipient that they're extra special. This is Courtney Cronin for Rogers & Hollins Jewelers. For over 100 years, Rogers & Hollins has been Chicagoland's trusted family-owned jeweler. They have always offered meaningful pieces at a great value, and their expert guidance when buying and hands-on service with repairs will make you a customer for life. Visit online at rogersandhollins.com or stop in a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-212-2828. 800-212-2828. That's 800-212-2828.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
If you miss a show or an interview on ESPN 1000, you can hear it anytime, anywhere through the all-new ESPN Chicago app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Want to thank Frank Isola, SiriusXM NBA host, for coming on to discuss the Knicks. Also want to thank Russell Dorsey, who, while maybe too busy to have a meal with his friend Clint Yates, is not too busy to join the program Clinton and Friends and discuss baseball as the National Baseball MLB insider for Yahoo. Got to get a quick phone call here, 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Jay Boogie, what's up, dude?
Salute, salute, salute. 3 capital S's. Bless life, health, happiness to everybody coming off this beautiful weekend. Don't be upset. It's Monday. You got to go to work. Be grateful and thankful you have a job to go work at to take care of what you need to take care. Special shout out to both OKC and the Indiana Pacers. You're more deserving to be where you're at. You work hard for it. You deserve to be right there. And I know both of y'all are going to bless us all basketball fans with a beautiful finals that we all can't wait to watch, me as a fan. Another special shout-out goes out to the Indiana Pacers. Blessings to you. You knocked us off. You did what you had to do. You deserve to be where you're at, but just know it doesn't stop right there. You must continue to work if you want to be champions and represent the East. Jay Boogie, I'm a Knicks fan, and I'm going to represent the Indiana Pacers. I like the Pacers at 6. I don't jump ship, go to nowhere west and all that. I stay in the East. They knocked us off, so I'm riding with the Pacers. Shout out out to them for doing what they doing. I can't wait to see it get started. Us as the Knicks, we're not changing nothing. We only played 3 games with Mitch in the starting lineup, so we're not jumping ship, switching nothing. But, of course, like it's been mentioned, it's been said, if Giannis could call and be like, yo, I want to go to Madison Square Garden, of course you have to make moves and adjustments. Besides that phone call being made, we're not changing anything. We're going to strengthen up our bench. We're going to allow Mitch and Towns to learn to work together and continue on doing what we got to do and continue on moving forward. Every year for the last 3 years, Leon has made the team better, better, and better. So I look for us to handle our business, rest up. It's a long summer, but we'll be more than ready come next season. Shout out to everybody in Indiana, all the open schools. Continue on opening up your building and doing what you got to do. Bless and love, happiness. I look for us to have a good final, but I'm rooting for the Indiana Pacers. Shout out to you, Quentin. My season don't end. I will continue calling in because I'm part of your friends. Salute, 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 3 capital S's.
Thanks for the phone call. Let's go to the watering hole.
Time to check my social media.
Quickly, the dulcet tones of Dustin Akui, where we reflect upon the day. Federica had 2 chime-ins today.
What?
Number 1, when we were talking about small guards, she said, Warriors? LOL. The Warriors don't count in the small guard being your best player conversation because that small guard was Wardell Stephen Curry.
Wait, you know what? I think what she might have been saying, because I think one of our callers accidentally said Tyrese Halliburton was with the Warriors.
Oh, as opposed to the Kings.
I think that's what that might have been.
Okay. She also says the FIFA World Club tournament was a fraudulent tournament this year because they did not invite Barça, but did invite Real Madrid. Okay. We're deep in the weeds of FIFA club talk there. I'm just saying, I could do without that tournament. But a lot of people tend to like it. Let me go to the Twitter box. Antonio DR says, my guy, I'm getting 2013 Louisville, Michigan NCAA championship vibes. The fastest paced game I've ever seen. This series is going to take off. Naptonius Monk. Gingrich Fieldhouse should be re-nicknamed the Mayo Jar, just for kicks. This guy can't guard Kyle. Listening to Clint Yates on ESPN Radio this morning talking about A.B. Hernandez, calling them a woman, saying they're trying to compete at the highest level while competing against women is why this network is dying. I'm not going to get into a whole thing about this, but here's the bottom line. Humans are humans. How we identify ourselves is as much as important as how other people identify us. Don't ever forget that. Also, Don Denver. The 2 exceptions in the last 45 years of NBA history to the 2 small rule are Zeke and Steph. The historic nature of those 2 rosters is all you need to know about how right Becky Hammond is. Correct. I totally believe that. It's going to be hard for the Knicks to become the team that they need to be with a guy that short. And with that, the circle of life is closed. Now, we were talking about college baseball earlier. So Wright State is gone. But you know who's there, Devin, that you can latch on to?
Tell me.
The Chanticleers of Coastal Carolina. Ben Smith, our social guy, who threw for the Chants. Sam Wiederhaft, voice of the Chants, who's my buddy. The Chants are the team of record for this show.
Yes.
That was a given.
Yes.
Ain't no way we're not rooting for them.
The Fighting Ben Smiths, I'm in. I'm all in.
The Fighting Ben Smiths are exactly who we want to win this tournament. This tuna melt, as we like to say. But yeah, all in. Couple games today. Couple teams might get eliminated who you're used to normally seeing in the super regionals. But no, I'm loving it. I got out to a game this weekend and it was really fun. Going to the ballpark is something that you're probably going to hear me tell a lot more stories about now that the TV's out of the way and now the summer is in full swing. Trust me, kiddos, going to be a whole lot of talk about what goes on the diamond. You know why? Because I like baseball. It's my favorite thing in the whole wide world as far as sports are concerned. Coming up, Joe and Q, This has been Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, and I will see you on the internet.
Carmen and Jurko coming up, and the Cubs win another series. They take 2 of 3 from the Reds. We'll be talking about it, Jurko. They did lose Kyle Tucker yesterday for most of the game.
Awkward slide.
A little bit of an awkward slide. But the hand appears to be okay. Had to leave the game at X-rays were negative. PCA at it again. We'll talk about some of that. The White Sox kept it close all weekend, but that doesn't mean much when you can't get a win.
No. You got to win.
You got to win.
You got to win, Carl.
The Pacers won, Jurko. The finals are all set. An unlikely final between OKC. Not that it's unlikely that the Thunder got there, but a little bit maybe unlikely that the Pacers did. And is it a harbinger of things to come? Probably
It's
not.
a great week, though. It's the beginning of the Stanley Cup and beginning of the NBA Finals.
Wednesday and Thursday. Plus, we'll talk football. And there's very big, significant news breaking this morning inside the division. We'll tell you all about it. Carmen and Jurko coming up at noon.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale. Bring the fun home.
Exciting developments are underway in Madison. Market Square Crossing, a 50-acre mixed-use project just 30 minutes south of downtown Chicago, is ideal for retail, hospitality, residential, office, and recreational opportunities. Considering a business move? Contact Madison's Economic Development Department at villageofmadison.org to learn more. With its strategic location and growing community, Madison offers unmatched potential for business ready to thrive. Don't miss your chance to be part of the momentum. Madison, where business breathes new life.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected, so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, away we go on this Monday. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Cubs certainly did, taking 2 of 3 from the Reds. A little bit of a scare yesterday when Kyle Tucker got knocked out of the game, but x-rays were negative. He appears to be okay. They've got an off day today anyway. He's day-to-day. A road trip begins at Washington tomorrow. Be tested a little bit on this road trip. They've got the Phillies and the Tigers on this road trip. They might have to face Tarek Skubal. The one, I think ESPN.com in their probables has the White Sox facing him in the getaway day on Thursday. And then MLB.com has Skubal going Friday against the Cubs as they open up a weekend series in the Motor City. So I'm not sure what that's going to be. One way or another, though, this week, Tarek Skubal could be pitching against one of our Chicago teams. And Jesse is going to effort some Tigers for us. We do a new segment. Carmen and Jurko talk to the opposing manager. So maybe an AJ Hinch.
It's been some real exciting stuff coming down the pipeline.
Well, every manager we've had knows Jurko, and they love him.
Yeah, well, let's hope that continues. Let's hope that continues.
To Pat Murphy. And how about the Brewers? The Brewers have won like 7 in a row.
Murphy really had a relationship with my brother.
He did.
When they were out at Notre Dame.
From their ND days together.
Absolutely.
I think it's 7 straight wins and counting now for the Milwaukee Brewers. The Brewers.
Boy, between St. Louis and the Brewers, you know. St. Louis, I thought they were going away.
I thought they were too.
Especially the way the Cubs have bbeen playing. I talked to a St. Louis Cardinals fan about a month ago, and the guy goes, "We're just not good." You know, it was like when they had gone
wrong
8-2.
I don't think they are
in their last 10.
Yeah.
He goes, "No." He goes, "We're not. We're not that good." They keep hanging around.
I think he's right.
Hanging around. That's going to be problematic. Maybe they can't do it over the stretch of 162. But through 60, they've been pretty damn good.
I also have Cardinal fan friends in my life. They say the same thing. They're like, I don't think we're this good.
Yeah.
So they aren't even really buying into it. Yet 7 straight wins for the Brewers now, including a couple of walk-off wins. But the Cubs still have a 4-game lead because the Cubs have played pretty fantastic baseball. I don't know where this will end. I think it's going to end with a division title for the Cubs, certainly. They're trending for 101.5 victories. So will they cool off at some point? Maybe. They got a couple of tough tests this road trip, as we talked about, against Detroit and against the Phillies. So they'll play some better teams. But on this stretch, these 2 series against the Reds, a couple series against the Marlins, a series against the Rockies, a series against the White Sox, they pretty much dominated. And they put it all together again yesterday. You got another very good Jameson Taillon performance. You got another great PCA performance, too.
That is drilled out towards right center and a base hit for Pete Crow-Armstrong. There he goes. Throw down to second, and it's a stolen base. He swiped 18 of 21. On the ground, base hit right field. Tucker around third on his way to the plate. Here's the throw. Too late. PCA RBI single, and the Cubs have a 1-0 lead. And now PCA one off the big league lead. That is ripped left field. That's rolling all the way to the wall. Benson goes to dig it. Here comes PCA. He's in to score. Man, he can fly.
I mean, just a little taste. Boog Shambi on marquee yesterday. 2 stolen bases, 3 hits. He scored, you heard that last highlight, on a ball down Not the line, but a ball to left field, to the wall in left field from first.
Yeah, well, he's a scooter.
I mean,
he can scoot.
You heard Book say, man, he can really fly. Yes, he can.
Carm, some guys can read it off the bat where there's no hesitation whatsoever, so he gets that secondary lead, sees the contact, and knows nobody's going to get to it, and there he goes. Once he gets moving,
there's no stopping
him.
Not
him. There's no Bo Jackson in the outfield anymore.
No.
Okay? He's faster than Harold Reynolds. You know that in that famous play where he got him at the plate.
That's right.
So what I'm telling you is he gets that secondary lead. He gets that momentum. He identifies it right off the bat. Boom. He's gone. He's one of those guys that can do it.
Yeah, he is. Listen, he is the toast of the town right now, and rightfully so. I mean, I think
Kyle Tucker was the toast of the town early on.
Well, I think
the PCA stuff is kind of taking it over.
Don't you get the feeling that I haven't been to a Cubs game live? I mean, but watching just on TV, don't you get the feeling that every time those two come to the plate, there's like a noticeable change.
There's an air of electric in the air.
An air of electric.
An air of electric in the air.
I can't say that. An air of electric.
That's because it's a malaprop, you know?
It's still funny.
Yeah, there's just electricity in the air. That's all it is.
Electric.
Not
We've
an
always
air
said
of
there's an
electric.
air of electric.
Yeah.
We've always said
Somebody misspoke one day and we stayed with it.
Well, they're very much.
What's going on there?
There very much is.
Ooh. We got the Tennessee-Texas matchup right now. Looks like the Women's College World Series.
Yes.
And the pitcher from Texas has got what we would call a solid foundation.
Look at the play by the shortstop.
Yeah,
that was
scooped
a
it.
Slick play by
I'm
the
sorry to
shortstop.
take us off of that, but boy, I tell you what.
You don't have to wear a hat? They don't have to wear hats?
A helmet, you mean?
No, a hat. Why aren't you wearing a hat in the field?
Maybe she doesn't feel like it. Maybe she's a pitcher and she's not going to handle anything.
That play by the shortstop was smooth.
She's a scooper, kid.
Oh, my God. That was
Love to
smooth.
see that.
That was textbook.
Now, is she looking at her Apple Watch? It looked like she was looking at her Apple Watch for the signals.
I'm sure.
Take a look at this again, Carm.
That's probably just their communication device. That's all. I'm assuming.
Okay.
I would think that they have it the same.
I thought college sports was a little bit more innocent than professional sports.
I don't know. Or it's their cheat sheet. The cheat sheet is on her wrist.
It does kind of look like she was looking at a watch.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it might be. Do they have a comms device the way they do in the bigs?
Oh, they might.
That's what I'm wondering.
Well, she was looking at something, though.
Yeah.
But the catcher could be inputting it. You know what I'm saying?
So, look at it?
Or the manager. I think the manager's inputting it,
Or
Carm.
the manager could. I don't know.
Inside.
You got me on this one. That's just what I'm assuming.
She's throwing smoke, Carm.
That's what I'm assuming.
You know, the power comes through the legs. You know that, right?
Yeah, yes, I do.
She's powerful.
All right.
It might just be my ignorance about women's softball, but
well, they throw fastballs and changeups.
They throw fastballs and changeups, but what is she looking at?
Listen, you guys, location, I don't know. I don't have a daughter that plays softball. I can't specifically speak to it. I'm not that plugged in. I'm not sure. But they have a variety of pitches or locations that they could be communicating. That's what it could be. Or she's looking at something on a device that is allowed where she's...
Do you know who taught me how to pitch softball?
Who?
Women's softball. He's a women's
Jenny
softball
Finch.
coach. Nope, coached his daughter, too. Meatloaf.
Oh, yeah.
Meatloaf.
He's a Packer fan.
Yeah, he is a Packer fan. He played in Milwaukee. Got a chance to meet him with Fuzzy Thurston.
Rest in peace.
He coached his daughter. His daughter was backup singing that particular day.
Yeah.
And he was talking. We got to talking about softball, him coaching, and he started talking about pitching. And he had a softball in the dressing room, and there he is showing us the whole doohickey, how to grip the baseball and how softball pitchers throw changeups, how they throw their fastball, the riser, the curve, whether it's going to be left or right.
So they can manipulate the ball a lot.
But the change of speed is what gets them.
The change of speed. Well, and the mound is close, too. That ball's cooking when it comes
I never thought I'd be talking about women's softball ever in my life.
Well, we got it. It's World Series time in college.
Carm, it's
softball
time.
and baseball. I watched some of the Wright State Vanderbilt game yesterday, and Vanderbilt ended up losing.
Who didn't
to
watch
Wrights.
that?
I did have it on for a little while.
I'm not surprised.
Baseball was on both TVs for me.
I was watching golf,
I
Carm.
know.
I
I
hope
figured
you're not
you would
upset
be.
with me.
I watched
Scheffler.
some of the golf Saturday.
At the Memorial.
Schefter at the Memorial. We'll get to him. Don't worry.
Schefter, not Adam Schefter. He does football. Scheffler.
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler.
Scheffler.
Scotty Scheffler.
Hell is Schefter?
I got a note about Scotty Scheffler for a little bit later on.
I got a note for you.
But it is College World Series, both the softball and the baseball, so it's always good action.
Hey,
we're watching the
where do we have a
women
great
right
time
now.
on Friday?
Hillgrove Tap was
Hillgrove
awesome.
Tape was absolutely fantastic.
Thanks to
we met
Yingling.
the owners, everybody out there, our friends at Yingling. We had a great time out there. Good people.
Great crew.
Everybody showing up. A lot of Carms guys came out to say hello.
Yeah, it was good.
Our guy Lenny Matola, Fuss was out there, right?
Fuss was out there.
Was it Vinny Fuss?
It's Jeff.
Well,
Couple of
that's
Andrean
close.
guys.
Yeah. A couple Northwest Indiana guys. You got to go ahead. Made it big, so they moved out to the western suburbs, Western Springs, so they could pay Illinois a ton of taxes. Good for you guys.
And we're going to be paying more.
Yeah.
Especially on our gambling. More on that in a minute. Eric is in Schaumburg. Eric, what is the device she's got on her wrist? Do you know?
That's a pitch-com device. They call pitches from the dugout.
That's what I figured. So she's just looking at it's not in her ear. She's just looking at the pitch com on her watch, right?
Yeah. They throw a rise ball, a drop ball, a curve ball, a changeup, a screwball, and a fastball.
There you go. It's
multiple different pitches.
A lot of different pitches.
My daughter pitches. So,
Your daughter pitches. I figured. There you go, Eric. I figured that's what it was. Thanks, buddy.
I got a guy. You might know him. He played with Eric Anderson over at St. Francis de Sales, Tony Michalski.
I don't know.
He's a Holy Ghost kid out of South Holland. But he went over there and played on that championship runner-up team that they had that lost to East St. Louis. He coaches softball, elite softball.
Elite level?
He's got 3 of the best pitchers in the Midwest playing for him.
Wow,
Chow
really?
does. And they're with the Bandits.
Okay, Chicago Bandits.
Yeah,
Nice.
the Bandits. And so he's got 3 of the best pitchers.
Nice.
I think he said they were high school freshmen.
Come on.
I am telling you, Carmen, $1 to a donut right now. He said 3 freshman pitchers. Now, they're probably just got done with their freshman year. Maybe
Right. They just
sophomore.
finished up.
But he
freshman
said they throw smoke.
Hey, man.
Smoke.
Softball, baseball around these parts is
Chow's
good.
one of the best. They call him Chow. Okay, so he's one of the best. I'm just letting you know. Shout out to Chow.
Back to the air of electric that is in the air when PCA comes.
It is. I'm excited.
When PCA comes to the plate. 3-hit game yesterday. So the slash line now is up to 283, 13, 560. He finally made it to double-digit walks, too. He also has 19 stolen bases to boot, and he's got an NL leading 3.6 baseball reference wins above replacement. I think he's at about 3.4, 3.2. According to Fangraphs. A couple guys on Fangraphs have a higher WAR. Of course, Aaron Judge for the ridiculous things he's doing offensively. And even in a blowout loss Saturday night, he had a couple more home runs. And then Cal Raleigh, who is just, you talk about a guy that probably will get completely lost in the shuffle because he plays baseball in Seattle. This isn't like a star football player for the Seahawks, which we're all going to know about because football's different. Football hits differently these days. Cal Raleigh, the season that Cal Raleigh is putting together for the Seattle Mariners, Jurko, is
phenomenal.
He's not only the best catcher in the game in terms of what he does behind the plate and handling that pitching staff, he's got 23 home runs. 23.
Is that the most in Major League Baseball?
That's the most in Major League Baseball.
More than Aaron Judge.
More than Aaron Judge.
More than Kyle Schwarber.
More than Kyle Schwarber. More than Shohei.
More than Ohtani.
Right? I think Shohei's at 22 or 21. Shohei's at 22. So he's got one more than Shohei.
Cal Raleigh.
Cal Raleigh is unfreaking believable. And he's got the best nickname in baseball.
What's his nickname?
The Big Dumper.
The Big Dumper.
Yes. 21 home runs for Judge. Yes, the Big Dumper.
The Big Dumper.
23 home runs for a catcher. It's June 2nd. And then there's PCA right behind those two guys, at least in terms of Fangraphs. Like I said, PCA leading all National League players in both Fangraphs and
I got a picture of him
reference.
carrying a trident.
Yeah, that's what they do. They pass a trident around. When they hit a home
Seattle?
run, they pass a trident around.
Oh,
they're the
boy.
Mariners, Everybody's got to have something.
Don't want to be struck by lightning or something. You better be careful.
I think it's
Don't
plastic.
play with the trident.
I think,
you know what I'm saying?
I think it's plastic.
Got to be careful.
But, man, PCA just has that excitement level. He
does.
really does. He swings at everything. At some point, will that come back to haunt him a little bit? I don't know.
Maybe.
But, I mean, there is nothing that he does. He's like Vladimir Guerrero. It's like, I can hit that. No problem.
Do you
I'll
remember what I used to tell you that I missed most in baseball?
Running the bases.
Yeah, the bases.
Stolen bases.
Hitting runs.
First
running
to third.
hits. Yes.
Yes.
Quality base. That's what made baseball fun.
A guy scoring from first to from first on a ball hit to left field.
Yeah, to the wall.
To the wall in left field.
Yes.
That's what you miss? Guess what?
It's
Back in baseball. Thank God.
Thank heavens.
Thank God.
That's what I like. I like putting a runner's movement, watching the infield go, and see if the hitter can hit to a spot that's been vacated.
I'm with you.
That's what we like to call baseball right there. That's where the wheels in the sky are turning, and I'm talking about in your mind right there. It's manager.
These rules changes, Yerk, have helped tremendously.
Do you notice how much better the manager is when he's got better players?
Of course.
PCA, Kyle Tucker. All of a sudden.
Look at the Isaiah's year. I mean, look at what happens all of a sudden.
Yeah, all of a sudden when you have better players, good things start to happen.
You see how that works?
My switch hitting thunderstick is having an off year right now.
A little bit.
And he's a little banged up. But still, if he gets on fire, when these guys cool off a little bit, it'd be a good thing. I always told you if he's the fourth or fifth best player, you guys would have a pretty good team. Right?
And
never be the horse.
And look,
he could never be the horse, Ian Happ.
Right.
But he could be a part of a very good team. The problem is he's getting paid like a horse.
I mean, I don't know. Is he, Yerk? What's he making?
20-some-odd million.
20 million?
20-some-odd million.
These days, that's not really paid like a horse, though.
No,
I mean,
it's not paid like a pauper. You're not being paid like a pauper either.
I bet, but the elite guys are 30 and north now, though. I mean,
well, how many elite guys are there, though, Carmen?
That make
you break
that much,
down every single contract in Major League Baseball.
So like Soto.
Do you have 30 guys that are making
I don't know.
that kind of money?
Question. I'm guessing like Soto, Lindor, Judge, Shohei, obviously, Vladdy, Harper, Machado. Like that, you're probably right. There's probably not 30 of those guys. There's probably not 25 of those guys.
But the point is, so there are those guys, and then there's that class right below them.
Yeah.
Right, that are getting in the 20s.
In the mid-20s.
Yes. So, not that it matters one way or the other. I'm just saying he's being paid like a guy that needs to perform, and he's not performing, and we're hoping that he turns it on. Because, guys will cool. Right. And when they cool, you need somebody else to really step it up. So we'll see.
The Cubs
Time will tell. They're in first.
They're in first by 4 games.
And it doesn't look like they're going away.
And they're not going anywhere. They're too good. The lineup is too good. There are so many guys right now that are just dangerous, tough outs. They've got all this speed. It's not just PCA that can run. Kyle Tucker can run. Dansby Swanson can run. Like, they've got a ridiculous amount of speed up and down that lineup. And they're not going anywhere, even with some of the limitations maybe at the back end of the bullpen and with the rotation because of some of the injuries. The Cubs aren't going away. Will they get to 101? I don't know about that. They're probably not going to have to, and it won't matter as long as they're healthy come October. And Cub fans have to be loving this. And the rules changes, you are so right, have made a big difference in baseball. This is a couple years' worth of sample we've seen now, and it's been tremendous. And there is more action. Look, it'll never look like it looked when we were kids probably, but that's just sports. No sport today looks the exact same way it did in 1985. The NBA doesn't.
It's true.
NFL doesn't. Yeah. The NHL doesn't. It changes. Yeah. That's what it is. But this is so much more enjoyable and a better brand of baseball than we were watching just a couple of short years ago. It's pretty remarkable what those rules changes have done. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Yerk. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Shut your mouth.
What?
I have a final twosome to give away. What's up? It's J Hood. Come to Legends Grill and Bar in Woodridge Wednesday night from 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two. You can qualify to win a spot on Team Kap and J Hood, sponsored by Republic Bank. And at the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Legends in Woodridge this Wednesday. And please enjoy responsibly.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped another one-run game, 3-2 in Baltimore on Sunday to end a 1-5 road trip. Adrian Hauser pitched very well again, his third quality start in his many outings with the White Sox. But the Orioles starting staff stymied the Sox throughout the weekend. Now the Sox are back home and back in the division. They host the first-place Detroit Tigers tonight at 6:40 Central to open a 4-game series. days. Take advantage of savings all summer long with our summer savings section. Enjoy select lower-level tickets for $20 on all weekday games and $25 on all weekend games while supplies last. Some exclusions apply. The summer savings section is presented by Wintrust. Different approach, better results. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text DIG to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful Fed incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text DIG to 42424. That's DIG to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 4 free windows with the purchase of 4 windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments till 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Cubs had a winning weekend. The White Sox got swept. Every game in Baltimore was close, though. But this is pro sports. You don't get much for close.
It is, yeah, it is.
And the White Sox offense is just so bad. It's that Baltimore pitching staff stinks. It absolutely stinks.
What happened?
They lost Corbin Burns. By the way, Corbin Burns left to start early this weekend for Arizona.
Did
That's
he?
not good.
Elbow?
I don't know, Jurko, exactly. I just saw on
cramps.
It
was his elbow.
No, I think it was more serious than that. I think it was his elbow.
Forearm cramps. Yeah. They get him sometimes leads to
Corbin
elbows.
Burns left. Grayson Rodriguez has been hurt all year. Zach Eflin has stunk. Charlie Morton has stunk, and they dominated the Sox. It's just they're the elixir for most teams, but they are so much more competitive. Not that that really matters, and none of this really matters in the grand scheme of things right now for the White Sox because they're so far away from being competitive, and most of the good, young, dynamic players that they have in their organization aren't even up at the big league level right now. But you realize the Sox have only allowed 9 more runs than the Cubs this year? Only 9. They just can't score. 7 straight losses by the White Sox. 7 straight by 2 runs or fewer. They're averaging just 3.41 runs per game. Only the Rangers, Royals, Pirates, and Rockies are averaging less. And the Sox are 3-15 in one-run games. They've played a lot of them. They just stink in them. They've got the worst record in baseball in one-run games at 3-15. The Cubs, I think, are like 9-5 or 9-4 or something in one-run games. That's what you want to be. So they're more competitive, like blah, blah, blah. But boy, watching their offense is painful. They get, like Mellor told us on Friday when we talked to him, they really do, by and large, like get good starting pitching performances. They really do. They're guys like keep them in games. They're just absolutely atrocious at the plate. And hopefully that'll change when some of the young, more dynamic players come up. They're going to get nothing for Luis Robert. He's terrible. I don't know what happened, but it's weird. He leads the league in steals. Just think if he were on base. Yeah. He's never on base, and he's got 20 stolen bases. So he's got that going for him, but he stinks.
He stinks.
I don't know what.
I'll just stick with you. He stinks.
Go to a different team. Maybe he gets rejuvenated. Somebody fixes something. I don't know what it is. He was like a 5-win player 2 years ago. He's terrible. He's terrible. He's close to being a negative win player. If it weren't for the stolen bases and the defense, he would be. That's how bad he is at the plate. Watching that team play offense is tough. Dennis is in Downers Grove. What's up, Dennis?
Hey, guys. I want to make a comment. You know, Yerk said something that I loved. I called last year to one of your other programs, and somebody was knocking Counsell for not yelling at the Cub players when they had lost 6 in a row, and I called up and said the guy is probably the best manager in baseball, maybe Bruce Bochy. My point was, why do you always have to blame somebody when you're just not that good? You're just not that good. So I made that call, and Yerk made this comment, and I loved it because, like he said, he says, isn't it amazing now how Counsell looks better? Well, he is a fantastic manager. And last comment, guys, don't you think it's tougher if you're a real good team in the National League to make the World Series than the American League? See you later, guys.
All right, but Dennis, good talking to you, buddy. I would say, yes, it's going to be more of a meat grinder in the NL. There are a lot of really good teams in the National League, I think. Or at least, let's say, like, I don't know how you want to define very good. The Cubs are very good. I think the Phillies and Mets are very good. I think the Dodgers are potentially great.
Well,
I think
first
the Padres
of all,
are very
I would
good.
break it down into sevens. So the 7 best NL teams, is there going to be a battle to be the best 7 NL teams? One of those years, you barely had 7 teams that were going to make the playoffs, and the 7th team looked like they were limping in.
Yeah.
So you look at, give me 7 teams on each side that look like they're going to make the playoffs, and tell me which one's better.
All right.
That's what it's going to be. It's going to be 7.
I'll give you the 7-pack in the NL. Ready?
Yep.
Cubs, Mets, Phillies, Dodgers, Padres, Giants.
Then you got to go back to the Central.
It's only 6, right?
Is it 6? NFL 7.
NFL 7.
Yeah,
It's
just
6.
give me the 6 and the 6.
So Mets, Phillies, Cubs, Dodgers, Padres, Giants.
Okay.
All those teams have a .559 winning percentage or better.
Give me the AL roster.
In the AL, it's going to be the Yankees. Mm-hmm. Probably Detroit. I think they're terrific.
Detroit.
Probably Seattle. Let's throw Houston in there.
Planted Houston.
Do we believe in the Blue Jays? The Blue Jays are in second in the American League East, 31-28. The Rays are 30-29. I'm not putting the Rays in there.
No, that's barely over 500.
Blue Jays.
So you're struggling finding the 5th and the 6th team right now, Carm?
Maybe Guardians.
I'd say the NL right now might be a little bit tougher.
Yeah.
The NL is going to be a little bit. Let's see how it plays out as you go on. We haven't seen acquisitions after July 31st,
That's right.
or before July 31st. That'll go ahead and change teams. But right now, early on, I'd say the National League might be a little bit rougher.
Yeah, who's going to jumpstart the trade market, too? It's probably still a little too early for that, but in the next few weeks, maybe, does a team get out and try to beat the market? Do the White Sox start to dangle Adrian Hauser out there? He had another very good start. I mean, he's come in, he's given them depth in all their games. He's pitched at least 6 innings in the 3 starts he's had since starting for the big league club. He was pretty good yesterday in Baltimore. So do the Sox try to beat the market and find a team that's needy for pitching and see if they could pry a good prospect away from that team? You know, we're still a little ways away. Adam sent me a note that Bob Nightingale had in his column over the weekend, again saying how the Pirates are open for business on everybody except Paul Skeens, of course, which they shot down that rumor a couple of weeks ago, and O'Neal Cruz. Everybody else, including Brian Hayes and Brian Reynolds, who both signed bigger deals here in the last couple of off seasons. I mean, the Pirates finally gave somebody $100 million, Brian Reynolds, and he's kind of stunk. And so they're like, this is why we don't give people $100 million, I guess. It's going to be easy for the Pirates to say that. But they have basically said, we are open for business. Come call us, but don't ask about Skeens or Cruz. And I think it'd be crazy if they traded Skeens. We did this a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Just look at the pop they get in terms of attendance and all the dollars that it means to them.
They don't have to do anything for 3-4 more years if they want to.
They've got so much time on Paul Skeens, it's not even funny. And they might as well capitalize on that.
Yes, you will.
It's shameful the way they run their operation and their business, but...
It is.
To
the fans of Pittsburgh, yep.
Yeah.
It is.
Somebody was sending...
It's amazing how they demand so much from the Pittsburgh Steelers and demand so little from the Pittsburgh Pirates. It is.
I don't know why that is.
It's amazing. I don't know why.
Where did I see on social media, somebody sent me something over the weekend, like somebody had an exchange in the stands with Tom Ricketts, something about, Tom uttered the line again. Okay, I don't know. Maybe it's fake news, too. I don't know. Could have been. You never know what the hell you're believing or looking at these days. But, Ricketts uttered again, oh, no, everybody thinks the teams make money. They don't. The reality is teams don't make money. It's laughable.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sorry,
it really
Tom.
is. It's like...
Sorry, Tom.
It is laughable.
Nobody
Yeah.
cares
The
to
Cubs
listen
don't
to you
make
cry
money.
poor.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear you cry poor,
I don't know what
sir.
clever accounting you're using to say that the Chicago Cubs don't make money, but it's hilarious.
Yep. Comical.
It's hilarious.
Comical.
No money here. I got an idea then. Sell the team.
If you're not happy.
If it's so hard to make money, sell it for 4x what you bought it for. Seems like a pretty good deal.
Are you talking about something you saw on Twitter?
I don't know. Somebody sent it to me, Adam. It could be, like I said,
like an interaction with a fan?
Yeah.
Okay,
Probably fake
so this
news.
is.
I don't know.
No, I mean,
Who
this is
knows?
what you're. It's going around like the blogs and stuff like that. This is from Setup Man Brian.
I don't know. Who knows?
Wrigley. He's a podcaster. So this is what he says. What's something? This is his conversation, Brian. What's something as fans we don't understand, like from a business perspective? Tom, that teams lose money all the time, and we are just trying to break even. Brian, how can I help make that better? What can I buy? Tom, just defend us online.
Oh, my God.
And
I'm
this is
sorry,
from May
Tom.
30th, which was Friday.
Friday.
And I believe Friday was the day, like, a bunch of people went to the game from the radio station. I think
so.
I heard Shay and Tyler say that in their seats.
They were there.
They saw Tom Ricketts walking around.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah. So I wouldn't put it past this to maybe have actually taken place because Tom Ricketts was walking around. Take it for what it's worth, I guess.
That's what you'd have to do.
I think it's hilarious. I'm sorry. That there's no money to be made over there. The Cubs, by the way, are averaging 35,884 fans per game.
Not sold out. Not sold out every game.
It's also, summer's just really, like school just ended.
It's out for the summer.
Basically, yeah. Cubs are top 7 right now in average
Alice
attendance.
Cooper, baby. School's out for the
School's
summer.
out for the summer.
Yeah, you got to love that.
The Cubs are, in terms of total attendance to this point, the Cubs are 5th in baseball behind the Dodgers, Phillies, Padres, and the Mets. So, I don't know. Something tells me they do quite well. And again, if you really can't make money and it's that hard, you should probably just sell the team because some billionaire owner will come in and buy it from you. He'll give you, you bought it for $800 million. Somebody's going to give you a $3 billion for it, right? Cubs worth like $3 billion or something like that, give or take. $4 billion.
Yeah.
Right?
But
$4 billion.
This will be a very good
like that?
litmus test for the team. I heard Shay talking about this with Kap and Hood. Is it now that we're at June, like the beginning of June? I know it's not June 1st, but it's the first working day of June.
2nd,
whatever.
$5.31 billion by Sportico.
Oh my God!
Is it time to start talking about the the Cubs being World Series or bust, and that they should be going you should be going all in right now?
I think you should.
Like when the deadline comes here in 2 months, you should be doing everything you can to take advantage of the fact that you have Kyle Tucker for this year.
Yeah.
You have PCA on a what do you call it, MVP type run.
I hold that thought because I want to talk about more. I want to talk about that a little bit more. There seems to be a pretty obvious answer to me, and it's something that you just mentioned. It's because of something you just mentioned, Adam. Let's talk about that when we come back a little bit. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and York coming right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
The stock market has been all over the place, and if you're nearing or in retirement, it's probably got you nervous. Will you have enough to retire? Are you worried about running out of money? Are you sick of hearing, just ride it out? What can you do differently to ensure that you have enough to retire comfortably with an income that's guaranteed to last your lifetime? Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth, and I've got great news for you today. I'm a featured expert in a groundbreaking film called The Retirement Deception. This film reveals exactly how you can create a guaranteed income with your nest egg protected from market volatility. Wall Street may not want you to see this film, but I do want you to see it at no cost. That's right, it's absolutely free when you call today. I want you to know the truth about retirement. A secure retirement is achievable. Call today to speak with one of our retirement specialists to get your free copy of The Retirement Deception. Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Is Cialis Daily really better than Viagra?
If you like spontaneity, the answer is yes. So when the mood strikes, you're ready to go.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is definitely much happier.
When you take it, you're ready to go. Does Cialis Daily last longer than Viagra?
Guys are raving that their results last even longer.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star.
Because it is effective, I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
It's literally life-changing.
Does RexMD really work?
Over 85% of guys said not only does it work, they saw results the very first night. And you can get your first month free at freerexmd.com with medication delivered direct to your door. There's no copay, no doctor office visit, and your shipping is always free. Visit freerexmd.com to get your first month free. That's FREEREXMD.com.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
So if the question is, should the Cubs be all in, going for it? Now, and we're past your line. You always, or your date, June 1st. You always want to say, let me see 60 games.
Yeah, are they a good team? Yes, they are.
And they're good.
Yep, they're a good team.
And should they be all in? Hell yeah. You don't know that Kyle Tucker's going to be on this team after this year.
So what's the most important thing that they need at the trade deadline?
Well, I would think it's pitching, right?
Right. Is it relief or is it starting?
Both. How about one of each? And Do you spare no expense? Are you going to trade Ballesteros or Cade Horton? No, probably not. I don't think they're going to look to subtract anything off their big league club. Somebody might say, well, we need Horton, we need Shaw. Well, that's not going to happen. But as you start to look through the rest of their minor leagues, even very impressive, good rising prospects, do they suddenly become available when you've got this kind of opportunity? I think so. I think this is the way Theo operated in years past. I think Jed will take his lead from a lot of that. I don't know how you could say that they shouldn't be all in, because you might only have Tucker for this year, and you should capitalize. And these opportunities, like these moments can be fleeting, and they're rare. And speaking of just what their minor league system looks like, now that we are 60 games in, or basically Kylie McDaniel, on ESPN.com, who does all their organizational prospect rankings, Yerk.
Yep.
He just updated his top 10 for every team. And he's got a few guys that have risen into his top 10 within the Cubs system that weren't previously there. So his top 10, now a couple of these guys have already been in the big leagues, including Matt Shaw, who's been in the big leagues more than any of them. But he's got Shaw 1 still. That's where he was before. He's got Ballesteros 2, Horton 3, and then Alcantara 4. Then Jefferson Rojas 5th, Owen Casey 6th, Jackson Wiggins 8th, and then 3 newcomers to the top 10 for the Cubs, Christian Hernandez, Pedro Ramirez, and Jonathan Long. And he writes, what to know? Hernandez, he's talking about Christian Hernandez here, 21-year-old shortstop, York, was a highly touted international signee who was turning the corner with raw power as his calling card. Also keep an eye on outfielder Eli Lovich. He wasn't even in this list, but he's just giving you the big picture breakdown.
Right.
A prep pick from last year's draft
Lovich.
as an arrow-up prospect further down the list. Next to debut, he writes, the first 4 on the list have all debuted. Long and Casey look like they'll be the next up if there's need at some point for a thumper. And that's what Owen Casey has done at AAA. His numbers are pretty good, and he's hit for some power. I think he's got 7 or 8 home runs already at AAA. So do one of those guys on that list outside the top 3 become available? I mean, I think you kind of have to push pretty much all in on these moments in these situations, especially if you know internally you're probably not going to keep Kyle Tucker. They know what their baseball budget's going to be. Tom Ricketts is probably in quiet places. Look, he's telling a guy at a blog, no, there's no money. We're just trying to break even. They're not going to spend $600 million on Kyle Tucker.
That's what it sounds like.
If you got
That's
him
what
for
it
1
feels
year,
like.
go.
Yeah.
You might as well.
He's here, make it happen.
Exactly. You might as well go and make it happen. They're not going to be in a bidding war with the Phillies or Yankees. There's nothing in their history that tells us they are. I'm not being a hater. That's the truth, isn't it? What in their history tells us that they are? Listen to the way he's talked since COVID and since winning his World Series. So are they going to be bidding against the Dodgers and the Phillies and the Yankees? Probably not. You might as well go now.
Try to get one. Every 10 years, try to get one.
Well, you would take that, wouldn't you? You'd be pretty happy with that.
I mean, compared to the history of the Cubs, would you take it? Of course you would.
Yeah, I think any fan would take it. Jeff is in Mendota on ESPN 1000. What's up, Jeff?
What's up, guys? Thanks for the show. Love listening to you guys.
Thanks.
Travel a ton, so
thank you.
Awesome. Love Carmen and Jurko. I just wanted to add went to the game on Saturday, right? And what happened to the old adage of you break even on the TV money, you break even on the ticket money, and you're just basically a big restaurant that is free entertainment. With $9 sodas and $15 beers, them boys are making a pretty penny, that's for sure.
Sure seems that way, unless there's something we don't know, Jeff.
They'll tell you they're broke.
They'll tell you they're broke.
Yep. We're broke. Yet they just keep building around that.
They do.
Interesting. Why? If you can't make money there, why do you keep building around it?
Yeah, I just find it hard to believe.
I
find it hard to believe that all these billionaires want in these pro sports teams and these leagues with the TV money and everything else.
Look at this magic accounting we're doing over here.
If it's
whoosh, 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 whoosh.
Label me skeptical. Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong. I can't tell you that I'm 100% right, but
you're not
wrong.
You're right.
Seems very unlikely that all these teams are broke.
Yep.
I just have a hard time buying it.
I think they always want to show you that they're broke. That way they don't have to pay a lot of taxes.
I think that's exactly what they like to do.
Yep.
So
not surprised. They all do it.
But
they all do it.
I say when you have opportunities like this, you really think about Not that you want to sacrifice your future. And again, there are going to be certain guys that, of course, are going to be off limits. Who those would be for the Cubs, internally, what do they think? Guy like Ballesteros maybe, or Horton might be, Shaw, whatever. Like, there's going to be a handful of guys that you're going to deem, no, that's not worth it. That's a little bit reckless for the future. But there could be other good prospects that you might have to give up, that you don't want to give up, but you do it because you realize the opportunity. They've done that before. It didn't work out nearly the way the White Sox thought it was going to work out for them, and I don't think the Cubs gave up a player that at the time they really valued, that they thought was going to be very good. He had a brief fleeting moment, but just look at the Eloy trade. Look at Cease and Eloy. They knew they were giving up good prospects. They did.
Yes, they did.
They knew they were giving up good prospects to get those players.
All right, prospects. It's 100% exactly
but
what
they
you
did
said.
it anyway.
Yeah.
And so I could see them being in a situation where they do something similar, because I think you take advantage of these opportunities when you get them. And if you see an opportunity to get to October and be the best you can be and be all in, I don't know why you wouldn't be. And they're not going to need much in way of offense, but pitching is going to be a priority and a necessity, especially with some of the injuries. And you're not getting Justin Steele back this year. So a bullpen arm and a starting pitcher are probably top of the list of what they're going to try to add as we get closer to the trade deadline. 312-332-3776. That's the number. So mandatory minicamp this week, Yerk, for the Bears. That'll be fun. Starting tomorrow. We'll have a lot of conversation about that. They expect full participation. They've had very good participation even through the voluntary stuff. You know, Montez Sweat has been around. They got some injuries and some guys that haven't been able to participate, including 2 of their draft picks.
New coaching staff will do that for you.
Yeah, that's a good point. All of a sudden, you're like, oh, I better show them.
You got to reestablish whatever level you had with the previous regime.
Yeah.
You need to get back in there and have them be confident in you again.
Yeah.
And if that means you've got to be there, that means you got to be there. That's just the way it is.
No holdouts, and they expect full participation. So it'll be a good week. Mandatory minicamp kicks off tomorrow. That's happening for a lot of teams around the NFL. There's some huge news this morning inside the Bears division that is quite significant. And at this point, I'm assuming most people have probably heard the news out of Detroit. We'll kind of bring you up to speed and just talk about that situation and what it might do to the Lions coming up next. 312-332-ESPN for Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski. And I'm Dionne Miller. We are very ready for the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic.
If you're selected for Team Peggy and Dionne, you understand we are bringing a significant advantage to the course.
Okay, that is a silly play on the fact that Advantage Dealer Group is the sponsor of Team Peggy and Dionne.
I actually just meant that we're way better golfers than the rest, but okay, yeah, that works too.
See you June 11th at Seven Bridges Golf Club for the Grip It and Sip It Classic presented by Yingling Flight.
Hey, it's Pat the Designer. If you're looking for your next car, make it easy. Make it Madison. Just 30 miles southwest of downtown Chicago, the Madison Auto Mall has thousands of new and used vehicles, all in one convenient spot. Whether it's shopping for your first ride or your next upgrade, you'll find the right fit at the right price. So why drive all over? Visit Madison Auto Mall for yourself at the intersection of Lincoln Highway and Central. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit BeTheTeacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Look for Mirafast at Walmart today.
Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
The Lions lost a lot off of their coaching staff during the offseason. You're a couple of those guys here in Chicago and elsewhere now. And that could be significant. It could be difficult on teams. I think it took the Ravens a while last year to kind of figure things out after having a lot of coaching defections. That's what happens when you're successful. And they lost 3 key pieces from their defensive coaching staff a year ago, 2 off seasons ago. And I think it took the Ravens a little while and before they finally figured it out late. So that could be significant for the Lions, but there's much more significant news today, because when you start losing great players, that's going to impact you more negatively in all likelihood than losing great coaches. Still got to have the horses. You got to have great players, and they're losing a great player. Frank Ragnow, their Pro Bowl center, and I think he's been to the Pro Bowl in 4 of the last 5 years, if I'm not mistaken, at just 29 years old, decided to retire from the NFL. He wrote, these past couple of months have been very trying as I've come to the realization that my football journey is ending and I'm officially retiring from the NFL. I've tried to convince myself that I'm feeling good, but I'm not. And it's time to prioritize my health and my family's future. I have given this team everything I have. I thought I had more to give, but the reality is I simply don't. I have to listen to my body. This has been one of the hardest decisions of my life. The Lions organization has been absolutely incredible throughout the process, and I can't emphasize this enough, how grateful I am for this team and all the fans. It was an absolute honor going to battle for all of you. So I don't know if the Lions are totally caught off guard. Some of that statement reads as if the Lions were aware, and the beat writers have made it a point to note that maybe those on the inside knew this was coming, that who's the kid from Georgia they drafted in the second round? Tate Ratledge. The guard they drafted from Georgia in the second round, York, has been playing center during their OTAs.
Interesting.
Yes. They've been taking a lot of reps. So I don't know if the Lions are totally stunned by this. I think a lot of us are. That's big news for a guy who's not 30 yet and has been a great player.
57th pick overall. You probably gave him an inclination.
Ratledge, yeah.
Yeah. Probably gave him an inclination that, hey, and they may have known that he's been beat up.
Right.
And he played through things. But at some point, you've got to muster up the effort if you're going to come back to start training again. And you get back into the weight room and to get that grind going and get that running going and get everything going. At some point, it just
can't do it.
Can't do it, or at some point, it's not possible.
Right.
And if it's not possible, and then you end up feeling like crap again, then it's just like you got to wash your hands of it.
Yeah. Big loss for the Lions. I mean, big loss.
We'll see.
Maybe they'll be so good at this that, like, Ratledge look, I mean, the Eagles went from a Pro Bowler, an All-Pro to an All-Pro. I mean, some teams are just good at it. Their scouting is good. Their development is good. Maybe the Lions are in that zone right now with what they've built with Dan Campbell and what they've built with Brad Holmes. But the Lions went from the Eagles, beg my pardon there. The Eagles went from a guy that's going to the Hall of Fame to another terrific-looking center. You talk about it all the time. I mean, the Pittsburgh Steelers pulled this off like 3 times in a row. I mean, maybe not in a row, but they went from Webster to
Dermontti
Dawson to Pouncey.
And even between there, they had Jeff Hardings.
Yeah, right, Jeff Hardings.
Remember, Hardings was in between Dermontti Dawson and Pouncey.
Yeah, like they just kept finding good centers.
Good centers, solid centers.
Maybe some organizations are really good at it and watch Ratledge just be a stud, and it won't matter as much. But, man, that seems like a significant loss.
They also took a guard in the 5th round.
Oh, did they?
They also, at some point, you have to become inexpensive. Remember, this team has been building for how long? At some point, you've got to pay guys. They paid Sewell.
They did, right?
Everybody on that offensive line. Now you had a retirement, right? You had a retirement, so you're getting a little bit of a price break there.
Right.
But you've got to get young players in to replace expensive guys.
Yeah.
And if they're not all pros or Pro Bowlers, you can't pay them that kind of Pro Bowler money. You've got to be able to move on. So, 2 guys, the second rounder probably being the one that's going to make more of an impact, but the 5th rounder's there, and he's got positional versatility. Miles Frazier out of LSU.
Okay, don't know him as much.
He can play guard, and he's played right tackle.
Okay. Oh, so he's played, yeah.
So he's played a lot of positions on the offensive line. So you kind of need that too.
Yeah, interesting to see how the Bears handle the snap share this week for mandatory, too. It sure feels like Ozzie Trapillo is going to be given every opportunity to go out there and be their starting left tackle. I don't know what it's going to look like when Braxton Jones is available to come back. We're going to find out. There's some sports gambling news over the weekend, too. The down in Springfield, they passed the governor's budget. There's a few things that were added to that. Nothing on the Bears stadium. There's, sin tax we get, right? You're going to smoke, you're going to drink, you're going to gamble. You're going to pay a tax on that. Nobody's forcing you to do that. Now the Zins, I guess, are going to be taxed, which not everybody loves. Because we got a bunch of guys on staff here that dig those Zins.
Oh, they do,
Those used to be, those weren't taxed, even though it's nicotine. Is that right, Adam? Now they're going to be. Those are going to be taxed. The gambling tax is going up. How it looks and what it looks like. We were trying to figure out this morning, like, do you get dinged every time you go to make a bet? Is there an extra fee? Are they just rolling it into the juice? I'm not exactly sure. In reading some of the stories over the weekend, I was trying to find out. They never really detailed or documented that, and maybe these books don't even know yet. But there is going to be more of a premium you pay via tax on your sports gambling going forward. But that you understand. It's the famous syntax that Jurko always, not syntax in the way we speak, S-I-N, not S-Y, not S-N. How do you spell syntax?
S-Y-N-T-A-X.
Yeah, right, thanks.
S-Y-N.
Thank you, Jurko. T-A-X, not that syntax, the other sin, S-I-N, tax. And that's what this is, so get ready for it. We got a new list coming up. We'll talk a little bit more about the Bears in the stadium issue, if you want to call it that, and how unlikely it seems that a shovel is going to be in the ground in 25 now that another legislator is closed. The spring legislative session is closed down in Springfield. So we'll get into some of that during the 1 o'clock hour and a brand new list for you as we count down the days of the start of the opening of the NFL campaign. It's Carmen and Jurko back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, this is David Kaplan for Apt, your #1 destination for the home. Get ready for summer's high heat. There's no better way to prepare for soaring temperatures than with a new air conditioner from Apt. Explore their collection of window ACs, wall units, portable and whole house central air units, or even ceiling fans that help to circulate air. Whatever the size, discover the right air conditioner for your space with help from Apt specialists. For free delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop ABT.com. Pleasing people since 1936.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Summer's coming fast. Don't let old windows wreck your comfort or your energy bill. Window Works has been Chicago's trusted expert for over 30 years with custom windows and doors built to fit your home, style, and budget. No shortcuts, just factory-certified pros and flawless installs. Right now, buy one window, get one free. But hurry, the deal won't last long. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to lock in your free consultation. That's pound 250, keyword Waddle, and do it now.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Everyone had a great weekend. It's Carmen and Jurk. We got a loaded 1 o'clock hour. The list, the lunch rush, players of the weekend. Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy at 2:35. The boys are until 6. Then it's game 1 on the south side as the White Sox are back home looking to snap the losing streak. They welcome in their division rival, Detroit Tigers. Tigers are awfully good. They may or may not see Skubal in this series. I saw ESPN.com has him as the probable for the day game on Thursday. It's a 4-game series. And then MLB.com has them as the probable for their first game back home against the Cubs this weekend. I don't know, but all Tarek Skubal has done in his last 2 starts, Jurk, is go 20 strikeouts, no walks, 4 hits, no runs. And that covers 16 innings pitched. He has been spectacular. There's a lot of good pitchers in the AL right now. Garrett Crochet's been awesome. It makes me sick.
Yep, he's your guy.
Makes me sick.
He's your guy.
Max Fried's been good. Max Fried got roughed up Friday in L.A., but Max Fried's been really good. Crochet's been awesome. And Skubal is still a pretty heavy favorite to repeat as Cy Young Award winner in the AL. I mean, I think there could be some competition for him if Fried and Crochet stay healthy and they continue down this path. But Skubal has just been absolutely phenomenal. And so I think one way or another, at the end of the week, he'll pitch against one of our Chicago teams as the Tigers will take on the White Sox and then go back home to take on the Cubs. So game 1 a little bit later tonight, game 1 of a 4-gamer. Jeff Meller's got your pregame at 6. You want to get into the list? Should we do it? It's our favorite part.
We're doing the list now, not player of the week.
That's
list.
at 150.
I got you. I'm making sure.
For all
Manly,
the crap he gave you last week about not knowing when we do the list, Carm.
Hold on. I got something in my contact.
He's got something.
He's got something in his eye.
There.
Hold on. He's got something. He's got a tear in his eye. Is
now
what he's got. He's got a tear.
He's got something in there.
He's
What do you
got
got?
a tear in his eye.
What do you got? A grain of rice?
Does.
What do you got in there? A grain of rice?
I don't think so.
Holy heavens!
Holy cow, that hurts. You ever have that when you get into your contact?
Yeah.
I am ready for the list.
Yeah, the list is coming up right now. Here, you need a sheet of paper?
No, I'm reaching for a pen.
Here
It is. I
got it?
one. I got one.
What are you going to write on?
We do the same
I got
time
paper.
You do?
every day.
Where do you have paper?
Be ready for it. I was just going to say we're ready. You know.
Well, I'm ready.
We do it every day.
Yeah, 150 is I think this thing's finally out of my contact. Thank God. Oof.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay.
He's got a crumpled up piece of paper. Why don't I give you a fresh sheet of paper? I mean,
man alive.
All right, Abdallah.
All right. We are 94 days away from the start of the NFL season. If you don't know how this works, if you're new to the program, we have 100 lists. We're counting down the 100 days till the start of the NFL season, not the Bears. This is counting down to the Thursday opener. And obviously, we will not do all of the lists.
No, of course not.
Because there are days off. There are. I
Holidays,
do like it.
Weekends.
Today, Justin Pottinger is in for the traveling Chris Bleck.
Yeah.
Black, man,
I'm jealous. He's in New Orleans.
He's in, yeah. And listen, I love Bleck. I love when the four of us are together. But I do think it adds a fun element to the list when someone who normally isn't on the show is on the show, like a generational gap or something like Peggy is going to be in for Yurko on Friday.
Yep.
So her take on a list will be interesting.
It will
anyway,
be wonderful.
Here we go. Spinning the list. Clicking, spin. Pottinger asked me if we had a sound effect. I go, it's just me going spin. Stop.
We could pre-record that.
Okay. Number 17. Number 17. Oh, this is a good one. Okay, I think this will have a little bit of that generational divide.
Number 17. I love it.
Okay, so number 17 is your favorite cartoon animals.
All animals.
Cartoon animals. TV, film, whatever you want. Cartoon animals.
Holy cartoon animals.
This does not include, I don't think we can include Muppets. Unless you're doing the babies.
Nope.
Muppet Babies was animated.
It's got to be cartoons,
But
guys.
like the Muppets were not animated.
No, I mean the Muppet Babies was.
Muppet Babies was.
Do we want to include that? I won't.
No, we won't include
We won't
Muppets.
include Muppets? Okay.
Maybe we'll
So
do
it's
it.
gotta be
Maybe I'll add another list. Maybe we'll do 101 and I'll save that for next year. Favorite Muppets.
I am going back to my thrilling days of yesteryear.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I want everybody to know that.
Because we have a lot of generations represented here.
Yes, we do.
Oh,
man. Number 5, he belongs. I mean, he does belong.
This is your favorite, too.
Right, absolutely. Not anybody else's favorites.
Not the best.
Nope. Just your favorite. That which provided you entertainment as a child.
You're ready already?
I'm ready.
I don't know how you guys do this so
I have
fast.
kids. I have a kid.
Yeah, I need one more. I got 4.
Okay.
I need one more.
I'm ready. Number 5, Patrick Starr. SpongeBob SquarePants.
Oh, okay. See, that's a generational thing. You're exactly right.
He's a cartoon. He's an animal. Starfish is an animal.
I'm obviously way too young for that. Now, my kids do, not as much anymore, but there was that period where the kids loved SpongeBob.
He's on SpongeBob, yeah.
Yeah. Number 4, now I don't know what animal they are, but they have ears and I think they have tails, the Animaniacs.
Animaniacs is a good one.
Animaniacs,
I don't know
all
what
three
they
of
are
them.
either.
The
Right? I have no
Animaniacs,
idea.
all
Pretty
three
good.
of them. The Animaniacs, all 3 of them.
That's pretty good.
Number 3, Ren and Stimpy.
That's good.
Ren and Stimpy combined. I know I can't pick Ren or Stimpy because they're best as a group.
We once had a label made sort of characters of us as Ren and Stimpy for one of our
Russell
Wild Turkey
Reserves.
picks.
Russell Reserve picks.
Yeah, with Bub City.
I just had some of the old Where in the World is Carmen DeFalco.
Nice.
I just had a little
That's the
snifter of that.
original.
That's the
Do
original.
you still have some?
I didn't. Big Daddy, Russ
Is
Serrato
that
had it,
right?
Yeah.
That a boy,
By the
Big
way,
Daddy.
happy 60th birthday goes out there to Russ Serrato. His birthday today.
Happy birthday, Russ. Big Daddy is 60, and he still has some Where in the World is Carmen DeFalco.
Yes, he does.
That's great. Delicious. All right, Adam, what else is on your list?
Number 2, Bandit. Bandit is the dad from the TV show Bluey.
Yeah.
Bandit from the TV show. I've watched every episode of Bluey.
Bluey's
no less than 10 times.
Yeah, your daughter's right in the
Oh my
meaty
God!
part of like
Oh
loving
my-
Bluey. Yeah.
She's in the
my God.
wheelhouse.
It's all we watch is
Yeah.
Bluey. All we
in the
watch.
wheelhouse.
And number 1, Bugs Bunny.
Bugs Bunny's a great call.
Look what he did. He stole mine.
Well,
But
what are
you
you
didn't
gonna
do
do?
it intentionally. You didn't do it intentionally.
20 feet away from you.
I
Through a door.
noticed we got a lot of similar ones, Abdallah, but
Okay.
but similar shows, but different characters.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to go, Potsy?
Yeah, I can go.
All
if
right,
you
go
guys-
ahead.
Potsy,
yeah.
if you're ready.
Sure. Number 5 for me is King Julian from Madagascar.
Oh, wow.
Who's that?
What?
No. Which animal is that?
What is it? He's like a monkey, but he's like a lemur, maybe? What are
lemur?
Lemur? What are those called? Yeah, lemur.
He's a lemur.
A lemur.
Right? I think
think
you
he's
might
a
have to.
lemur.
You might have to look it up.
No, it sounds
Lemur.
right. I think he is a lemur.
Okay.
I've seen that with the kids.
Yeah, I got Jerry from Tom and Jerry. That was the first name that came up to me.
That's a good one.
Donald Duck
Donald Duck's
at number
good.
3.
Oh, boy. Disney. Poisoned by the Disney.
Gary the Snail from SpongeBob.
You guys both have SpongeBob
Yeah,
on yours.
Gary the Snail, number 2. And number 1, Brian from Family Guy.
Yeah, he's on my list for darn sure.
All right,
Very
Carmen,
good.
I'm ready.
You ready,
Potsy, for your first trip, that's not bad. Chim Chim.
He did one.
Chim
last
Chim.
week. Who's Chim Chim? I don't
Chim
remember.
Chim from Speed Racer.
Oh, from Speed Racer.
Speed Racer, Spridel's little buddy.
Okay.
Remember that, right?
Vaguely. I'm a little bit young for Speed Racer.
Well, what
Just
a shame.
little.
I've got both Tom and Jerry because to me,
Yeah,
they
it's
were
kind
a
of a-
duo, you know?
Kind of a duo.
Can't get rid of them.
I'm with
they're
Yerk
the
on that.
same.
Yeah.
Number 3 is Scooby-Doo. Lot of entertainment with Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
You know, those darn kids and that stupid dog. Scooby-Doo. Number 2 on my list is Magilla Gorilla. I mean, who didn't love Magilla Gorilla? I did.
I didn't. Again, I'm a little bit too young for Magilla Gorilla.
Number 1 is Bugs Bunny. I told you, these were from when I was a youth.
Right, of course.
Yeah, from when I was a kid. That's what I chose. I mean, that's a great list. I'm not...
It's a pretty
That's
good
the
list.
best of the best right there. You guys want to go ahead and frame that one, feel free.
This is such a tough one. It's like it's so. I feel like I'm forgetting.
I stayed away from the poison of Disney, so just to let you know that right off.
More
the
on that in a
beginning.
little bit,
Yeah.
by the way, with the TNT crew moving over.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna give my list. Here we go. Number 5 on my list. I'm with Jurko. You got to put Tom and Jerry. How do you pick one? It's the
can't.
two of them were always together.
Can't.
You don't have one without the other. So
Right.
Tom and Jerry. Number 4, Underdog. Is on my list.
loved
Is number
Underdog.
4. When I was a kid, that was
Who
like
was his young lady friend?
it was
Polly.
It was
something or
it was
nothing.
Polly.
Polly something though. She had a last name.
It was
Polly
she did. Why
Proudfoot or
can't I think
something
of it?
like that. Polly.
She did have a last name.
Yeah,
right.
It was kind of crazy.
Polly Purebred, right? Jurko?
Polly
Yeah,
Purebred.
Polly
There we
Purebred.
go.
So number 4, Underdog on my list. Number 3, can I go with all the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Do they count?
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but then you can tell us
That's a
your
good
favorite.
one. That's a good one.
Yeah, those are good.
What's your favorite? Go, give us one.
Probably
Okay, your I was gonna say your favorite Teenage Mutant Turtle tells a lot about you.
This is true.
Why?
This
It
is
tells
true.
a lot about you as a person.
Oh boy.
A lot about you as a person.
Mine was Raphael.
Not surprised,
I
kid.
can see that, Jurko. Not surprised.
Raphael was cool, but I also like Michelangelo. So
Not surprised, kid.
All right, I don't know. I don't know if that's good or bad. I have
It means
no idea.
It means you're a goof.
Oh well, that's
It means
true.
you probably were a class clown.
That's
you probably were jokester.
A little bit, actually.
Yeah,
A
my
little
favorite's
bit.
also Michelangelo.
There we go. I guess
If you're
we're
a
the
nerd,
same.
you usually pick Leonardo or Donatello.
I didn't realize this.
If you're
I didn't-
if you're a leader, you pick Leonardo.
Really? What
Yeah,
about
oh, yeah.
Jurko? What was Raphael?
Raphael. Oh, a little bit of stick in the mud.
Little stick
A
in the
little
mud?
bit of an
Jurko's
agitator.
definitely not a stick in the
well,
mud.
like an
He's an
agitator type of
agitator.
thing. Yeah, like an agitator.
Jurko is an agitator. Number 2 on my list is Thundercats. Lionel from Thundercats. If you're probably
Never
too old
seen-
for that one.
Yeah,
Eric.
never seen Thundercats.
That's the age difference right there. When I was a kid, Thundercats.
Thundercats.
Oh, loved it. And then I'm with Potsy. Number 1 is got to be Brian the dog from
There we
Family
go.
Guy. He is
Yep.
number 1 on my list. So there are our lists for the day.
All right.
Always fun interaction.
Twitch chat. We're getting Heathcliff. We're getting.
What about like Garfield?
Garfield, Scooby, and Scrappy Doo.
Jurko and Scooby.
Yes.
Any Snoopy?
I don't
Snoopy's
see
a
any
good one.
Snoopy.
Yeah, Snoopy.
Boy, kind of shame. None of us put Snoopy on our list, but
Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Alvin and the Chipmunks is a great one.
Yeah.
Simba.
Classic.
Simba,
Sure.
I thought about for a second.
Pumbaa and Timon, I think, are a couple also.
Pumbaa
Yes.
and Timon are
Pumbaa
very
and
good.
Timon. Timon, a lemur or a meerkat?
From Lion King.
One of the two. Either a meerkat or a lemur. I forget which
We
one.
did get a Garfield in here. Okay.
Garfield, very good.
Roger Rabbit.
Roger Rabbit, that's a good one, man. I love that movie. Didn't even think about
Yeah,
it.
I didn't either.
Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Absolutely love that movie.
Yeah.
The old shave and a haircut, right?
What? Whoa.
Here it go. When Christopher Lloyd's playing tap tap, and he's going crazy. I love that movie. Roger Rabbit's a very good one. All right, let us know what you think real quick if you want. We'll always grab a few calls. Favorite cartoon
Ricochet Rabbit when I was a kid.
Favorite cartoon animals, I should say. Ricochet Rabbit.
Ricochet, you don't bing, 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 a Ricochet Rabbit. Oh, it was fantastic.
See, we have just enough of an age gap where, like, you remember some of those, like, 70s cartoons.
Yeah, Hanna-Barbera was big for the good kid.
Let's grab a few here. Let's say Mike in Chicago. All right, Mike, what do you got?
Itchy and Scratchy.
Itchy and Scratchy. What show is that? Why does that sound familiar?
The Itchy and Scratchy show.
Yeah,
The Simpsons.
What was it?
They were the Simpsons.
Oh, from The Simpsons. There you go. Itchy and Scratchy from The Simpsons. All right, Mikey, there you go. Thank you very much. Paul in hometown. Go ahead, Paulie.
Guys are forgetting about Wile E. Coyote the Roadrunner.
That's a good one.
Yeah. You're 100% correct.
How about the skunk Savoir Faire? He's everywhere.
Yeah, it was never big. It didn't need the Savoir Faire as much, but I like Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. Nicely done, Paul. Didn't think of those either. A lot of hijinks with those two. I was kind of thinking Tom and Jerry more, but Oh, look who's on the line, Viking Scott.
Pepe Le Pew, wasn't he the skunk?
Pepe Le Pew.
Pepe Le Pew.
Yeah. What's going on, Scotty?
Nothing, guys. How about Yogi Bear and Woody Woodpecker?
Two good ones.
Yeah, listen, you can't go wrong with Yogi Bear.
You can't go wrong.
You can't go Yogi Bear.
No.
I got a picnic of Asgard.
Hey, boo-boo.
It's pretty good, Scotty. Yeah. And Woodpecker. Of course, Scott would like Woody Woodpecker. He was. You talk about an agitator.
Yeah, nothing but just pecking all day.
Troublemaker.
Yeah.
Here, let's. I love how people get so excited for these lists. This is a good one right here. I like it. Joe in Sugar Grove. Go ahead, Joe.
It's the only time I call in 30 years, but how about the Pink Panther?
That's pretty good. Now, that was a cartoon after the movies, obviously, were so popular in the late 60s and 70s. Of course, there was no Pink Panther in the movies. That was the name of the diamond. That's one of your, the what would you call it? Like, there's a film, what's the word I'm looking for? Not like a literary device, but there's a term they use to describe something like the Pink Panther diamond. They call it a MacGuffin. There's a good little piece of trivia for you.
MacGuffin.
They call it a MacGuffin. You never see it. You know very little about it. You never see it, but it's this thing that they're chasing in the original Pink Panther. It's the Pink Panther diamond. But then they did the TV show for years when I was a kid, that Pink Panther TV show. So that's
Exit stage left.
That's a very good one. I like that. Good job, Joe. Let's go to Tony in Chicago. What's going on, Tony?
Rocket J Squirrel and Mighty Mouse might be before your time.
Mighty Mouse is a good call. I thought about Mighty Mouse, actually. We had no Rocky or Bullwinkle either so far.
No, Morocco Mole. You remember him?
Yeah. Tony, thanks, man.
Who was his buddy? A squirrel, wasn't he? Secret Squirrel and Morocco Mole.
You might be right about that.
There it is. Secret Squirrel.
There's a lot of these, man, when you
I
think
like
about
Corey's.
it. You like Corey on the south side? Corey, go ahead.
Yeah, nobody said Froghorn Leghorn.
The best.
He's a classic. And then what's the dog that used to go, you know what? That makes me mad.
Droopy.
I forgot about him.
Droopy.
And then Carm. How do you not, you mean you're about the same age. How do you not know about McGill Gorilla, the Hanna-Barbera cartoon?
I don't really remember McGill.
He was great.
I don't know why. Like, I mean, I've heard of it, but I don't feel like I've ever really watched a lot of
Never
that.
to be confused with Grape Ape, by the way.
Right.
Grape Ape, McGill Gorilla, two separate.
I mean, I've obviously heard of McGill Gorilla, but I can't tell you that as a kid. It just doesn't.
Won't you buy him, take him home and try him? Gorilla for sale.
It just doesn't jog a lot of memories for whatever reason, Corey. I'm not sure why. And I don't know if we're about the same age. I'm 48. It just doesn't resonate, that one, for some reason. Here we go. Finally, Al in Naples. Go ahead, Al.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Afternoon, buddy.
You guys are great. I listen to you every day down here at beautiful Naples, Florida.
Well,
I love Naples.
And Fort Myers. Okay, you already said it. Bullwinkle and Rocky.
Good ones.
And how about Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner?
And somebody did say that a little while ago. Thanks, Al. Somebody did chime in because none of us had the Coyote or the Roadrunner on our list. Ooh, here we go. Chase on the south side. Chase has got a good one. Go ahead, Chase.
Yeah, guys. I got a couple of them. I got Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yes,
I know it's a video game, but he had Sonic the Hedgehog, Two Stupid Dogs, and Shere Khan from Jungle Book, the tiger.
Oh, that's a good one. Very good. Good list, Chase. Sonic counts. They made movies out of Sonic. I mean, I guess those were live action. Or did they ever do a cartoon
I don't know
movie?
what kind they did.
I don't know, but Sonic is a good one.
No, if we're counting Roger Rabbit, you count Sonic.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Sonic's a cartoon in the live action movie.
There you go. So perfect. Nice job, Chase. Let's grab just a couple more here. Hold on. Thomas. Go ahead, Thomas in St. Charles.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Great,
good
man.
list. You guys got a bunch of my good ones, but I got a few you might have forgotten. What about Breezely Bruin?
You got me on that one.
Breezely Bruin, the panda. You don't remember?
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy. Come on.
Don't know
Breezely Bruin.
All
Yeah.
right. Okay, Breezely Bruin.
How about Hong Kong Phooey?
Quicker than the human eye. Hong Kong Phooey.
That's pretty
This
good.
is a super guy. He's got style.
How about Snagglepuss?
I remember him.
Snagglepuss.
I remember him.
Yeah. You got some old school
And
ones in
Pepe
here.
Le Pew.
You got
Yeah,
some
the
old
skunk,
school.
Pepe
Thomas,
Le
there's a
Pew.
bunch of old school ones. Breezely, I do not remember. That's another
Breezely?
Hanna-Barbera.
It's Breezely and Sneasley. So the little walrus right there next to him. They were a tandem.
See, this was like big.
Breezely and Sneasley.
You're big in the Hanna-Barbera.
Well, I mean, that's all that was on, kid. What am I supposed to watch? Peter Potamus.
Yeah, here you go. McGill Gorilla.
There he is.
Magilla Gorilla aired from 64 to 67, and then probably a lot when Jurko was a kid.
Right.
That's why I don't really remember that as much. That predates me a little bit. And not that I haven't heard of it, but I just don't remember ever really watching that show. Greg's in Lake of the Hills. Go ahead, Greg.
You need to get a party started. Nobody better than Wild Mike from Barnyard.
Got me on that one.
Wild Mike.
Don't know it. What kind of an animal is Wild Mike?
I don't know, he's some furry thing, but they open him out in the movie Barnyard. And he just starts this whole party going with all these the cows and everything.
All right, some furry thing. I love
he is. Look, he's a furry thing. That's the best description you could ever have. What is the Tasmanian devil?
He's a Tasmanian devil.
I mean, that literally is an animal.
Is that a real? That's a real animal.
It's a real
right?
animal.
Yeah,
yes.
it is a real animal.
So the Tasmanian devil would have to be on there, you know?
God, I feel like there's so many
love
more,
the
too, that we
Tasmanian
probably haven't
devil.
even thought of. I'm starting to go through like a bunch of the old Disney cartoons or the Pixar stuff, and there's got to be a whole bunch that we're not remembering. Ted in Oswego, you're going to wrap us up. Go ahead, Ted.
Hey, this is Ted.
What's up, Ted?
Ted.
Yippee, yappy, and yahooey.
Yippee, yappy, and yahooey.
The three goofy guards.
Yeah, like
and
musketeers.
Let's not forget about Slowpoke with Speedy Gonzalez.
That's pretty good. See, Ted's going old school, too.
Gonzalez.
Speedy Gonzalez, remember? I remember Speedy Gonzalez.
Yeah. Arriba, arriba. Andale, andale.
Andale, andale. I do remember Speedy
That's how
Gonzalez.
I learned a little Spanish.
Young kids today would look at that and be like,
and
you
then
gotta be kidding me.
Slowpoke always talks slow. Oh, Speedy.
I believe they scrubbed all those, so I don't think young folks would be able to find those.
I think they did scrub all
That's
those.
a shame.
Oh, Darkwing Duck in the Twitch chat. That's a good one.
That's a shame. Sarcophilus horricis is the name for the Tasmanian devil. Yeah, if you want to take a look at him. Very evil-looking creature, yes.
Boy, those things are nasty, huh?
Ooh, they can be.
Don't mess with those.
They get a piece of your ankle. You
Forget
better be
about
careful.
it.
Yeah.
Another great list. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. Use apply in app only.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Well, it all comes down to this. Catch every heart-pounding second of the finals at the #1 sports bar, Twin Peaks. 29-degree ice-cold beer, wall-to-wall TVs, and the ultimate game day atmosphere. Who will take home the title? Find out at Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
We got the lunch rush coming up. Players of the weekend at 1:50. At 2, I want to talk about the NBA Finals, which start this week. The Stanley Cup Final as well, Jurk. And the move from TNT to ESPN for what I think is the best studio show in sports television history. I've been saying that for about 20 years. I've loved what they've done, loved the additions over the years. Maybe a little clunky when Shaq first got there, but boy, has he fit in seamlessly all these years later. And I love that show. I'm glad they're going to still be together. Just, I think a lot of people have questions, and rightfully so, about what it's going to look like now that it's going to ESPN away from TNT. So we'll do that a little bit after 2 o'clock. I'll steal a segment from Waddle and Silvy, what to watch for. You know what I watched last night? That was really good. Remember about a year ago, the Ocean Gate thing? Remember the capsule that the private company built?
That compressed and,
and then
killed
blew up?
everybody. Yeah.
Holy cow, they got a documentary on Max right now about it. It's pretty good.
Do you? Do they?
Conjure and I had the same reaction back here when you mentioned it. Oh, you watched that?
I did. Why?
Because you know how, I understand it's a documentary. You know how all documentaries are going to end.
Yeah.
But, that one was rough,
Dude,
man.
You guys, and it's the same old story. There's all these warning signs. I mean, there's all these warning signs, you guys, and they're just the
ignoring
almighty
them.
dollar.
Yeah.
And they're just ignoring it. And, oof.
It was a good watch? Good watch?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
All right.
It was because, you know how it ends, and it's sad, but there's something compelling sometimes to seeing, the lengths that people go to and what drives people and how you ignore all these warning signs and how these people convince themselves that nothing bad will happen. Nothing's wrong, nothing bad will happen. When somewhere deep down they must know. And they know they're putting people at risk. I'd say, it's worth it. So I watched that one on Max, and it's worth the view. It's quick. It's not like a series. It's like a 2-hour documentary, but probably not even, if you want to check it out. And we're coming up on the year anniversary of that thing when it happened. Remember, for a while they're looking for the survivors, looking for survivors. You don't get survivors when there's an accident.
No.
4,000 meters deep.
Yeah, the odds are the giant squid and the kraken have taken a hold. You know?
And I hate to say, you're not looking for survivors when something goes wrong.
Well, it imploded,
at the bottom
right?
Of course.
How far down were they?
They were
all the way.
It was about 4,000 meters.
Yeah, you're not gonna hold your breath to the top.
Adam, I heard what you just said.
What? How far down? They were all the way down.
All right, Adam.
They were all the way down. The point was to go to the bottom of the ocean.
But I feel like you dropped that in being.
No, I don't know what the measurements were. I said all the way down. There's only so far you can go.
They were at the bottom of the ocean
all
floor.
the way.
All right, and there's no. You're not holding your breath. There's no. We'll figure it out from here. That doesn't happen.
Hey, is that water?
Wasn't there something that they were going to try to do another one?
Oh, please. I mean,
I swear I heard that someone was working on trying to go back down.
Listen, if you're going to do it again, please do it right and follow some safety protocols if you're going to do it again. I'm up for an adventure every once in a while, but I mean, you could talk me into going to space before you could talk me to going in a submersible at the bottom of the ocean. You're likely safer going to space than you are to the bottom of the ocean. That's how treacherous and dangerous it is. And we still know nothing about it. We know more about the cosmos than we know about what's on the bottom of the ocean floor. And too much could go wrong. I'm sorry, Yerk. If I had all the discretionary income in the world, and the one rich guy who had his son on there, he had a teenage son, he spent like $500,000 to go down on that. It's an adventure of a lifetime. I'm not taking that risk. Fewer people, they say, have seen the wreck of the Titanic than scale Mount Everest every day. That stat seems impossible to me, but that's what they claim. I guess it's pretty likely. They do a lot of tourism up to the top. These adventurers go to the top of Everest quite often. So I guess that makes sense. I mean, how many people can say they've seen the wreck of the Titanic? But I'll pass.
I mean, I watched the movie.
I watched the movie, and I'll watch a good documentary on it. I'll see the 3D mapping of it. It's good for me.
Yeah.
I don't need to go down and spend $500,000 to go down and see the wreck. I'll go to space before I go to the bottom of the ocean.
If I want water, I'll go to the shower, or I'll go to a pool.
And me, I'm with Jurko.
That's it. That's my extent.
I get nervous in the ocean when I'm out in the beach. You guys, I'm looking around for sharks. I don't want to go down all the way to the bottom of the ocean floor. God knows what's going to happen.
Don't need it.
What you're going to run into. I don't need it.
Yeah.
I don't need it. I'll pass. The lunch rush is next.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or just the soft stuff? Well, that's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring the extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. Guys, it's done all online. No awkward doctor visits. No waiting in the pharmacy line when all of a sudden you hear, Mr. Yurkovich, time for your PP pills. Oh, boy. Makes me shudder, guys. It ships right to your door in a discreet package. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription, all made right here in a good old U.S. of A. Because Blue Chew ships direct, it's also less expensive than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, a South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every time. And here's the winning play. Your first month's free, so go to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN. Pay only $5 for shipping. So when it's your moment to deliver, chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90Nation because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
All right, Abdallah, we talk a lot about baseball legends, but let's give credit to the real MVP of the game.
The ace who never takes a day off.
A hero who always delivers in the clutch.
Beer here.
The beer guy.
Ice cold beer.
He's out there hustling up and down the aisles.
Dodging peanut shells.
Balancing a tray like a pro.
A legend.
And when you hear beer here, grab a Yingling, a legend that stands the test of time.
Tip your beer guy, drink a Yingling, and let's play ball.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute, hosted by Danny Ecker from Crane Chicago Business, is heard Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and is presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Crosstalk in an hour. Waddle and Silvy will get you home on this Monday, and then we got White Sox baseball at 6 tonight, 6:40 first pitch. Here in your home for the Sox, and in all these one-run games, they can't win any of them, though. They continue to get really impressive pitching performances for the most part. But the offense is tough to watch. Game 1 of 4 against the Tigers a little bit later. Tonight, Cubs are off until tomorrow. They start a road trip, 9-game road trip, Yerk, through Washington, Detroit, and Philadelphia. So face a couple of good teams on this trip after wrapping up the homestand in impressive fashion, beating the Reds. So there you go. Let's do the lunch rush now, and then we'll get into some other fun stuff here just after 2. All right, Abdallah, where are we going? Where are we starting?
All right. I wanted to talk a little bit about the Bears Stadium first because you guys mentioned a little bit ago. But according to the Chicago Tribune, Olivia Olander wrote this yesterday. It was updated today that the deal was actually closer than people think. We were super close, said Representative Mary Beth Canty. We just ran out of time, and then when reaching out to other representatives, she got a text message back saying the Bears have made it clear they no longer want to be in Chicago. That's their decision. A Chicago Democrat whose district includes Soldier Field said in a text message on Sunday. They also said that there is a special joint session in the fall, and if they do pass legislation in the fall, they could still break ground in 2025. That ground would probably be very hard because it would be the winter and it might be frozen.
Yeah, it was Cam Buckner, I believe, that said that sort of pushed back at reports that it was close. And his part of his district, I think, includes Soldier, and he was the one who said, well, they've made it clear they don't want to be in the city anymore, and I think he also alluded to the fact that they're not just going to slip language in and pass something that isn't agreed upon, or that that they're going to do any favors for them. So you still have a lot of posturing going back and forth here on both sides. I don't see how they get shovels in the ground. It's June. I mean, you've got another session that has now passed, and it seems unlikely that they're going to have a plan of how they're going to pay for all this or get that tax certainty that they want in Arlington Heights before the end of the year.
Well, I think there's a plan. I think they're just waiting for approval. There's a plan. It's in place.
I guess there's a plan. They just don't have the approval. That's
they
fair.
have to get approval.
They don't have the approval.
They're not waiting for approval to have a plan.
The
plan is there.
If they don't get that approval by the fall, though, can they quickly turn it around?
Well, I don't. If they don't get it in the fall,
well, if they get it in the fall,
the plan's still there. It just gets pricier, Carmen.
Yeah, cost is going to go up and up. I don't see how they start this project this year. Maybe, but I think that's going to be tough. Timeline is not in their favor right now, so we could be looking at spring of 2026 before they start, which could have been what they wanted all along. Yeah, I mean, they could talk about rising material cost and cost to build, but it also shortens their buyout with the city if they're going to leave Soldier Field a little bit early.
Yep.
So maybe in their minds, there's a little bit of a win. And it doesn't matter if it's up by 2029 or 2030. If it goes to 31, so be it. It just shortens the buyout for Soldier Field. What else, Adam?
Imitation is the best form of flattery, so I'm going to steal this from Shot or No Shot today. Ryan Poles was on an episode of 1920 Football Drive. I imagine that this was taped right after the draft. This is what he said about Ozzie Trapillo.
And we just knew that he was dependable, he was smart, he was tough, someone that's going to compete for a starting tackle job, regardless if it's the right or the left.
Shot or no shot, he could still be your starting right tackle.
I'm going to say no shot. That's Darnell Wright. I think
that's no shot.
Their actions here are even telling you that. So I'm going to say no shot on that. Darnell Wright is the guy, especially after last week. Let's see what this week looks like, maybe.
No shot.
And I get things can change, things can be fluid. I'm going to say no shot on that.
Barring injury.
Yeah.
No shot.
Yeah.
Well, putting out your best, if you're still going with your best 5, and once we get into live action, he's not, because we're still in shorts and padded helmets.
Yeah.
Once you see real live action, if he's not as good on the left side as he could be the right side.
I don't think they're moving down.
Like how, okay, so because Ryan Poles, and I think Ben Johnson has also said this too, that they want this solidified.
I know.
Before camp. How do you give Braxton Jones a real chance at competing if you want to solidify this before camp?
I don't think Braxton Jones has to have a real shot at competing. I think if Trapillo struggles, they know Braxton Jones is there. And it might not be the best option, but they'll play Braxton Jones. They know what Braxton Jones is.
Yeah, I'm not.
Trapillo's going to have every opportunity to win that job.
That's right.
I think Darnell Wright's staying. That would be my guess, so I would say no shot. We'll see come September.
And we'll see how highly people think of Braxton Jones when he eventually becomes a free agent and somebody else has got to sign him. I think Tevin Jenkins had a little humble pie as he went elsewhere.
Yeah, Cleveland. He was like a wave 2 guy, right? Yeah.
A wave 3. I mean, look at his contract. That's the wave you'll know. Look at his contract. That's how you identify the wave.
That's funny.
The contract is not impressive by any stretch of the imagination.
All right, Adam, what else?
Do Madden covers matter anymore? Now that you can download video games and you don't really have to have the physical copy?
You don't have the physical copy. I mean, I guess it pops up on the screen every time you load the game. I don't know how much. I should ask my son that and some of his friends. I don't know how much they get wrapped up in that. When we were younger, it was always a big deal. You knew you were going to buy the hard copy, and you wanted to know who's on it. Saquon's on it, and they reenacted the sort of spin hurdle. That's the cover.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really good question, Adam. If you ask young people, do they care?
Like, obviously, it's a big deal for Saquon Barkley. It's like, good for him. He got to reenact it, all that cool stuff. But, like, do people, like, I remember, like, I've been producing here for a while. I remember we used to care and, like, talk about the curse and all that kind of stuff. And I don't think there's been, I'm looking, like, Christian McCaffrey's been injured a lot. Is that considered a curse?
Yeah.
Because he was
there are no real curses.
Well, he was the one he was on Madden 25.
He was?
Last year, yeah.
McCaffrey was?
26 is Saquon. The year 24 was Josh Allen. 23 was John Madden after he passed. 22 was Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes. 21 was Lamar Jackson. 20 was Mahomes again.
See, I don't know if there's much of a curse. Who was 19?
Madden 19 was Antonio Brown.
Wow. How about that? How times have changed.
He has fallen.
Holy cow. I don't know that there's as much of a curse, and I don't know that it matters like it once did, because now these games are downloaded, and you don't possess that hard copy. I think they care more about the ratings, what a player's rated.
Oh, the players care about that kind of stuff.
I think young people do too, and people who play the game, I think, and then they care about, I don't know if it's the same way in Madden, so forgive me, but in like MLB The Show, they care about the cards that they get, like in the packs, and then the players that they get.
Mm-hmm.
And the old school players, believe it or not. I don't know if they do the same thing in Madden. I really don't. But they love that in baseball. I know that. They love that in MLB The Show. That's one of the highlights. That they got, believe it or not, like they get excited if they get the Willie McCovey card. It seems odd that like young kids would, but they do. Or they got Johnny Bench. I got the Johnny Bench card. They open up a pack. Yeah. I don't understand any of it. I really don't. I'm an old man. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Some players are rated. They tell me Shane Victorino is got a better rating than I don't know, than Mickey Mantle. I'm like, well, I don't know what game you're playing. Yeah. But Shane Victorino wasn't better than Mickey Mantle, so I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys.
That's how I felt with.
I don't get any of it.
When the college football game came out last year. That's how I felt as an old man. I don't want to do all this recruiting. It's a video game, guys. It's not real. Let me just play.
Can't you just play?
Can't I just play as a team in like a low-level conference and then try to win a national championship with like Appalachian State or something? Why do I need to go through recruiting and all this kind of it's ridiculous. I just want to play the video game.
I have no patience for it. I occupy my time in other ways. I've never been a big video game guy anyway, and I certainly don't understand what the hell they're doing on these games today. But I'm an old man. I get it. It's popular. People love it. I don't get the card thing on MLB The Show at all. Oh, I'm dropping Ken Griffey Jr. because I got the Hunter Pence card. Okay. I don't know.
I saw one.
Hunter Pence. Ken Griffey Jr. is better with 1 foot than Hunter Pence. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what game you guys are playing here exactly.
Carm, some of these things come, as far as ratings and stuff, but pulling cards. You were talking about
the pulling cards. Yeah, I don't get it.
Like some guy pulled a Peter Crow Armstrong 1 of 5 autograph.
Like an actual card?
Actual card.
Oh, yeah.
He went nuts. Then they got 1 of 1, 1 of 50.
1 of 50.
Oh, this is this one, that, but that one, and this subset of that subset of this, and it's 1 of 7 autograph. What?
I don't
what?
know. I don't know any of it.
What? I'm going to open up a super PAC. Cost me $225.
$225.
Yeah, just there's stuff like super boxes that are only filled with good stuff.
Oh, they are, but
you make the odds of you getting something good are still minuscule.
$25.
Yeah, nuts.
We used to go get a pack of cards. By the way,
most of the cards are worth nothing.
I took my daughter to see Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah, what'd you think?
Here we go.
It was fine. Do you know what? I can't Do you know
how much I paid?
I mean, I can't even
go on Tuesdays.
I can't get over.
Yeah, why are you going to a feature show on a Sunday or Saturday night? You need to go on a matinee on a Thursday.
We went last night.
Tuesday's half price night, guys. That's the best night to go.
How is a kid's ticket for a Sunday night $18 to go to the movie theater? $18 for a kid ticket.
It's a mistake by you.
My ticket was over $20. It's like, what?
Mistake by you.
It is.
What'd your big water cost you? $14?
No, we didn't buy any water. She got a thing of candy, and that was it.
What was she had? Snow caps?
No, she got nerd clusters.
Something that you could have bought at Walgreens.
They were $6. Nerd clusters for $6. It cost $50 to buy 1 bag of candy for a child and an adult. She still gets the child price. She's 11. It cost $50. I remember it was like $3.25 to go to the movies.
Yeah, those days
it was $3.25.
We went on Tuesday night to see Mission Impossible.
You got to go on Tuesdays?
It was like $14 for the two of us.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Well, I saw Mission Impossible in Wisconsin with my son last weekend. That was much more reasonable.
Yeah.
These stupid Illinois prices. You used to go to Ogden 6 when I was a kid. They had the second run movie.
Sure.
It was $1.50. You went into you saw the movie for $1.50.
We used to go to the Parthenon and the Paramount in Hammond, Indiana.
Holy cow!
A lot less than that.
Rolled
on Holman Avenue.
You know what I did see in the trailers that's being re-released on the big screen for I think just a week in July. Last Crusade. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. I was like, I might want to go see that in the theater.
Is that the first one?
That's the last one. That was Raiders and then Temple of Doom and then Last Crusade.
But not the last one he did because he came out with the one about 4 years ago that was different.
I mean, the big ones from when we were young.
CGI of him running over to through the train on top of the train.
Right.
I'm like, boy.
No,
the old a little bit of a stretch here, isn't it?
Where Sean Connery played his dad.
Yeah.
I love that one. I might go see that one.
That's a good one, Carl.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right, Adam, what else? Is that it?
Real quick, it is Monday, June 2nd. The Bears have their mandatory OTA this week. It's tomorrow, actually. We'll hear from Ben Johnson at some point after practice tomorrow. The Steelers have their mandatory OTA next week. Does Aaron Rodgers sign with the Steelers this week before mandatory OTAs?
No.
I'll say yes.
Okay. Sandwiches?
No.
We're never going to get those.
When Chris comes back,
never going to get
Chris back? Wednesday.
Wednesday.
It'll be after July. when I get back
Listen,
from...
everybody's been gone.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Wednesday.
I'm not betting
Wednesday.
sandwiches. Yeah, we got to do Wednesday.
You
Chris is
haven't
back
taken the bull by the horns
But
yet,
you had-
Carm.
but Jurko,
Do it Wednesday, then. We'll see.
We were out one day last week. Abdallah was gone 2 days. Bleck is gone today and tomorrow.
Excuses is what I'm
It's
hearing.
not an excuse.
Man, if I was your head coach right now, whoo, man.
How is it an excuse?
Don't
When
tell me-
Abdallah was gone 2 days last week.
Don't tell me how stormy the seas are. Just bring the ship
But
in,
again,
my
that's
friend.
not
it.
that's not answering the
It
question.
is.
Everybody's been gone.
Was there a day we were all here? The answer is yes.
There was one day.
Yes, there was a day. Thank you. Don't worry, I'm your coach.
Nitpick.
Coach doesn't sit there and listen to excuses. We just get the job done.
We've got players of the weekend coming up next.
Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped another one-run game, 3-2 in Baltimore on Sunday to end a 1-5 road trip. Adrian Hauser pitched very well again, his third quality start in his many outings with the White Sox. But the Orioles starting staff stymied the Sox throughout the weekend. Now the Sox are back home and back in the division. They host the first-place Detroit Tigers tonight at 6:40 Central to open a 4-game series. Take advantage of savings all summer long with our summer savings section. Enjoy select lower-level tickets for $20 on all weekday games and $25 on all weekend games while supplies last. Some exclusions apply. The summer savings section is presented by Wintrust. Different approach, better results. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to StonewallOrchard.com and book a tee time today.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late night bites.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
All right, time for our Players of the Weekend, brought to you by Orloff. Discover the Land Rover Defender 130 at Orloff. My guys, designed to conquer any terrain with confidence and styles. Love the truck, love the people at Orloff. Duck into the showroom today, just off of the Kennedy at Armitage, or go online, orloff.com. Who are you going with for Player of the Weekend?
I mean, obviously, Scotty Scheffler won the Memorial. I mean, that's easy to see. But I give the Player of the Week award to his son, the little baby.
Little baby.
Greased his pants up. Yep. Mom didn't know. I give the MVP award this week. Player of the Week. To the little guy.
A little Scheffler.
For, hey, take a look. Here I am in Mom and Dad's arm, and I went and soiled my pants. Oof. So he gets it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, Potsy, who you got?
All right, so this week I'm going to go with Griffin Page, the starting pitcher for Wright State. I don't know if you saw this, but they took down number 1 seeded Vanderbilt this past weekend, which is a huge deal in this College World Series run. So, yeah, Griffin Page, 8 innings pitched, 1 earned run. I mean,
against Vanderbilt.
Against Vandy. That's unbelievable. He's my player of the weekend.
Pretty incredible. Good job. All right, Adam, who do you got?
We go to the World's Game, the Champions League final. Desiree Doué, 19-year-old Desiree Doué, Frenchman for PSG, scores 2 goals. They didn't need the 2 after that. They ended up winning 5-0.
I mean, come on.
And it was...
That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
I was going to go with the whole PSG team. I was actually excited. I had
you were watching
no baseball this weekend. My son, and he was gone. He was out of town, and we didn't have any baseball. My daughter went to the pool with a bunch of friends. It's Saturday afternoon, and I was like, "This is incredible." I have time. I'm gonna sit. I could sit down on the couch. I did some stuff around the house in the morning. Planted some stuff. Yerk, put a new deck chair together. Little Adirondack. What do they call those? Adirondacks, whatever that.
Sounds like fun.
Put it together. Mm-hmm. I'm like, well. I'm looking. I'm like, I could sit down and watch TV.
Game was over at halftime.
In the middle of the afternoon, I put baseball on one TV. I put Champions League over at halftime. I'm like, what a big waste of time this was. What a dud! Embarrassing Inter Milan.
I mean, going into that game, Inter really had to fight to win their league, and so they were exhausted. And PSG's been essentially off for the last 3 weeks because they had their league wrapped up. So they were just be able to rest dudes, and they could have cruised in there.
A Champions League final should not be 5-0. I was going to go with the whole PSG
No, it
team.
should be.
Good job,
Did you see, obviously, there was some tragedy in their celebrations. 2 people died. But
I didn't know that.
578 people were arrested
in France
during their celebrations.
Holy cow.
Do you think our celebrations in Philly are bad? Like
these soccer fans in Europe and around the world are nuts. I'm telling you.
I don't know. I wouldn't be so quick just to blame soccer fans. Might have been some people out there taking advantage of the situation.
Well, yes,
There's always that's true.
I'm just saying, countries.
Jurko's right. That's true.
A celebration like that makes ours look
crazy.
Completely dwarfs ours. Yeah.
I'll go with Scotty Scheffler. Why not? I mean, that's his 3rd win now of the year. I went back looking at his last 7 events, Yerk. This goes back to the last weekend of March, okay? Scotty Scheffler's played in 7 events on the PGA Tour. Here are his finishes. You ready? This is going back to late March. You ready? Tied for 2nd, 4th at the Masters, tied for 8th, 1st at the Byron Nelson, 1st at the PGA, tied for 4th at the Charles Schwab, 1st at the Memorial. 2nd, 4th, 8th, 1st, 1st, 4th, 1st.
It's pretty good.
Oh, my God. He hadn't been outside the top 8 in 7 straight tournaments. This guy is this guy finally it? You know, like Rory's been great, don't get me wrong. He hasn't maybe collected the majors the way we all thought, and that kind of sounds ridiculous because he's got a lot of them and he's got the Slam now. Like when guys like Tiger come along, the bar gets so ridiculously high that we've been waiting. Like, who's the next time? Is it Jordan Spieth? No, that really never happened. Is it Rory? Maybe close, but not really.
Justin Thomas,
Thomas, couple of majors, but hasn't happened. Is this it? Is this the guy at his age, not even 30 yet, to be winning the way he's winning and to be collecting majors? Like, do we have a a dominant force like Tiger. Maybe we never get back to that period, but Scotty might be the guy finally. He is incredible when his game is on.
He could be. Could be.
And he hits those irons. Like his iron play is just sensational.
Yeah. Off the tee, life is great for him.
If he could putt like Tiger, think about how he'd never lose, for crying out loud. I want to talk NBA, the move from TNT to ESPN for the Crew. Talk about the finals and all that fun stuff coming up after 2, and then crosstalk at 2:35. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Crosstalk in 35 minutes. White Sox up later tonight. Start of a 4-game set on the south side against the Tigers, one of the best teams in baseball rolling in. Should be a beautiful night for baseball. 6 o'clock pregame, 6:40 first pitch with Len and DJ right here on your home for the Sox. Jeff Miller's got your pregame show when Waddle and Silvy wrap up a few hours from now. And like I said, crosstalk in about 35. Hope everyone's having a great day. The Indiana Pacers, as predicted, Yerk, we kind of pegged the Pacers as the winners on Friday. I punched their ticket back to the NBA Finals. It's been a while. I haven't been there since 2000, where they lost to the Lakers. So it is Pacers Thunder. That'll start Thursday. The Stanley Cup Final will begin on Wednesday. That is going to be a tightly contested series, at least I would think. We'll see. The line, the series price reflects that. This one is not expected to be all that close. The Thunder are a 9-point favorite in Game 1. The Thunder are minus 700 to win the series. Pacers are plus 500. So I know you're wondering. I know you. Carm, what are the biggest favorites in NBA Finals?
That's what I was about to ask you. I mean, it's uncanny.
Got it here, Jurko.
Uncanny.
This is according to some of the data collected by The Athletic. All right, so all time, the 0-1 Lakers were minus 2,000 to beat AI and the 76ers. Now, just imagine if something like prop swap existed back then. There was a time when you couldn't sell your futures ticket.
That's right.
Because if you remember that series, Yerk, Allen Iverson and the Sixers went into L.A. and won Game 1 in overtime. Just think of what that ticket would have potentially been worth.
Could have been nuts, Carm.
Right? And then, of course, it was a gentleman's sweep when it was all said and done. The Sixers did not win again. The Lakers put them out of their misery. So minus 2,000 favorite in 0-1. They did beat the Sixers in 5. Coming in second, the 2018 Warriors were minus 1,000 to beat the Cavs, and they did in a 4-game sweep, Yerk. The 96 Bulls, we wondered on Friday. Luke Pergandy talked about it when I had him on with Mike and me.
Sure.
When we were doing Odds Couple last week. He said, boy, was Jordan ever a minus 700 favorite? He was once. The 96 Bulls were minus 950. That was the record-setting year. They were minus 950 to beat the Sonics, which they did in 6. If you remember that series, the Bulls kind of, I don't want to say messed around, but like they were up 3-0 in that series. The Sonics won a couple of games when it was 2-3-2 back then, and the Sonics won a couple of games out in Seattle after the Bulls went up 3-0. And those games weren't particularly close. 2 of those games were blowouts. The Bulls were up, 3-0. And then they won back in Game 6 at home. The 99 Spurs were minus 900. They beat the Knicks in 5. And then the 2000 Lakers were minus 900 against this Indiana Pacers franchise, and they beat the Pacers in 6. So none of the series went past 6 games. All of those heavy favorites won. And those are the 5 biggest favorites in NBA Finals history. These Thunder are close. This edition of the Thunder are close at minus 700. They are 6th all time. The 04 Pistons, by the way, Yerk, are the biggest upset of all time. They were 5-1, the 04 Pistons, to beat the Lakers.
Huh?
They were plus 500. They were 5-1, and they won. The other team that people talk about, but it's hard to get accurate gambling data.
Information.
Yeah, because you're going back to the 60s. The 69 Celtics, as the dynasty and the decade was coming to a close, were pretty big underdogs to the Lakers. It was the Jerry West, Wilt Lakers. And the 69 Celtics upset them. But again, it's hard to find like a lot of accurate series prices and data going. You're going back 50 years now.
Yeah, what the numbers were. Carmen.
Yeah, so we don't. But they've always been considered to be one of the big underdogs. Those 69 Celtics. If the Pacers were to pull this off, they'd be one of the biggest dogs of all time, and it'd be pretty unlikely. And I don't even know if they'd be quite like that 04 Pistons team. That team still they were a huge dog, but I covered the NBA back then. And, it wasn't that hard. I'm telling you, believe it or not. I'm not just, living in the moment saying this. It wasn't that hard to envision a team that was going to go on a deep playoff run. You could see that team building over the course of those couple of seasons before. Rick Carlisle was actually their coach for a little while, and then I want to say it was Larry Brown when they won in 04. Does that sound right? I think it was. So. I think they got rid of Carlisle and they brought Larry Brown in. But that team was kind of building. And then they added Rasheed Wallace that year. And it was all right, now they've got, you've got Rip, you've got Chauncey, you've got the best defensive player at the time in the game was Ben Wallace. They had this young, he was either a rookie or a second-year player. I can't remember exactly. You had Tayshaun Prince, and he was this young, rangy, really athletic wing guy that was hard for other teams to guard, and he could guard too. They added Rasheed Wallace. It wasn't crazy to talk yourself into, hey, this team could be kind of scary good. And they were, and they won the whole thing. This Pacer team, to me,
Can you talk yourself into it?
This is a lot harder. And I that said, I love the way they play. I really do. I love the way they play. I love their style. I love how frenetic they play. I love the way they play defense. They shoot threes. There is nothing to not like about Indiana. Their fans are great. Yurko and I have seen a playoff game in that building. It's great.
Great energy.
It is a great vibrant building, great energy. They love that team. They haven't won forever. They won some ABA titles in the 70s before the merger. They've never won an NBA title. That team hasn't won in forever, and they still, they love that team. That the energy in that building is great. There's a lot to like about Indiana.
Yeah.
But at no point during this year, at no point was I ever oh, yeah, you could talk me into the Pacers winning the title. I'd be like, no way.
Yeah. I still think you're there.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I'm there's no way.
That Pascal Siakam won the award?
Maybe a little. He did have a great Game 6, man. He led the team, led all scores with 32, I think. I thought Halliburton.
Did Game 5 sink Halliburton, no?
I guess. Yeah, Yurko's talking about Pascal Siakam won the
Larry Bird Trophy.
The Larry Bird Trophy for Eastern Conference Finals MVP. Yeah. If you think he can repeat it, he's 16-1. They're not winning, though. I don't think they're going to win. And you can rub it in my face, Pacer fans, if they do, but I don't think they're beating OKC. They're a huge underdog for a reason. SGA is minus 600 to win Finals MVP.
Big dog.
Halliburton's about 7-1. Siakam's about 16-1. But it would buck every trend we know about this NBA. And like Bleck said it last week one night when he was hosting solo on Bleck and Abdallah. When Adam was gone last week, he said, can you imagine what this would mean? It'd be the most unlikely champion ever. And he's probably right. Like, I don't even know who else you'd put in that category other than maybe those 04 Pistons. Before my time, before being able to watch and appreciate the NBA.
Before my time, BMT right there.
Before my time.
That's right.
You had a little weirdness in the late 70s, if you remember. You had a little, like, the Celtics dynasty was over, right? This is pre-Magic and the Lakers. It's pre-Bird and the Celtics, obviously, and all that. You had a little.
It's the wild times.
You had a little randomness.
You had Denver Nuggets scoring 165 points a game with Alex English.
That's right.
know?
Well, yeah. That might have been a little bit more into the 80s. But, like, in 77, the Portland Trailblazers won. That team did have Bill Walton.
Yeah.
That team did have Maurice Lucas. So Bill Walton was a great, obviously a great player, was a Hall of Fame player. It might have been the MVP that year, too. They still had Bill Walton, right?
Sure.
The 78 Bullets still had Wes Unseld towards the end of his career. They had Elvin Hayes. You're talking about Hall of Fame players. The 79 Sonics might be the all-time, like, how did that team win a title? Jack Sikma and Dennis Johnson? Okay. I mean, I remember Jack Sikma from the Bucks. Jack Sikma was a good player. Jack Sikma might have made the Hall of Fame, to be honest. I don't know.
Illinois Wesleyan.
Illinois Wesleyan, that's correct.
Jack Sikma.
He might have made the Hall, too. I don't even know. I should double-check that. And if that's the case, well, guess what? Dennis Johnson certainly did. I mean, they had – I'm going to see if Jack Sikma did. They kind of had the criteria. He did. Jack Sikma made the Hall of Fame. So they kind of had that criteria. Even those teams, while it was weird, they sort of had those two Hall of Famers that you kind of need, right?
And was the next year when Magic came
yes,
in?
Then it was the Lakers, yeah. By that time, Kareem was in L.A. with the Lakers, and you had Magic, and the rest is history. The 80s and 90s are dominated. The 80s and 90s are dominated by the Celtics, the Lakers, the Pistons, and the Bulls. And the Rockets got theirs when Michael was retired. But
that was in the 90s then.
That was in the 90s. Yeah, I was saying the 80s and the 90s were dominated really by those four franchises.
6 and 2.
Yeah.
For Houston, 6 for the Bulls.
Yes, correct. And the rest was history after that the dynasties were back in the NBA. So you had that little weirdness that had happened in the late 70s, and maybe this Pacer team would be like one of those where, you go, wait, how did the Sonics once win when the Sonics won once with Jack Sikma and Dennis Johnson? Yeah, they actually did. They pulled that off, if you can believe it. But again, they were great players in their time, and they were Hall of Fame players. I don't know that anybody we look at currently on this Pacer roster screams Hall of Fame. I mean, Halliburton certainly could get there. He's a young enough player. If this is who he is, he could certainly get there someday. But it's a pretty unlikely run to right now. They got a little good fortune with some of the injuries and some of the weirdness in the East along the way. You don't apologize for that. You take it and run. I just hope it's a competitive series.
That's all we're hoping.
That's all I'm hoping for.
Yeah, a couple games. If it goes 6, I'd be happy.
I'm not sure. I love the way the Pacers play. I love how fast they play. I love the way Halliburton plays. I mean, they're out running all the time. He's a great facilitator. I don't know that they've got good answers for a lot of what OKC can throw at them, Yerk. And even though they're terrific defensively, they're not nearly as deep defensively as OKC. And I don't know how they're going to deal with OKC's size. Like, they had trouble with Towns. I mean, they really did.
Cat.
Yeah. They had trouble with them. I don't know how they're going to defend OKC's size. So it's probably a logical reason why the books are thinking the way they're thinking and why Oklahoma City is such a heavy favorite. So I think there could be a parade in a few weeks through downtown OKC. It's the second time they've been there as a franchise. Again, the Sonics did win a title. Do we give that to them? I mean, that is the same franchise. That's the Sonics franchise. Technically, that franchise has won a title. But, I mean, do any fans in OKC relate to that whatsoever? No.
Is there any thought of anybody ever going back to Seattle?
The league has talked about it. I feel like the league has talked about it, but I don't know where they are in expansion.
I mean,
they got a hockey team now.
They've got 30, right?
They've got 30.
Yeah, so I guess 32 would be your, max out.
Although the NHL did 31 for a couple of years there, but it's odd.
Well, eventually getting to 32.
Get to 32, yeah. Exactly. So I don't know where they are with NBA expansion. And now you've got a hockey team back in Seattle, but why is there no basketball team? There isn't. So the TNT crew signed off. Are we making too much of this because they're all still staying together? Has it been a little too sappy? Because they're all still together. They're going to ESPN.
No, listen, if it's an exceptional show, it's an exceptional show.
Oh, it's exceptional.
And you want it to be exceptional still. You want it not to change. And the problem is that they're going to probably find a way to change the darn thing.
That's what I think everybody is worried about.
Yes.
Is ESPN going to tinker with things? This was Shaq during part of the sign-off, and they've really had a lot of this going on here the last week or so, but this was Shaq on Saturday.
And to that new network we coming to, we're not coming to F around. And since it's the last show, I'm going to say it. We're not coming to F around. We kicking ass, we taking names, and we taking over. Okay? I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys, but hey, all right? Let me see that number one time for the number one show ever on TV. And we come over to take over that next network, too.
I've said it for 20 years. It's the best network sports show in the history of television, if you ask me. And there's been some good ones. And maybe I'm just a little nostalgic about it, and I remember its true, like, top of form, peak. Like, they were the best of the best. Have people caught up? I don't think anybody has. I still get, again, maybe it's just the nostalgic part of me, Eric. I think they're outstanding. I can doze off at the end of a West Coast game during the regular season and fall asleep to those four goofing around, having fun. And they've expanded it to other hosts and personalities. My guy Jamal Crawford does a great job. They've added Candace Parker, does a great job. They're great. They have just found good talent, good producers, good hosts. And I can just watch them on a random Thursday night, zone out, know that they're going to be on late. I've loved every bit of the fun they have. I think it's great. Is it the best X's and O's breakdown you're going to get at basketball? Of course not. They're not trying to be that. They would never try to be that. They do a segment where Shaq and Charles don't know the players on the team.
Yes.
It's the brilliance of their show in a weird way. I've loved it, and I hope ESPN doesn't mess with it. I hope Shaq's right. I think a lot of people are worried about their ability to kind of just like riff and be extemporaneous and do long, extended segments. That seems to be the biggest concern people have. Things are so regimented on ESPN television, and everything's got to be like in these blocks, and it's got to be a hot take or it doesn't make the show. And that's not what these guys do. And I hope they don't try to change that too much. I also don't know what it means for like the Wednesday nights when SVP's coming on after. And I love Scotty. I think he does a great job. It's one of the biggest successful things ESPN has had probably in the last decade. But as much as I love Scotty, are they going to rush them off after a doubleheader on Wednesday nights because they got to get to SVP? I don't want that crew to be rushed off. Like, I want them to screw around. I want them to be them. I want to sit there and laugh. I want to fall asleep to them, or maybe even doze off, wake up after I dozed off and caught the end of the game and watch the recap of the game and watch them talk about it and watch them bust each other's balls. And
you don't want a ton of Kendrick Perkins post-game?
I do not need Kendrick Perkins post-game.
Okay, I'm just asking.
I don't mind Perk, but...
Yeah, you just don't want him with the crew.
I want these guys.
You don't want no mixing. You don't want no matching.
Why?
That's it.
This is the show, and you wanted to keep it together. ESPN wanted to keep it together because they know the success.
It's a juggernaut.
And it is a juggernaut.
It's a juggernaut.
And so don't screw with it.
Yeah.
I hope they don't. I think that's the fear that a lot of people have. And by the end of next year, maybe we'll get an idea of what it looks like. I hope they all stay together, and I hope they keep going. I know it's been like a whole year of this send-off, and they are staying together. Some people have thought that that's a little odd. Like, why do we keep sending, like, all these farewell messages to them when they're not really going anywhere? I mean, they are. They're bringing a lot of their people with them, but I would assume not everybody. And so that crew that they've had, I think the mainstays and the staples and a lot of the production crew will still be going, but they could be losing people, and it is in a way like an end of an era because it's been on TNT for so long. But I sure hope that they don't do much to mess with that show and they let it live organically as it's always lived. Don't mess with it. You went out and you got them. You wanted to keep them. You're bringing them together. Let them do their thing. Because I think NBA fans, and TV fans, and sports fans really enjoy it. And I know those of us that are a little bit older definitely do. Maybe it doesn't resonate as much with young kids. But for me, I want more of that. 312-332-3776 if you want to chime in on that, if you think it's going to be different or can it possibly stay the same. The broadcast schedule is going to be weird next year, Yerk. Like it's Peacock, it's NBC, it's Amazon once once football ends, Thursday nights, not going to be TNT, ESPN, it's going to be Amazon. Friday, I think, is still going to be where the guys are going to be. I think it's going to be Wednesday, Saturday, I think, if I'm not mistaken, if I have the broadcast schedule right for the ESPN ABC stuff as these guys transition over to the new network. 312-332-ESPN if you want to ring us up. We got a little time before crosstalk. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Shut your mouth.
What? I have a final twosome to give away. What's up? It's J Hood. Come to Legends Grill and Bar in Woodridge Wednesday night from 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two. You can qualify to win a spot on Team Kap and J Hood, sponsored by Republic Bank. And at the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Legends in Woodridge this Wednesday. And please enjoy responsibly.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing. So many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose. Big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself, you cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to win the new White Sox City Connect swag package. This month's winner will receive a collection of exclusive City Connect merchandise, including a custom jersey, hat, and more. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit BeTheTeacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I love my new windows from Window Nation. Now it's your turn. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus a free entry door. No money down, no interest or payments until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
That is drilled out towards right center and a base hit for Pete Crow Armstrong. There he goes. Throw down to second, and it's a stolen base. He swiped 18 of 21. On the ground, base hit right field. Tucker around third on his way to the plate. Here's the throw. Too late. PCA RBI single, and the Cubs have a 1-0 lead. And now PCA one off the big league lead. That is ripped left field. That's rolling all the way to the wall. Benson goes to dig it. Here comes PCA. He's in to score. Man, he can fly.
He can fly. He is something. Luke Shambi on the call marquee yesterday. Cubs win the series from the Reds.
He can move, Carm.
He is incredible.
He can scoot.
Fun to watch. Baseball's better with the rules changes and with guys running. And
it is.
Just more action. You're right.
Without the pitchers dillying and dallying.
Yep. The hitters, too.
Yep.
With the gloves.
Oh,
and
yeah.
nonsense.
Paul Konerko could never play.
Well,
remember him with the regripping and the wrist 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 and the wrist.
Nomar was the worst.
Yeah.
Remember Nomar,
Oh, yeah.
Big Poppy, those guys, they take forever. All the dilly-dallying. Get it out.
Yep.
Get it out, get it moving.
It's gone.
Love the bigger bases. Will it skew some of the stolen base records?
Could be.
Probably not, but so be it. You know how many guys have at least 10 steals in the big leagues?
How
right
many
now?
guys have at least 10 steals in the big leagues?
These are of
now?
granted, these are of all the qualified hitters. So I wouldn't think
10 guys.
29.
Oh boy.
29 guys have double-digit steals. Luis Robert, who it's amazing, he's never even on base, and he's got 21 of them. Think about that. Guy's got a 270 on-base percentage, but he's got 21 steals.
That's not good.
No. Robert has 21. O'Neal Cruz, Bobby Witt Jr. have 20, and PCA's got 19. Those are your top 4. And then that's all the way down to there's a bunch of guys tied for 10. Tied with 10. And that includes guys, everybody from Yelich, Lindor, Tatis Jr., Jeremy Pena, Michael Garcia, C.J. Abrams, who the Cubs will see this week in Washington, Corbin Carroll, and Michael Harris in Atlanta. And Trevor Story's one off of that. So more running, more action. And there's getting to a point there where guys never stole bases anymore. And it's just a little bit easier now with the disengagement rules and with the bigger bases, and we want to see guys on the base paths. That said, you don't want to see guys get hurt. Kyle Tucker had an awkward slide yesterday trying to steal. Got hurt, but it looks like the Cubs dodged a bullet.
Yeah.
Nothing serious. X-rays on the finger,
his
negative.
Body started to contort a little bit, too. Like it was twisted.
He hurt his right hand.
Yeah, because he got trapped under his body.
The way it got trapped. You're not, you're wearing the glove on your left hand to protect you from the bag.
Yeah, his just.
How long is it before we see guys with 2 oven mitts on? My God.
Boy, that'd be fun.
You're going to see the kids in youth baseball. Not 1, but 2.
Yeah.
What do you need it on your right hand
That's what
for?
you got to replicate.
They're going to go, well, Kyle Tucker got hurt.
Yeah.
Okay. The drip. They got to have the drip, Jurko. You got to have.
Is that what it's called?
Yes, you got to have drip.
Drip.
The elbow guard and the chains. And
everything.
You need everything.
The necklace around the neck.
You need a necklace.
Yeah.
You need a sliding mitt, of course.
Mm-hmm.
It's a sliding mitt. How about, how about we get on base?
How about hitting the ball? How about getting the bat off the shoulder and start looking at 3 strikes?
Maybe we'll start talking about some sliding mitts. We get on base a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe they should tell Luis Robert. Maybe leave the sliding mitt here. Let's get on base.
It'd be a good thing. You been watching that French Open over there?
You know, I have it on like sparingly. Not a ton.
Coco Gauff's advancing.
I watched some of Coco Gauff. What was it? Maybe Saturday morning was she playing?
Yeah.
I had it on Saturday morning for a little bit.
She's in the quarters.
I got to be honest. I can't
You don't
watch
care about tennis, yeah.
You know, I would back in the day like a Wimbledon final because it's early. Yeah. And when not Sampras. Sampras was great too, but who was the other guy? The Swiss.
Jim Courier.
No, the Swiss guy.
Federer.
You know, when I put on Federer to see, I'll watch maybe a little, but
a Michael Chang back in the day? No, not for you. No. Oh yeah. How about the great Rod Laver?
Serena? No, Rod Laver.
You never watched Rod Laver?
You're going back to the Rod Laver. You're talking about the 70s,
great
aren't
players.
you?
Yeah, when you were a Ute.
Yeah, but I didn't watch it back then.
You were a Ute.
Serena.
Jimmy, you never watched Jimmy Connors when he was there?
Not a ton.
Oh, boy.
McEnroe a little, because like everybody talked about McEnroe when I was a kid. So maybe a little McEnroe. Definitely as I got older, like Sampras,
Boris
Serena.
Becker, Andre Agassi. All the greats.
Yes. Steffi Graf a little bit.
Novak's in the quarters, too. You know that. Djokovic. He's there.
But after about 20 minutes, I get a little bored with tennis. I'm not going to lie. Nothing against tennis.
This clay court tennis is a little bit different demon than on the grass, yeah.
The grass, is it just faster?
Clay, the clay slows it down. You know, asphalt, too, quick as lightning.
Quick, yeah.
Clay slows it down. You've got to be a shot maker. You got to be ready for some long rallies.
Is that why Nadal was so good? He was just like the best
Rafi.
Shot maker. Didn't he win all those clay matches?
He's a clay court guy.
That's got to be weird.
When I was in España,
yes, sir.
When I was up in San Sebastian, they had the tennis club up there.
Really?
You know, we were making one of our walks during the day to go to one of the areas, and there it was.
Was it clay?
Like 7 courts, 8 courts.
Was it clay?
Clay. And the guys that were playing were pretty damn good.
Were they really?
Yeah, it was like, man.
Did you think about going out there and showing them a thing or two?
No. Are you kidding me? Going out and
Talk
showing
the big
anybody.
talk once
Can't
about
even,
tennis.
Yeah, still, I was the
about
best
your tennis
player on the
ability.
court.
No, you weren't.
Sure.
Waddle was the best player.
I was playing a different theory, though.
Oh, yeah. Is that what it was?
You couldn't adapt to my tremendous theory.
You should try pickle. You don't have to, I don't think you have to move as much.
Pickleball. No, thank you. And then after that, I'm exhausted. I go take a shower. I come back out. Now we got to go play golf. I just beat the living hell out of my body.
Then we had to go play 18 holes of golf.
That video, by the way, it's one of the best videos ever produced.
Jason Honeycutt.
That thing should have had a sports Emmy.
It's awesome.
What happened there?
I should have Jason send it to us again and just pin it to like one of my.
You should
pin it to Twitter. And
you
never
should
remove,
pin it.
Never remove it.
Yeah. To Instagram. You got a little momentum there. Carmen, you got a little momentum.
Right, Adam? You pinned it.
Carmen, you got a little momentum on Instagram.
You can pin on Instagram.
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, but everybody loved the video from last week.
Yeah, well, you embarrassed me.
I didn't embarrass you. You were great.
Right.
People were like, man, Yurko's the best.
You made me worried about you, man. I was concerned about you.
Was there a shake at the stick?
Yeah, I was worried about you. I got my buddies telling me they saw it.
People like that.
I go, you know, I really cared about him.
Of course. You could tell in your voice.
I cared about him. Not so much no more.
People love it. That video's got like 26,000 views. People got a kick out of it.
How do you know?
Because you can see it on your if you go to your.
I don't know how to do that. Let me see that fancy little apparatus.
And then I made a nice video. I made a reel making some pizzas, and nobody cares about that.
Nobody cares about you making pizza.
People like the bourbon, the cooking, and the Jurko on my Instagram. That's it.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, made some pies over the weekend.
Did you?
Yeah, good.
You and the daughter?
Yes. She had a friend over.
What does she like on the pizza? What they
plain
like
cheese, classic margarita, and then like a tavern style like cheese, like, and then also a classic margarita. So I made one of each for her friend. No, and I made
no jardiniere beef or anything like that.
Didn't do any of that this weekend, but the one I made that was my favorite was a spicy Calabrian salami Yerk with. I took some mascarpone, I whipped it with like honey and pistachios.
Mascarpone
and then
cheese,
some fresh
right?
basil Yerk and some Parmesan over the top after it came out of the oven. Oh, sweet Jesus, Yurko.
Delicious.
You got to come over. I'll make you this pie. You knock your socks off.
I mean, God forbid you ever have a card game or something with the guys in the neighborhood.
I have a card game.
You told me that was going to happen at some point.
Sweet Lord, this pie Yerk.
Good.
I'm coming. You're going to come over for it. Oh my God, it was incredible.
Oh heavens,
incredible.
We're gonna cross. My guy Pizzuto's got something for you. We're
gonna cross talk with Waddle and Silvy coming up next. Yurko's got the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word
had to have the last word
on Carmen and Jurko.
And the pitcher from Texas has got what we would call a solid foundation. I'm sorry to take us off of that, but boy, I tell you what.
Just what I'm
assuming. She's
assuming.
throwing smoke, Carm.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
White Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
All right, thanks to Adam Abdallah and Justin Podger for producing today. And thanks for listening and calling in. It's time for Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy. And it is brought to you, as always, by the Verdoliak Law Group, fighting insurance companies for over 60 years. They'll get you home on this Monday, and then it's White Sox baseball with Jeff Meller at 6 as the Tigers are in town. What up, boys?
Whatever happened to Macklemore? That's who this is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is he still
think he's still getting things done.
I don't know. I don't think so.
He's done?
Is he
His
dead?
time is up. I don't know.
I thought you were going to ask whatever happened to Meller.
No, I know where he's at.
How amazing would that have been?
I think he's sitting next door crying right now.
That's what I thought. Because he had mentioned Meller, right? Weren't you talking about how the pregame show
with Jeff Meller?
And then you go,
yeah.
whatever happened to Meller?
Saw Meller on Thursday.
Macklemore is still around, but I don't know if he's. I don't know.
Remember when he was a thing? He was a thing
sure.
for a
All
short
these
period
guys,
of time.
everybody's a thing for a little while, and then
Yeah.
it's usually, it comes and goes, Tommy.
Yeah, I know.
41 years old, Macklemore.
Yeah, Meller would have been amazing. That would have been amazing.
That Meller kid.
Real name,
we have a
Benjamin Hammond Haggerty.
Didn't we have a guy named Meller that used to work on the show?
Out of Seattle, Washington.
Has he been soxed as well?
No, Meller has been Sox. We had him on Friday. He's great.
He was talking about the rebirth of Talkman, I think, on the text chain.
Yes.
Yeah,
Talkman
he's
has
back.
had a nice little
Talkman's
rebirth.
back.
Well, I texted it from the game. I go, PCA is back.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah.
with getting on base 4 times, 3 hits.
Yeah.
And then he responded, Talkman is back.
Take that, baby. White Sox can't score 3 runs, but hey, Mike Talkman's back. They've lost 7 straight games by 2 or fewer runs. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's
At least
they're
they're a little bit more
competitive, guys.
respectable.
Yeah.
They're competitive.
Three games better than they were a year ago through 59 games.
They
Not all that
pitch.
good.
I mean,
they can pitch,
yeah,
though.
can
Every
pitch.
game, they're kind of in it. The Cubs should go get Hauser.
Hauser.
Get out of here. He was DFA like 2 weeks ago.
Well,
3 weeks ago. So he's hot.
Listen,
I mean,
they got
hey.
the Cubs magic. Who's the cat that hasn't pitched in the majors since 2021? The lefty.
Well, that's what they have, a bunch of
Yeah.
Hausers. They have Colin Ray.
Pomerantz.
They have
Drew
Pomerantz. I mean,
Dude's unhittable.
they need a frontline guy.
Like
who are you
Adrian
going to get a
Hauser.
frontline guy, though?
Well,
I mean, who are you going to get? They're
you-
not trading Skeens.
Who you
They've
gonna
said
get?
that.
Who you gonna get?
I don't
mean,
know,
what are
but
you
you
doing
got
here?
you got to
You're
go.
not going to get a frontline starter.
Come on, what are you
as
talking
close
about?
to one as possible. No
Jeez.
more.
Like,
you got-
who's out of it that you're
It's
going
not
to get?
fantasy land.
That's the problem. That there's not a lot
There's
of teams
not a lot of teams
it.
out.
Yeah, and is Toronto going to be selling? Everyone's been talking about Gossman.
Yeah, Kevin
Should
Gausman.
trade for Hunter Green. Try to call the Reds and trade for Hunter
No,
Green.
they wouldn't trade Hunter Green in the division.
Oh, they do
You think?
some really stupid stuff, Carm. I wouldn't rule
Well,
it out.
Hunter Green would it be is a Cincinnati. frontline
I mean,
starter.
if you're going to talk about the Pirates talking about trading Skeens, if that was
no,
some-
that's not that. But they've shot that down. I don't know where
I
that was
know,
coming from.
I know,
Well,
but-
Hunter Green would be front line. There
Yeah.
you go.
By the way, have you seen what Crochet's been doing?
Oh, dude, it makes me sick. I don't.
Crochet is first in strikeouts this year. I think he's like 7th or something ERA.
He's first in innings pitched.
Yeah. I mean, he's doing everything that you're worried about, and everyone's like, "Well, Silvy had a bad second half last year." Well, who didn't on that White Sox team? You're drowning there.
I'm with you, Sylvie. I didn't like this notion that, well, he's not going to be around for the rebuild. So what's the point? It's the only thing they do well. And to me, you should have kept him. And you maybe even could have gotten some sort of favorable. I'm trying to think of what the Boston deal is. I'd have to go back and look. I don't think Boston went nuts on him in terms of what they gave him, the contract.
The contract.
Right,
yeah.
Sylvia?
Was it a 170?
Was that what it was? I'm trying to remember now. I don't think it was crazy. He's so good. I didn't like the narrative. No, you got to trade him. You got to trade him. You got to get something for him. They do say that this Brady Montgomery kid, but I've heard this before, and they never develop position.
6 years, 170.
6 years for 170. I mean, it's not crazy.
No, that's not.
Of course.
For a guy who is the number one ERA or a number one in strikeouts, innings pitched, in his top 10 in ERA.
Like, Mydraw's been good, okay, and they do say, I've heard good things about Montgomery and, like, Braden. This is not Colson, obviously. This is Braden Montgomery.
Is that the catcher?
No, he's the outfielder.
Who's the catcher?
Kyle Teal.
Yeah.
And he's another one. And Kyle Teal, they are raving about. And Kyle Teal's been on base something like 30 of the last 34 games or something at AAA. So maybe it all works out. I wouldn't have been so quick to just say goodbye to Garrett Crochet, and I think he's been fabulous. Talk to me in 3 years, I guess, and you could say, see, Carm, you were worried about nothing. Teal's awesome. Montgomery's awesome. Rest is history. But
that would require them developing guys
which
on the south
they
side,
never do. They never
not
have
a strong history of that.
Not position players.
No.
They've never been good at it, or at least they haven't in 25 years. They haven't been good at it. And
at least you got the Rockies to take the attention away from last year's.
I get no great satisfaction out of that.
No, I don't think you should.
None.
But just in general terms,
I just want them to be better. And I would have kept a player like Garrett Crochet. To me, at 26, this wasn't when you decided to move on from Sale, and even that was a tough sale.
Right.
Sale's going to go to the Hall of Fame. And even moving on from Sale, you understood it a little bit more. The willingness to just so easy peasy say goodbye to Garrett Crochet is not sat well with me, and he's been great. So
that contract that he signed with the Red Sox is about $100 million more than the largest contract they've ever signed.
That's a good point. But it's not if this is who he's going to be, it's not crazy.
Of course not.
And
his plan was a good one. Front load it.
While your payroll is down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What's
so
your
then when
payroll
it's
going to be
time
next
to
year?
win,
Give him $100 million over the next 2 years.
Right, exactly.
And then when you're ready to compete, now you're paying less.
Give him $80 million over
they
the next 2 years.
They used to do that in the NBA a lot with deals where it would go down.
Right.
To help payroll.
Yeah. So I hope it works out in their favor. But I watch Crochet pitch, and you're just like, geez, he's so good. And he's answered all the questions.
Not a shock.
I know. I mean, the one question would be the longevity. Can he make it through a full season? Can he pitch 180 innings? I guess we'll see once he gets to those benchmarks. But he's been awesome. He's been everything and then some.
Did you hear Rick Hahn was on MLB Network?
I saw some of it.
And we'll play that later. He explained why he traded Tatis.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons is we had to be all in because we weren't certain that Robin Ventura would want to come back the following year.
Oh, boy.
I mean, what can you say?
You need a big game James.
So you were worried about losing a manager?
Well, remember, first of all, he didn't want to be the manager. He didn't want to be the manager to begin with, and then Kenny Williams threatened him, pinned him up against the wall. He goes, "You will be my manager, damn it!" And then he was the manager, and then they were scared that he didn't want to be the manager anymore, so they had to make a go-for-it move for Robin.
It's how you sink a franchise, folks. Decisions like that. And that's all they've done, basically, for 20 years. Decisions like that. What can you say? I mean, honestly, we were worried about losing Robin Ventura.
Does it?
I mean,
what are you saying? You're the analytics guy here with baseball. Crochet has thrown 100 or more pitches in 7 of his, I think, 13 starts.
That's a lot. That's surprising.
Is that something that you think ultimately you should keep an eye on in the second half of the season?
Yeah, that's surprising.
And in some of the other starts, he went 94, 96, 96, 88, 85. He is not.
He's been a horse.
He's not had a start, it looks like, this year where he's thrown anything less than 85 pitches in a game.
That's pretty amazing.
What would John Lester tell you? Would John Lester say, it's like a long-distance runner where if you continue to run, 10-mile races or whatever, it's no big deal. What's big is a sprinter all of a sudden then running a long distance.
Well, John Lester would also tell you, too, right, where, maybe it wasn't Lester, somebody else said, look, you throw your fastball at 93 in the first inning, you throw at 94 in the second, drop it down to 90 in the third, and you pace yourself.
That's the difference. I think that's what Lester would tell you. And he would tell you can throw 100 pitches.
But we know guys can throw 100. They just haven't anymore. And do you think that's the reason why there are more injuries? Because now they baby the pitchers.
Yeah.
I think there are more injuries because there's just more max effort. I think that's really it. I think,
and when you step to the mound and you're throwing your fastball, very infrequently are you trying to throw. If you throw 100, you're not trying to throw a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. You're trying to gas it every time you throw it, right?
It's basically from pitch one.
I forget who the guy was that was saying. I thought it was a really interesting point that, like, you can last longer out there throwing 100 and something pitches. You just have to gear down. Some.
I think Smoltz said that too. Yeah, I think Smoltz is a big advocate of guys throwing a lot.
Yeah, you should throw because that's what you do and that's how you condition yourself. But everything is max effort, and that's where pitchers, young pitchers, old pitchers, medium-age pitchers get very much in trouble these days. I saw you guys were at the game yesterday. Boy, it was like 30 degrees cooler, everybody said, at Wrigley than it was.
It was incredible because after the game, the kids ran the bases.
Yeah.
So we went to the sun to wait for them, and it was like a different.
Was it really?
It felt like a different climate.
Wow.
In the same, like just sitting in the sun versus that shade.
Holy cow.
I wore three, I had a sweatshirt on. Then I had the Patagonia fleece.
Yeah.
And then over that, I had a Patagonia jacket. Vest.
Wow. I mean, it was beautiful out in the burbs, too.
Couldn't have been any colder than the Reds' bat.
Yeah, funny, except for Ellie. It was.
Boy, he ripped that. He crushed that thing.
Holy cow. He's fun to watch live, isn't he?
I thought it was foul, too, sitting where we were sitting, but he hit it so far that it curled behind
around, yeah. He's fun. I saw him play live last year. He is fun to watch. He's fun.
My son said that hey, I'm going to tell, now I get to tell my friends I got to see Ellie hit a home run.
Thank you.
The kids do like watching the dynamic players.
Yes. We saw him hit one last year on the south side. Same thing. They think it's a cool experience. I'm 48 and I think it's a cool experience. I got to see Ellie hit a piss missile out of here. I mean, he hit one 110 miles an hour. It's fantastic.
I think it's odd. I like seeing these 6'5" shortstops too for some reason.
Do you?
I don't know why. Wasn't the kid from Pittsburgh before
O'Neal
they moved
Cruz,
him to center field? He was a shortstop too, wasn't he?
Came up as a shortstop. Yeah.
It was like 6'6", 6'7".
He's ridiculous. He's ridiculous.
Crazy.
And he throws 100 miles an hour across the diamond. He's incredible. There's just something fun about him. I love watching Ellie. I do need your Reds at some point, though. My God. I mean, I need him to be a little bit more consistent here. They're going to tease me all year, be right on this number.
Did you see, Reds baseball was, I don't know what inning was it eighth or ninth, eighth inning because the Cubs didn't bat in the ninth, where a ground ball to a Gold Glove third baseman is basically booted. The left fielder drops I mean, well, it wouldn't have mattered because I think it was 5-2 at the time, and the Cubs ended up extending it to 7-2, but... Reds baseball was on full.
Well, it's a great point because Jesse came down. He was sitting with us as it emptied out in that inning. He was sitting with us. And he said that Paul Sullivan, who's seen a lot of baseball too and isn't a prisoner of the moment, that he doesn't remember a spring where the Wrigley elements has affected the opponent as much as it has this year.
Yeah.
It's not just been the Reds. The White Sox had the deal with the wind.
The wind.
The wind has been blowing in all year. The sun has been a really big issue out there. Balls have been lost in the sun.
I think the Marlins had some issues.
Yeah, a lot of teams have had issues where because there was one wind day that I said to Tyler when we were on the air because we were up against it that day, that I didn't remember a game where both teams were being affected like that.
Yeah.
And so I'm glad to hear Jesse and Paul Sullivan say that.
The Cubs are making the most of it. They're good, you guys.
I heard your guys'
team.
conversation. You're 100% right. If you're a Cub fan, it's balls to the wall.
You got to kind of be thinking that way,
in.
right?
Totally.
Starter, Silvy, or some bullpen guys? What do you think?
I think both. But, I mean, the bullpen's been really good.
Yeah, it
I
has.
still don't think that you ignore it if you get another because if you don't have the starters, you're going to have to go to the pen earlier in these postseason games.
I think one of the really cool developments is going to be, can Palencia continue to be your guy at the end of a game when he steps up in class?
Boy, if he answers that question for
then you are
really
golden.
feel good.
Yes, because he's got dynamite stuff.
Dynamite.
But when you face the Phillies or you face the Tigers, their guys aren't going to swing at the 101s that are 4 feet above the strike zone.
If he solves that problem for you, though.
He hasn't given up an earned run in his last 5 starts, all saves. It's a great opportunity for them to build some confidence with him in that spot.
Their offense is just so good, and it's so fun to watch. I mean, because guys can run, and guys, they've got slug, and they've got guys that know how to
What's
get on
come
base.
back? What did I tell you earlier? What's come back in baseball?
The running. Yeah,
The running,
it's
hit, the
great.
hit,
You guys had a good
It's
conversation.
great.
Yeah.
What rule change would you say is your favorite in baseball, and what rule change has been the best rule change in sports in the last 5 or 10 years?
All right, so what rule change is the best in baseball? I think the limiting the pitchers. time-wise.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
The pitch clock.
Probably the
I
pitch
think it
clock
makes
is
it
probably the
more.
best.
It makes it more. I think I don't want to see guys fixing their jocks and their batting gloves and the pitchers and all that.
Because I said to Waddle,
the big itch.
Being in the ballpark for the first time yesterday, I looked at the pitch clock one time. And after I did, I said, look, we don't look at the pitch clock anymore.
No.
No, it just is.
The pace is now settled in, right?
It like no one overthinks it. You
Right.
got to get the ball and you got to pitch it. And it's awesome what a lot of people thought. And so, but then to Jurko's point, where guys are running, it is more than just home run, walk, strikeout. Now all of a sudden you are trying to steal a run by getting into scoring position. It's so exciting.
Yes.
Like you mentioned Tucker. It was the first time Tucker's been thrown out in forever yesterday. Yeah. That's where he got hurt.
Yeah.
PCA, when he gets on base,
he's going.
Yeah. It adds a whole element to the game, the running game.
It's great. I told you there are 29 guys in the bigs that have double-digit stolen bases right now.
Let me
29.
ask you. Okay, let me ask you.
I mean, the guys are running.
And I think it's great. Is
great.
To ask a devil's advocate question, have you given the base runners too much of an advantage now? Especially when you factor in you can only throw over, twice? And if you throw over a third time and you don't pick him off, he's automatically out.
I don't think so because my kids were asking me yesterday, hey, Dad, what's the record for most stolen bases in a year? We grew up in an era in the 80s where Vince Coleman would steal 120 bases in a year.
Yeah. And he might not win it. Might not have the most. Like Ricky, well, I guess in the league. But not in all of baseball. Ricky might have had more.
That's true.
Or Tim Raines might have had more.
60 stolen bases is very high still.
Well, didn't Ellie lead the league last year with 66
67
or something
I think. Yeah.
No, you're right.
I'm happy with the way the game now, and you don't shift as much. You've got to balance it out a little bit.
I'm cool with it.
And I want the NBA now to do the same thing on defense. And I think they did in the postseason.
Let them.
It's too easy to score these days. And the game is boring, where it's 3 layup and just on and on and on.
So
make defense. You could be more physical again.
Look up Rick Barry and his thoughts on basketball. He said he watched the game, counted the violations, the illegal screens. He says 59 illegal screens. He goes, we're not even talking about carries and traveling.
No, I know.
Because we're not even talking about it. But he goes, if you enforce your rules, your game will be better. You're going to have a better game if you enforce your rules.
Well, it's funny, though, isn't it? It's
and
kind
then
of
they
ironic.
showed the video of Giannis dribbling where he's taking 4 steps.
Yeah. They call it the Euro step, but we call it a travel.
Yeah. It's not a Euro step.
Yeah.
I'm talking about it's a dribble, and he puts the ball, he's moving, ball's on the ground, right? It comes back up. It's 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then one time the guy had it like this, and he's just taking steps.
I don't know.
Nobody cares, and then he throws it on the ground.
But you know what's ironic? You guys
It's
were
ridiculous.
Be careful. We're talking about what's made baseball better, and they've done things. Normally, what makes things better is when they give the advantage to the offense. And in basketball, it sounds like people want that it's gone way too far the other way, and you want defense to come back. But in all these other sports, we normally talk about the good rules changes helping the offense. Every rules change we talk about with baseball is eliminating the shift, bigger bases, less disengagement.
Isn't it more about being watchable, though? What they did in baseball is, yes, the pitcher had the huge advantage, but they've also made the game more watchable again, where it's not just 3 outcome bias.
Yeah.
And in the NBA, I need the same thing where it's 3-pointer, layup, right? Or what?
It felt like
mostly 3-pointer or
It
layup.
felt like in the postseason, it's been markedly better.
Yes, and I need that in the regular season.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Will you go to we were talking about Charles Barkley sharing with Patrick today. He doesn't even know what inside the NBA is going to look like. And there are going to be games on Amazon.
Right.
Are you going to go out of your way in the regular season to turn on an NBA game in the regular season on Amazon? I will for football because we all watch every football game. But are you on a Tuesday night really going to feel the need to go to Amazon because that's where the NBA is that night?
Maybe not. It's a great point.
In November?
Maybe not. No, probably not in November. No way. After football, maybe, but no.
And by the way, you were right. Ellie De La Cruz last year, 67 steals. You know who was second behind him? It was Shohei with 59.
Yeah.
So you're right. The number of steals is way down.
But then go look 10 years ago.
Right.
It was, 30?
Yeah, you probably had guys leading the league with 30 or 35.
It was so bad. It wasn't even a thing. It just became, oh, we don't want to take the bat out of the slugger's hands, it's not worth getting thrown out.
Unless you're still at an 80% clip, it's not worth it.
It became the math game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much the math game. Yes.
So now at least it's balanced where, we've got the threat of a stolen base. You could get a run here now.
Yeah. Good point.
So,
all right, boys, what's up on the show?
So we'll talk. What is the best rule change in sports that you remember in the last 5 or 10 years? I want to talk about the experience at Wrigley yesterday. First time I've been back since last year. It was spectacular, as you would expect. It's so much fun.
He handed Tom Ricketts $700 cash. He walked right up to him and said, "Thank you for the experience. I hope this helps make you guys break even."
What choice do I have, though?
I'm just
I
saying.
stayed home over the Bulls, and that was with free tickets. Now I'm at the point where, look, I want to pay for going to Cubs games because they're fun to watch and it's a fun experience.
I just thought it was ironic that you took the money directly to the owner and said, "Hey, here's hoping that you guys break even."
You need an extra $500.
Yeah,
you
Tom, will this help with the biblical losses?
Yeah. And then you got to bring an envelope on the side and be like, "Here, Tom, will this help? Maybe." No, we're going to be poor. No money here. Unbelievable.
We'll talk about that.
It's like an Italian wedding.
That's what you need to do. You got to bring
stuffing envelopes in Tom's sport coat.
Is that what he wants? I guess.
I think this is an interesting question on the Bears, at least hitting another speed bump, stalling, whatever you want to call it, because they didn't get it done in the legislature in the spring here. Does it matter to any fan? Does it matter if they're breaking ground in 29, 30, 31? Does it matter that this is another, quote, setback? Does anyone, other than getting it right in the big picture, does anyone care if it's going to be delayed more?
Yeah, it's fair. It's not going to be this year, but that probably benefits
no shovels in the ground this year.
Or does this make people angry? I don't know.
I don't know. It shortens the buyout. So, even though construction material cost goes up, it shortens what they're going to have to pay the city. It's probably not the worst thing. And you're right, Sylvie. Someday they'll be in a new stadium. It's almost like wake me up when they're there.
Yeah, that's what
I just want them
Charlie
to be good.
Yes, right. That's the priority.
Yeah, of course. All right, boys.
All right, see you
Waddle
guys.
and Silvy are next. Have a great show, boys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, if you've taken my advice, you know that the food scene in Elmwood Park is second to none. They've got all kinds of great places. Mexican food, Italian food, Johnny's Beef, of course, great pizza from Armand's. Don't just take it from me. Mayor Skip Saviano will tell you himself. Elmwood Park is something special. It's more than just incredible restaurants and food. It's the people, neighbors who care, families that thrive, and businesses that succeed. Sounds good, doesn't it? Every time I visit, I feel it. You will too. Mayor Skip always says, we hook you in with a meal. Next thing you know, you're moving in. And he's not wrong. So take it from me and Mayor Skip. Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Join us at the ballpark Saturday, June 7th, as the Chicago White Sox take on the Kansas City Royals at 3:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl Taste of the Sox, presented by Blue Moon, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with food and drink specials, a sneak peek of new unique offerings, former pitcher Jack McDowell autograph signings, entertainment, and more. Plus, receive a 1993 Division Champs Rope Hat presented by Wintrust. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/SoxCrawl.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-646-5959. That's 800-646-5959. 800-646-5959.
Harry Douglas here. Picture this. You're staying at a hotel, about to take an important video call, but the Wi-Fi is slower than 1997 dial-up. You struggle with your phone's hotspot as clients complain about your connection. These stressful situations don't have to happen, folks. When you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you get free high-speed Wi-Fi to handle critical emails, join meetings on time, and even unwind with your favorite shows. No more worrying about spotty connections. Enjoy stress-free stays with reliable Wi-Fi. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
You've probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business? There is Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Simply select a time, and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you'd like to connect with and meet and greet people through back-to-back video calls starting as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Love these guys.
On the ground, base hit right field. Tucker around third on his way to the plate. Here's the throw. Too late. PCA RBI single. And the Cubs have a 1-0 lead. That is ripped left field. That's rolling all the way to the wall. Benson goes to dig it. Here comes PCA. He's in to score. Man, he can fly. That's drilled right center field. Bush puts a charge into one. That's back, and it's gone. Into the bleachers in right center. Michael Bush. Up the middle of the base hit for Bush. PCA speeding around third. He's in. Have a day, Bushy. RBI single. 5-0. On a hop. Oh, Matt Shaw. What a play. Big ball down the first baseline. Off the sidewall. 1 run is in. PCA coming home. Nico knocks in 2, and it's 7-2 Cubs.
That's right. There's Boog Sciambi on Marquee Sports Network, one of the few games I did not watch.
Did you stay for the whole game?
We stayed for the entire game. We stayed for the kids running the bases.
Oh, that's great.
Which is always fun to see them, on Wrigley Field. It's more accessible in all these ballparks these days than when I was a kid. When you were a kid, they didn't.
No, we didn't.
Let us on the field.
No, there was no opportunity to run the bases back in the 80s and 70s.
Now, most of the time on these Sunday games, the White Sox do it and the Cubs do it, and you get to go down. You get to run the bases, high-five Clark after you touch home plate. So we let the ball.
Got pants on these days?
I don't believe so. I don't believe they've ever given him pants. Okay. Just saw him from afar. Didn't get a chance to see Clark up close. We did run into PCA's girlfriend. Braxton talked to PCA's girlfriend how much he loves PCA. So that was cool. The family section was right next to us. We were in section 116. A field box was sort of behind the third base side behind the plate, if that makes sense. Like not directly behind the plate, just a shade to
Were you in
foul
ball territory?
Well, all the seats are in foul ball territory.
Well, you know what I'm saying. Is it prime foul ball territory?
Yeah, there were a few because of the netting. Any line, it's got to be a pop-up back behind
That's
the play.
what I'm saying.
Yeah. There were a couple not far.
When I was a kid and I went to a baseball game, I was there not just to see the Reds play. I wanted to get a souvenir foul ball.
I forgot. Now you racked my brain. So there was a bald gentleman with glasses who was maybe 10 rows in front of us. It wasn't Jesse, no, nor was it Cap. No, it is a common look, though. The ball went above onto the roof of Wrigley. It went foul back. And a lot of times when that happens, it will roll down off the roof. So it rolled down and no one's really paying attention to hit the guy in the dome. Hit him right in the head. And the
first, like my draw for whatever his name is.
Yes, but he wasn't trying to catch it. He was just assuming the ball was gone and no one was looking. And down came the ball, hit him right in the head. And right away, he said, I'm fine. And I'm like, that guy's a champ.
I would call, one of these hitting whatever attorneys is what I would do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get an injury attorney, is that what you got?
We call, what's his
Sign
name?
my ball? Yeah, Howard Ankin.
Howard, get on the phone. I got hit in the head at Wrigley.
I don't think you could. Isn't that what
I know. You sign it. That's part of your ticket.
But now, I mean, like you don't hold the ticket anymore. Do they have that like on the ballpark app? Does it say that?
If you look at, like, you've got the digital tickets, right?
Yeah.
There's the little I. If you ever click that I, it gives you the full disclaimer of what. It's the same thing as the back of the ticket.
Didn't we just have a story where someone tried to sue
It was the
Rockies, right?
Mhm.
I don't think we ever gave that on the air, did we?
I don't know if we did, no, but there was the guy that was sitting in the suite, and he was hit by a ball during a Rockies game. I think it was from like a year or two ago. And the teams have pretty good protection from this because of past precedent, but one of his clauses in his lawsuit is that the team is so bad, it's not giving me a reason to actually pay attention to the game.
I'm a big believer in protection.
That's where that case doesn't go any further. It gets thrown out. There's no due process.
He was saying that he was in the suite not paying attention because the Rockies are bad, and he probably had his back to it.
Once you use that as your explanation for why you're looking for of financial retribution, then you leave. You're no longer allowed to come into my court.
The coffee spiller, though, changed it for everyone, didn't they? The one who spilled hot coffee on their lap from McDonald's years ago.
Took home millions.
Yeah, like that's your fault. But they somehow won.
Yeah, this one feels different. I think in that situation, was there a cup? Was there a lid on the cup?
I think so. And it was too hot. That was the lawsuit that they were making their coffee too hot.
Maybe the lid wasn't secure.
It was about the heat.
I would just suggest buyer beware in most instances. Yeah. If you're going to go to a Rockies game and not pay attention and you get hit with a ball,
you knew they were bad when you went.
Right, that's my point.
Yeah, it's not like they hide the standings or
Shame
the stats.
on you.
Yeah. So if you were like, there are a couple of things that not only has this season been fun, but I think another a sign of a good team is that the offense clearly against the Rockies and against the Reds until yesterday when they popped for 7, they haven't been doing what they've been doing, which is expected. Like, you're going to go through slumps in Major League Baseball. The Cubs offense didn't produce like they had been producing over the last 6 games. But you know what their record was over the last 6 games?
5-1?
5-1.
14-4 over the last 18 games.
Yeah, and so even when it doesn't look perfect,
you're still finding ways.
They're finding ways, and I thought PCA was a good example of that too, that PCA was getting in this slump, and his on-base percentage was down around 300. I think it's above 315 after the weekend.
It's 313 now.
313, and it all started with 2 walks on Saturday. He had been in a big slump, and he hadn't walked in about 3 weeks. And not only did he walk 1 time to end the streak, but he walked twice. I think he stole a couple bases. He made a diving catch on Saturday. And then that led to getting on base 4 times yesterday, including the first 3 with hits. And he was working the count a little bit more. We'll see if this continues when they resume on Tuesday in Washington. But like, if you could shorten those slump periods where the slumps aren't 3 or 4 weeks, and you're able to find ways to get on base and still affect the game, I think that was fantastic to see that out of Pete Crow Armstrong.
Yeah, and look, I mean, there would be no excuse to be at home and lose to a lesser team. Or I know baseball is weird, but it would not sit well with Cub fans, nor should it. And I say this all the time. When you are facing the Marlins twice, the Sox, the Reds twice, and the Rockies, you've got to make hay. They were 14-4 over the course of those games. 14-4 over that stretch. 18 games against those teams that you're supposed to beat, and they did exactly what they were supposed to do. They've got 6 guys currently on their roster that have an OPS over 800 at this time. So they got Palencia also, who has taken this opportunity to build some confidence closing games. I mean, it's just it's a train running hot in the right direction is what it is right now.
One of the big debates that we've had about the Cubs since they have been going well is what to do with Ben Brown. I thought he answered the bell on Saturday.
Good decision, tactically
really good.
Too, from from their front office and from their manager.
Sometimes these analytical guys will outsmart themselves, or they do things like weird, like the opener. Like, in all cases, I haven't. like in some of the cases, I haven't understood the opener. Like, why do the opener in this game? What are you trying to do? But this one clearly had a reason behind it, and a rationale behind it was that Ben Brown has struggled against the top of the order, and especially the third go-around through the top of the order. So why not match up with Pomerantz starting the game with the top of the order and get him going in the second inning? He still prepares like he's starting a game, and then he ended up pitching through the seventh. He pitched 6 innings. I think it was scoreless when he left, or it was still a tie game, so he didn't get the win. But it worked out perfectly. And the thing that I keep bringing up to you guys, why I'm reluctant to still, even when he's going bad, to throw in the towel on Ben Brown, is I think we've computed that was it wasn't even a start. But let's just, for the sake of argument purposes, say it was. It was like a start. He's only started 19 games in his career. Can you really make a determination on any player when they haven't started a full year of games? Whether it's a hitter in a full year of baseball or whether it's a pitcher starting games. He's been hurt. He's they put him in the bullpen. He was yo-yoed back and forth last year. I still want to see him, and he ultimately may fail. And many people may say, see, I told you he only had 2 pitches, and I'm not sure what to make of him. But I just think sometimes with these guys, we react really, really quick.
No, it's fair.
Before he hasn't even started 20 games in his career. And when it's on because he could throw hard.
Yeah, he pitched 6 innings. He gave up 1 hit, walked 1, and struck out 9. So, I mean, it was a great outing. I would think the one thing that is held against him more than anything is that he's got a limited pitch selection. And that if you're throwing the same 2 pitches every single time, and it's why, starting Pomerantz and putting him in the second inning was probably a really tactically a great decision. Where he ends up, I'm with you. I mean, he's so young and doesn't have that kind of experience. I think you just kind of wait and see. I mean, he's going to get some opportunities as well.
The one thing with Ben Brown, I don't think people necessarily wanted to give up on him as a whole as a starter, but this isn't the year to really develop him as a starter, if that makes sense. Because this is kind of a go-for-it year, and if you can't keep pace with the rest of the pack, then you're going to get left behind. And I think that's part of the message that was sort of being sent by Craig Counsell all along, where, listen, if you're not going to give us good starts, we got to either find another place for you, but we don't have the ability to let you just lag behind when this team's as good as it is right now. And it is kind of not like a World Series or bust year, but like, this team's going for a playoff.
They got to do something,
run.
yeah.
Like, it's now a run.
Tyler, I could flip that, though, on you, too, and say, with Justin Steele out for the year, with Shota out now for 4 to 6 weeks, however long, whenever he comes back mid-June, isn't now the perfect time where he's got a little more wiggle room because you're looking to develop another starter?
But if it's the difference between you winning and losing games, I think you try to find other options.
But who's the alternative?
Right.
That's the thing. It's not like you've got Steele and Shota leading it up, and now you're looking still for solutions for postseason games.
Right. I think
you're already pitching Horton.
Well, yeah,
right?
Horton I think was one of the potential solutions.
Yeah.
And then the other one that's always been floated around is Chris Flexen, who's been pretty good for them. Granted, it's all been out of relief opportunities, but he is by trade a starter. You've got a couple guys in your pen that are by trade starters. Brad Keller's another one. Drew Pomerantz. Like a lot of guys that have been solid starters in the major leagues and now all of a sudden are really thriving in bullpen roles. Maybe you would have taken a guy like Flexen, and he's the most recent one to have been a starter. Maybe you put him back in the starter role. That's the only one.
Yeah, they've done a good job, though, with the bullpen. And like you mentioned, Keller, he's been a godsend.
He's fun, too, because he's a speed pitcher. Like, he gets the ball and throws it.
Yeah.
Like, there's no downtime between pitches.
Yeah, and he's throwing hard, too, right? Like, wasn't this velocity like a newly found thing this year, where he's throwing harder than he's ever thrown in his career?
Yeah, I think that's something that you see with a lot of guys who
former starters
who's like, I've got 1 inning that I've got to just
tank.
Exactly. Yep.
So I think the Cubs have the number 1 bullpen in the month of May. Wow. Now that the May and this is why sometimes we do overreact. I know it's tough. I have a tough time doing it. If anyone has a tough time, it's me, because You knew that the bullpen has cost them the last couple of years. You knew they missed the playoffs by a game or two these last couple of years. So you hate seeing the blown.
It cost them in the month of April.
Yeah, for sure. But now if you could get this bullpen in this really good spot, which you're at, and it's something that you started the show with, could they have finally found their closer, the guy with the stuff, and he's young, and maybe he could be here for a little bit. And again, the thing that I keep saying the most to Jesse when I sit down with him, and you guys, we talked about this late last week, I think it's so important for having a PCA who's playing at a star level, having Tucker who's a star, having Seiya play at a higher level, where now all of a sudden Hap, Nico Horner, and these other guys don't have to be your star players. You were not a good team when Ian Happ and Nico Horner have to be your best players. But now all of a sudden, where do they fall? Like, we've discussed this. Where is Nico on your best offensive players list?
Well,
on the Cubs?
I'll give you, again, and two of them are catchers. You have 6 players currently with OPSs over 800. One is Carson Kelly. May has not been kind to him. He's sitting 203 with a 292 on base and a 328 slug, a 620 OPS in the month of May. So he's come back to earth a little bit. Tucker's OPS is well above 100. Suzuki, PCA, Bush's is higher. Amaya's is higher. So, like, you're right. Like, Ian Happ and Nico Horner aren't even in the top 6 with regard to OPS. Horner's never going to be there. But Happ was, somebody that you would hope would live right around 810 or 820.
Yeah, and he's below that. He's been struggling. He looks slow, too. Is there something, but his running doesn't seem like it's been in the past. But I was at the game. It could not have been better. It was a little cool, but still, there wasn't a cloud in the sky.
A little cool for baseball.
40,000 people at the game, as you would expect, when now that you have a winning team, division opponent. The kids are all in now on the Cubs, paying attention for all 9 innings. It's not a problem. I'm past now that. We have to worry about entertaining the kids within the game. The game does that itself. It was just a glorious game. We got there early. We went to the... what's the place called? The little park on the side of Wrigley Field.
Gallagher Way.
Murphy's Bleachers?
Yeah. That's right. That's the adult park. Murphy's, Cubby Bear. We're giving them the education on the Cubby Bear. But no, yes, the Gallagher Way. We checked in at Gallagher Way.
Is that where you slipped Tom Ricketts $700 cash?
I walked up to him and I said, Tom, if I could be of any assistance.
Yeah.
I know my tickets here cost me $159 per ticket. But if you want me to pay a fee to get you out of financial trouble,
I'm here for you.
Yeah, sure.
You won't be booing about that in a year.
I know, like, should I read that tweet too? Like, there was someone who tweeted, I had it up earlier. Do you have it? It was a guy by the name of Matt, who's a contact director for one of the podcasts, and he interviewed or talked to Tom Ricketts over the weekend, or so he says.
I saw Mr. Ricketts at the game. What was it, Friday? Saturday?
Yeah. He was hovering around.
Yeah.
I would hope he'd be at the game. He's the owner.
But he used to be one of the most visible owners, I felt like.
Oh, yeah, handing out baseballs.
And now
When was the last time Jerry was at a game?
I think Jerry's
at a lot of
Jerry
games.
likes to go and smoke cigars in his own building.
In the third row, like just between.
No, he's not an in the stands
suite,
guy.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Someone told me that he's got like a trap door to smoke cigars. Is that true?
I don't know.
That would be awesome. I would actually gain a lot of respect for him.
It's a sweet flex because aren't there like smoking
how to
rules?
get rid of managers? You just hit a button and they fall straight down.
Aren't there smoking rules he's able to get around because he like owns so much buildings or something like that? He smokes inside his own building, which is awesome.
Hey, there have been bigger things that have been brushed under the rug. Than just someone smoking.
I think lighting up a cigar is the last thing that you should look deep in.
I'll just say 2 words: fat fold. I mean, come on. What was this tweet?
Yeah, so this was from this guy, Brian. He had an interaction with Tom Ricketts in the stands. He asked him, what's something as fans we don't understand, like from a business perspective? And Ricketts goes, that teams lose money all the time and we are just trying to break even. Yes, he used the infamous line. Then Brian proceeded to ask, how can I help make that better? What can I buy? Tom goes, just defend us online.
it's so interesting because, PR 101, I would tell him, even if you believe it, don't say that. And at least just say out loud, especially if you care about your image, which he does, because he's talking about online, and I'll get to that in a moment. But, like, just say, hey, we're here to win it. We're in it to win it. And if something makes sense to us, we'll do it. But just blatantly coming out with these biblical losses and breaking even phrases and then double downing on them. And then, like, when people say to me, Silvy, why do you tweet this stuff? It doesn't matter. And probably doesn't. But Ricketts has told you in that quote, he cares about what people are saying about him online. He is saying, when someone asked him, what can I do to help? Defend us online. So it does matter on what is being said about Tom Ricketts. What I would tell him, suggest, if you want to be defended online, don't say stupid stuff. And when a billionaire owner is saying breaking even like that and biblical losses, no one will ever have sympathy for you.
Again, it doesn't make sense to me. The ratio doesn't add up. They are second or third in revenue, or they have been the last couple of years, and they're outside the top 10 in payroll. I'm sure that there are other expenses, baseball related, and I'm not talking about outside the stadium, that shrinks that operating profit. But I think in today's environment, if you own a professional sports entity, your big payday isn't on a year-to-year basis. It's on the appreciation of the asset over the course of time. Well, you may just break even, or you drop $40 million in losses over the course of a year. Your asset may appreciate $100 or $200 or $300 million from a year-to-year, perspective. He bought the team for $850 million, something like that. Like it's valued at $5 billion.
Yeah.
Like, so if you're worried about, turning a profit, that massive profit actually comes when you decide to move on. The Celtics are the case in point. The guy who bought that, or his group, bought the Celtics years ago for $300 million. I think they just sold him for $6 billion, right?
And won a championship.
And won a couple of championships.
You could do both, yes.
So you can't tell me that it was a bad business decision. Let's just say that and by the way, the Celtics have a horse manure setup at the Garden because it's run by the Bruins. The vast majority, I think, of the revenue and the control of the Gardens is at the controls of the Bruins. But yet, the huge payoff was when they turned and sold the asset. So, like, in today's sports environment, that's where the payout is when you sell that asset, because there are so many billionaires out there now who look at buying a sports franchise basically as a hobby. They don't care about losing a couple $1 million a year or $10 million a year.
Well, there's all that, what you said, and then there's the fact that no one really believes that Ricketts is breaking even.
That's true. Well, that's why.
That's the other part.
Well, that's the part. I led with the point that your revenue stream is third in Major League Baseball, but yet your salaries are outside the top 10.
Yeah.
I would think you're operating at a positive, but even let's say you weren't. If your concern is making money, the payoff comes when you sell the asset.
All right, Cubs fans, where are you on your team? How much fun are you having? Where do you think this team is going to go? And do you believe that they're going to be in it to win it? Where no cost will be too high, because now that they're good, you can go out and see, like, there are a lot of buyers. And in order, like, I always would rather sign these guys before the year, because now you have to give up your top prospects because you're bidding against so many teams. But that ship has sailed. Do you believe the Cubs will be in it to win it all this year? What are your expectations now? Also, there's news on the Bears Stadium today based on what happened in Springfield, or I guess a better way to put it is what did not happen in Springfield. Does it matter to you as the average Bears fan on where we are on the stadium thing? Like, or do you not care until it's built? And if it's a year or two delayed, so be it. And if it costs the Bears more money, so be it. That's their issue, not mine. We'll discuss that. 312-332-3776. Also, rule changes in sports. Baseball has really done well with these rule changes. What has been the best rule change in sports over the last 5 to 10 years? 332-3776. We'll talk to Jesse today. A lot to do. We're on till 6. It's Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy. on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey, it's that time of year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do. Finals, papers, party prep, and more. It's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end of the school year schedule. The skilled stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques. So whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown or as a guest cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save more money for summer fun. And who does not love some of that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying it, inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work. I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
It's the Kap and J Hood show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap and J Hood show weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Couple of plates in the air here and spinning as we're talking about the Cubs and their hot start. It's been super enjoyable. What will this team need to do to really compete for a World Series? The bullpen looks great now.
Do you believe Jed will be given the resources necessary to make some big deals if they present themselves?
What worries me is there's so many buyers, and that they may just rent a guy, and that isn't resources except your prospect pool.
Yeah.
And what worries me is giving away good prospects. I've always said this. If they sign Tucker, I'm fine with the Houston trade. I'm fine with it. Either he wins the World Series in his 1 year here, and I'm fine with it, or they keep him long term, and I'm fine with giving up prospects in that regard. What the Cubs have done, instead of spending money, though, they consistently make deals and get rid of it's what hurt them to begin with, why their prospect pool lessened and they had to replenish it with the Yu Darvish deal and become a seller again to replenish what they had.
It's because they didn't want to spend the money.
And because when you don't spend the money to begin the year and you say, we'll see until now, a lot of the players that you could have got before the year, which would have just cost you money, now they cost you the prospects.
Yeah.
And it's at a heightened cost because of so many teams going for it that you're competing against. What if the Dodgers go out? What if this team, the Mets, go out and get that guy?
Dodgers still have 15 guys on pitchers on the injured list.
Another one.
It's unbelievable. 15 pitchers on the injured
list. And
the
Diamondbacks, didn't they lose?
Corbin Burns probably done for the year. Yeah.
That's a significant blow for them. The Rangers, is that a team too, Tyler, that we've mentioned to watch? Where are they right now? I have not done the latest search.
Texas is under 500.
2 games under 500, 4 back of the Mariners in the West.
The problem with them is that a lot of their top guys either are guys with full no trade clauses, or if you want to go to like a Patrick Corbin, he's been awful for years, but now is like having the pop-up season, like he's been revitalized. So
what is DeGrom's situation health-wise and contract-wise?
Contract-wise, I think he's owed a decent amount of money, but health-wise, he's been fine this year for the most part.
Would you go? He's older now,
36.
But he could still, that is a guy that you, when you think of guys like Verlander in the past who had this big back end of his career and helped Houston, Randy Johnson with Arizona, a lot of these pitchers who have come to different teams and they've helped them win, especially when you lack a star. Would that be a guy to interest you?
I'd be interested, but that's one where I'm really gauging what the cost of the trade is.
Do you know how many starts he's made since 2019? Take a guess.
Probably just the last, whatever he's done this year. 30 maybe, 35?
It's a little higher than that.
I was going to say around 50.
59. 59 starts since the 2019
what is it, the last
season.
3 or 4 years?
So far this year, he's made 12 starts.
Right.
In 2024, he made 3. In 2023, he made 6. And in 2022, he made 11.
That's the thing. Since you went back to 19, if you go back just the last 4 years, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but
he's made more starts this year than he's made the previous 3?
Yes.
And what are his numbers right now?
He is 5-2 with a 2.34 ERA and a WHIP under 1.
He's still Jacob DeGromming.
Yeah.
But the problem is it can go at any moment.
It could go at any moment. Then you're on the hook for what? And it maybe because of the cost. Can you look that up? Because a lot of times if you take that money off their books, it wouldn't cost you as high of a prospect. I don't know if has this been discussed at all, DeGrom?
I have not heard. Some people have speculated, but it's all contingent on what Texas wants to do. Because remember, the way that it is now with the playoffs, how they've expanded, we see a lot of teams that will do a little, and the Cubs have done it in the past too, that will both buy and sell at the deadline.
He's got a $40 million salary payroll this year. He's got 38 and 26, 37 and 27. There's a club option in 28 on his deal, if I'm reading this correctly.
Yeah, when he's 40 years old.
So, like, if you try,
if you're going to go after one of the guys in the Rangers rotation, it's probably Eovaldi. Yeah.
But he also has the no trade.
But like if you get
DeGrom could be better than any. It reminds me a little bit about. I use Verlander. I always hear Meller in the back of my head. That and it's I think one of the deals that Jed and Theo regret. It was the year, was it 17? I want to say it was right when the Tigers were trading Verlander. I think his ERA was in the 5s. People thought he was probably washed. But then Meller was telling us there were a lot of the side stuff that were starting to look good, that could project that, hey, he could have better days because he's figured some stuff out. And he had this whole third chapter, whatever chapter it was, in his career where he was vital.
Who did the Cubs trade for instead of?
That was Quintana, right?
Quintana.
Yeah.
They got Hamels the next year in a similar situation to how the Astros got Verlander. They just didn't win a World Series with him.
But Verlander's always been, he missed the 2021 season?
Yeah, he was hurt a little bit, too, with the Tigers, wasn't he? Or am I misremembering?
No, he was.
No, not really. I mean, he was making, there were a couple of seasons where he made 20, 28, 20 starts, but for the most part, he was making 33, 34 starts, 5
Was
starts.
Verlander never a Tommy John guy? What am I 2021, it looks like.
Maybe he was because he did not pitch in 2021.
This would have been before that.
He only started one game in 2020. So
yeah, this would have been before that, though. So,
all right, let me take a couple of calls. Then we'll get to the Bears topic. I put up a poll question, too. Does it matter to you that there are all these delays with the Bears Stadium? Or, like, you could say, like, I don't even care where the Bears play. There are many people out there who don't go to games anyway. There are 10 games a year, only 65,000 get to go. So it doesn't even affect them to begin with. And then there are I'll get to it in a minute, but it doesn't make me angry like the other stuff does. Dave in South Florida, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. I'm enjoying. I'm from Chicago. I moved down to South Florida. I watched them against the Marlins. For some reason or another, the Marlins give us a little bad mojo every now and then. Like 2003, revisited. But my thing is, I'm 53 years old. I've seen this story before with the non-spending from the Tribune Company and now to the Ricketts. We're one of the most revenued team in major leagues. Why can't we go out and get a strong, maybe not a first starter, but a second or a third tier starter and get us another bat? We need that. If we got those couple of options in the team, we possibly could make the World Series. I'm not saying we're going to, but this is the time. You guys got a hot team. Their bats are hot. I know they might cool down, but get us a primo starter and another bat, and let's see where we can go from there.
Yeah, good call, Dave. I was being at the game, too. I always look around Wrigley to see what changed. And I don't know. I was debating with Jesse. If anyone can help me on this.
By change, you mean different sources of revenue?
Yes. I always look to see, is that Benjamin Moore sign there? Or did I notice that last time? Or is this new? The Coca-Cola sign in left field? I've always been a proponent of evolving. I've always said, I'm fine with the new Jumbotrons. There were a lot of people who were stuck in the past, and they're like, no, the old scoreboard's good enough. We don't need replays. And I'm like, if the Jumbotron is, in essence, one big advertisement. It's like a huge billboard on the side of the road that is there for advertising purposes. Yes, you get to see replays, which is cool as a fan, but it's basically there. Every half inning is being sponsored by something else, and you sell ads. And I've always said, I'm fine if Ricketts buys all the rooftops. I'm fine if Ricketts puts up all these Jumbotrons. I'm fine if there are 1 million ads in Wrigley Field when there used to be 0. I'm fine if he wants to put up a sports book there. I'm fine if he wants to build up around Wrigley Field with the hotel and all these other things. But don't go crying poor on me then when it comes to baseball revenue. because what that advertising does is put money back into your pocket. The patch, the Motorola patch, put money back in your pocket. It's not my fault then that you didn't want Shohei because you couldn't see it as an investment and a way to make more money in the grand picture. You just got scared away by the sticker shock. I can't help you with that, but don't cry poor now to me about biblical losses when that I'm fine with Wrigleyville changing. It is 2025. I can't be the old man yelling at the cloud. But do not go cheap on me strictly because you got all the things that you wanted. And you say, well, it cost me money to buy the rooftops. No one held a gun to your head. No one told you to build a hotel.
Cub fans are not going to be sympathetic to any of those costs.
They
want to know what money you're spending on your baseball team.
And he did a wonderful job rebuilding Wrigley. But,
looks great.
But that's going to help you make the team what it is today as far as their value because of all the improvements. So don't say, well, I had to pay for those, so now I have no money to run my baseball team the way it should on a big market.
I always wondered what the advertisement, I was never fearful that it would diminish the ambiance of Wrigley. But remember when we took the trip to Boston and we went to Fenway.
We counted 40.
You saw all the different advertisement.
Wrigley's like that now.
Yeah, and it wasn't done in a way that again, diminished the special nature of what Fenway was. And I don't think it does to Wrigley either.
I love going to Wrigley. There's nothing about the new setup at Wrigley that bothers me.
Yeah.
There's none. And maybe you guys are different. I loved going into the new concession stands where you're like going into a 7-Eleven and you're opening up the refrigerator. I was telling Waddle, Tyler, how much is a beer? And I go, I don't know how much I paid yesterday because I go through these gates the way it works now when you go to the Quick Trip ones. There's no attendant. You scan your credit card to get into the area to buy everything. So they have your credit card and they somehow follow you when then you go out. And I'm holding a beer, a seltzer, and I was joking. I had these
espresso martinis.
I love these espresso martinis. It's been a game changer.
Oh, you had that at the game?
Huh?
You had that at the game?
At the game.
I thought you were saying that you had it at late at night.
I was drinking espresso martinis.
The canned ones?
I was hopped up on a good buzz. I had a good alcohol buzz and I had the good caffeine buzz.
You had no idea how much you spent. They got you.
Well, the other part of it too is they put a hold on your card. I think it's like $35.
Yes, a minimum of $35.
So like you have to do math. If you
was your own area to see, so I walk out with this, and then the gates just open for you. And I've done this at a Kansas City Chiefs game, and I did this at a concert last year. But you have no idea how much it just cost you. I have no idea how much that espresso martini was. I'm sure it was $20. Had to be, right? 15.
Probably, yeah.
Well, it's got to be because they've had biblical losses in that building. So you've got to pay $25 for your espresso martini. It's not any more expensive than that 16-ounce beer I bought at the Sebastian Maniscalco show at the UC. I bought 2 of them.
We're hoping to have them on soon, too, Sebastian. Good. Yeah. All right. So if you want, so I still think all the new upgrades are great. Just don't cry poor to me because you've done them now. 312-332-3776. But the Cubs are rolling. The Bears, speaking of new, are they ever going to get a new stadium? They hit a stall again. But is it something that Bears fans should be ticked off about or even care about for that matter? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event. Summer is finally here. It feels like it outside today. It is June, and with a new Toyota, you can go out and make the most of summer. Maybe it's taking the whole family to a game like we did in a spacious Grand Highlander. My buddy, who's seen my Sequoia, just test drove a new Sequoia, and he's deciding between the Sequoia and the Grand Highlander. Or maybe you get out of the city and you explore in the rugged RAV4. It's what I used to drive and I loved it. Or using the powerful Tundra to get the boat in the water. And there's a Toyota for every adventure, and every Toyota comes with Toyota Care. It's a 2-year, 25,000-mile no-cost maintenance plan with roadside assistance. It's a value you can expect from Toyota. And Toyota is also the official vehicle of the Chicago Cubs. Summer starts now at your Chicagoland Toyota dealer. Visit your local Toyota dealer or go to Toyota.com today. See all they have to offer. Toyota, let's go places.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped another one-run game, 3-2 in Baltimore on Sunday to end a 1-5 road trip. Adrian Hauser pitched very well again, his third quality start in his many outings with the White Sox. But the Orioles starting staff stymied the Sox throughout the weekend. Now the Sox are back home and back in the division. They host the first-place Detroit Tigers tonight at 6:40 Central to open a 4-game series. Take advantage of savings all summer long with our summer savings section. Enjoy select lower-level tickets for $20 on all weekday games and $25 on all weekend games while supplies last. Some exclusions apply. The summer savings section is presented by Wintrust. Different approach, better results. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section. This has been your White Sox Minute.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
The Bears open up a mandatory minicamp tomorrow, so we'll have footballs in the air at Hallis Hall. We'll discuss that with various guests over the next few days, but today, the news was over the weekend, May 31st came and went without even having that mega, what they call it, the mega finance?
I don't know the exact words for it, but there was no legislation that was passed that was beneficial in any way, shape, or form in the Bears putting shovels in the ground.
There's a bill like that would help mega businesses, I think, is what I was looking for. And not only was it not passed, it wasn't even addressed. Right. I don't even think it was debated on the floor because of the budget issues and the crunches that they're feeling with numbers. And that means, as Kevin Warren has said, that the likelihood for a shovel in the ground, unless they just stick a shovel in the ground just to say that they did.
Symbolically.
Yeah, but the shovels don't look like they're going to get in the ground in 2025. They originally wanted to get shovels in the ground in 2024. But they've ping-ponged back and forth between Arlington Heights, downtown. They're back to Arlington Heights now. This is a quote from the Sun-Times that State Representative Cam Buckner said. He's the Southside Democrat whose district includes Soldier Field. He said he and his Chicago colleagues left the session with, quote, some optimism about what may be next. They urged the team to reconsider the former Michael Reese Hospital site. So he views this as an opening again for the city, but they're going to need public financing there even more so.
To answer your question, though, like as a Bears fan, I think it is interesting. What matters to me is that they build this place in Arlington Heights because I think that they can build the paradise that I've always thought was possible. That you could build a stadium that could house not just a Super Bowl and Bears home games, but any number of events. And it would be magnificent. It would be a great stadium like some of the stadiums we've visited. I to be 100% honest with you, I don't really give a rat's ass if it's in 2030 or 2031. So to answer your question, like the timing of it, it's not that important to me. It may be more important to them because, as we've been told by Kevin Warren, every year that you put this off is a couple of extra $100 million.
No, and then it just depends. Do they pass along the money that they've lost? Because the tariffs, the natural expenses going up in construction every year before all that, like he said, $150 to $300 million more. If they pass that on to the season ticket holder in the form of PSLs.
Well, that's happening anyway.
Well, yeah, but like even the more delays, the costs that they're going to give, there's going to be PSLs. But if it's delayed 2 more years, are they going to be more expensive than if they would have broke ground 2 years earlier?
Yeah, I mean, the delay, if you're looking to buy a PSL, if it doesn't open until 2031 versus 2030, there's a good chance you're going to pay more.
Because the extra $500 million that they lost in delays it's got to be who's going to pay for that.
Yeah, I mean, $500 million seems a little high, but
what did he say? What did he say per year that they lose?
About $100 million.
I thought it was more than that.
$150 million the add on to the cost.
So we're already two. That's like if we're going conservatively at 150, it's already $300 million.
From where? Like, they were never going to build this thing
No, of more money. Didn't you just say that? Didn't Kevin Warren say every year that
about
they
$100
delay
million
this,
to $100 to $150 million more?
So now we're 2 years delayed. They wanted to start last year. Then they wanted to start this year.
Yeah,
That's 2 years later than they've wanted to. It just sits there. So that adds another $300 million onto the cost of a $3 billion project or whatever it's going to be. Who's going to pay for that extra $300 million?
I'm sure they'll pass it on to the consumer. That's the way it's done.
My point is that's the only way it would anger me.
Yeah.
Where you have to pay for their mishandling of the situation.
There was no way they were going to start building this thing in 2024. That's
what he was.
Well, okay, but like they were going to tell you a lot of stuff. Politicians tell you a lot of things. There was no chance that thing was going to be shovels in any ground in 2024. 2025, yes, I'll buy what you're selling, that the longer you put this off, the more it's going to hit the PSL or the ticket buyer. But I mean, 2024 was.
But remember, that was their own doing. They didn't have to go to the city. They took a year of not developing in Arlington Heights because they were flirting with the city. So that, like, it was delayed an extra year from that. And now it's going to be delayed another year because of the legislature and them not getting it even heard.
Well, the point I'm making is some of this is baked into the cake, that you're not going to be able to streamline a lot of this stuff. The delays, yes, will be passed along, but I mean, I'm not going to suggest to you that the extra $300 million, I would say, yeah, it's probably going to cost you an extra $150 million because of how you're delaying it. I don't know when it's going to get started. It's not going to, but from my perspective, I'm not buying a PSL.
Right, neither am I.
So, like, it's not going to affect me. So I can only speak for myself. I don't care if it opens in 2029, 2020, or 2030, or 2031, as long as you do it correctly. Those that actually are going to have to buy the tickets or whatever else, I mean, yeah, it's going to cost you.
It's a good point because they rushed to build Soldier Field, the new Soldier Field.
And they didn't do it right.
And they did it terribly.
Right.
Because they rushed it. They wanted to keep it within the columns. It was a bad stadium. It's why they're looking for a new place 25 years later.
And it's not going to be done until, like we even said last year, 2030 conservative.
Yes.
I mean, everyone was like, oh, you could get this done in 2029, horse manure. Because of the political situation here in the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago, and because of the weather and all that other stuff. I think we all kind of agreed 2030 was a more reasonable destination. You're going to be playing at Soldier Field for the next 3 or 4 seasons anyway.
At least, yeah. And I mean, it's going to be well more than that. All right, 312-332-3776. Does it bother you at all? I've got a good response on Twitter based on my poll question. I'll give you those results, and then we'll get into the good, the bad, the dirty, a recap from the weekend. It's Waddle and Silvy.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. Oh, yes, I do. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. And right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. $13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
Hey guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Great weekend. Seems like we barely got a chance to discuss anything last week. We were off for Memorial Day. Waddle celebrated on Friday like he had won the lottery.
Damn right.
When the Sox game got moved and he got a free golf day.
You bet your sweet ass.
Like, I haven't seen you in a text chain as happy as you were on Friday.
What did I say? I forget what I said. Hell yes.
You were doing the hawk. Hell yes. Yes.
I ended up playing golf with my wife that afternoon.
Oh, nice.
How about that?
So we weren't on Friday because the Sox game was supposed to start at 6. I want to say we were going to be on at 5:30 or something. And
they moved it up because of the rain.
The rain was coming, so they...
Any chance they moved tonight's game up? Tyler?
There's a lot of rain this week.
I know.
I think Wednesday, Tuesday and Wednesday, or like Tuesday night into Wednesday.
It's going to be warm but wet.
Yes.
Sounded odd and strange, but you know what I'm saying.
The way you like it.
Yeah.
Hey, yo.
What?
Danny,
it's
the growing
season.
I didn't say it. He said it.
It's the growing season. All this cool weather is never going to get the flowers to bloom.
You want to get aroused?
That too, but I was talking about the growing season.
I have a story about that attached to Carm for Waddle's World.
Oh, you do?
Kind of indirectly, so yeah.
A foot story?
Maybe.
Okay. So here's the poll question. Do delays on the Bears building a new stadium matter to you? So not if it makes you... Does any of this matter? Oh, the Bears now are going to have to wait. Long shot in the fall session. This was a big date for them. Will this push us back?
If you hate going to Soldier Field and you're a diehard that goes to every game and you just want to be let out of the prison that is trying to get in and out of that building, maybe you feel that way.
I'd rather have an indoor stadium in Arlington Heights with that entertainment district, like you said.
Amen.
But I'm not saying, I've lived in some bad apartments in my day, and where I'm like, I got to get out of this place. I'm working on everything.
Yeah.
I don't feel that way as a Bears fan that I'm counting the days till the Bears are no longer playing at Soldier. I'm not in that category.
I've been in better stadiums for sure, but Soldier Field is adequate enough that, I don't feel like you're trapped in football hell here for the next few years. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
Concrete was falling on the heads of Cubs fans.
Yes.
Do you remember this? They had to put the netting up.
Yeah.
They needed to redo Wrigley. It had to be done.
Yes.
And it had to be done soon. But, they could
do
certainly
it right, because as you mentioned before the break, look, when the Bears did the renovation however many years ago, many people will tell you they didn't do it the right way.
Right. Look, Sox Park's the same way. When they moved out of the new old Comiskey into, new Comiskey, and then it turned into, the Cell, and now it's the Rate. They didn't do that right either. They faced the wrong way. The upper deck was too steep. I want them to make sure that this is done right, that there are no corners cut. But there are some good responses. This is one Twitter handle that says, I don't really care. I care a lot more about their production on the field than off of it right now.
Amen.
The new stadium would and will be dope, but these things take time. Let's focus on winning some games first.
I agree with what the texter said or the tweeter said. I would just suggest as a motto on this show, we can do more than one thing at a time.
Yes, and so this is what this listener responded to the poll question. Warren was brought in for one thing, and he sucks at it. That it's delayed doesn't bother me, he says. That they keep someone employed that's bad at their job bothers me. If the GM failed at this level, he'd be fired. Same with the head coach. So that's someone who just doesn't think that Kevin Warren has gotten this done. I do feel the impact of Kevin Warren, in the coaching search and in the way they do business on the football level. So I do think there's more. Kevin Warren wasn't just brought in to build the stadium.
There is a Kevin Warren factor that I think has produced positive returns in certain areas, like you mentioned. At the end of the day, if the stadium is built in Arlington Heights, it may take a year longer or 18 months longer than you had hoped, but it is a glorious homage to the great game of football, and it is paradise. I think all will be
forgiven.
All will be forgiven
2 years
and fine.
late, so be it. As long as it's great. Frank says the Bears don't deserve a new stadium at all. I actually believe in meritocracy, and they suck. Maybe win a Super Bowl in the 21st century. It's going to be one giant TIF taking money, the TIF funds, taking money away from stuff that matters, like the schools.
I'm not going to argue with somebody who says then public money shouldn't be going to a private entity that is worth close to $10 billion. I can't argue with that.
Jimmy says something different. He says the delays in the new stadium for close to 25 years now. There have been delays with the stadium for close to 25 years. I don't know what that means. That's a bigger problem than the team not being a threat since the Reagan administration. I don't know if he's being sarcastic there, but I don't agree with that.
I have a bigger problem with the lack of success consistently on the field.
James says Kevin Warren said shovels on the dirt in 2025. He's a liar and or just not good at his job. I don't believe keeping Poles was the right strategic move either. I think Warren is a negative for the Bears. So there are a lot of responses coming in here.
I would suggest, I'll just say from my perspective, I'm going to let this one breathe a little bit, and let's see. I want this to be built in Arlington Heights. I've always wanted it to be built in Arlington Heights for selfish reasons. I think accessibility is really important. I think you can build a glorious entertainment district up there, and I would enjoy going to it more frequently than driving downtown. I'm going to sit and see what happens.
Yeah, Daniel then responds with this. He says, another Bears poll question, Silvy, and no poll question about the Cubs in first place, best record in the NL on June 1st, and you don't tweet about that?
Spent the whole first hour plus of the show talking about the Cubs.
So if someone could help Daniel out and send him a Cubs poll question, he would be happy about that. The question is, do delays in the building a new stadium matter to you? 62.4% say no. There have been 1,000 votes so far. 37.6% say yes. Let's get to the good, the bad, the dirty.
The good.
It's gone! Oh, my God!
The bad.
That is so bad, that is absolutely brutal.
And the dirty.
I'm talking about nasty. Wow, so many stories are running through my head right now.
Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Daniel, why is the good, the bad, the dirty at 4:12 on Monday rather than 5:30? Well, it's because we're talking baseball with Jesse Rogers at 5:30 in the usual spot of...
So watch your mouth!
Of the good, the bad, the dirty. So that's why we're doing it early. It's brought to you by Window Nation. 60% off windows, and you get a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. No payments till 2027. That's all around good. Check them out now with the semi-annual sale. Visit windownation.com. And it's also brought to you by the Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox. It's Chicagoland's finest golf course. Book your tee time now at golfsanctuary.com. We'll go around the room with the four of us. Charlie's with us today. One thing good, one thing bad, one thing that we deem dirty. Waddle, what's your good?
My good is Scotty Scheffler continues to roll. He won Jack's tournament, the Memorial, again for the second consecutive year. Just 2 weeks ago, he won the PGA Championship. He won the tournament yesterday by 4 shots. So not only is he winning, he's winning by a large margin. He earned $4 million for yesterday's win. Do you realize he's won $14.5 million in purse money?
He's incredible.
To this point of the season. And maybe most importantly, when he was celebrating with his wife and his daughter, or his son rather, his son had pooped through his diaper and through the back of his outfit, and he just kind of handled it like a guy, like a father.
It was, we would call it a blowout.
Yeah, blowout.
Like anyone who's had the baby and when they've pooped, when they have this huge poop and it gets out of the diaper and goes everywhere. I'll never forget it when we were living in the city. We were driving the burbs one day. We had to go to a department store and change him because he was covered in poop.
It happened.
Mason. It was Mason, yeah. So I'm glad you appreciated that as a new grandfather.
Everything about Scotty Scheffler yesterday just was good.
We played the highlights. This is going to make Daniel very happy. This was going to be my good regardless. You know me. Right now I am in baseball love with PCA. I love watching him play. My kids love watching him play. And I think a sign of a really good baseball player is finding ways to get out of a slump and how you can contribute through that. We always say speed and defense never slumps. You've been on this. He hadn't walked in about 3 weeks, so he walked twice on Saturday. He stole a couple of bases. The diving catch that he made was outstanding, and I don't think it's a coincidence that when you kind of take a step back, and he is very aggressive when he likes that first pitch, which is great. But you can also work the count if they're not to your liking. And then that led to the 3-hit game yesterday. We'll see if that continues. But if that was the downtime, I think we'll all take it. And that's a good sign in my book. Tyler, what's your good?
I'm going to go with another Cubs lefty. I'm going to take Michael Busch, who hit the home run through the wind yesterday. He crushed that ball. But he only started one game. He only started yesterday because he faced lefties the first 2 back-to-back days. He was brought in to pinch hit on Friday, ended up tripling, hit the home run, and also went 2 for 2 yesterday with a couple of walks. But one of those hits, the other hit, came off of a lefty. And I think that's the next step in his development is, can he hit lefties so he can be out there for every single game of the series and truly be an everyday first baseman?
Michael Busch has a .366 on-base percentage, and he has a .452 OPS. He has ridden the roller coaster a little bit as well.
You mean slug? He's got a .462 slug?
Yeah. No, he has an .852 OPS.
Yes, .852.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He has been a really good baseball player for them.
Yeah. My wife turned to me yesterday and she said, I think my favorite player on the team is Michael Busch. And Jesse responded to that, I think that's the first time I've ever heard that anyone had ever said that about Michael Busch. So he's gaining fans, Tyler.
He's just a steady player.
He is. He's a good baseball player.
I would like to see him get more opportunities to hit lefties, like you said.
I agree, because he's not always going to get a hit, but he has really good at-bats still against lefties. I think he has the best at-bats. It's like him and Hap that have the best at-bats of anyone on the team.
How can you develop against lefties if you never let him play against them?
Exactly.
Charlie, what's your good?
My good is, let me see if I can pronounce this right, Gukesh Domaraju, the Indian chess grandmaster, I believe is his title. He beat Magnus Carlsen, who is, you got to be pretty damn good to be a famous chess player, and he qualifies as a famous chess player. He's a 5-time world champion. This guy is only 19 years old. He took down Magnus Carlsen.
No cheating involved?
No cheating involved. Nothing nefarious, I believe. Just got it done, and then Magnus Carlsen slammed his hands on the table. He did shake hands.
He did.
After.
I saw that.
He did. So he didn't pull an Isaiah.
No. He slammed it in frustration, and then he extended his hand.
Yes. Well, that's
props to the 19-year-old.
I thought there was, in a very disappointing moment for Magnus, I thought there was some sportsmanship exercised.
I want to learn how to play chess. Do you know I don't know how to play chess?
Really?
I've told you that before, and I think it surprises you every time. I am the ultimate guy of the dumb,
You know how to play Battleship?
Well, yes, I love Battleship. And then I got Electric Battleship, and that was even cooler. Yes, you would load it in as to where the battleship was. But what's the saying about chess and checkers? Like the smart guys play chess while those dumb guys play checkers.
I wouldn't say that. I think just depends.
There's a better
on
way
the
it's phrased, but you get the drift.
Oh, I can tell you play checkers.
I'm a checker guy.
My bad is the Rockies. Not only have they lost 8 in a row, do you realize, I know you realize this, but they are 9-50. It is, quite frankly, the worst professional sports team I think I've ever seen. There is no threat in their lineup at all. You can look at their stats and say, you have some guys that have hit 7-8 home runs. They play at Coors Field, and they're still losing. It's just hideous. Do you realize they're 9-50, as I said? At the 59-game mark last year, the Sox, who went on to have a historically bad season, were 15-44. Think about that.
Yeah, it's incredible. You never thought especially a year later, that someone could outdo that.
They've lost 8 in a row, and they fired Bud Black.
Just remember that when you lock the players out.
Yeah,
just remember that. This was under the radar. I was surprised when I saw this, and I've got a couple from the College World Series, baseball, and the softball World Series as well, both at college. Duke yesterday. Did you hear about this Duke story?
I did not.
So Duke came back and they won their game, and their best player hit a home run. And like in Major League Baseball, when you hit a home run, they dress you up in the dugout. They put a hard hat on him, a construction hat. Then they took the lead, and he still had the construction hat out, and he came out on the field, and that was a violation. He got thrown out of the game, and now he's suspended for the next game. This is the Duke head coach about the dumb NCAA. His name is Chris Pollard.
I'm incredibly disappointed in the rule and in the way the rule was interpreted and executed tonight. A.J. Gracia, who's one of the best players in college baseball, hit a home run earlier in the inning to put us within 1 run. We have a celebration in our dugout where we give the construction helmet to the player that makes a big play. It's a symbol of our blue-collar culture, and it's something that we rally around, and it gets our guys excited and creates energy. A.J. was wearing the helmet because he had just hit the home run. Later in the inning, Sam Harris hits a single. We score from first on a single to take the lead in the championship game of a regional, to go to a super regional. Our guys are undoubtedly excited, and they should be. And they jump out of the dugout to high-five their teammates as they're running back over to the dugout. A.J. still had the helmet on from where he had hit the home run and celebrated. He took 2 steps out of our dugout, not to show anybody up, not to be disrespectful of the game, not to disrespect Oklahoma State, to cheer on his teammate and give him high fives. This rule and this type of action by the umpire are why people get so frustrated with the NCAA. I'm disappointed for A.J. Gracia that he won't play in one of the biggest games of his life when we start the Super Regional. I'm disappointed for Duke baseball, and I'm disappointed for college baseball. And I want to get that off my chest. And if I get fined, I get fined. But we deserve better than that. A.J. Gracia deserves better than that. And our sport deserves better than that.
Now, this has nothing to do with me being a Dookie. Isn't that dumb?
Yeah, that's...
how dumb is that?
I think you have to, you have to interpret the rule correctly, or...
And it's a dumb rule. And I've got another dumb rule from the softball World Series in a bit. What do you got, Tyler?
My bad. More of a sad, really, what happened with John Brankus over the weekend. For those of you who watched Sports Science growing up, he was the one who hosted that, and I just remember that being a staple of my childhood. You'd flip on Sports Center, and then every once in a while you'd get the Sports Science. And
he was so good.
He was so good at it, and he took you behind the scenes of why certain things happened, and it was like the science behind how different phenomenons in sports happen. But he lost a battle with depression yesterday that was tweeted out by his family. But John was just one of my favorite TV people to watch growing up, and it was I always felt like I learned something from him from watching it. It was really cool how he just brought, pretty much it felt like you were translating school to sports, and it's I would learn some of these things or hear some of these equations and stuff while I was at school, and then all of a sudden you'd see it on TV and he'd translate it to sports, which is what I was really interested in as a kid. So, yeah, it was sad to see the news yesterday about John Brankus.
It's why we talk about mental health all the time. I talked to my therapist today. I talk about BetterHelp. It's so many people struggle with depression and just getting through day-to-day life. Get help. And it's just a tragic story. What do you got, Charlie?
My bad is Jack Caglione getting called up by the Royals to face against the White Sox, who, of course, drafted not Jack Caglione with the 5th overall pick. The Royals picked him 6th. White Sox, Jesse pointed out this morning, White Sox have a very glaring hole at first base that Jack Caglione could very much fit now that Andrew Vaughn is probably not really a part of the equation anymore. And instead they went pitching. Hagen Smith could still be awesome. It seems like Jack Caglione is awesome. So that's my bad.
I think Meller was pissed when that happened. Didn't he want the Caglione?
I think a lot of people were pissed.
I think he's doing White Sox pre and post these days. Got to confirm that. No, we're kidding. It was from Crosstalk today. What's your dirty, really quick?
My dirty is this story. I just found it. Intoxicated bettor behind threats to Lance McCullers. An intoxicated bettor located overseas was behind social media threats.
Him.
Yes, directed last month at Astros pitcher Lance McCullers and his family. A spokesperson for the department on Monday declined to identify the suspect or his location, said no charges have been filed, but the case remains open with charges considered. McCullers said threats to find my kids and murder them was sent after his start against the Reds on May 10th.
Yes, this was back a few weeks ago.
I mean,
it's
you
terrible.
Gotta be kidding me.
Wasn't there a newer story on this, too? Not just with McCullers, but another No, it was Liam Hendricks. Liam Hendricks posted about this, that he was getting all this stuff. It's crazy. Really quick, as I pointed out, the dumb NCAA rules. So this is from the College World Series of softball. Tennessee and UCLA. Listen to this. The batter who hit a game-tying home run missed home plate. She missed home plate. So they reviewed it. They wanted to review, and this is the umpire's announcement after the review.
After review, the calling on the field is upheld, and the run will score. The runner did miss home plate and was assisted. However, that play is not reviewable according to Appendix G.
It just said they reviewed.
They reviewed something that was not reviewable to tell you they're upholding it, but yet she did miss home plate. We can confirm it, but we're still counting the game-tying home run. How dumb are these rules? The guy gets suspended because he's running out of the field with a construction helmet. A girl misses home plate, and she's safe because they can't review it even though it's plain as day, but they still reviewed it. I don't get it. That's dirty to me. But by the way, Tennessee still won.
Okay.
So they were the team that got hurt by that, but they still beat UCL.
Missing bases is something I have zero sympathy for in baseball
How do
or
you
softball.
miss base? How do you miss a base?
It is the one thing you are being asked to do.
You're too concerned with celebrating.
Yeah.
My dirty from the weekend. Did you see what happened with Tyrese Halliburton during the trophy presentation?
I still haven't seen the video.
He thought he was winning Eastern Conference Finals MVP, the Larry Bird Trophy, and he was like getting all set and hyped up, going up to accept the award on stage, and then all of a sudden, you heard Ernie Johnson announce that it was actually going to Pascal Siakam instead.
It was all over social media. It was so funny. And Charlie, wrap us up.
My good is, you guys mentioned it, or my dirty, you guys mentioned it a little bit ago. It was Scottie Scheffler's baby, like you said, having a blowout at the Memorial. You can actually hear the sound of his wife telling him, hey, he had a little bit of an accident.
Did you have fun watching that? What is that? He had so much fun watching you. He had pooped all over his back, so be prepared. Sorry.
I couldn't hear anything there. Could you
understand? She says he has poop all over his back, and then Scottie Scheffler taking it like a pro.
Look, that happened to me when I was 52, just last year, so you could excuse it from
It got all the way up in the top of your shirt? Wow.
All right, there you go. The good, the bad, the dirty. Coming up next, Waddle's World. Jesse's going to join us at 5:30. You want to talk to us, 332-3776.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
It's going to be warm but wet.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Shut your mouth.
What?
I have a final twosome to give away. What's up? It's J Hood. Come to Legends Grill and Bar in Woodridge Wednesday night from 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two. You can qualify to win a spot on Team Kap and J Hood, sponsored by Republic Bank. And at the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Legends in Woodridge this Wednesday. And please enjoy responsibly.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 4 free windows with the purchase of 4 windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments till 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money, so I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. But it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Hey, it's Kap Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Now's the time to schedule your Four Seasons AC tune-up, backed by a 1-year no-breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind is only a tune-up away. Call today and save $50 from your trusted local experts. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
Quick, Charlie, who do you have? Do you have the Panthers or do you have the Oilers to win the Stanley Cup?
I think the Oilers get it done.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
You're going to lay the minus 130 for the series wager?
I'll ride the Lightning on that.
Okay. How about the NBA Finals? You've got the OKC Thunder as a heavy favorite. You're going to lay 750, minus 750?
You know, I don't think I'm going to lay it, but I'm going to pick it.
Baby. Just lay the point.
Is it really?
Lay the minus? That doesn't make me a baby.
To win this series, are they really minus 7?
Isn't that what it is?
It's like anywhere between 700 and 800.
Wow. Isn't that crazy? Okay, some bad news for Silvy. You want to guess what it is? It's not sports related.
Bad news for me. What is this? What are some of the things? Is this something I'm passionate about?
Yeah.
Food, pizza?
No.
Drinks?
Nope.
Traveling?
Yes. Destination?
Oh, this is Italy is being put on. Oh, because I saw that they raised something the U.S. about travelers to Italy.
Is there a threat or something?
Well, just to be on the lookout. They went from 1 to 2.
Okay.
Yeah. So what is
The
this?
desert city of Scottsdale, Arizona has become the fastest growing millionaire hub in the nation, overtaking Texas capital Austin.
So this means that if you want to find a property in 10 years, everything's going to cost a ton of money.
10 years, I mean, maybe things will level out or go down. But right now, Austin, Texas was the hottest city in the United States probably over the last 2, 3, 4 years. Scottsdale's taking them over.
I know. So this is a bad thing just because the cost of everything's going to go up.
Yeah. Here's another story for you. A giant plume of Saharan dust is headed to Florida. Dust carried across the Atlantic is one of the great wonders of the weather world. This is the most significant cloud so far this year. Have you heard anything about this?
I've heard nothing about this till you mentioned it in the meeting.
A giant cloud of Saharan dust the size of the continental United States is floating over the Atlantic Ocean, expected to spread across the Gulf Coast region this week. By the time the thick plume reaches Florida, it will have traveled over 5,000 miles from North Africa.
Is this going to affect Grip It and Sip It? This is why I say that. I know it sounds funny.
Don't worry about the people in Puerto Rico that have been warned about poor air quality and advised their people with respiratory issues such as asthma to wear a mask. Are we going to be bothered?
We got a tea time.
Yeah. Well, last year, first of all, we were infested with the cicadas. There were cicadas all over the golf course. And wasn't it 2 years ago when the wildfires from Canada made it like it just seemed like you were in a big cloud?
Yes, I remember that.
So it just seems like we get these natural events every year.
Oh, Danny, we may have to move up tee times.
To Grip It and Sip It.
You're not even on the course. You're sitting underneath
No, I am. I'm riding along.
Oh, you are?
Well, I mean, I'm not golfing, but I'm doing the show for Carmen Jurko with Hoodie.
Yeah.
And then I get to drive the golf course around, and hopefully I won't bang my head again.
Okay.
I did that last year, too.
Did you?
Yeah. I drove around.
Okay.
I'm like the greeter.
Speaking of Carm, has he been to California anytime recently? I know he was out. I think he said it was baseball tournament related.
They were in Iowa recently. I know he was in Florida too, but not California.
Man accused of breaking into home and licking women's toes while she slept. We'll go to I think it is Saris, California. A Modesto man is accused of breaking into a woman's house and then biting and licking her toes while she slept, authorities said Friday.
Do you understand where there are some of these things that may not be your bag, but you understand why people do it and why they get excited by it? The toe licking thing doesn't, no. I don't understand it. It's not my thing, nor do I understand it.
No. I would not lick one's toes, nor would I want my toes licked.
Like the best looking woman's foot. Nothing.
No, it doesn't do anything for you?
Nothing. I don't get it. What is the attraction of licking the foot, of the toes?
I don't know. I didn't mean
Charlie,
I was obviously...
are you a toe licker?
I'm not. I am not.
Do you like a nice foot, though?
No, I don't. I can't really
don't
appreciate
do anything
it.
for you?
Yeah. Tyler?
I'll never understand it.
Yeah.
I'll never get it.
Anyway, this cat, his bail is set at $325,000. I would expect it to be set for even higher.
And this person was sleeping and not...
Yeah. Yeah.
That's really weird.
Yeah. I was just joking.
If you're going to break into someone's house, aren't there better things you could do?
More malicious, better
excuse me? Tyler, I don't know where you're going with that. Be careful.
Well,
such as?
I won't give it away, but the plot for your friends and neighbors. He was breaking in with a purpose.
Yes, he was.
By the way,
have you seen the end of it?
I did. And Olivia Munn put out there that it is the highest rated first season of any show ever on Apple TV.
I'm not surprised. Season 2, they're already filming?
I would hope so.
Yeah. It's a good show. I finished a lot of shows. I've done a lot of
That's what you do.
things.
You're a power streamer.
I am a professional television watcher, is what I am. British Airways flight attendant arrested after dancing naked on the flight.
Well, this is the flight attendant.
Yeah. Incident happened Saturday, May 24th, and involves British Airways flight BA 284 operating an Airbus service from San Francisco to London. During the dinner service after takeoff, one of the flight attendants reportedly went missing on board, so the crew searched the jet. Found him naked and dancing in one of the Club World business class lavatories.
Wow.
Crew suspected that he was on drugs.
Yeah, I was going to add. That was my next question.
Relieved of his duties for the rest of the flight, he was told to put on some first-class pajamas and was placed in an empty first-class seat for the rest of the 10-hour flight.
Didn't harm anybody, though. It was just in the bathroom, right?
No.
It wasn't like that. He was doing
naked, dancing in the bathroom. What is it with nakedness and flights? Like, I've had several stories about naked people and flights.
People protest. I never understand the protesting going naked.
This is one of my favorite topics here. The dead that aren't dead.
The dead that aren't dead?
Yeah. Dead man comes to life after ambulance hits a pothole.
So he was pronounced dead, but he wasn't really dead.
India's much derided potholes, which have caused everything from annoyance and exasperation to injuries and even death, turned out to be a literal lifesaver for an 80-year-old man from a local city there, declared dead by doctors. Body of a man was taken from where he lived to his home or to an area near his home when mourning relatives had gathered. Food had been laid out, and wood had been collected for his funeral when the ambulance hit a pothole.
You're very claustrophobic.
Oh, God, I can't. Yes.
Dude, where
can't
is this on your nightmare list of someone pronouncing you dead and putting you inside a coffin when you still aren't really dead?
It's close to the top. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a top tenor. I mean, being dead is, maybe it's one. Maybe it's number one.
Well, yeah, of course.
New power rankings.
But I'm saying, like, to be put somewhere when you're still technically not dead, but being pronounced dead, and then having something like that happen.
Man said his family said his grandson was with him in the ambulance and noticed him moving his hand. Asked the ambulance driver to head to the nearest hospital. The doctors were there, declared him alive. He's now undergoing treatment at a local hospital where his condition is said to be critical. How do you make that mistake?
We hear that more than you think, too. And it's always in another country.
I got another plane story for you.
Okay. Naked plane stuff?
No, a Maryland woman is facing charges after police in Florida said she hit a child who made fun of her weight on a flight from Orlando.
Oh, wow. That's terrible.
Charging documents obtained say she slammed the child's head into the window of the plane after she was called Miss Piggy.
Everything.
Wow.
Miss Piggy's crazy.
That's like
a wild thing to call someone at any age.
That's an insult that like transcends the generation, though.
Yeah, but because Miss Piggy is from
the Muppets
a while ago.
Yeah.
But
charging
to take
documents.
the kid's head and to slam it into, come on.
Christy Crampton, she's 46, appeared in court earlier this week for child abuse after the incident on an Allegiant flight from Orlando to Hagerstown on Memorial Day. Charging documents said she began hitting the juvenile with her fist and then a water bottle and slammed his head into the airplane window. Police did not detail Crampton's relationship to the child. She told authorities he became disrespectful during their trip to Disney World. And when they got onto the plane, they got into an argument. The juvenile began calling her fat and Miss Piggy.
So this is someone that knew the kid and the kid knew her? This
That's what
wasn't
it
a
sounds
stranger?
like. Yeah.
Oh, this is crazy.
You look like Miss Piggy, and then all of a sudden he's getting his head wrapped against the window.
They didn't give an age for the kid.
Just
that he's a juvenile.
Juvenile, yeah. I don't think they gave his name either, because you can't give out the kid's name because he's a juvenile.
Can you go to bat for her in any way, shape, or form? What if he's 15?
You're an adult. You don't bang a 15-year-old's... I'll stop right there.
I mean, like, that's a whole different set of parameters.
You don't do that.
I don't think that's a drop.
You don't do that. But you also don't bang his head against the window as well. Neither's acceptable. What do you mean? How do you?
I'm asking.
Are you trying
just asking.
Are you
him.
trying to suggest because
like what if it was an older juvenile, well, like a junior in high school?
If he's 18, game on.
Well, no, then he's not a juvenile.
Okay, then no game on.
17, not okay.
No.
18, okay.
17 years, 360 days.
You know what? It's an odd situation. You can't even rent a freaking car until you're 25.
We were just talking about that.
But, I don't think the adult should be slamming a teenager's head against a window.
And we don't even know if it was a teenager. Kid could have been 8. I was just asking.
That would be even more dreadful.
Well, of course that.
Okay, when we come back, I got a drug story. I got a concerning story about microplastics.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to hear that.
Oh, you're going to get it.
I'm going to tell you the story. Worried about everything now. What I eat, with how I eat it, with what I store the food in.
I'm going to warn you about brushing your hair. Gummies have cannabis in them. And a fight that broke out over dirty dishes. All of that when we come back.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, and I can help you with hair loss. I know the pain you feel. I've suffered from hair loss since my early 20s, and I did something about it. Let me assist you in doing something about your hair loss. Start by visiting DrYatesHairScience.com. Our team has the experience and expertise to help you look younger. Don't get fooled by other hair restoration clinics and their low prices or gimmicks. Imagine a more confident, younger-looking you. DrYatesHairScience.com.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Exciting developments are underway in Madison. Market Square Crossing, a 50-acre mixed-use project just 30 minutes south of downtown Chicago, is ideal for retail, hospitality, residential, office, and recreational opportunities. Considering a business move? Contact Madison's Economic Development Department at villageofmadison.org to learn more. With its strategic location and growing community, Madison offers unmatched potential for business ready to thrive. Don't miss your chance to be part of the momentum. Madison, where business breeds new life.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Now more than ever,
Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
We never really talked about the Lions and Frank Ragnow retiring. 4-time Pro Bowler center Frank Ragnow says he's retiring at the age of 29.
Did they have any inkling that this would happen? And what did he cite? Did he
I don't know, because I don't know about the inkling, but they did draft 2 guards. I think one in the second round and one a little bit later. They had to know something was going on. He released on Instagram, these past couple of months have been very trying as I've come to the realization that my football journey is ending and I'm officially retiring from the NFL. I've tried to convince myself that I'm feeling good, but I'm not. And it's time to prioritize my health and my family's future. I've given this team everything I have, and I thought I had more to give, but the reality is I simply don't.
It is, as we know, so grueling. And then if he's not feeling well, the way those linemen, we always see the concussion moments, but what all the linemen always tell you is the collision that they go through on every snap with, the defensive line.
Yeah. Great player.
Yeah.
Great player, but listen, if you can't do it any longer and you're out there and you're not at, even close to workable capacity, you're doing your team a disservice and yourself. So, very interesting. Provo woman accused of assaulting her roommate over dirty dishes. Did you ever have one of those fights when you were at Southern?
This was a what?
Accused her roommates, assaulted.
Provo. I thought you said Pro Bowl.
No, Provo.
Provo. Okay,
or
Provo,
she
Utah.
Could be a Pro Bowler. I don't know.
So they were arguing on whose turn it was to do the dishes?
They're dirty dishes, my friend. You didn't clean your dishes. Did you guys ever come to blows?
No,
Any fisticuffs break out at your dorm room?
One thing that I do remember, and this is when we would get an apartment, we didn't have dishes when we lived in the dorm, is the dishes in our sink when we were like juniors and seniors.
Were science experiments?
It was so gross and so bad. And some days over the sink level.
That's awful.
Yeah. And we would just put it off and put it off. Because who does like hand washing dishes?
I don't think anybody does.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Haribo announces major recall of gummies due to potential cannabis contamination.
Oh, got to tell Allie. She's a gummy bear.
A popular confectionery company has pulled bags of gummies due to a potential cannabis contamination. How does that happen? You're a candy company. How is there a cross-contamination with weed?
Well, isn't there a cool candy company? Amsterdam, right?
It is.
So I bet you they sell a variant out there.
Oh, I think you got to keep your candy and your weed in separate buildings. There's no chance for a cross-contamination unless you're doing your stuff with them in close proximity. Like, that's unacceptable. I don't get it.
I think there's a Haribo unless it's a different type of Haribo in Wisconsin.
Yeah, it's like right over the border.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Like, so this isn't like they do this in the United States.
Yeah, they make them in the United States.
Yeah,
they just don't cross-contaminate them with cannabis in the U.S.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So why is the Amsterdam thing a thing?
Why did it happen?
Well, did this happen in Amsterdam?
Yes.
Oh, so you found this in.
Yeah. It's still not acceptable just because, there's a...
I don't think if you make a candy gummy, you should get into the weed gummy business at all.
I don't think, and first of all, if you are, they should be in separate buildings in different towns.
Yeah, I don't think you should. You're either a candy gummy place or you're a gummy place.
Has anybody seen the new video showing an alleged Bigfoot in the hills of Colorado? You saw it, right, Tyler? It is the word.
Blurry again.
It's not even blurry. It's just like, I desperately want Bigfoot to be real. I will watch an occasional Expedition Bigfoot show. But like this, I don't even know why they wrote this story, because then they made me look at it, and there's no chance it's a Bigfoot.
What is it?
I don't know. It's just somebody in a hairy outfit, probably.
Okay.
It just sucks. Microplastics in your food are contributing to significant health issues, including blood sugar levels and damaging liver issues.
So what can I not use these days? Am I not supposed to use like a plastic fork or knife? Am I not supposed to use plastic cups? What is everything bad for me these days?
Well, it says here you may already know that microplastics lurk in your takeout containers and your junk food. And now they are found anywhere from, or everywhere, from bottled water to seafood. So somebody told me the other day, I was having this conversation with someone. Was it you, Tyler, that said that most people have about a credit card size amount?
That's what Danny said.
Of
Danny
plastics?
told me, yeah.
Yeah, in your body somewhere?
Yeah, of course Danny did. Yeah, you know, Mr.
No, but I've heard that elsewhere, too.
Like he's some sort of a professor.
I'm going the other way. I'm putting microplastics on Fraud Watch.
What does that mean?
Putting them on Fraud Watch. I think they're...
You say it's not?
Things much ado about nothing with these microplastics.
I hope you're right, because I don't know where to turn anymore.
Why do you think it's fraud alert? Like, you think that there are other industries trying to get you to go away from industries? You just think that they're for you-know-what's and giggles?
Woke up feeling good today, and I've been eating a lot of junk food lately.
So you're just trying to convince yourself that you're not ingesting plastic.
Yeah, he's flying close to the sun here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not so sure. And finally,
my toothpaste, apparently.
Deputies find drugs and guns after hallucinating caller reports a home break-in. This will be your stupid person of the day article. San Antonio, a call about a possible home burglary ended with 2 arrests and the seizure of a significant stash of drugs and firearms after deputies discovered the caller was under the influence and hallucinating. Last Friday, deputies responded to a suspicious activity report. Person told deputies he believed someone had broken into his home and might still be inside. Deputies instructed him to remain outside while they conducted a protective sweep of the house. As they moved through the house to check for intruders, deputies found no burglars, only a large amount of drugs and firearms scattered throughout the house.
He turned himself in. All right, there you go. Waddle's World for this Monday. Coming up next, we got Aki's A-List. Then we'll get to Jesse Rogers, a busy baseball weekend. We didn't talk about the bench clearing either. Did you see the White Sox?
Yeah, it was lame. It was not. It was a lame bench.
The Oriole player was a douche.
Yeah, he was.
It's all on him.
Yeah.
The Sox were not in any bit of a fault.
It really wasn't, though, a bench clearing. It didn't feel
the
like
bench
a good
is cleared.
one.
It wasn't a brawl.
Yeah.
Did I say brawl?
No, you did. You said bench clearing. It was one of those baseball encounters.
We'll get to that. Aki's A-List coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Are you tuning? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. For example, when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music will change. But no matter how things change, in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same. That is the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Well, life is full of surprises. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024.
Hey, it's Kap Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. In the North Shore and North Side of Chicago, there's only one name you need to know for fences. It's FenceWorks, aka the guy on 41. They stand out as the locally owned, operated fence company dedicated exclusively to this community. From the timeless appeal of Western red cedar wood to modern no-maintenance composite materials for a contemporary look, FenceWorks guarantees custom quality that meets your needs. Take the first steps to keeping your family and your home safe by visiting theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com.
Get tickets now.
Look, I got a dog.
Oh. To the movie event of the summer.
You sure that's a dog? Yeah.
Rough. This Memorial Day, the summer starts with Stitch.
Adorable little psychopath.
Disney's Lilo and Stitch, rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. Now playing only in theaters.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 P's of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Aki's A-List every single day. Tyler's got questions. We'll provide the answers. It's brought to you by Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing by visiting BrandonMrFinance.com. That's BrandonMrFinance.com. What's up, Tyler?
All right, so the Cubs won yet another series this weekend, and they are starting to get some major contributions, especially from some of the youth from their team. Now, obviously, PCA has been the big story with all of that, but some of the most interesting developments are Daniel Palencia as the closer, Matt Shaw at third base, and Cade Horton in the starting rotation. Of those 3 guys, whose development over the course of the rest of the regular season are you most intrigued by? Horton,
Boy,
Palencia,
this is a great
Shaw.
question because this is the ultimate. Well, I'm looking at all of them. So because of their need for a starting pitcher and a guy who's high ceiling, like they've got starting pitching depth. They're like, but I still don't love Tyon starting an important playoff game. And I don't believe in some of the other guys who have filled in very capably to be important starting pitchers in a playoff series. Cade Horton could turn into that because he's their first-round pick and a guy who was projected to be very, very good. So I love Shaw. I love his defense. I think Palencia closing games is very important, but I'm most intrigued by Cade Horton.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, that's one thing that you need desperately right now is a top-of-the-rotation starter, right? And I'm not suggesting he can be that guy now, but wouldn't it be nice if he developed into that guy? And, I mean, closers are important. Shaw's done some incredible stuff, but at the end of the day, don't you think that's their biggest need right now is a number one?
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think Cade Horton... Like, if you can look at him at the end of the year and say, all right, he is a clear-cut number 2 in this rotation, I think we'd say that's a very successful rookie season for him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was something that I didn't talk about either when we led with the Cubs that I love is the Matt Shaw story. We had him on last week. I don't know. I think he's going to be a good hitter. I really do because he goes like in one at-bat yesterday when we were watching, he pulled one hard down the third base line that was foul, and then he tried to dump one into right field. He ultimately, I think, ended up striking out, but he worked the count. He uses the entire field, and his defense is way better than anyone could have imagined. There were 2 plays yesterday that were absolutely outstanding at third base. This is a natural second baseman who was sent down, and his defense has not suffered one bit. And his offense is really bounced back, too.
Let me ask you 2 guys. I know it's hockey's A-list. Let me ask both of you as diehard Cub fans if this is a valid question. Whether it's Cade Horton or it's Palencia or even Matt Shaw. You love what you've seen the last 18 games. Is there any questions in your head about when they do step up in class and they go play the Tigers or they go play the Phillies that they may not be the same players there as they have been recently against inferior competition? Or do you believe that they have built some confidence and it doesn't matter that they will find success against better teams?
I think all's fair. Yeah, I think in a long baseball season, the team did well early on in a really, really hard schedule.
Right.
But Palencia wasn't their closer, and I think
Shaw had to be sent down, and Horton wasn't there.
Yeah, so I think all of it is just interesting to watch. I think it's interesting to see where if PCA can continue the power, if his batting average will stay as high as it is. Will he improve on base? Will he be a little more select? I think all of this, nothing is guaranteed, and baseball can turn guys. 1 minute they're red hot, and then the next minute they go on a 2-for-30 stretch.
Right.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I'm intrigued with is Shaw. Even though it is a step up in class and you've faced bad teams, you've still faced some good pitchers during this tough stretch. So I'm hoping that still translates when they do go and face Tarek Skubal's going to get the start on Friday now instead of facing the White Sox on Thursday. The Tigers bumped him back to Friday.
That's good. And so, I look forward to seeing that. Do you know that that's an Apple TV game?
Mm-hmm.
I texted Benetti because he's not going to be there. I wanted Benetti on. But he said he's not. He's traveling and he's not going to be at the game.
Yeah, I think they announced that today or maybe recently that it was the Apple game. But I do enjoy the Apple TV broadcast. I will, like, from a visual standpoint, because I think the cameras are incredible.
Yeah, you've always said that. I don't know who the announcers are. I read
it's Rich Waltz, who used to do the Marlins, and then he does some college basketball stuff now too.
And then who's the other guy? I didn't know
the other guy who's in the booth with him, but yeah.
Okay.
Speaking of that Cubs bullpen too, the Cubs came away out of May with the best bullpen ERA in all of baseball. I want to ask you guys, how real did that feel, and in terms of like how sustainable it's going to be for the rest of the season? Maybe they're not the best, but what are they for the rest of the year based off of what you saw in May?
You know how I feel about bullpens. They're the most unpredictable portion of any baseball team, and it's not just year to year, it's month to month.
Absolutely.
I will say one of my favorite stories, though, is at this point is Drew Pomerantz, who wasn't even in the major leagues the last couple of years and hasn't given up an earned run since taking the ball.
He was the opener the other day for Ben Brown. Has done a variety of things. I'm much more settled now, but Waddle's right. Like, give me another month, and And Jurko asked the question, what are you going for at the trade deadline, starting pitching or relief pitching? And the answer is still both.
Yes.
If there's a great reliever on the market, you can never have enough relievers. Can never have enough starting pitching. So I'm still in the market for both.
Yeah, you're always in the market for bullpen arms, but it does feel like health-wise, especially during this month, help should be on the way in terms of getting healthier. Now, you can always have someone go down at any moment, but like Tyson Miller could be coming back at some point. Porter Hodge could come back at some point. Eli Morgan, like all those guys.
Eli Morgan, forgot all about Eli Morgan.
I mean, he disappeared in April with this injury, and then all of a sudden.
What was it again?
So it started off, it's a right elbow injury.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So I think,
hopefully he's coming back.
Yeah. If you could get those guys back, you might really have something in that bullpen.
Especially with Hodge, yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. The NBA Finals matchup is officially set now. We've got the Thunder as mega favorites over the Indiana Pacers. What's your interest level in this year's NBA Finals?
To me, it has nothing to do with the small markets. You know, I've heard people say, well, is this small? I don't care. Like, Oklahoma City is awesome. What I'm more concerned about is, can Indiana give them a good series? And Indiana, if you look at what they've done since after the first month of this season started, they've been one of the best teams in basketball. So I'm hoping it will be good. My only fear is that, yes, this is going to be the OKC victory lap, and it's not going to be much of a series.
Well, I think Vegas feels the same way that you feel, as the Thunder are minus 750 to win this series.
But I'm not down on it because of who's there. It's just give me. It's been a pretty good playoffs. Give me a good round of the NBA Finals.
Yeah, I'm with you. I will be interested to watch. I mean, have there been more star-studded NBA Finals in the past? Maybe so, but I'll still watch. I'm interested. I like this Indiana team.
Well, I think you do have you have the MVP in this. You have one of the biggest rising stars in the NBA this playoffs. Like, Halliburton now has gone from a guy that was voted on as overrated to now everyone agreeing that he's pretty much a superstar. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying. There's been but this OKC, it's a very, I forgot who said it, Tyler. Someone compared them to San Antonio. Like, when San Antonio was really good. They're a very unassuming great team. They're not like the Miami Heat or the Lakers or this glitzy glamour. They're more the quiet, nondescript, great team.
Which is kind of funny because ever since that stuff has come out, now all of a sudden they're getting real chirpy online. All of these Pacers players. Like Miles Turner, I think, put something out, and then Halliburton put something out.
Chirpy at who?
At the Knicks. Like, they're grave dancing all over the Knicks right now.
I didn't see that.
I'd focus on the Thunder if I was them.
Yeah.
That's kind of how
they haven't done any, it's great to get to the NBA Finals. Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong. By the way, I saw this. Someone put this out there on Twitter. I think it was Will Gottlieb. Every team in the Central Division now has been to the NBA Finals except the Bulls in the last quarter century. The Cavs went to the NBA Finals in 07, 15, 16, 17, and 18. The Pistons went in 04 and 05. The Pacers went in 2000 and 2025. The Bucks have been in 2021 and won, and the Bulls have not been there. Bulls are the only team from this division not to be to the NBA Finals.
It's about to turn around, man.
Yes, I can't wait.
I would say if you think this is going to be a blowout series and you don't want to lay the 7 or 800, minus 7, 800, you can bet OKC to sweep or win in 5 at plus 250 and plus 260, I think, are the two numbers.
All right, yeah.
So if you put both of those down, you'll win some money.
I think you know who's been Kazarian's been a big fan of those bets.
Really?
Yeah. Do you have more questions, or should I play you a couple things coming up next?
There's all this stuff with the White Sox, too. I know you wanted to get to, so why don't we do that next?
Let's this White Sox thing. The player on the Orioles was dead wrong. If you missed it, we'll get you up to date. And Rick Hahn explained why the White Sox traded one of the best players in baseball at a young age. We'll play that for you as well.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
What's up? It's Jonathan Hood.
And this is David Kaplan.
We are excited about our team for the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic.
Hoodie, we are going to win. I know it. You can take that to the bank.
As long as it's Republic Bank. Yes, Republic Bank. Proud sponsors of Team Kap and J Hood at Seven Bridges Golf Club on June 11th.
Presented by Yingling Flight.
Yes, Republic Bank. Ha ha ha.
It's that time of year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do. With all the finals, papers, party prep, and more, it's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end-of-the-school-year schedule. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques, so whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown, or as a guest, cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save more money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
Motorola Mobility has a long history of using sports to promote its phone brand. Now the Motorola company that makes police radios is getting into the game. Motorola Solutions has signed on as the official safety technology supplier of the 2025 and 2027 Ryder Cup events. Its well-known Batwing logo will be displayed on the radio devices team captains use as they walk the course. It's the first ever sports sponsorship deal for the company, which also makes video security technology but doesn't market to consumers. The idea is to use the global reach of the Ryder Cup to raise its profile among investors and other potential event partners across sports. The 2025 event is in September at the Bethpage Black Course in New York, while the 2027 Cup is in Limerick, Ireland, not far from where Motorola recently opened a new research center. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X, like the dynamic X3 designed for ultimate exploration, the X5 with effortless precision and performance, or the X7 where comfort meets a commanding presence. All proudly assembled in BMW's largest plant worldwide in Spartanburg, South Carolina. For those who demand more from every mile, BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Exciting things are happening in Madison. Market Square Crossing is a 50-acre mixed-use development perfect for retail, hospitality, and more. Just 30 minutes from downtown Chicago, it's a prime spot to grow your business. Learn more at villageofmadison.org.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
This happened on Saturday. I believe it was Saturday, wasn't it? The bench is clear in Baltimore. I don't understand what happened. When I first watched it, I wasn't sure who was at fault. The White Sox took exception. I think it was Sosa who was involved, who got pushed. And then he didn't like it. Vargas came over.
Very douchey.
Yeah, so the player on the Orioles is Mayo, correct? I don't know what he was doing as he got caught here. It was like almost like a forearm shiver, wasn't it? Like he went out of the baseline to try and make contact. Here's the call.
3-2 pitch, swinging a base hit to left. Picked up by Palacios. Here comes O'Hearn to the plate. The throw is cut off. A run scores. They have Mayo caught in a rundown between first and second, and now he trips and falls down.
Well, he went into the infielder.
And he's tagged out, and he's sitting down, I think, looking for obstruction, but he's not going to get a call.
No,
we got guys getting together here, and now Mayo shoved somebody, and the benches are going to clear.
That's right. It was Mayo who did the shoving, and then when you see it in slow motion, you're like, okay, did the Sox obstruct him? And then you see how much he sought out Sosa. It was so weird. And then he's complaining to the umpire.
Never been able to stand Mayo. Can't stand Mayo.
The devil's condiment is what
that
you
is
call
correct.
Or Miracle Whip guy.
No.
He doesn't like
That's
any
awful
of the
also.
any of that type of condiment.
That stuff is gross.
Do you like aioli's?
Not particularly.
Okay, at least you're consistent.
Yeah, not really. Nor do I like this guy either for what he did. Thought it was very douchey. I thought you described that perfectly. It was a very douchey
It was
move.
a douche move, like on Who's the Douche? After seeing it in slow motion.
Who's the douche?
He clearly is a douche.
It's been a really difficult, disappointing season for Baltimore. I get it.
Yeah.
But, that's on you.
Yeah, there's no reason.
Yeah, there's
that
no
you should
reason
be
to
doing
take
that.
out your frustration on somebody just doing their job.
So I believe then this, too, was another thing from the weekend. Rick Hahn has been doing media work. Tyler, was this from MLB Network? Is this where he was appearing?
Yeah, this was MLB Network.
So he was doing a Q&A on MLB Network about his time with the White Sox. And then obviously it came up about the trade with San Diego for Tatis. And I don't...
At that point, don't you just say pass, next question?
I screwed up. And he basically does, but he gives, this will drive White Sox fans mad when you hear about this deal. For me, maybe he has addressed this. It was the first time I'd heard the explanation. Have you guys ever heard him explain it?
First time.
That's why I thought it was interesting. Rick Hahn explaining why the White Sox traded Fernando Tatis. It was very early in his career, but still, look how good he is, and you've got to know that stuff. And Rick Hahn explained.
If there's a trade you wish you could have a do-over on, I mean, it begins and ends with Tatis. I mean, what fool would trade him? Here's the thing about Tatis. Obviously, horrible trade. San Diego actually asked for Eric Johnson, who was part of the trade, right-handed pitcher, as well as another arm initially. And we were reluctant to include two arms. The second arm never went on to actually appear. They didn't even ask for Tatis? Initially, it was a different arm. It was a different arm, and we pushed back, and we wound up shuffling and pivoting. In the end, they asked for Tatis, which they deserve a ton of credit for identifying this guy out of complex ball as someone they wanted. At the time, it was 2016. We were dealing with a team that was 23-10 coming out of the gate. We knew we weren't as good as 23-10. Matt Latos was doing some things with smoke and mirrors early on in that season. John Danks was trying to fight his way back from injury and losing that battle. And we had a manager in Robin who kind of knew that, this, if we don't win this year, he might not want to be around too much longer on his own volition. So there was a lot pointing towards, let's push in to make this work. Win now. And obviously I regret the trade. Obviously it did not work out the way we hoped because we wound up not winning, and that was probably the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of finally getting us to rebuild. But frankly, as part of the rebuild was wanting to have the depth to withstand if you didn't have, if you had failure at one spot on that roster, which we just did not have in sort of this sort of piecemeal patch on the fly technique we were using.
The two things that stick out to me are so ridiculous. It's number one, they never asked for, or they like the original deal and ask from the Padres had nothing to do with Tatis. Nothing. And they're like, no, you can't have that second arm. But then he gives them credit for then asking for Tatis. So it was like, this could have very easily happened without Tatis being in the deal. And like he, again, says, well, it was complex ball, like Arizona complex. That, who would have known that he would be this good? And the second part is that they're going in because of, we've got to save Robin. We can't lose Robin.
And by the way, was this at the 35-game point in the season? Didn't he say we knew we weren't better
23 and 10. They were 23 and 10.
So it was 33 games in, and you figured you had to push all in?
For James Shields, right? It was James Shields who in the
That's
trade.
what, early May?
Yes. That's my point is just the timing. Factor it all in, including the timing of the trade. Like, boy, the season hadn't even really breathed yet. Oh, boy.
It's maddening to hear that, isn't it? So I thought that was very interesting over the weekend.
That hurts.
When we come back, let's talk to Jesse Rogers. So Jesse is going to join us. We'll talk Cubs. We'll talk Sox with him. Also, I don't know if you guys saw this, but Jeff Passan was a savage over the weekend on Twitter. I'll tell you what he said to one fan. That's coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Guys, you still have a few more days to cash in on the semi-annual sale at Window Nation. You can check them out at windownation.com or call my guys at 866-90-NATION. My guy Alan Favada will come over, give you a free in-home estimate. There's no commitment. Check out all they have to offer. He'll guide you on which windows you should replace and why, and which ones you could keep. Energy-efficient windows. It's going to get hot here. And you could save money on your air conditioning bills when your windows are working correctly. Keeps the cool air in, the warm air out. I've saved hundreds of dollars on my energy bills since I got new windows a few years ago from Window Nation. Got them in the kitchen, in the master bedroom, in the family room, and in the kids' room. Absolutely love them. Easy to use. And these energy-efficient windows have put money right back in my pocket. Right now, you buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. So what a deal that is. You'll get 8 windows for the price of 4, and you'll also have no payments till 2027. No money down, no interest till 2027. Oh, when you buy a house full of windows, not only do you get 4 windows free with every 4 you buy, but they'll also throw in a free entry door. So there are so many reasons to call now. Again, it's a family-owned business, A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Customer service is what they do best. Windows is a close second. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. Go to windownation.com.
White Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here. The bold design unites the legacy of 2 legendary Chicago teams, the White Sox and the Bulls, and celebrates the city's impact on both the diamond and the court. Every Friday night this season, the team will take the field in these iconic uniforms. Don't miss out. Grab your tickets now and check out the full City Connect collection, available at the White Sox team store. For all the details, visit whitesox.com/city.
Chicago's ESPN 1000 is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
All right, Abdallah, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yingling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yuengling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yuengling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion been covered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
If you or someone you love is graduating soon, nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are schooled in delivering the confidence-boosting cuts you love, and with convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it fits your busy schedule. Plus, with their affordable prices, you can save more money for summer fun. Get into a Great Clips salon today and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home, we're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Jeff Passan yesterday was tweeting, and it all started with just a tweet yesterday about the Rockies, and we discussed this. The Rockies are now 9-50.
They suck.
That's all Jeff Passan tweeted. He said the Rockies are now 9-50. And then there's, well, how do you describe the Twitter handle that responded to, like, it's one of these parody accounts?
His name's Barry?
Yeah.
Leave it at that.
Why?
How do you describe it, Tyler?
It's just a troll, I guess.
He's got like 200,000 followers.
Yeah, he's like a notorious troll
and
account.
he's a troll, and he's always looking to, like, goof around and stuff.
Okay. Is he mean-spirited?
I don't follow him, Tyler. Is he mean-spirited, or is he always just looking to screw around?
He's all over the place, yeah.
So I don't know much.
He's been kicked off of Twitter many times and just revives himself.
Oh, boy.
So he tweeted to the Rockies are 9-50 in response, saying, Jeff, my wife won't talk to me anymore, and I think she's having an affair. What should I do? And Jeff Passan responded to that by saying, she says hi. And then the guy said, Jeff, why would you say that? And Jeff said, she said it, bro. I'm just a reporter.
This girl's holding up a thong.
Boy, that kind of
I don't think he would have done that if it was just a random.
Well, he's probably
fan.
had other interactions with this.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
this is a guy who's known on Twitter.
Okay.
I think he was looking to have fun. It wasn't like he just
wasn't a malicious.
Yeah, right.
Wasn't going to cost him
but
any.
I'm like, man, I texted him yesterday. I'm like,
savage.
Yeah, I texted him one of those gifs that just is savage, and he's one of these guys. Like there are a few people like passing. I forget who the other one is recently. He is a great texter. Like if you text passing, you're usually going to get a response in a matter of minutes. And he just said, when the opportunity presents itself.
So it sounds like this was a good opportunity for him to kind of have a little fun with this guy who maybe he had
or
previous
knew
exchanges
of, right, or knew of, or that he knew there was a troll and he was just trolling back.
My first thought was, I hope it doesn't get him in any trouble with ESPN.
We love passing. I don't want to get him in trouble.
That's my point.
Yes, can't get in trouble. Don't have Jeff Passan get into trouble.
It's just you got to lay off on responding to a lot of people. You just have to. Like, I've learned my lesson over the course of time. Very infrequently will respond to stuff.
You were notorious with the gifts, sending, just goofing, trying to deflate the situation, and
now I don't even do that.
Or de-escalate.
It's just silly.
Well, I find like what I used to love about Twitter was, first of all, the information, but it was a way you can learn some of the good listeners and develop a relationship with them. But I used to love Twitter. I used to love scrolling Twitter for information and good stories. I find very few minutes of my time online is spent on Twitter now. Like I'll go way more to Instagram, and just because there's also information there, but Twitter has just become a place that is not even a fun place to hang out anymore. Even if you don't respond. Just reading it, it's just
so much more polluted than it ever was. And it was polluted from the very beginning in a lot of ways, but now it's weird. It's a weird place.
It's been around for a while because what didn't it start, like 07 or 08, somewhere in there?
Something like that.
All right, let's talk to Jesse Rogers. He is brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. Where are you right now? Are you on the south side?
Yes, I am. I was just talking to the best pitcher on the planet, Tarek Skubal, who is going to join Waddle and Silvy on Wednesday afternoon before he faces the Cubs on Friday. Exactly. Great guy. He's been described to me as kind of like a combination of Lester and Arrieta, kind of friendly, but a bulldog at the same time. Great, obviously, stuff, reigning Cy Young winner. So they pushed him back to Friday to face the Cubs. Now, they'll say it's just to give him an extra day, but I think it's because they want him facing the best offense in baseball instead of, frankly, the White Sox here. So should be a great week with the Sox and Tigers here. Then, of course, the Tigers and Cubs this weekend.
By the way, Jesse joining us right now on the Yingling guest hotline. I had Yingling flight the other day. We love them. And, Jesse, the one thing about Skubal is I think this is a good thing for the Cubs, too. Like, it's good for Skubal. It's good for the Cubs as well.
Yeah, I think so. Skubal and I were talking about it. Like, hey, I'm up for this. Like, I want this challenge, right? Now, he would have pitched Thursday against the White Sox. Probably would have thrown a complete game. But the best want the challenge. The best want to face the best. And I'm not sure if Cub hitters want to face him, but he is up for this. So it's going to be great. And two first-place teams. I'm already told it's standing room only all weekend in Comerica Park. A lot of Cub fans, I'm sure, are going to make the trip or live in the area because they're all over the place. So that one's going to be good, but we got to get there first.
What's the most impressive thing about this Cubs team so far, Jess? Is it individual performances? Is it, they go 14-4 against, teams that they should get the best of? Or is it a combination of stuff for you?
It's really everything they touch is turning to gold. And I mean that from a Craig Counsell perspective, a player perspective, a Jed Hoyer perspective. Look at those bullpen names that were not around 3 months ago and all of a sudden are prominent, and Drew Pomerantz and Brad Keller and Daniel Palencia. And then obviously we've talked so much about the offense. But actually you bring up what's good about them. Let's focus on Craig Counsell because, Tommy, you more than anyone at this station over the last 2 years have asked me about Counsell and his impact. And I think last year I was pretty honest, and it wasn't hard to be honest. I think you guys agreed. It was underwhelming. It it was underwhelming, and it really felt like he was kind of sitting back and watching things. I truly think things have changed in a big way in that department. I think his fingerprints are on everything. I want to play this from Craig Counsell himself. He was asked about their base running, right? They're one of the best base running teams in the league from a stolen base perspective and just simply running the bases. Listen to what he had to say and his expectations this year as opposed to last year. Here's Craig Counsell.
Going into the season, we thought this should be a strength of this team. And I think, maybe I thought the same thing last year, and that maybe we didn't, but we had to spend time on it still. We had to dedicate time towards it. And yet, sometimes in the course of this thing, dedicating time to the base running, but we've just said we've got to dedicate time to it. Hopefully that's bared some fruit, essentially, some results.
And I followed up that answer with, well, did you spend as much time in Milwaukee as you are now? And he said, actually, this Cubs team, he spent even more time on it. And that tells me that they needed to spend time on it. And that's kind of what I'm saying. Like last year, he's sitting back watching everything. Remember, they had Willie Harris there, all those outs in the base pass, but didn't really change anything. This year, they spend more time on it and look at what's going on. I think that's across the spectrum on this team. He's had his fingerprints on it all. And I really think, guys, that last year it had to do with being new. He didn't know people. He didn't know what buttons to push. He didn't know the front office. He didn't know his coaches, to be honest. He just hired his bench coach, Ryan Flaherty, without even knowing him. A year later, just like anybody new on the job, a year later, he knows everybody, he knows how to handle things. So whether last year was a throwaway year or not, I think you're getting the benefits of it this season.
Yeah, Jesse, they were talking about this on Carmen and Jurko today. Jurko was saying early in the show, he's like, it's funny how you get better players, and now Counsell looks better. But, this is a nuanced conversation you're saying. You believe he's actually doing stuff better, and this isn't just because now they have Tucker and PCA has become an MVP candidate and Sea's having a better year.
No, I think it's, of course, a combination of everything. I mean, look, he has no big impact on Kyle Tucker, but you can't say that he hasn't impacted PCA, just like Joe Madden impacted Javi Baez. Just letting players be themselves is an impact. So, yeah, I do think he has his hands on more. I think that came in the offseason with acquisitions. But I also think, as I've said before, he's taken that small market mentality where speed and defense matters more in Milwaukee, more in Tampa, more in Cleveland, and he's brought that to a big market team with a high payroll, and you're seeing the results.
Listen, I think tactically he's done a lot of really good things. Go back to this weekend where instead of starting Ben Brown, they put Pomerantz in so that Brown comes in the second. I think there have been a ton of things strategically that I think that they've done better this year. The thing that I couldn't wrap my brain around last season was when his team was struggling and floundering and they were getting jobbed, he never came out of the dugout to actually, express himself and give his team a boost. And some will say, well, that's, this isn't football, that's baseball. I think there were a number of times last year where his guys needed him to step out and kind of rally them.
Yeah, I think what we're learning it's not his personality.
Obviously so.
Yeah, obviously so. And I've talked to some of those players, and it's the good and the bad. Like the good is the stoic. I did a feature on Christian Yelich, and he said the thing I learned from Counsell more than anything is the whole keep an even keel. Don't get too high, don't get too low. But that's different than what you're saying. Go out and fight for your player. He probably, there's a moment or two here and there where he probably could have done that. But I'm with you on the strategic stuff and the decisive decision making. I mean, think about it in baseball. Aren't we usually criticizing a team for waiting too long to make a decision? They didn't give Ben Brown that much rope. They went out and said, okay, let's use an opener. Dansby Swanson's struggling. Let's drop him to 8th. Then all of a sudden he's playing well. Let's bring him up. Same thing with PCA. He starts low. He comes up. I like the decisive decision-making Counsell has had this season. And when you kind of compare it to last season, it's even more extreme, where just literally kind of sat back and watched. So I think it's all coming together. Obviously, Jed's vision is coming together in his contract year. The trade deadline's coming up, and they've got assets to use. And I want to say one more thing. This morning they asked me if it was World Series and bust. And the answer is no if you're just judging how the season goes. If they make the playoffs, that's a good year. If they lose, it happens. But in terms of whether they should go for it or not, I absolutely think they should. Like, you don't know where Kyle Tucker is going to be next year. You don't know what the standings are going to look like next year. Yeah, I would absolutely go for it and pretend like it's World Series or bust. And if you lose, you lose. But you've given your team a best chance to win.
What does that mean, World Series or bust? Does that mean like there's no form of success other than winning the World Series this year? It's either a World Series championship or it's unsuccessful. Is that
no? I'm saying that if you don't win the World Series, it's okay as long as you get to the playoffs. I'm saying you go for it like it's World Series or bust. You unload your farm system. I mean, they have a clear need at the top of the rotation. They probably still have a clear need at the back end of the bullpen. There are now going to be players. I think Jeff Passan's writing it. I mentioned it today. Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly are probably going to be available because the Diamondbacks are falling apart. So all of a sudden, the seller's market might turn a little bit more into a buyer's market. There's no doubt they have the assets to get at least one or two good pitchers. That's where I say go for it. And if you lose in the playoffs, I don't think you're disappointed, but you want to put your team in the best chance to win.
We brought up DeGrom. Would DeGrom ever be available?
Yes, he's owed a lot of money still, right?
Yes, several years at a high number.
Now, personally, I don't think the Rangers would sell unless they really fall out of it. But if they do fall out of it, then yes, I think he would be available. The Rangers are one of these veteran teams with a GM and a manager, Bochy, who's older, that really don't want to, strip apart anything or sell anything. They want to go for it. Diamondbacks want to win, but they've just been handed a bad bullpen, and Corbin Burns is hurt. But you're right. I mean, if the Rangers fall out, it is possible that Jacob DeGrom would be available. I don't think Tom Ricketts is adding a ton of salary past this season, but I wouldn't say never.
One thing with PCA too, Jesse, with Carson Kelly now, as we would expect, they rode him while he was hot. He's probably still going to have a good year, but he can't keep up what he was doing. I would like a little more stability with PCA, at least in the top 4 of the order. I've always said top 3, just because he creates this energy level. He can do so many things. I want him up sooner rather than later for that 4th at bat and everything. Like, why are we waiting for him to come up the 4th time around when he, in a 1-run game, can be all the difference in the world by getting on, stealing a base, coming around and scoring? I would like to see him in a more fixed opportunity towards the top of the lineup.
I can see that, but it is a good problem to have. We've talked about this before. I mean, Happ has cooled off, but normally Happ's a pretty good player at the top. I mean, Tucker, Suzuki, how can you go wrong there? Against lefties, I understand if he's batting 5, maybe 6. Against righties, I don't disagree. He should probably be in your top 4, and there have been moments we've seen lately that he's batting 4th. So, again, it's a good problem to have. I mean, Suzuki's had a hell of a year, and Tucker obviously as well. The one guy that's cooled off is Happ, but I think Happ will find it again. So I have no problem if he's at least 5, but against righties he should be 4.
Jess, what are the contracts? What are the conversations like inside their offices right now about Jed's future?
I think I would not be surprised if he's given a new contract by the All-Star break. I think that he's more likely to get it sooner rather than later, possibly before the trade deadline. It's like kind of one of those things. If you're going to impact our team for years to come, let's sign you up. I really could see that. Now, the other option is 3 days after the season ends, but I think he's in line for that extension, 3 years, 5 years, whatever Tom Ricketts wants to do. But I would not be surprised if it happens between now and July 31st.
Do you anticipate, if this relationship does extend, which I'm sure most people think it will, that Jed will ask for something other than just to be paid as one of the top paid GMs in Major League Baseball? Is he completely 100%, good with how things are done in that building?
I think any president wants more power. I mean, we've seen presidents of baseball operations kind of, lean into the business side as well. So I can't tell you for sure, but I could see him after now, 15 years in the organization and maybe another 5, wanting or needing or asking for a bigger say in the purse string, so to speak. I could see that, yes.
Especially as things look like they're pointed in the right direction now more than they have in recent years.
Oh yeah. I mean, remember, Jed had a plan in 21, and I don't think he expressed it externally as well as he could have, but internally, I think he told Tom this is going to take a few years. I wish he had said that a little bit more explicitly, to us, right, publicly. But he never really did, and that was, I think, a mistake by Jed. But internally, everything he promised Tom is kind of coming to fruition, where the farm system would give them some players, Justin Steele, PCA. Not that they drafted him, but they developed him. And so I think the only thing left was to win. That was the only thing left. And so I think Tom has been very impressed by what's gone on, and actually Jed has delivered on his plan.
This portion of Waddle and Silvy brought to you by Steinhoffels. We usually crosstalk at the end of the show, but we've got White Sox baseball coming up in a matter of minutes. 6 Chicagoland locations, including the newest in Orland Park. Shop Steinhoffels today. Jesse, it's an interesting note of what you said regarding Jed and his future, that maybe it could be by the All-Star break, because we've talked about this. If he's unsigned and he goes to the trade deadline, there are some people who believe that, hey, let's wait to see how the season totally pans out. But if you've got an unsigned general manager at the trade deadline who's really still trading for his job, might he not be looking out for the best long-term future of the team as opposed to doing everything to save his job? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that Jed would do that, but if he knows he's here for the next 5 years, he may approach the trade deadline differently, knowing if he's going to get a contract extension at all.
I don't disagree that, look, we're all human beings and we're impacted by our situations. I also agree with you. I don't think he would change himself too much. But yes, I mean, how can it not be in the back of his mind? It was this offseason. He traded his top pick last year, 2 other guys, for Kyle Tucker, possibly only being here for 1 year. So I agree. I think if you're Tom Ricketts, you might want to wrap that up just so there's some clarity before the deadline. It doesn't have to happen that way, because I truly think Jed would have the best interests of the team at heart. The good news is for Cub fans, I think it's all aligned. Even if he pushes his chips all in for this year, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Because I'm not sure that Owen Casey is the future anyway. I'm not sure Moises Ballesteros is anyway. They have guys that are in place in those positions. So I think it all kind of lines up either way. But it would be nice to have some certainty. And I'll just go back to what I said in the offseason. They were and are looking for reasons to re-sign Jed, not the other way around, looking for reasons to get rid of him. They've been given a very good reason. First place, 15 over right now, probably going to go further than that. I think they have everything they need to know to sign him up again.
Really quick for Waddle, who will have the extension announced first, Jed Hoyer or Ryan Poles?
Probably Ryan Poles, if we believe what's already been reported.
So he could get it before the trade deadline.
I would think so.
At the start of training camp, we get a Ryan Poles extension?
I would think so. I mean, that's what people have talked about.
Yeah, right.
You know how I feel. I think extensions are given out too frequently in sports these days. Yeah. But I don't know.
All right, anything else, Jesse? Anything on the south side there?
Well, I talked to Javi for a while. Not enough time to get into it. You have some audio there. But, I mean, this is a mature Javi. This is a guy, I haven't heard him sound like this before. He's a leader in that room. And like Chicago, like with the Cubs, they love him. I mean, they absolutely love this resurrection of Javi Baez this season. But I've never heard him talk about speaking to young players and all these things that he's doing in there. It's pretty cool to hear Spencer Torkelson say, that's my favorite teammate, and I'm not just saying that. That is my favorite teammate. So the return of Javi Baez has been something. He's going to face the Cubs this weekend. But he did a long thing with the media today. You guys have some audio there. But it's just so fun to see him. I always liked Javi on the north side. He's so much fun to be around.
How could you not? Yeah, we'll play some of that tomorrow. All right, Jesse, great stuff. Thanks, you.
Jess.
You got it, boys. Take care.
All right, there you go. Jesse Rogers on the south side, and it's Sox and Tigers. And then the Tigers play the Cubs. They host the Cubs. So that should be an interesting few days here.
Javi has come back to the pack a little bit in recent weeks, but I hope that his renaissance continues.
Yeah, like not being the worst player in baseball anymore is a good thing.
Exactly.
All right, thanks to Charlie. Thanks to Tyler. A great job, as always, by those two. And thanks to Jesse Rogers. Bears minicamp tomorrow. So, yeah, like this is our last taste before training camp. Mandatory. Everyone better be there. All right, for Waddle, I'm Silvy. It's ESPN 1000. Have yourself a great Monday night.
Waddle, he's gone.
Really excited